For a decade, my journey through the pages of a book went unnoticed, yet in a single moment of madness, the world became aware. Suddenly entwined with an honesty system, Song Zhezhi's dramatic life commenced henceforth. At the award ceremony, the host inquired, "Zhezhi, your recent resources have been remarkable. Rumors abound that you've found a benefactor. Is it true?" Song Zhezhi tightly covered her mouth, yet bound by the honesty system, her words were no longer her own. Not one, but four, to be precise, 5. I just parted ways with one, hehe. The crowd gasped in astonishment. During a fan interaction segment on a dating reality show, a fan asked, "Zhezhi, if Jiang Xunye, Hezhi, Meng Siyuan, and Qin Moyan, along with Jin Shinian, simultaneously confess their feelings, whom would you choose?" Song Zhezhi, in a relaxed manner, smirked. "Oh, merely 5 suitors? Can't they all be together?" Fans and viewers were left bewildered. Ever since embracing a carefree attitude, Song Zhezhi's life underwent a profound transformation, confronting white lotuses and punishing green tea bitches. Netizens remarked, "What a fiery temperament Song Zhezhi possesses." The White Moonlight, an acclaimed actor, questioned, "Is it because of them that you no longer want me?" The esports youth remarked, "You're only with me to level up?" The heir from a prestigious family pleaded, "Zhezhi, what is it about me that you find unsatisfactory? I can change." A certain prince of the Tao observed, "It seems I've neglected to restrain you for too long. You've learned to seek companionship." The domineering CEO declared, "With a single utterance from you, I would willingly become your ATM." Chapter 1. Rumors abound that I have a benefactor? Allow me to clarify. It is 5. After a decade of traversing these pages, the system awakened, and Song Zhezhi lost her sanity. At the award ceremony, under the direction of the leading actress Qin Moyan, who felt overshadowed by Song Zhezhi, the host took the microphone and asked, "Our Zhezhi has recently enjoyed remarkable resources. Previously, she merely played supporting roles, and now she has won an award. Could it be that she truly has a benefactor?" The award ceremony was live-streamed, and the moment the host posed this question, the comments section erupted in excitement. "I heard about this earlier. Wait, does this host have an agenda? Why say such things about our Zhezhi? Impossible. I believe in our Zhezhi." As Song Zhezhi gazed at the host's smug expression, the system's alert echoed in her ears, initiating the straightforward mode. In the next instant, Song Zhezhi found herself uncontrollably sidling up to the host. "Are you attempting to humiliate me with your words? Of course, I haven't secured just one benefactor." As her words fell, her fans instantly launched an offensive against the host. "See, I told you our Zhezhi could never be involved with a benefactor." Exactly. How could Zhezhi possibly rely on a benefactor? Just as the comments defending Song Zhezhi began to flood in, she playfully stuck her tongue out at the camera. "Who do you look down upon? Who only has one good person? As for me, I have 5. But just recently, I parted ways with one, so to be precise, it's 4, hehe. And let me whisper a secret to you all. None of them are aware of each other's existence yet. After all, a time management maestro like me is a rare breed. During holidays, I must schedule their dates." Oh dear, it's truly a delightful chaos. Once her words were spoken, Song Zhezhi seemed to snap back to reality, yet the audience below and the live stream had already erupted in chaos. Her fans expressed feelings of betrayal, while fans of other celebrities began to mock her. However, before they could revel in their ridicule, their beloved idols were soon in the spotlight. The host clearly did not anticipate Song Zhezhi's response. He glanced at Qin Moyan, who hastily signaled him with a look. He nodded and quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Haha, I hadn't realized our Zhezhi had such a humorous side. Such jokes? Are you prepared to risk it all?" Qin Moyan swiftly seized the opportunity, adding, "Indeed. I've noticed that Sister Zhezhi is quite the comedian during our time on set. What on earth? What is Song Zhezhi up to?" As soon as she finished speaking, another alert resonated in her mind. Activating the straightforward mode upgrade, stealthy version. In a sudden jolt, Song Zhezhi had yet to comprehend what was happening when her mouth began to speak again. She gazed at Qin Moyan and the host, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Excuse me? You call that humor? I see some chemistry between you two. Do you know that you smell like her perfume? My nose must be cursed." The expressions on the faces of the host and Qin Moyan swiftly morphed into ones resembling that of having consumed something foul. At this moment, the scene and the barrage of comments descended into utter chaos. "Huh? Is this even permissible to say? Can I listen without paying? I am astounded by the 5,000 years of our Chinese civilization." Behind the scenes, Song Zhezhi's manager hurriedly instructed the assistant to bring her down from the stage. The assistant finally managed to squeeze onto the stage amidst the turmoil, and upon reaching Zhezhi, she embraced her tightly, her face awash with apology as she said, "I am sorry, Zhezhi, but you are feeling quite unwell today." With that, she attempted to lead Zhezhi off stage. Zhezhi rolled her eyes heavenward, as if caught in a fierce tug-of-war between reason and emotion. Another host stepped forward to assist, redirecting the conversation towards the two protagonists of Jiao Yan. The host exclaimed, "Haha, by the way, I've recently heard that our Chu Iran has maintained a good relationship with director Zhang, and fans say they resemble a father-daughter duo." Once she regained her composure, Chu Iran smiled and began, "Yes, we." However, she could not finish her sentence as Zhezhi, who had not yet been completely escorted off stage by her assistant, staggered back, twisting and turning, and snatched the microphone from Chu Iran's hand. In the midst of bewildered glances from the crowd, Zhezhi, with tears glistening in her eyes, uncontrollably shouted, "Yes, they have a child, 2 years old. Unlock the complete story by sending me 50. The audience erupted in uproar, and other stars in the audience could not help but whisper among themselves. After all, the director Zhang they referred to had a wife and children. Chu Iran, listening intently, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Zhezhi. This madwoman! Her persona was that of a pure and innocent flower. "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Iran, clearly agitated, exclaimed without regard for her image, then reached out to tug at Zhezhi's hair. With tears streaming down her face, Zhezhi, knowing full well she did not desire this chaos, found herself losing control as Chu Iran reached toward her. With a swift grip, she executed a shoulder throw on Chu Iran right there on stage, while sobbing and defiantly shouting, "Is that all? Is that all?" The stage immediately descended into pandemonium. Another host hurriedly stepped forward to shield part of the camera view, while several bodyguards ascended the stage. 2 of them grasped Zhezhi, seemingly intent on dragging her off, while another pair restrained Chu Iran. "Haha, this is quite the spectacle. Surely, this must be a skit prepared by our Zhezhi and Iran for us. For now, let us ask the male lead. Since the airing of Jiao Yan, your fanbase has expanded significantly. It seems that everyone truly adores you, and you reciprocate their affection, do you not?" The male lead, Jiang Xunye, was momentarily stunned by the surreal developments unfolding on stage, and upon hearing the host's question, he quickly forced a smile. "Of course, my fans and I have always been mutually devoted." Devoted? To Wushan. Sob, he should be stepping on a sewing machine. Sob, sleeping with fans. Sob, underage. As Zhezhi was being escorted off the stage by the bodyguards, she feebly twisted and struggled, making her way forward while gesturing towards the camera with an exaggerated hand signal. Her assistant hurriedly seized the microphone from her grasp. The other stars, once again bombarded with shocking revelations, displayed expressions of astonishment, and murmurs of disbelief filled the air. That night, the Weibo entries exploded in popularity. Zhezhi. Yes, they have a child. Zhezhi. He should be stepping on a sewing machine. Zhezhi's for financier. Zhezhi smiles. The entertainment industry erupts. Has Zhezhi gone mad? Is this my mental state? Possible ban. The mere thought of her manager's words extinguished the light in Zhezhi's eyes. After 10 years of being overlooked in the literary world, just as she was on the verge of receiving an award, she was informed that the system had awakened. What is this about being straightforward? What dark crawling? You understand awakening. It matters not. She shall ascend in her own way. Weary yet resolute, she opened the door to the villa, the light in the living room blinding her momentarily. But even more blinding were the 4 distinctly styled men seated upon the sofa. Upon seeing them, Zhezhi's pupils trembled for an instant before she hastily attempted to flee from this damned hellscape. Just as she turned, 4 voices rang out simultaneously. Zhezhi. Sister. Zhezhi. Zhezhi. Chapter 2. The good people of each household. The second chapter unfolds like a battlefield, with 4 distinct voices resonating, some deep and magnetic, others gentle and nuanced. Yet, their sentiments converge upon a singular notion: to retain Zhezhi's. As she listens, it feels as though she is caught in a glitch at the threshold, oscillating between the desire to retreat and the urge to confront the tempest head-on. Her inner turmoil is flawlessly mirrored in her demeanor, akin to a malfunctioning machine in convulsions. Zhezhi's. What is it that I lack? Is that why you sought solace in another man? The first man to rise and approach Zhezhi's is clad in a flowing azure robe, a string of sandalwood beads adorning his left wrist. His complexion is fair, radiating an aura of compassion and gentleness, though his slightly furrowed brow and subtly pressed lips imbue him with an air of grievance. The moment Zhezhi gazes at him, A character profile materializes in her mind. Jin Shinian, 21 years old, 185 centimeters tall, heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, suave as jade, a gallant gentleman. Hidden attributes: master of tea ceremonies, seducer, charisma at full score. Source: you drunkenly press someone in a booth at a bar, boldly Zhezhi's. Stealing their first kiss. If there is anything amiss, Zhezhi's, you may confide in me. I am more than willing to amend my ways. As for the others. Jin Shinian softly takes Song Zhezhi's hand, and a veil of mist clouds his beautiful fox-like eyes. He lowers his gaze, absently toying with her hand, his fragility palpable. Song Zhezhi's tilts her head to scrutinize him, as if to ascertain whether he is truly on the verge of tears. Yet, her gesture of concern incites discontent among the others. Who is your brother? I am a mere 19, a budding flower, just transitioned from high school to university. Sister? Look at him. A youth with dyed purple hair and a crucifix earring leaps from the sofa circle, striding aggressively towards Song Zhezhi's. Once he halts, his fierce gaze locks onto Jin Shinian's hand, which is still holding Song Zhezhi's. Jiang Xunye, 19 years old, 187 centimeters tall, scion of the Jiang Group, renowned esports player. Often dubbed the esports model, a wolfish gamer, hidden attributes, transforms into a fluffy dumpling for affection? White cut black. Source: you use an ID that guarantees no foot fetish while gaming, cursing for him, rescuing heroes, and misleading in a web romance. Caught between the two, Song Zhezhi's glances back and forth in confusion, then musters a forced smile to ease the tension. Ha ha, Jiang Xunye is indeed a tad younger than you. What is she even saying? Song Zhezhi's finds herself at a loss for words, only to witness Jin Shinian retracting his hand, wounded, and nervously fiddling with the beads he wears. Am I to blame, Zhezhi's? Fine, it is my fault. I never considered you might be interested in someone younger. With that, Jin Shinian casts a meaningful glance at Jiang Xunye. In a fluster, Song Zhezhi's waves her hands. No, I'm not blaming you. Jiang Xunye. Observing his feigned grievance and Song Zhezhi's flustered expression, feels his irritation spike. Sister, look at him. He.s. sowing discord. Apologies, Zhezhi's. Sister. Zhezhi's. The two encircle Song Zhezhi's, each taking turns to torment her, leaving her head spinning. She hastily covers her ears, attempting to escape to the living room, away from this cacophony. However, as she takes a few steps, she unexpectedly locks eyes with a man seated directly across from the entrance. In that instant, her heart skips a beat. Humph. The man emits a cold, singular syllable from his throat, his hawkish gaze indiscriminately scanning Song Zhezhi's figure. Just that one sound renders her legs weak, and her mind involuntarily conjures memories shared with this man. Bruised wrists, a floor strewn with gold and verdant jade, the dripping wax from burning red candles, a black lace blindfold, an intricately carved silver bracelet. The character profile reappears. Meng Siyuan, 24 years old, 186 centimeters tall. An internationally acclaimed designer, known as the elusive Meng Siyuan. Hidden attributes: obsessive, possessive, a player of various games, with a seemingly concealed true identity. It appears I haven't restrained you in quite some time. You've learned to seek out men, have you? Meng Siyuan leans against the side of the sofa, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting under the light, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Though he smiles, it sends chills down the spine. Oh, dear, my head aches a bit. Song Zhezhi's exclaims, hastily rubbing her forehead as she stumbles to the farthest sofa from Meng Siyuan. Just as she contemplates how to navigate this tumultuous situation, Jin Shinian seats himself beside her. Is the pain real or feigned? Jin Shinian inquires, yet shows no inclination to express concern. They have all engaged with Song Zhezhi's deeply. How could he be oblivious to her inner turmoil? Despite her efforts to suppress her words, Song Zhezhi's ultimately concedes defeat. After Jin Shinian's question, she reluctantly opens her eyes to respond. Of course it's feigned. I was hoping to deceive you. Hehe. Upon uttering this, her composure crumbles. Damn it, system. You ruined my youth. Unable to maintain her facade, Song Zhezhi straightens herself, her hands incessantly rubbing her knees. When she lifts her gaze, she meets the eyes of Qin Moyan, who has remained silent across from her. Qin Moyan, 24 years old, 188 centimeters tall, president of Shing Group. A ruler in the entertainment industry, sharp-tongued and proud, a resource mogul. Hidden attributes: masochistic. Source: a cliché of an idol drama with a twist, where instead of spilling coffee on cloves, you inadvertently spill it on his life, thus initiating a so-called responsible journey. This brief moment of eye contact seems to awaken him. Qin Moyan leans back, intertwining his fingers, exuding an air of regality. If you must seek men, at least choose those of comparable stature to yourself. With that, he surveys the others with an expression that conveys his superior status, then scoffs lightly before refocusing on Song Zhezhi's. So, our illustrious Song Zhezhi's, have you arranged the schedule for our little gathering on the Qixi festival? His sardonic remark immediately reignites the simmering jealousy among the others. A flurry of piercing gazes converge upon Song Zhezhi's like daggers. Instinctively, she straightens her back. The thoughts she longs to voice spill uncontrollably from her lips. How about we all celebrate together? Upon finishing, she hastily slaps her mouth twice, attempting to restrain her words. Yet, as soon as her palms connect, her lips begin to move again, this time accompanied by her body, which seems to dance to its own rhythm. She first spreads her hands in a gesture of helplessness, then proceeds to point at each of the four men. If you're not pleased, then let us break up. You break up, you break up, you break up. And you, too, break up. All of you just go. Men are such a hassle. With that proclamation, she rises amidst a sea of incredulous, astonished gazes. Just as Song Zhezhi's begins to regain her composure, Jin Shinian speaks once more. Break up? Zhezhi's, how could you be so heartless? What about all our vows and promises? Song Zhezhi's, in a state of controlled chaos, glances at him with a hint of annoyance and smiles wryly. That counts as a four-character idiom. Sister, I want to break up. You cared for me so deeply before. What do all those feelings mean? Jiang Xunye stands up in a frenzy. Song Zhezhi, still under the constraints of the system, gently patted Jiang Xunye's head and said, Silly child, that's merely because I love eating joyang jelly. A little more care and affection wouldn't hurt. Chapter 3. Peddling a sword, acting mad, and reforming the broken fan circle. She, Song Zhezhi, possessed an unrivaled beauty and was wholly devoted to her career, aspiring to become a wealthy woman who dates male models, and would never abandon her principles for a bowl of plain congee. Yet, there came a day when she faced a disastrous turn of events. Why must this wretched system punish her instead of those love-struck fools? Now, after 3 years of navigating the entertainment industry and finally winning the Best Supporting Actress award, she found herself back at square one due to a single ill-timed remark. No matter, she would rise again. Listening to her agent's incessant chatter, Song Zhezhi languidly reclined on the office sofa. She pulled out her phone and felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed at the trending topics on Weibo, which remained as high as ever. At this moment, her notifications had already soared to 99, and the comments on her most recent post had multiplied exponentially. Why doesn't Song Zhezhi go to S and stop ruining my sister? Hurry and withdraw from the circle. Just the sight of you is nauseating. Song Zhezhi read this and felt irritation crawl up her brow. Song Zhezhi V. Drinking horse urine makes you proud? I see your family's situation is perilous. Yes. They have a child the moment she sent the comment. Song Zhezhi suddenly became aware of her actions. Yet, there blossomed an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within her. Feeling good, aren't we? A sweet, childish voice echoed unexpectedly in her mind. Indeed, Song Zhezhi responded without a second thought. Once she realized it, she froze in surprise. Are you the honest system that has caused me all this trouble? She silently queried. Yes. The voice, though sweet in tone, carried an indifferent air. But do you have a reason for choosing me? Could you recount the tale of how you selected me from countless others? At which moment did the gears of fate begin to turn for us? Song Zhezhi persisted with her inquiries. The system, seemingly irritated by her relentless questioning, interrupted. Bind to the honest system to earn honesty points. 1 point equals 10 million. Deal. Song Zhezhi replied without a moment's hesitation. The thought of delaying even a second would be a disservice to money. Let them criticize her. One cannot oppose wealth, can they? 1 point for 10 million. If she could accumulate a dozen or so points, why should she care about the opinions of others? Her swift response left the system momentarily speechless, as if her earlier question about why she was chosen had not been posed by Song Zhezhi herself. So, how many points do I have now? Song Zhezhi eagerly rubbed her hands together, awaiting the system's reply. Meanwhile, her agent, startled by her earlier exclamation of satisfaction, felt a twinge of anxiety. Had she inadvertently provoked her? Your current points are 25. 2 voices rang in her ears simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Song Zhezhi exclaimed, I could kill someone. Her agent, frightened, instinctively stepped back, raising her hands in a placating gesture. Calm down, calm down. We still have opportunities. There's a romance variety show looking for us, she said. As the system chimed in, due to your previous life lived in falsehood, your points are in the negative. But rest assured, as long as you accept the system's arrangements and live with honesty, your points will soon turn positive, and you will begin to receive rewards. Zhezhi nodded in understanding. But when she came back to her senses, she noticed her agent was watching her with caution. She blinked her alluring fox-like eyes and asked curiously, what? Her agent replied, so you didn't hear a word of what I just said? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she suppressed her emotions. I mustn't be a harbinger of negativity. With a calculated smile, she inquired, there's a romance variety show. Are you willing to participate? Of course. Why not? Why pass up on money? Zhezhi answered cheerfully, then lowered her head to scroll through her Weibo. Step 1 in living honestly. Sweep aside morality and be true to oneself. The door to immorality shall remain open forever. By the way, why does your voice sound so childlike yet so cold? Zhezhi pondered within. The system paused, seemingly at a loss for words. After a few seconds, it finally responded, haven't you heard the saying? A lowly as body, an elder sister as heart. Zhezhi remarked, it seems the system isn't very serious at all. Her agent, noticing her enthusiastic agreement and her intense focus on the screen, couldn't help but shake her head. Honestly, I'm quite worried. Considering Zhezhi's current mental state, I wonder how other guests will react. With that thought, she disregarded what Zhezhi was doing and picked up her phone to communicate with the variety show team. As a result, the unrestrained Zhezhi unleashed a storm on Weibo, putting on a grand show of her own. Has Zhezhi SD today? I really don't understand what kind of people like her. I've never been fond of her looks. Zhezhi V. No worries after all. Dung beetles only consume dung. Those who cannot appreciate me are in for a rough time. Young as they are, their eyes are failing them. Pure love god of war. How can Zhezhi endure such ridicule and not withdraw from the circle? Her skin is truly thick. Zhezhi V. It matters not. The world kisses me with pain, and I respond with bright lips, sparkling eyes, and a graceful figure. Green bean soup. Is it not permissible for celebrities to be criticized? How dare she fight back? Zhezhi V. Hot-headedness ignites. Do not provoke me. Fans of Zhezhi. She is a princess. You can't criticize her. But I will take action. Zhezhi V. Born with a wretched fate, seeing everyone as a princess. But fret not. You will embarrass yourself. When will Zhezhi be hidden away? Just seeing her is bothersome. Zhezhi V. If you love, love deeply. If you do not love, do not harm. Broken heart, dark transformation, twisted, crawling in shadows, whispering a howl. It's all Zhezhi's fault. This old demoness speaks recklessly, causing my to be scorned. Zhezhi V. Boo-hoo, you call me an old demoness? Boo-hoo, I'm breaking down here. Family. I'll bite your butt, I'll bite your butt. I'll bite. I'm truly speechless. With such emotional intelligence, I don't know how Zhezhi has survived until now. Why hasn't she just died? Zhezhi V. Alrighty then, prepare yourself. I'm about to respond to you with high emotional intelligence, blinking her watery big eyes. Chapter 4. Bunhead, 9-point pants, Sister Zhezhi, remember my name. Given Zhezhi's current state of mind, it was indeed challenging to avoid mishaps. Zhezhi. Qin Lu had just finished communicating with the program team when her phone erupted with notifications once more. Observing the trending search terms on her phone, she felt as though her head might explode. Zhezhi innocently shrugged and flashed a charming smile at Qin Lu, saying, see? It's not so bad. Don't assume that just because I'm trending, I'm being criticized, dear sister. With that, she began to enumerate her trending topics for Qin Lu. Qin Lu received the message with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Upon reading it, she found herself utterly stunned. The current netizens seemed to possess a rebellious spirit. Reveling in the stark contrast between Zhezhi's present and past personas, each one eagerly fanning the flames of gossip. Has Zhezhi truly lost her mind? The image of the once ethereal beauty has crumbled to pieces. She is doing just fine, haha. I rather enjoy her madness. And the celebrities she exposed have indeed fallen from grace. Didn't you see the trending news about one being sued by their original partner? I saw that. And there is also the matter of someone sleeping with fans. Zhezhi is truly brave, offending half the entertainment circle in one fell swoop. No worries, sis. Soar with courage. If anything goes awry, you'll bear the consequences, playfully sticking out her tongue. our only surviving sister in the entertainment industry. It hasn't been this lively on Weibo since ages past. One might reasonably suspect that Song Zhezhi has encountered some mental stimulus or perhaps got too carried away with 5 men. You didn't mention it. And I almost forgot. I'm so curious about who those 5 men are and who got dumped, haha, which unfortunate soul is it? Apologies. But I must admit I've become a bit of a fan. Who could resist a mad yet beautiful celebrity? She seems to be portraying our mental state, equally bringing down everyone haughtily. With such a public sentiment, Qin Lu swiftly discerned the direction for public relations, promptly securing a trending topic for Song Zhezhi as the madly beautiful woman. Simultaneously, the official lineup announcement for the dating reality show You and My Sweet Time also made waves. The production team initially revealed only that Song Zhezhi would be participating, and as soon as the news broke, it soared to the 2nd spot on the trending list. Just as everyone was puzzled by a female star joining a dating show, particularly not as a guest in the observation room, another announcement sent shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry. Hezhi would also be participating in You and My Sweet Time. Hezhi? A dating show? Am I seeing things? Seriously, is the entertainment industry going insane? Everyone has lost their minds? Wait. It's been nearly 2 months without news, and now it's just about joining a dating show? Isn't spreading rumors illegal? The production team doesn't need to ride this wave of hype, right? Before the latest comment could even reach 8 minutes, Hezhi himself retweeted the announcement from You and My Sweet Time, propelling it to the top of the trending topics. Hezhi, dating show, Song Zhezhi's, dating show. Meanwhile, Song Zhezhi, who had tossed her phone aside and slipped into a deep slumber, remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing online. It wasn't until she was bombarded awake by Qin Lu's incessant calls that she realized it was the day to report to the dating show. With her hair in a bun and wearing cropped pants, she declared, "Remember, I'm Zhezhi." Now solely focused on leveraging her honesty to earn money, Song Zhezhi had no intention of maintaining any semblance of her previous lofty persona. She was now akin to the mud on the ground, unapologetically herself. Be mindful later. Make a good impression on the director and producers, or you'll end up with a chaotic edit. Qin Lu had been rambling since they set out, and her chatter continued even as they stepped into the elevator. Song Zhezhi folded her arms, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips. As if I'm not already in enough trouble, I'll choose to shine and glow while embracing my madness. Oops, let's slip another truth. Ha, bonus points. She playfully bargained with the system. Qin Lu, listening intently, shot a look at Song Zhezhi that clearly read, "Try saying that again." Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Song Zhezhi adjusted her glasses, offering a sheepish smile. "Don't worry, I'll try not to go insane." "Not likely." Qin Lu rolled her eyes, but refrained from pursuing the topic further. As they approached the 17th floor, an idea struck her, and she quickly interjected, "By the way, Hezhi is also in this show. It's best for you to keep your distance from him. His fans have quite the bite." Hezhi? Song Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, assuring, "Rest easy, I have no interest in him whatsoever." "Oh, how haughty you are." Claiming indifference. "Does he even notice you?" Qin Lu shot her an eye roll. The elevator hadn't yet reached the 17th floor, stopping instead at the 16th. The doors opened slowly and Song Zhezhi, feeling defiant, pushed her sunglasses down slightly, retorting, "Pfft, it's just Hezhi, I'm already bored with him, okay?" As the elevator doors fully opened, Qin Lu glanced up and was met with a sight that made her pupils dilate in shock. She quickly nudged Song Zhezhi. Initially, Song Zhezhi had been focused on Qin Lu, but upon being nudged, she grumbled, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to express boredom? Are you his die-hard fan, or something?" After saying this, she followed Qin Lu's gaze. Just one glance, and her very soul trembled, instinctively prompting an exclamation. "What the goo?" Hehe. Song Zhezhi looked on, hastily adjusting her sunglasses to shield her eyes, attempting to avoid any direct eye contact. Though her peripheral vision couldn't resist stealing glances at Hezhi. He wore a black shirt, the second button undone, revealing a glimpse of his attractive and delicate collarbone, exuding an air of restrained allure under the bright lights. His deep-set eyes seemed to express profound emotions with every subtle movement, and for a brief moment, his gaze lingered on Song Zhezhi before he shifted his focus away and stood beside her. His assistant, trailing closely behind, glared at Song Zhezhi with a mix of indignation, seemingly wanting to voice something but refraining from doing so. The short elevator ride felt excruciating for Song Zhezhi as Hezhi's towering presence enveloped her. along with the familiar scent that invaded her senses, a blend of delicate violet and sweet English pear. Unbeknownst to her, she had stolen countless glances at Gu Hezhi. Noticing he had lost quite a bit of weight, clearly not eating well. Wait, why should she care about Gu Hezhi? Teased. Just a discarded fish. Merely a means to her financial ends. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, jolting Song Zhezhi's back to her senses. Qin Lu swiftly pulled her out, anxious to prevent her from saying anything outrageous. She could hardly tolerate it any longer.
Ugh.
What kind of person is this? Has Song Zhezhi's truly lost her mind? She's even fabricating rumors about you, lying without a second thought. Gu Hezhi's assistant couldn't hold back any longer, venting as soon as Song Zhezhi's exited the elevator. Who is Gu Hezhi? The renowned white moonlight and acclaimed actor in the entertainment industry. A paragon of quality and devoid of scandals. How could someone like Song Zhezhi's even think of associating with him? She didn't lie. Gu Hezhi's voice was calm as he uttered those 4 words, a veil of sorrow clouding his eyes. By the time he stepped out of the elevator, his assistant was still processing the weight of his words. Didn't he lie? Song Zhezhi's didn't he lie? That could only mean one thing. Song Zhezhi's had indeed been involved with him. It also implied that her claim of being bored with him was genuine. Remembering her words at the recent awards ceremony about having broken up with someone not long ago, and considering Gu Hezhi's silence over the past 2 months' goodness. Song Zhezhi's, you are truly a marvel. Utterly outrageous. Chapter 5. Respectfully pretending, is it true? Did you really have a fling with Gu Hezhi? Qin Lu asked. Trailing behind Song Zhezhi's, disbelief etched across her face. Respectfully pretending, Song Zhezhi's replied with remarkable composure. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Lu, and she grabbed Song Zhezhi's. Her expression filled with concern. How did the breakup happen? Was there a conflict? Is he one of your financial backers? I once thought you were involved with one of those portly middle-aged men, but to my surprise, it is Gu Hezhi. Is it possible for reconciliation without any conflict? A flurry of questions caught Song Zhezhi off guard. Listening to this, she felt a tinge of helplessness. If Gu Hezhi alone stirred such turmoil, what would happen if Qin Lu discovered her entanglements with those other men? Pondering this, Song Zhezhi entered, awkwardly smiling at Qin Lu as she said, "Thank you. But I must politely decline, sister." Decline what? 2 familiar voices rang out simultaneously as Song Zhezhi stepped through the door. Startled, she inadvertently trembled. Goodness! Is it true that what one speaks manifests? Cold sweat. Raising her gaze towards the sound, she found Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye both smiling at her. The room also housed 2 other young women, likely fellow guests on the show, much like herself. Among them, the one she recognized was Su Qingxue, a budding star in the entertainment industry, often referred to as a pure little fairy. It was common knowledge that Su Qingxue harbored feelings for Gu Hezhi, having attended the same high school, a fact she frequently boasted about, landing on trending topics countless times. The other girl, adorned in designer labels and sporting a sulky expression, resembled someone who was woefully unfulfilled. Song Zhezhi was taken aback by her own thoughts, but soon understood why the girl wore such a countenance. Just as Jiang Xunye approached her, calling out sister, the girl also stood and walked toward Song Zhezhi. At the moment Jiang Xunye's hand was almost touching Song Zhezhi, the girl preemptively extended her own hand towards her. With her arms crossed defiantly, she scrutinized Song Zhezhi from head to toe, before disdainfully introducing herself. "You must be Song Zhezhi, right? I've heard I speak of you. I'm Bai Xiying, and Jiang Xunye, and I share a childhood bond." Observing the girl's show of bravado, Song Zhezhi found it amusing, raising an eyebrow as she first extended her hand slightly before swiftly touching her ear. "Oh, how curious. I don't recall little Yi mentioning you." As she spoke, her enchanting eyes fell upon Jiang Xunye. Jiang Xunye, momentarily flustered, hastily explained, "Sister, she's talking nonsense. I'm not familiar with her. Are you tired? Would you like to sit down first? I can peel some lychees for you, and later we can participate in the recording together." Bai Xiying, watching this exchange, was nearly infuriated. "Jiang Xunye!" she exclaimed, pretending to punch him, but he deftly dodged, retorting, "No physical contact between men and women." Having said this, Jiang Xunye grasped Song Zhezhi's wrist, attempting to lead her to a seat. Song Zhezhi twisted her wrist, breaking free from his grasp. Hadn't they just agreed to part ways? No physical contact. She didn't want him tugging at her. As she said this, she sidestepped Jiang Xunye and seated herself elsewhere. Jiang Xunye fiddled with his empty fingers, a fleeting sadness crossing his gaze. As soon as Song Zhezhi settled down, Jin Shinian presented her with a plate of peeled lychees, his eyes exuding a gentle smile that was hard to refuse. Meanwhile, this scene struck Su Qingxue as particularly irksome. She had been the first female guest to arrive, drawn initially by Gu Hezhi, but upon seeing Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye, her heart had begun to sway. After hearing her manager whisper about the backgrounds of Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian, she could hardly remain composed. The young master of the Jiang family and the heir of the Jin family were surely more illustrious than Gu Hezhi. Yet, despite her attempts to engage them, they had both acted aloof. Now, with Song Zhesh's arrival, they seemed so warmly receptive towards her. Why should Song Zhesh be the center of attention? As these thoughts churned in her mind, a hint of jealousy clouded Su Qingxue's eyes. Sister Song Zhesh is quite popular, isn't she? Unlike me, who seems to be overlooked, she lamented, feigning a look of grievance. Song Zhesh picked up a lychee, savoring its sweetness as it filled her mouth. She glanced at Su Qingxue and chuckled lightly. Indeed, but fear not. If you learn from your sister, you too shall become popular. Take your time, no need to rush. Surprised by Song Zhesh's response,
Su Qingxue momentarily froze.
She could not fathom such an answer. It was audacious. Qin Lu, observing from behind, poked Song Zhesh, her eyes questioning the situation. Song Zhesh feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow. Qin Lu, exasperated, leaned closer, whispering, "What is going on with everyone? You just arrived. Don't stir up trouble." Song Zhesh shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't provoke trouble. Trouble finds me. Do you understand, Sister Qin?" "What? What do I understand?" Qin Lu's eyes scanned the gathering. Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian were both glancing toward Song Zhesh, while Su Qingxue feigned innocence, struggling to peel a lychee. By seeing shocked glances between Jiang Xunye and Song Zhesh, her grip on the lychee tightening with frustration. Wrapping her arm around Qin Lu's neck, Song Zhesh playfully breathed. "Just so, you know, both of these gentlemen are also my ex-boyfriends, Qin Lu." Chapter 6. She said she was bored of them. Aren't they quite handsome? Song Zhesh continued teasingly. Indeed, they were both quite dashing. Qin Lu appeared still reeling from the shock of the revelations, her speech faltering. "Oh, I met myself. Apologies for my tardiness." Just as Song Zhesh finished her sentence, Gu Hezhi's voice resonated from the entrance. His tone was gentle, akin to a clear spring trickling over jade. The tousled hair at his forehead brushed against his brows, cascading over his striking phoenix eyes. As Song Zhesh turned to glance at him, she found Gu Hezhi's gaze directed her way as well. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the calmness in Gu Hezhi's eyes melted like winter snow meeting the warmth of spring, creating ripples of emotion. Simultaneously, Song Zhesh felt as if she had inadvertently stumbled into a deep well of affection, ensnared by the vines of suppressed yet undeniable feelings. Oh, not late at all. Just in time, the chief PD of the production team, having heard Gu Hezhi's voice, hurriedly emerged from the recording room, his face adorned with an obsequious grin. He promptly summoned the staff to pour water for Gu Hezhi. Upon hearing this, Gu Hezhi slowly withdrew his gaze from Song Zhesh and politely smiled at the chief PD, saying, "No need, let us begin recording. The crew is waiting for us to start today." The chief PD eagerly nodded in compliance, knowing better than to voice any objections. Gu Hezhi's participation in their show was nothing short of a miracle. This time, the production team had indeed struck gold, with individuals of Gu Hezhi's caliber. Alongside Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye, proactively reaching out to express their desire to participate. What could possibly overshadow this show? Thinking this, the chief PD's face was beaming, as he led Gu Hezhi inside while also considering the arrangements for Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye. "Everyone, come on in. Everything is ready, haha." As soon as the chief PD's words fell, Su Qingxue was the first to rise. Upon seeing Gu Hezhi, her desire to cling to him was uncontrollable. Watching Gu Hezhi enter the recording room, she hurriedly followed, as if she were arriving alongside him. The production team had arranged for her manager's personnel to ensure she received ample interaction with Gu Hezhi, as long as they appeared in the same frame. The buzz would naturally follow. Following closely behind was Bai Xiying, who was utterly disinterested in witnessing Jiang Xunye's flirtations with Song Zhezhi any longer. Striding toward the recording studio in her high heels, she deliberately made a loud clatter with each step, yet failed to capture even a fleeting glance from Jiang Xunye, which only fueled her irritation further. As Gu Hezhi diverted his gaze, Song Zhezhi promptly followed suit, quickly retracting her focus from the plate of lychees she had been showcasing. Wiping her hands before entering the recording studio, Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye naturally trailed behind her. The The recording studio was expansive, divided into several segments for different camera positions. The guests present were assigned to various spots, arranged from left to right as by seeing Su Qingxue, Gu Hezhi, Song Zhezhi, Jiang Xunye, and Jin Shinian. Once seated, Su Qingxue exchanged a knowing glance with the staff responsible for filming behind-the-scenes footage, both nodding and understanding. Following today's recording, the footage and videos related to public figures would be released directly, presenting an excellent opportunity for strategic promotion. Humans, after all, are creatures of first impressions. As long as her team initiated a narrative framing her relationship with Gu Hezhi, subsequent efforts to cultivate their on-screen chemistry would be significantly facilitated. The lights and reflectors were promptly activated, momentarily startling Song Zhezhi, who instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Sister Zhezhi, we are about to commence the interview. The Q staff spoke with a friendly demeanor, exhibiting a polite tone. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Zhezhi felt an inexplicable thrill. She was eager for someone to pose questions to her, as honest responses would earn her points, each point equating to a fortune of 10 million. She was determined to amass wealth and escape the entertainment industry as swiftly as possible. Have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Staff members from various camera positions inquired almost synchronously. Upon hearing this question, both Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye turned their gazes toward Song Zhezhi, while Gu Hezhi merely pursed his lips slightly. I have, they all replied in unison, yet their expressions varied distinctly. Song Zhezhi arched an eyebrow, flashing a grin at the camera. Oh, isn't that evident? Of course I have. Didn't I mention that I've dated several at once? Let us see. Was it 4? She counted on her fingers, her demeanor earnest. Beside her, Su Qingxue appeared genuinely surprised by her response. Her mouth agape before she offered a sweet smile to the camera. I haven't had the time for romance. I've been focused on my work, which is why I thought to participate in this program, she said, casting a shy glance at Gu Hezhi before quickly averting her gaze, blushing with embarrassment. The filming staff astutely captured her fleeting glance. And how did your last relationship come to an end? The interview continued for those with romantic histories, while guests lacking such experiences skipped this question, moving to the third one. Upon hearing this inquiry, the expressions of Jin Shinian, Jiang Xunye, and Gu Hezhi visibly darkened. I've caught you red-handed for playing the field, Jiang Xunye quipped, a hint of youthful bravado spilling forth for the cameras. It was my fault. I couldn't compete with others, Jin Shinian replied, furrowing his brow, sorrow evident in his features. Meanwhile, Gu Hezhi's expression grew even more somber than that of the other two. Upon hearing the question, he knitted his brows in contemplation, and after a moment of silence, he lowered his gaze, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing his melancholy. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze once more, revealing a depth of sorrow akin to the tumultuous tides of winter. She said she grew tired of it, Gu Hezhi remarked with a faint smile. Yet the hand resting on his knee unconsciously clenched into a fist. Acknowledging that someone no longer harbored feelings for you is indeed a daunting and painful admission. It's hard to evaluate, you know? During the last interview, I wasn't really well, so I just went along with it, haha. Song Zhezhi interjected almost immediately after Gu Hezhi spoke. Their states, however, were worlds apart. One was basking in the warmth of spring, while the other was shrouded in the chill of winter. The staff members were momentarily taken aback by Gu Hezhi's response. What the heck? Who could possibly grow tired of him? That face, that physique. Oh my God, what woman would dare to let him go? Their astonishment reflected the sentiments of a broader audience. As the final question regarding their motivations for joining the show concluded, the pre-broadcast recording segment officially wrapped up. The program titled Our Sweet Moments touted a slogan of live romance, with no edits, ensuring that even these interviews remained uncut. Consequently, even before the show aired, the guests who had undergone recording, along with the entire production team, dominated the trending searches. Gu Hezhi, tired of the game, esports model Jiang Xunye, dumped. What kind of woman would let someone like Jin Shinian slip away? Song Zhezhi, I'm here to make money, hehe. Su Qingxue and Gu Hezhi make a perfect pair. Who is by seeing? The unedited program emphasizes authenticity. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Chapter 7. If you have no home, come walk with me amidst the flurry of heartbreak and romantic trending topics. Song Zhezhi emerged as a refreshing breeze. Sister, please stop tempting me, or I might just become your fan. Some mused, I wonder if the production team couldn't find an editor, or if they're simply lazy. But I appreciate the authenticity. Others speculated, Could this be for the sake of entertainment? And I genuinely want to ask, who is Zheji's ex-girlfriend? What kind of woman could say she's tired of him? Zheji in her wild phase? I'd love to see that. Can the fans of Zheji please stop being so outrageous? She and Zheji are worlds apart. Is it possible that there aren't any fans of Zheji at all? Just casual observers? Perhaps Zheji secretly harbors feelings for her? I think it's feasible. The notorious supporting actress alongside a top-tier actor, haha. Sister is all about defiance. Don't mind me, or I might unleash Zheji upon you. Why do I find this behind-the-scenes footage so strange? The other two handsome guys seem to keep glancing at Zheji. Oh dear, while Zheji may not be perfect, her looks and figure are undeniably stunning, drooling. It's only natural to admire her. Both of these handsome fellows have been dumped. My goodness, who could let them go? If I could date someone like that, I'd be eternally grateful. Is Zheji joking, or is she serious? How many has she dated at once? While everyone else is being dumped, Zheji is dating multiple at once before moving on. That's quite impressive. Is there something going on between Jiang Xunye and Hezhi? Their behind-the-scenes moments appear quite sweet. Artificial sweetness. So fake, stay away. Suddenly, a thought struck Zheji as she lay on the couch, applying a facial mask and scrolling through Weibo. Upon seeing the latest comment, her hand trembled involuntarily. Her heart racing. Today, she noticed Hezhi had lost quite a bit of weight. It was evident he wasn't eating well. Sighing, she reflected that she should never have pursued Hezhi based on his looks. Picking up a boy on the street was indeed a dangerous game that would require responsibility. As I reminisce about the moment I first encountered Hezhi, it feels as though it intertwines with the present night, a night drenched in rain, reminiscent of that year when, after our high school evening study session, she found herself, without an umbrella, trudging home in the downpour. Turning into a narrow alley, just before reaching her doorstep, she spotted a youth in the same school uniform as hers, crouched beneath an eave. At that time, the boy's features were strikingly refined, his demeanor untouched by the weight of experience, exuding an unrefined intensity. The tumult of thunder and lightning on that stormy night was unsettling enough, but the sudden presence of another person at her doorstep startled Zheji, especially since the boy's arm was stained with blood. As she drew closer, she discerned a dazed expression in his eyes, as if he were intoxicated, his cheeks flushed. Upon noticing Zheji, he murmured softly, "Sister, I have no home." It mattered little whether she recognized him. He seemed to be seeking the last vestige of solace in this vast world. Initially, she intended to ignore him, but as she circled around him and retrieved her keys, she remained vigilant, observing him closely. Yet he did not move. He merely gazed up at the rain droplets cascading from the eaves, akin to a cat trapped in despair, pleading with the heavens for a chance to reverse time and reclaim all that he held dear. Perhaps it was divine compassion that heard his silent prayer. For in that instant, Zheji, as if enchanted, stepped towards him. In her original world, she too had been abandoned and, upon arriving in this realm, found herself without any familial ties. The only person she vaguely remembered was an elderly woman who had taken her in, a kind-hearted grandmother who had once imparted wisdom to her. "My dear, you must always strive to be an honest and trustworthy person, true to the goodness and thoughts within you." Regrettably, the very person who taught her the value of trust had betrayed it, failing to fulfill the promise of perpetual companionship. "If you have no home, come with me," she offered. Perhaps they could be half a family together? Extending her hand towards the boy, the warm, golden light from within her home spilled through the door, illuminating her figure and seemingly igniting a flicker of brightness in his originally dull eyes. Hezhi grasped her hand, and she reciprocated, unaware that they would traverse 6 years together in this manner. Later, Zheji would come to understand that Hezhi had already been grappling with psychological challenges. The abrupt loss of his family had left him profoundly insecure and in dire need of validation from others to affirm that his existence in this world held significance. Thus, he chose a path in the entertainment industry, yearning for attention and recognition. While he appeared gentle and graceful on the surface, the true Hezhi had, unbeknownst to anyone, become increasingly obsessive and pathological, hiding his struggles so deeply that even Zheji remained oblivious. He regarded Zheji as his entire world, tethering his sense of worth to her presence. As time passed, this sentiment intensified, ultimately becoming a force he could no longer restrain. When Zhezhi finally sensed the weight of Hezhi's obsession and confinement, her instinct was to flee, yet, simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming compassion for him. For instance, at this moment, as she read comments lamenting Hezhi's silence for over 2 months, her brow, concealed beneath a face mask, furrowed in concern. Before she could dwell on her worries for him, a call from Qin Lu abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "Hello?" she began, but before she could finish, Qin Lu's exuberant voice burst forth. "Darling, can you seduce the president of Xingsheng Group, Qin Moyan?" Chapter 8. Damn it, I loathe pretentiousness. Do you even hear yourself? Absurd. Without hesitation, Zhezhi retorted to Qin Lu. After all, this comes at another price. On the other end of the line, Qin Lu's tone dripped with a hint of despair. "If you don't go, our company is going to collapse. Who knows which wretch offended Xingsheng? If our company goes under, we'll both be out of jobs." Initially, Zhezhi had activated the speakerphone and placed her phone on the bathroom counter. However, upon hearing Qin Lu's grievances, particularly the mention of a wretch, her hand paused mid-wash. Ahem. She cleared her throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "But why do I have to seduce him?" Qin Lu's enthusiasm surged at her question. "Well, I heard our boss met with Qin Moyan, and that he saw Qin Moyan's phone lock screen wallpaper was you. So, he might think Qin Moyan is your fan. Hehe. But I don't recall that photo. It doesn't seem like one you've made public. How strange. Hey. As Qin Lu prepared to launch into her deductive reasoning, Zhezhi hurriedly interjected. "But I'm about to record a show, so I want to have the chance to help. Maybe his wallpaper is just one of those auto-changing ones? Why don't you try looking for someone else?" Having washed her face, she took her phone and headed towards her bedroom. "Don't worry, the company will arrange everything. As long as you agree, we can carve out some time during the recording to help you meet with President Qin. Hehe. You just need to talk him up a bit." Just need to listening to Qin Lu's nonchalant remarks, Zhezhi's face, freshly treated with a whitening mask, darkened slightly. Her silence was interpreted by Qin Lu as acquiescence, and she simply added, "Rest well, my dear," before hanging up, leaving no room for Zhezhi to refuse. Damn it. Earning money is harder than eating excrement. On the other side, after hanging up, Qin Lu finally exhaled, turning to face the man lounging on the leather sofa. Leisurely swirling a glass of red wine, Qin Moyan, with a face full of frustration. "Cousin, I've done just as you instructed. You mustn't tell my mother about my dealings with Jiang." With that, she looked earnestly at the man, who exuded an aura of defiance. Qin Moyan's long fingers rhythmically tapped the rim of his wineglass, his gaze fixated solely on the drink, seemingly indifferent to Qin Lu's presence. "Who cares about your romantic entanglements? Just remember to remind Zhezhi to work hard." With that, Qin Moyan drained his glass and rose, heading upstairs without a glance at Qin Lu, who was left flailing her arms in exasperation. "Ha! Calling her a love-struck fool? What about you?" she muttered angrily to herself. "She's not a love-struck fool. Jiang makes her porridge." As the night enveloped the world, the moonlight intertwined with the city's neon glow, weaving a tapestry of enchanting dreams. Upon awakening, Zhezhi felt a familiar ache in her back and waist, for she had dreamt of a brawl among several figures. Glancing at the time, she hurriedly prepared, realizing it was nearly time to head to the live broadcast of the dating reality show. Our Sweet Moments is fundamentally similar to other dating shows in its premise of selecting exceptional individuals from various professions for romantic observation. Traditionally featuring ordinary people, this show, however, incorporates numerous public figures, rendering it particularly captivating. In addition to the 3 officially announced men and women, new guests are expected to join, likely adding 1 or 2 more pairs today. Given the impressive lineup of guests, the production team secured substantial investments shortly after the announcement, upgrading their filming equipment to the most advanced technology, striving for a comprehensive 360-degree observation. The live broadcast venue is a quaint villa, akin to typical dating shows. But what sets this particular program apart, right from its inception, is its distinctive format. As night descends, solitude envelopes individuals, evoking a sense of loneliness. In a bid to alleviate the world's emotional burdens and fulfill the aspiration of uniting lovers, the special accommodation rules for our Sweet Moments have been devised. Each evening, participants will engage in mutual selection, and those who successfully pair will retreat to the opulent seaside suite on the villa's top floor for an evening of rest together. Zhezhi was the first to arrive at the live broadcast venue. Upon stepping out of the car, She immediately delivered a breathtaking visual impact to the audience in the streaming room, with delicate willow-shaped brows framing a pair of enchanting fox-like eyes. She captured the heart with a single glance. A small mole perched on her nose added an air of innocent charm, reminiscent of the ethereal grace found in nature's creatures. Her form-fitting black velvet dress accentuated her exquisite silhouette, peach-like curves, and ant waist, each proportion strikingly appealing to the eye. Cascading waves of ebony hair fell naturally over her shoulders, subtly revealing her collarbone. What's the point of alleviating emotional burdens? It's merely a matter of sharing a bed, yet they speak of it so artistically. Goodness, I detest pretentiousness. She couldn't help but mutter as she scanned the notice at the villa's entrance. After her brief lament, a spark of realization about the honesty points eased her mind. Oh no, my earrings vanished again. I've said it a million times, Zhezhi may not be perfect, but I truly adore this face. Haha, goodness. Who would have thought a star would say something like that? To the editing team, my heartfelt thanks. Does anyone understand? Being berated so early in the morning is quite the ordeal. Oh no, am I the only one who just watched Zhezhi smile? What if I fall for her? As the villa door swung open, a massive display screen confronted her, showcasing the happenings within the live broadcast. Above the screen, a real-time statistics table exhibited the discussion and popularity levels of each participant. Unsurprisingly, Zhezhi held the top rank. What if I fall for you? She pondered as she placed her luggage aside and settled onto the sofa, showing off a lychee. Rest assured, if you fall for me, it merely signifies your good taste. Go ahead and love boldly, darling. As long as I don't fall for you, all is well. Haha, Sister Song, I'm curious. Who are your benefactors? Can you share? Giggles. With a sidelong glance at the comment, Zhezhi replied with a mock tone of exasperation. Oh dear, curiosity will only lead you astray. Listen to your sister. Don't be too inquisitive, ha, sister. You're my only connection in the entertainment industry. You can't collapse under pressure. You must spill some beans for me. I crave the juicy details. This generation of netizens truly lacks decency, ha. Even when Zhezhi is in such a predicament, they still want her to spill tea. I also enjoy gossip. Given that you're about to fall in love with me, feel free to ask away. Go on, the more you inquire, the more I'll respond truthfully and then make my escape, hehe. Respect, who do you wish to ask about, my fellow gossip enthusiasts? I'll generously share a few tidbits, hehe. As she casually peeled a lychee, she half-heartedly glanced at the barrage of comments. However, the name that suddenly appeared caused her to pause. Hezhi.
Hezhi, sob Hezhi?
She mused. It seemed there were no notable rumors about him, save for the one concerning her. Oddly enough, she felt no urge to divulge it. Suddenly inspired, she exclaimed, Hezhi. Haha, that lad only wears red underwear. For reasons unknown, her words halted the barrage in its tracks. Assuming the stream had lagged, Zhezhi waved at the camera, calling out, hello? Hello? Sister, behind you.
Ha. I am dying.
But why do I sense a hint of affection in Hezhi's gaze? As she read the comments floating past, Zhezhi stiffened, her head turning mechanically. When she looked back, she found Hezhi, who had entered unnoticed, calmly gazing at her. The emotions reflected in his radiant eyes, despite his attempts to conceal them, radiated warmth. Zhezhi popped a couple of lychees into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up adorably like a hamster, her expression brimming with innocence. She offered a pleasing smile to Hezhi, mumbling an invitation for him to sit while patting the spot beside her. Hezhi glanced at her toes, gripping the soles of her slippers, and couldn't help but chuckle. His gaze lingered on her blue slippers for a few moments before he placed his luggage aside. Ha. How can Sister Zhezhi be so shy? Wasn't she quite bold earlier? What is going on now? During the brief seconds Hezhi took to stow his belongings, the barrage of comments turned into playful teasing directed at Zhezhi, as if they were determined to push her to her limits. Brave? Not at all. My toes could furnish each of you with a complete set of Barbie dream castles. Silence. The gossip master is closing shop. Zhezhi waved dismissively, avoiding the camera's gaze.
Don't.
The gossip door must remain open. How can it close just like that?
Ha.
Be brave, Zhezhi. Don't fear the challenges. Is this the level of the Gossip Guild Master? That's simply one to do. Where's the dignity of the Gossip Guild? By the way, did Zhezhi really say Hezhi only wears red underwear? When did Zhezhi ever fib? Hands on hips, you may doubt her. But you can't doubt her words, ha. But how does she know that Hezhi only wears red underwear? No way, right?
Has she seen it?
The bolder the gossip guild master might have even shared a bed with him, hehe hand over mouth. The comments buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a lively celebration. After Gu Hezhi placed his luggage, he switched his original slippers for a pair of pink ones. When he reappeared in the viewer's sight, his formerly black slippers had transformed into pink ones. Gu Hezhi in pink. I never imagined that someone so seemingly aloof would wear pink slippers. Yet, in a way, Song Zhezhi's claim about him only wearing red underwear suddenly makes sense. Why did he specifically change into pink? Could it be because Song Zhezhi wore blue? No way, no way. If that is the case, I might just start shipping them. Come on, shipping them seems implausible. These two seem to be opposites in every way. Apologies, but I'm naturally rebellious. If you tell me not to ship them, I'll insist on doing so. Song Zhezhi scanned the swiftly flowing comments, feeling a slight headache. Just then, Gu Hezhi responded to her earlier remark by sitting beside her. She stole a glance at his pink slippers, then raised her gaze to meet his. While she didn't narcissistically believe he had changed his shoes for her sake, she couldn't resist the urge to comment. New shoes? Pink and blue? Is this a subtle hint of admiration? Are you secretly in love with me? Having said that, Song Zhezhi closed her eyes in exasperation, utterly mortified. Sister, please don't say such things. I'm scared. Oh no. The guild master is about to be overwhelmed by the fanbase. I'll make my exit now. Zhezhi, we share both fortune and misfortune. This has nothing to do with us. Song Zhezhi, what happened to the gossip guild? How can it possibly close down? As expected, after a few teasing comments about Song Zhezhi, the barrage quickly shifted to critiques and attacks from Gu Hezhi's fanbase, only to abruptly cease midway. Gu Hezhi gazed at Song Zhezhi, a gentle smile gracing his lips, followed by a serious hum of acknowledgement. In that singular moment, the world around them fell into an immediate hush. Had he not added a rather uncomfortable remark shortly thereafter, the trending topics would have surely erupted once more. The system's voice echoed in his ear. Integrity points, 2. Current total, 21. Please continue to strive, host. Instantly, Song Zhezhi's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at Gu Hezhi. Oh my goodness, I'm one step closer to 10 million. In her joyful state, she barely paid heed to the barrage of insults directed at her in the comments. Gu Hezhi, momentarily lost in her gaze, felt a tremor in the fingers that rested casually on his knee. Psychological studies suggest that a person's pupils dilate and their gaze brightens when they see someone they adore. Does her current look at me imply that she still harbors feelings? Could there be hope for Song Zhezhi and me? If only I could be a bit more obedient, a tad more compliant. As these thoughts tumbled through his mind, his eyes brimmed with an emotion he found increasingly difficult to restrain. Unbeknownst to her, Song Zhezhi returned to her blissful enjoyment of lychees, even offering 2 to Gu Hezhi as an expression of her gratitude. As the fruit was transferred from her hand to his, time seemed to slow in Gu Hezhi's world. He stared blankly at the 2 lychees, the tendrils of memory stretching long into the past. How much? 25 per pound? You really splurged. You love them, so I bought them. All right. Mixing with President Gu means going hungry for 3 days. But you want to eat? Of course I will. It's already bought, if you peel. With a flutter of his long eyelashes, Gu Hezhi gently grasped the lychees in his hand, as if they were not merely fruit but the treasures of his life. Lifting his gaze to the sight of Song Zhezhi, who was eagerly devouring lychees, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips, softening his features considerably. However, as soon as Song Zhezhi turned her gaze toward him, he quickly averted his eyes, focusing intently on peeling the lychees. Song Zhezhi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Had she misread the situation? She had thought Gu Hezhi was looking at her. TSK. Perhaps it's better to call it a narcissistic door instead of a lack of awareness. Despite their silence, the atmosphere between them was warm and natural, unfazed by the relentless criticisms from the comments. Yet, this harmonious ambience was abruptly shattered by the entrance of 2 newcomers. Sister, Jiang Xunye, could you not wait for me? The voices of Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying rang out simultaneously at the threshold, one filled with excitement and joy, while the other bore a tone of exasperation. Upon hearing the word sister, Gu Hezhi's hand, which had been peeling the lychee gifted by Song Zhezhi, froze. The warmth that had just blossomed between his brows was once again replaced by a chill. Song Zhezhi also heard Jiang Xunye's voice and, with a raised brow, turned to look at the entrance. As she did, Jiang Xunye, having just changed into slippers, walked toward the living room. Clad in a simple and clean white t-shirt, adorned with a silver necklace and a half-cross earring, He exuded an aura of youthful vitality. His hair, having been washed multiple times, had faded to a soft lavender, adding a touch of innocence to his rebellious demeanor. Is he calling Zhezhi sister? Whoa, he is so handsome. No wonder he is my idol in the competitive circle. Does he know Zhezhi? Wait, he said he came for someone. And now he is calling Zhezhi sister. What? One of Zhezhi's 4 major boyfriends is Jiang Xunye? Is Zhezhi really so ungrateful? Jiang Xunye doesn't he want her? I'm suddenly curious about the other exes. Not ex-boyfriends, but your future leaders. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xunye remarked, glaring at the lively barrage of comments. After placing his luggage down, he turned to Zhezhi, grinning widely to reveal his canines. Leaning over the coffee table to her and saying, "Sister, did you see the notice outside? Would you like to sleep with me tonight?" Chapter 10. We are, after all, half-sisters. As his words hung in the air, both Zhezhi and Hezhi froze in unison. Zhezhi, taken aback, quickly shoved the peeled lychee toward Jiang Xunye's lips. Poor boy, could you just stop talking? Her thoughts escaped her lips uncontrollably. Jiang Xunye, however, chuckled, slightly parting his lips to accept the lychee, deliberately brushing his luscious, full lips against Zhezhi's fingertips. She recoiled as if shocked, her hand withdrawing instinctively. Jiang Xunye straightened up, a playful smile gracing his face. Sister, you're still so sensitive. What is wrong with that? Haven't we slept enough together? His audacious smile and flamboyant words struck Hezhi like a dagger, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. Zhezhi's expression mirrored her discomfort, shifting from a rosy hue of embarrassment to a pale shock. Could it be that Jiang Xunye truly was bound to the honesty system? His words flowed effortlessly, as if he had not a single thought to spare, prompting an explosive reaction from the comments. Is this real? Am I actually witnessing this in the entertainment industry? What does haven't we slept enough mean? What kind of cat and dog, tiger wolf, talk is this? Highlight, still so sensitive. What does that even mean? As the comments spiraled into chaos, Zhezhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Where am I sensitive? Thanks for the invite, but my political stance is clear. As her words echoed, the comments erupted in laughter. Just when Zhezhi thought she could catch her breath, another figure entered the fray. Bai Xiying, following Jiang Xunye, stepped into the villa with a look of disdain plastered across her face. Upon seeing Jiang Xunye seated beside Zhezhi, her expression turned to one of indignation. Jiang Xunye, could you not help me with my luggage? Do you have any gentlemanly demeanor at all? Also, Uncle Jiang said you are not allowed to get close to this woman. What are you doing? Standing at the threshold, she questioned him with irritation, kicking off her custom high heels one by one, casting a disdainful glance at the slippers provided by the production team before reluctantly putting them on. Jiang Xunye's radiant smile faltered at her words, his gaze toward Bai Xiying growing colder and more menacing. Bai Xiying, caught in the glare of his icy stare, hesitated for a moment, but her innate pride as a young lady compelled her to lift her chin defiantly. What are you staring at? If you glare at me again, I'll tell Uncle Jiang, she retorted, trembling slightly as she cautiously made her way toward the living room sofa, sitting at a distance from Jiang Xunye. It was evident that his earlier gaze had intimidated her. Otherwise, given her usual demeanor, she would have clung to Jiang Xunye's side. Zhezhi observed the interaction between Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying with keen interest, chuckling softly and shaking her head. To Bai Xiying, however, this gesture appeared as blatant mockery, and the anger that had been stirred by Jiang Xunye erupted uncontrollably toward Zhezhi. Why are you laughing? If it weren't for you seducing Jiang Xunye, we would have been engaged long ago. It's precisely because you haven't uttered the word slut that Bai Xiying has once again received a piercing glare from Jiang Xunye. She instantly fell silent, her neck involuntarily retracting. Sister, don't listen to her nonsense. I won't get engaged to anyone, except. Just as Jiang Xunye was about to express his heartfelt feelings to Zhezhi, the ever-amusing Hezhi burst into laughter. His gaze shifted between Bai Xiying and Jiang Xunye for a moment. Musing, a man who can't even shake off an arranged marriage at home has the audacity to make promises to others? How peculiar. Who would have thought that teacher Song is fond of this sort? As he spoke, his eyes turned to Zhezhi. His gaze was profound, akin to a lake perched on the edge of a cliff, making it difficult to fathom its depths. Upon hearing his words, Zhezhi raised an eyebrow in surprise, then turned her attention to Bai Xiying and Jiang Xunye, who were also looking at her. With a gentle smile, she addressed Bai Xiying. Oh dear, little sister, don't behave like that. Aren't we half-sisters? Men are like clothes. But sisters are like kin. It's rather absurd to sever sisterhood over attire, isn't it? As she spoke, Zhezhi rested her chin on her hand, her fox-like eyes brimming with affection for everyone, the curve of her crimson lips resembling a hook that ensnares the heart. Bai Xiying, captivated by her gaze, felt her mind momentarily stall. Her eyes traced the path from Zhezhi's tender, smiling eyes down to her luscious, full lips. Instinctively swallowing hard, she found herself blushing when she regained her composure, furrowing her brow as she retorted, "Who is your sister, you vixen?" At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted uncontrollably, driven by the sheer excitement of the scene unfolding. What is happening here? Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying are bound by familial engagement, while Jiang Xunye harbors feelings for Zhezhi, and what about Zhezhi? It seems she has an interest in Hezhi? Huh? Why can't it be Hezhi, who has feelings for Zhezhi? Is it reasonable to say that? How much did Zhezhi pay to get in here? What is unreasonable about it? I just saw Hezhi, looking jealous. If your eyesight is poor, go get it checked. If Hezhi can fancy Zhezhi, I'll let you use my head as a football. Ha, I don't care who likes whom, I simply adore this chaotic romantic entanglement. It's all about the madness. What a ridiculous notion of half-sisters. Everyone here is my half-sister too, haha, love you all, ma. Zhezhi, one word, and the young ladies, CPU smokes. Suddenly, I find Bai Xiying somewhat adorable. May I ship Bai Xiying and Zhezhi? Ha, Zhezhi. You really know how to KTV. Did Bai Xiying just swallow? I must say, Zhezhi's looks are universally appealing. Bai Xiying, do you have any manners? Playing Yuri in a female rivalry story? The atmosphere was already wild, but what followed was even more exhilarating. Just as Bai Xiying simmered with impotent rage, another new guest entered. Upon seeing the newcomer in full view, Zhezhi was taken aback. Simultaneously, Hezhi's expression shifted. The arrival was Luo Hanzhong, the ex-boyfriend whom Zhezhi had once publicly announced to the world. Chapter 11. How Impudent You Are, Madness Edition. Though at the time, both Zhezhi and Luo Hanzhong were mere unknowns, their past relationship resurfaced as they both achieved success later on. However, now that Luo Hanzhong was considered a semi-celebrity, it was Zhezhi who faced the brunt of public scrutiny. In reality, Luo Hanzhong had seamlessly transitioned to dating the daughter of a wealthy magnate. After settling his belongings, Luo Hanzhong approached Zhezhi with a well-mannered smile, saying, "What a coincidence, you're participating in this program too." Unable to contain herself, Zhezhi rolled her eyes and replied, "What a coincidence. How pretentious. The guest list was announced yesterday, alright? I'm on it." Okay. Luo Hanzhong was slightly taken aback by her response. After all, this was quite different from the Zhezhi he once knew. It piqued his interest. "Is that so?" I haven't paid much attention. His words subtly implied that there was a significant disparity in their statuses. He hadn't been particularly invested in her. Zhezhi, hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "How amusing. I detest pretentious people like you. Shouldn't a good ex be as good as dead? What's the matter? Have you committed too many sins and come back from the dead?" With that, she leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed defiantly. Luo Hanzhong's expression darkened, and his smile faded slightly. After glancing at the camera, he tempered his emotions. Surely, Zhezhi's agitation was a sign of her lingering feelings, he mused. And with this thought, a smirk returned to his face. You've changed quite a bit. Zhezhi scrutinized Luo Hanzhong with a frown. Yes, the past is the past. But now you're just creepy. Have your eyes been healed? She pondered why she had ever been with Luo Hanzhong in the first place. Zhang is also on this program, what a surprise. The production team really knows how to stir things up. They've invited both Luo Hanzhong and Zhezhi, along with Hezhi. Casual bystander here. What is the relationship among these three? A love triangle? Not quite. Hezhi has no connection with Zhezhi, but she used to date Luo Hanzhong, who now bears the title of a budget version of Hezhi. What do you mean by budget version? Our Luo Hanzhong doesn't resemble anyone, okay? Looking at it, even as a bystander, I can see the resemblance is indeed budget, especially with the beauty mark above their left eyes. However, Hezhi is much more refined. Fans of Hezhi, don't be absurd. Stop bringing this up while pretending to be bystanders. Isn't it entertaining? I find it quite amusing, hehe. I wonder who is the one who previously hyped up the little Hezhi business. Isn't Luo Hanzhong gaining attention precisely because he has often linked with our Hezhi? You get to ride on our coattails and then bite back. Truly despicable. Hezhi isn't someone you can aspire to. I want to delve into how you slandered Song Zhezhi after breaking up. If anyone is interested, they can search it up. It's baffling who would still like someone who doesn't respect others, right? With Luo Hanzhong's arrival, the overall atmosphere of the barrage shifted from playful teasing tinged with hostility to outright confrontation. Catching sight of the term-budget version of Gu Hezhi flash across the comments, Luo Hanzhong's expression darkened further, and the smile on his lips froze. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Gu Hezhi, seated to the right of Song Zhezhi. At that moment, Gu Hezhi remained calm and unaffected, as he always had during their past encounters, seemingly indifferent to Luo Hanzhong's presence. Luo Hanzhong and his manager had consistently used Gu Hezhi for promotional purposes, yet Gu Hezhi appeared utterly unfazed by their antics, which only emboldened Luo Hanzhong and his manager to escalate their efforts, attaching Gu Hezhi's name to every possible headline. Though Luo Hanzhong couldn't fathom why Gu Hezhi remained indifferent to their behavior, he withdrew his gaze and refocused on Song Zhezhi. She remains as beautiful as ever, her figure captivating. Had it not been for Song Zhezhi's insistence on keeping her at bay and his lack of renown, he would have never mustered the courage to end their relationship. After all, with Song Zhezhi's stunning appearance and physique, merely having her in one's home would be a source of endless delight. Contemplating this, Luo Hanzhong couldn't help but break into a smile. "Are you attempting to catch my attention?" he quipped, raising an eyebrow at Song Zhezhi's. Lost in her own thoughts regarding her peculiar association with Luo Hanzhong, Song Zhezhi's eyes widened in shock upon hearing his words. "Have you lost your mind? How audacious of you. My ex-girlfriend is still a person." With a face full of disdain, she leaned back against the sofa, as if merely sharing the same air with Luo Hanzhong was a burdensome ordeal.
Dude.
"It's broad daylight. Don't scare me like that. I'll have nightmares," she added, glancing away from Luo Hanzhong, fearing that a single moment of eye contact might suggest lingering affection on her part. The barrage of comments erupted. How can someone tell ghost stories in broad daylight? Has Luo Hanzhong always been this slick? Where's the slickness? It's clearly Song Zhezhi who spoke ungraciously, deliberately trying to grab our Luo Hanzhong's attention. What kind of fans does Luo Hanzhong have? All wrapped up in domestic dramas. Luo Hanzhong, the new oil king. I declare. The title of the new oil tycoon belongs to Luo Hanzhong. Don't say that. What if Luo Hanzhong responds with, "Woman, are you trying to catch my attention?" in a deep voice. The sisters watching the comments are so clear-headed, I'm dying of laughter. Though I'm not fond of Song Zhezhi's, I do enjoy her way of speaking. Well, it seems the netizens aren't in the best mental state, just spouting nonsense, huh? Observing Song Zhezhi's antics, Luo Hanzhong smiled, remarking on the art of seduction. He then turned to Jiang Xunye, seated to Song Zhezhi's left, commenting, "I didn't expect the second young master of the Jiang family to be here as well." He glanced at Bai Xiying and, with a gentle smile, added, "Here to foster romance with your fiancé on a reality show?" Jiang Xunye, already displeased with Luo Hanzhong's ongoing conversation with Song Zhezhi's, felt his irritation intensify upon hearing Luo Hanzhong's remark. Casting a glance at Song Zhezhi's, he turned his sharp gaze back to Luo Hanzhong. Rising, he extended his hand with a forced smile, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself, Jiang Xunye, the future boyfriend of Sister Song Zhezhi's." With a hint of warning in his raised eyebrow, he tilted his head mockingly towards Luo Hanzhong. Luo Hanzhong was visibly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Xunye's audacity, completely disregarding Bai Xiying's presence. As expected, at that moment, Bai Xiying's expression shifted, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Xunye was truly incomprehensible. He showed no regard for the relationships between their families, openly declaring himself as someone else's future boyfriend. What did he think he was doing? Where did that leave Bai Xiying? Luo Hanzhong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Song Zhezhi's, and sarcastically remarked, "Impressive." He reached out to shake Jiang Xunye's hand. But at that moment, Jiang Xunye's expression darkened, and he withdrew his hand, bending down to pluck a few grapes from the coffee table. Tossing one in the air and catching it in his mouth, he reclined back onto the sofa with a smirk. The sweet aroma of grapes wafted through the air as Jiang Xunye turned his half-body towards Song Zhezhi's, presenting the remaining grapes to her with a charming smile. "Sister, have some grapes to change the flavor." Song Zhezhi's raised an eyebrow, her gaze reflecting Jiang Xunye's beaming smile. His exuberance, accentuated by his prominent canines, made him appear exceptionally youthful. Young people often exhibit stark favoritism and double standards towards those they admire. All right, Song Zhezhi's accepted, not one to refuse. as she was indeed growing weary of lychees. Even if Jiang Xunye hadn't offered her grapes, she would have sought something else to eat. Luo Hanzhong observed their interaction, his gaze darkening as he withdrew his outstretched hand and sat beside Bai Xiying, aware that both Song Zhezhi and Jiang Xunye were visible to Gu Hezhi and Bai Xiying, their reactions differing considerably. Bai Xiying, witnessing Jiang Xunye's blatant flirtation with Song Zhezhi, felt a wave of anger wash over her, turning away with a huff, adopting an attitude of out of sight, out of mind. In contrast, Gu Hezhi silently watched Song Zhezhi, noting the uncontainable joy on her face, his expression largely unchanged, bordering on indifferent. Yet, in a corner hidden from the camera and others, his fist clenched tightly, the pressure suggesting a struggle within him, only to release moments later, his nails leaving deep imprints on his skin. "Sister, let us change up the flavors." Jiang Xunye's and Song Zhezhi's voices echoed in Gu Hezhi's ears like a looped recording. Their smiles and expressions were painfully bright in his eyes. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence until another guest arrived. Gu Hezhi is here. You all arrived quite early. I feel a bit embarrassed." The sweet, soft voice of Su Qingxue accompanied the gentle tone of Jin Shinian. Upon hearing it, Song Zhezhi sighed dramatically, feeling overwhelmed. Was it not enough to have Jiang Xunye exposing her? Now Jin Shinian was also joining in? As anticipated, the moment Jin Shinian approached Song Zhezhi with a smile, the comments section erupted. "Is that Zhezhi?
Zhezhi?
I initially thought he was calling Gu Hezhi. I'm dying of laughter. ISN, this handsome guy also acquainted with Song Zhezhi? Handsome guy, who are you?" Here comes the info. Jin Shinian, 21 years old, 185 centimeters tall. Heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine, with a rich background in opera, his grandmother manages multiple opera troupes, truly a nobleman. Song Zhezhi. How many delights have you indulged in behind our backs? Song Zhezhi. As the head of the sect, what's wrong with enjoying the finer things? I'm so envious. So they were all there for her, as mentioned in the preview? Song Zhezhi, how could you? Two handsome men, and you break up?
Break up.
Am I the only one wishing for Song Zhezhi to start a class? I kneel to attend. Would you pay to hear me if I started a class?
Oh.
What's wrong with breaking up? A woman like me, soaring like an eagle, cannot be shackled by romantic entanglements. I only engage in the longest-lasting love affair with money. Song Zhezhi, glancing at the comments, perceived a business opportunity, ignoring the newly arrived Jin Shinian, who gazed at her with adoration. So if you love money so much,
why did you leave me?
Just a word from you, would I not be willing to be your ATM? A deep, magnetic voice echoed from the entrance, accompanied by the sound of someone changing shoes. Song Zhezhi's attention was drawn irresistibly, and the others turned their gazes towards the entrance. Just one glance, and Song Zhezhi felt as if she were in for a world of trouble. Oh no, why are all these men showing up one after another today? Mr. Qin. Su Qingxue exclaimed in delight, rushing forward as if to help Qin Moyan with his luggage. As her hand hovered just above Qin Moyan's luggage, he slightly furrowed his brow and retreated a step. "No need, I have a germ phobia," he stated in a low voice. Su Qingxue stood frozen in place, her complexion fluctuating between crimson and pale, utterly mortified. Yet Qin Moyan appeared indifferent, sparing her not a single glance as he changed into his slippers and set his luggage aside. He unfastened a few buttons of his suit and took a seat opposite Song Zhezhi. With a raised eyebrow, his lips involuntarily curled into a smirk as he spoke. "So, you cherish wealth so much yet still propose a breakup with me? Is it that I do not stand tall enough? I recall stating before that with just one word from you, Song Zhezhi saying I do, the entire Xingsheng could be our shared dominion." After his statement, he briefly surveyed the other attendees seated around, offering a polite smile and nodding in greeting. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Moyan. I have come here to persuade Song Zhezhi to marry me." As he spoke, his keen, hawk-like gaze returned to Song Zhezhi. The moment his words fell, the comments section erupted in fervor. "Oh my, the president of Xingsheng. What celestial being did this dating show invite? He came here to make Song Zhezhi his bride. Song, you've been sneaking around behind our backs, haven to you? Mystery solved. Song Zhezhi has claimed my men. If she has taken them all, what chance do I have? How infuriating. Fairy, return my man. Sister Song, why not start a class? I listen while standing on my head." Meeting Qin Moyan's penetrating gaze, Song Zhezhi rubbed her temples in exasperation. Her mouth opened and closed, seemingly at a loss for words, until she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "See? This is what men do, they pressure you into marriage." Quite terrifying, isn't it? Thankfully, I've watched the disappeared her 15 times. Don't come near me. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xunye chuckled lightly and then turned his attention to Qin Moyan. The young man lifted his chin, his expression dripping with disdain. Is there anyone here lacking in funds? The previously boisterous comments section fell into a momentary silence before resuming its chatter. I am. Seriously, young Master Jiang, are you mocking us? Wasn't the service from your loyal servant satisfactory? Woe is me. I loathe this world. In 3 seconds, if I do not receive a fortune, the earth shall explode. What difference does it make if there's one more wealthy person in this world? As he spoke, Jiang Xunye turned his gaze back to Zhezhi, his eyes softening instinctively. If money could buy an I do from you, dear sister, I would willingly bankrupt myself for it. Chapter 13. Everything you ship will only harm you. The moment Jiang Xunye finished speaking, Zhezhi raised an eyebrow and said, "Ah, I see why I can't earn money. It's because people like you waste it all on frivolities. Did you see that, sisters?
Acocionaridad.
We must never become love-struck fools. Remember, this man may betray you, but our money will not." After saying this, she turned to Jiang Xunye and, lifting her chin, added, "Hey, wealthy man, send me 500 and let us see your prowess." Haha, Zhezhi, you're truly something. Heed the master's teachings. When the master acquires wealth, be sure to share some with us. Of course, my sister Song, while others play romance, she turns them into lessons. Didn't Zhezhi used to be quite the love-struck fool? I recall someone digging up her past with Luo Hanzong. She sacrificed her own resources for him. Isn't that being love-struck? Such a long and eye-catching comment could not have escaped Zhezhi's notice. Rolling her eyes, she gestured for silence toward the camera. Stop. We are merely internet acquaintances. You have crossed the line. Meanwhile, those who shared her view of the comment wore various expressions. Su Qingxue, after a moment of observation, gasped dramatically, her face a canvas of disbelief as she looked at Zhezhi. Did you and Hanzhong have a past? I had no idea. The moment those words escaped her lips, the others, already irritated by the comment, turned their displeased gazes toward her. Jiang Xunye exhibited the most evident reaction, shooting Su Qingxue a glare before his brow furrowed in annoyance. Just as he prepared to tell her to be quiet, she continued unabated, this time directly mentioning Gu Hezhi. In her eyes, it seemed that only Gu Hezhi and Zhezhi had no connection. Why should Zhezhi captivate them all? She was determined to claim them one by one. Did Senior Gu know about this? I actually think you and Hanzhong make quite the pair, don't you think, Senior? She said, widening her eyes in an attempt to appear innocent and pure. Gu Hezhi cast a fleeting glance at Su Qingxue, and the warm, polished smile that had graced his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. The warmth that had previously bloomed in his eyes, as he gazed at Zhezhi, suddenly succumbed to a winter chill, emanating an oppressive coldness. Su Qingxue shivered under his gaze, instinctively drawing her neck in. Senior. She tentatively probed. Yet Gu Hezhi remained silent, his attention instead captured by Zhezhi. You are more suited to him. One is foolish and the other wretched, an exquisite match. As you share a room with me, do you feel superior? Dare to bark again, and I shall ensure your fate is uncertain. Trash belongs with trash. May you both endure for eternity. Zhezhi reclined comfortably, fiddling with her nails as she berated him. Hearing the system prompt that her integrity points had increased, she laughed even more heartily. Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan, one unable to suppress a laugh, while the other shook his head in mild exasperation, found amusement in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Bai Seeing, who had been silently observing, widened her eyes in astonishment, never expecting Zhezhi would openly berate someone in such a setting. Neither Su Qingxue nor anyone else anticipated this. After hearing Zhezhi's remarks, Su Qingxue's eyes bulged like saucers, and she pointed a trembling finger at her. Can you not maintain some decorum, Zhezhi? Looking at her, Zhezhi arched an eyebrow, half closing her eyes as she retorted, I have no decorum. What should I be mindful of? Just moments ago, you referred to me as Sister Zhezhi, and now it's Zhezhi? Does that mean when in private you call Gu Hezhi Senior? I have not.
Su Qingxue hastily interjected.
Panic evident in her voice as she forgot to use her usual tone. I absolutely have not spoken ill of you in private, I swear. Zhezhi scoffed disdainfully, so. You're implying you've spoken ill of other seniors in private? Song Zhezhi. Su Qingxue shot a venomous glare at her before turning back to Gu Hezhi with an innocent expression. Senior. Gu Hezhi raised his gaze, but did not look at Su Qingxue. Instead, his unwavering stare was fixed on Song Zhezhi. It has nothing to do with me, he said in a flat tone, his eyes locked onto hers without blinking. His demeanor and expression seemed to convey an explanation to Song Zhezhi. What is Su Qingxue doing? I used to quite like her, but this. Haha, Song Zhezhi is so bold. She just berated her? What a spectacle. Hasn't Tr Snowy done anything wrong? What with Song Zhezhi's aggressive demeanor? She rattled our Snowy. Isn't it true that Su Qingxue instigated this? Deliberately trying to provoke Song Zhezhi with Luo Hanzhong's name? What does it mean to turn it back on her? Do they think we're fools not to get angry? Everyone says not to provoke Song Zhezhi. Her current mental state is rather poor. Haha, it's killing me with laughter. Why are so many people supporting Song Zhezhi now? Have they been bought off? Bought off? If I had that kind of money, I wouldn't be here witnessing the diversity of species, Song Zhezhi retorted with a hint of annoyance. The barrage of comments erupted into a fit of laughter. Honestly, Song Zhezhi, your current demeanor is quite intolerable. Qingxue hasn't said anything. Perhaps she truly doesn't know about our past. Thinking we're a match might just be a polite gesture. Besides, you are rather impressive among my exes. I wouldn't mind you at all. There's no need to be so hostile toward her. Lo Hanzhong remarked, soothingly offering 2 tissues to Su Qingxue. He aimed to establish his gentlemanly and gentle persona, and this was a perfect opportunity. Listening to him, Song Zhezhi couldn't help but chuckle. If you find me intolerable, I suggest you apply for an early burial qualification certificate. And what do you mean by I don't mind? Is it not possible that while you don't mind, I might? After all, what you can hold up as an ex is merely a past crime. She paused, scrutinizing Lo Hanzhong from head to toe. Then continued with a look of disdain, which can only be termed as a previous offense. And please, I beg you, refrain from spreading the word that we were together. Alright? It's frankly quite embarrassing. I tend to speak bluntly, so please don't take it to heart. You and Qingxue. As she spoke, she bowed solemnly to Lo Hanzhong and Su Qingxue 3 times, her sincerity almost palpable. Lo Hanzhong's complexion darkened several shades, unable to conceal his irritation even beneath layers of foundation. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger. She initially thought Lo Hanzhong could reign in Song Zhezhi, but apparently, he was equally inept. With that thought, she couldn't help but tear the tissues he had given her into tiny pieces, each rip intensifying her venomous glare at Song Zhezhi. Bai Xiying, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of relief that she wasn't the one battling Song Zhezhi, for the latter's sharp tongue was indeed formidable. Just as she pondered this, Song Zhezhi's gaze landed on her. Bai Xiying's heart raced, her pupils dilating in surprise. Clearing her throat, she lifted her chin slightly. Gazing at Song Zhezhi with a challenging look, I didn't expect you to be so adept at verbal sparring. As she spoke, her eyes flickered away, unable to maintain the intensity. In response, Song Zhezhi chuckled lightly, teasing, "Oh, have you fallen for me?" At this, Bai Xiying's ears flushed crimson, and she huffed in displeasure. Who would have such poor taste as to fall for you? Ridiculous. The moment she uttered those words, she felt 3 icy stares directed at her, causing her to shudder involuntarily, and she ceased to speak further. The lively barrage of comments had not ceased since Song Zhezhi's retort, reaching a fever pitch when she teased Bai Xiying about falling in love. Today's golden quote from the master: what can be presented is called an X, while what cannot is merely a past offense. Oh my, in less than an hour of live streaming. How do I feel like the reputations of several people are about to flip? How is Lo Hanzhong like this? So disappointing. If Song Zhezhi continues like this, forget Bai Xiying. I might fall for her too. Remember the initial proposal for this dating show? It seems there are no restrictions on CPs. Does this mean we can ship freely? Oh my, can we ship Song Zhezhi and Bai Xiying, the alluring vixen and the haughty young lady? Huffed. Then I'll ship Gu Hezhi and Jiang Xunye. Aren't Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan a better match? 2 men sharing one wife and then being abandoned, leading to mutual salvation. If you're going to play like this, I might just ship Song Zhezhi and Su Qingxue. She, Su Qingxue, the innocent flower, is jealous because Song Zhezhi flirts around, thus deliberately targeting her. She, Song Zhezhi, promiscuous by nature, intentionally torments Su Qingxue emotionally and physically. Watching the screen filled with nonsensical ramblings and fabrications, Song Zhezhi felt a twitch in her brow. With a slight click of her tongue, she spoke earnestly, shipping everything will only harm you. Upon finishing her statement, she let out a long sigh. Not expecting someone to respond. But shipping me and Zhezhi will surely prolong your lives. Jin Shinian, seated on a sofa backlit by the sun, declared. The light seemed to emanate from him, captivating her gaze. Earlier, Zhezhi hadn't had the chance to pay him any mind, but now. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Dressed in a light green traditional style sheer outer garment paired with a white long-sleeve shirt, adorned with a white jade pendant hanging from a black cord around his neck, he exuded an air of elegance. Just sitting there, he effortlessly blended the vintage charm with modern trends. At that moment, he wore a gentle smile, his eyes narrowing slightly with mirth. His long, slender fingers were leisurely toying with a blood-colored walnut, and the sandalwood beads draped on his wrist fell naturally, exuding an aura of sacredness and inviolability. It was indeed this aura that had initially drawn Zhezhi to him. To see someone standing on a pedestal, shedding tears of love, with a blend of cool restraint and a hint of madness, how could such a feeling not be enchanting? In her eyes, even the gentle, ancient spring would yield to a smile from Jin Shinian. Chapter 14. What skincare products do you use to have such thick skin? Zhezhi gazed in a daze. Beside her, Jiang Xunye observed her entranced expression and couldn't help but chuckle, shooting an annoyed glance at Jin Shinian, muttering under his breath, Vixen.
Yo.
Shipping me and Zhezhi for longevity. All right, since you're a medical student, I'll trust you once, let us ship. I declare. The Zhezhi, Zhijin, CP is the first to score, ladies, let us weave a satin for you. Hezhi's face turned green, judging by his lips. He cursing Jin Shinian as a vixen, isn't. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Xunye was already irritated, and seeing the barrage of comments shipping Zhezhi and Jin Shinian, along with the jabs at him, made him even more upset. Just as he was about to explode, the door of the villa swung open once more. A slender, alluring girl appeared on camera. Her makeup was exquisite, and her curves were accentuated by a simple bodycon dress, giving off an unexpectedly pure yet seductive vibe. Hello. As the girl entered with her luggage, she instinctively surveyed the villa's decor, then turned her attention to the group sitting on the sofas facing the entrance, cautiously greeting them. She covered her chest with one hand while holding her prepared slippers with the other, preparing to bend down to change her shoes. At the moment she bent down, Hezhi and Jin Shinian both averted their gazes simultaneously, while Qin Moyan, who was already facing away from the door, and the perpetually disgruntled Jiang Xunye had not turned around at all. Meanwhile, Lo Hanzhong stood up and walked towards the girl, inquiring, Do you need help? As soon as he spoke, the girl straightened, her eyes filled with surprise and delight as she looked at Lo Hanzhong. No, that is too much trouble, she replied, slightly flustered, waving her hands in refusal, her face expressing embarrassment. Lo Hanzhong, seeing her stand up so quickly, briefly displayed a look of regret, but soon resumed his gentlemanly and composed smile. No trouble at all. Assisting the ladies is simply the right thing to do. He deliberately lowered his voice, as if to imbue it with a magnetic quality, but the actual effect was rather lacking. Zhezhi, observing and listening, absent-mindedly picked up a sunflower seed from her palm and placed it in her mouth, her delicate brows knitting together uncontrollably. It's quite difficult to assess. I wish him success. The girl, glancing at Luo Hanzhong, felt increasingly bashful, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She offered him a shy smile, saying, Then I'll trouble you. Luo Hanzhong also smiled as he prepared to take the luggage from her hands, but as soon as the bag was transferred to him, he wobbled slightly, his smile freezing on his face.
Puffed.
Zhezhi couldn't suppress her laughter, her amusement evident as she leaned back casually against the sofa, half glancing at Luo Hanzhong's predicament, before teasingly saying, Can you handle it, skinny dog? With her comment, the barrage of comments began to pick up pace. 666. This sister really dares to say anything, even in front of the main character. I'm laughing. When has my sister, she ever been afraid? She dominated the awards ceremony, blasting through half of the entertainment industry. So, what is wrong with calling Luo Hanzhong a skinny dog? If there's a problem, blame Zhezhi. I stand behind her. Zhezhi bravely flies. If something goes wrong, she'll bear the consequences herself. But to be fair, Luo Hanzhong does seem genuinely frail. Indulgence leads to weakness. How could he not be frail? Zhezhi remarked with a hint of irony, a faint smile playing on her lips. Zhezhi, do you possess any decorum? Luo Hanzhong had finally managed to lift the suitcase, but before he could catch his breath, Song Zhezhi's words left him no time to recover, fearing she might utter something even more inappropriate. He was already feeling overwhelmed trying to lift that girl's luggage. And now Song Zhezhi was adding fuel to the fire with her sarcastic remarks. Was she trying to draw his attention? I lack decorum, and I'm also quite wicked. Did you just find that out? Brother Song Zhezhi blinked innocently at Luo Hanzhong. The moment she uttered the word brother, the eyes of Gu Hezhi, Qin Moyan, Jin Shinian, and Jiang Xunye all turned to her simultaneously. Even though they understood that Song Zhezhi was mocking Luo Hanzhong, the mention of those two words stirred a pang of jealousy within them. Could they not partake in such mockery too? That would truly be exhilarating, wouldn't it? Puffed. Why did you provoke her? Seriously. Speechless. Is Song Zhezhi mentally unbalanced? Truly impolite. You have decorum? Your entire family has decorum? Which male star once mocked a female star for being too heavy during filming? I won't name names.
Ah?
Was it Luo Hanzhong? I didn't know about this. Am I out of the loop? The village just got internet. Is there a kind soul willing to explain this to me? Actually, it was last year, when Luo Hanzhong was filming, he commented on a female star's weight, using many derogatory terms, and his fans followed suit, even sending her private messages to insult her. That female star was already struggling with depression and nearly took her own life due to the incident. Wow. I stand with Song Zhezhi on this one, sister. The comments flew by rapidly, while Luo Hanzhong's expression darkened to an unprecedented level. Thank you, Hanzhong Ji, the girl said as she stepped onto the small platform, casting a meaningful glance at Song Zhezhi before expressing her gratitude to Luo Hanzhong. He took a deep breath, attempting to temper his emotions, and managed to force a smile. You're welcome, he replied, pausing before continuing. What on earth are you carrying in here? It's quite heavy. How can you, as a girl, manage to lift it? It's rather distressing. Oh, is your heart not in good shape? TSK. That one do. It needs treatment. Song Zhezhi cracked sunflower seeds with a crisp sound, her comment adding a touch of absurdity to the scene. Luo Hanzhong shot her an exasperated glare. The girl, noticing his discomfort, hastily interjected, No, it's just some cosmetics. Understanding her words, Luo Hanzhong nodded knowingly. Oh, I see, but I still think girls should keep it simple. Natural beauty is best, it looks pure and clean. The girl appeared momentarily stunned. Her eyes clouded with an inexplicable sorrow. Really, do you even hear what you're saying? You're not advocating for cleanliness. You're suggesting it's easier to deceive someone. Girls look great whether they wear makeup or not, okay? By the way, what skincare products do you use normally? Song Zhezhi retorted, her agitation causing her to sit up straight. Luo Hanzhong, puzzled, earnestly replied, What is wrong with using STF skincare products? Song Zhezhi's smirk faded momentarily as she squinted at him. No, it's just that I'm curious about how you manage to maintain such thick skin. Luo Hanzhong. Chapter 15, a dating show for adults. STF. Out and about, my reputation is compromised. Sitting at home, trouble comes from the sky. Song Zhezhi truly has a sharp tongue. I declare, Sister Zhi shall be my new internet spokesperson henceforth. When Sister Zhi smiles, the entertainment industry is set ablaze. Seriously, does Song Zhezhi have such a small mind? Why does she keep targeting my Hanzhong? Exactly. Is it necessary to go this far for the sake of an image? It's enough to just watch. No need to say our Hanzhong is weak. He is dedicated to fitness and very disciplined. Yet, his health indeed seemed a bit frail. Jin Shinian remarked softly, twisting a walnut in his hands. After a moment, he turned to Luo Hanzhong, his expression earnest as he continued, Hanzhong Ji, you really must pay attention to your health. Excessive indulgence is truly detrimental, particularly when you reward yourself.
Ha.
Song Zhezhi erupted in laughter, her body shaking with mirth, tears almost forming at the corners of her eyes. Bai Xiying and Su Qingxue could hardly contain themselves. One was desperately suppressing a smile, while the other stared at the ceiling as if recalling all the sorrowful events of her life. The barrage of comments was lively, especially when the camera focused on Luo Hanzhong. Ha, congratulations to our Luo top tier, he has earned the title of Reward Brother. From now on, let us call him Luo Reward Brother Hanzhong. I'm laughing so hard I could perform a 360-degree spinning kick. I can't disbelieve Song Zhezhi's claim that Luo Hanzhong is weak, but now that Jin Shinian has said it, I must believe it. The medical sage Jin Shinian's reputation will endure. Is this ever going to end? Luo Hanzhong, hasn't he done anything wrong? Is it really right to target him like this? I think it's perfectly fine. I saw the way he helped that girl with her luggage. His eyes were not honest at all. Who knows what he was plotting? Respectfully disagree? I'll go watch the replay later. As the comments continued to flow, Luo Hanzong's expression darkened further, yet because it was Jin Shinian's words, he could only swallow his anger in silence. As he returned to his seat, the girl found an empty spot to sit down. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yaoyue. I'm a huge fan of Sister Qingxue and Teacher Hezhi. I was so excited to see you both in person just now. Zhang Yaoyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue appeared momentarily taken aback. The mention of Sister Qingxue genuinely caught her off guard. However, mindful of the camera, she restrained herself and offered Zhang Yaoyue a polite yet distant smile, stealing a glance at Gu Hezhi's reaction. Thank you. Gu Hezhi calmly expressed his gratitude for Zhang Yaoyue's admiration, not sparing her much attention. Feske, what a figure, what a chest. Can I bury myself in it? I am a renowned female celebrity, and I have buried my feelings deep within. Gu Hezhi remains composed, but Song Zesh's demeanor, seated diagonally across from him, betrays a certain agitation. After a few of them respond to Zhang Yaoyue, she whistles at Zhang Yaoyue with a mischievous grin. Zhang Yaoyue, caught off guard, gazes at Song Zesh, her ears tinged with a delicate blush. What is the master doing? Joining the depraved sect is the most regrettable decision of my life. How can a dignified master be so lascivious? Haha, it's still about women. This is utterly ridiculous, an embarrassment of epic proportions. I won in two. I'm a woman, so I'll take the lead. Fine, I'm switching my ship. I no longer support Bai Xiying and Song Zesh. I'm now rooting for Song Zesh and Miss Zhang Yaoyue, hehe. Is anyone else shipping this couple? Wait, can one really just switch allegiances like that? Can't you all be a bit more devoted? Although I lack curves, I am affluent. Bai Xiying glares at the barrage of comments regarding the new ship, her frustration palpable. After venting her anger, she finds herself bewildered. Is she actually competing with other women over Song Zesh? Has she lost her mind? Not only is she astonished, but Song Zesh herself pauses for a moment after hearing Bai Xiying's words, then lets out a light laugh. Oh, Miss Bai has fallen for me? Very well, let us discuss the bride price. Her teasing expression becomes a striking sight in Bai Xiying's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she grows flustered. Who would want to marry you?
No.
Who would even think of marrying you?
How irritating.
With that, she stands abruptly, seemingly eager to escape, but fate has other plans. At the very moment she rises, accompanied by Song Zesh's melodious laughter, the program SPD announces through the villa's loudspeakers, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our sweet time together. Here, you will spend 3 delightful and romantic months. I will now explain the rules for our first week. During this week, the live broadcast will be paused from midnight to 7 a.m. the following day, during which all cameras in the villa will be turned off. The first week is meant for the guests to get acquainted. Each night, every guest must write a confession letter to their desired partner. If the system determines that 2 individuals have mutually written to each other, they will have the opportunity to spend a night in the luxurious Seaview suite on the top floor of our villa. As for what awaits in the Seaview suite, that is for you to discover. At this point, the barrage erupts with excitement, each comment more fervent than the last. What on earth needs exploring? This is intriguing. Training props? Wow, how exhilarating. Could it be a live uniform play scene? Hehe, I hope there are some adult toys. This is the kind of dating show adults should watch. Bring it on, all of it. Don't say that, but if these people filmed it, I'd gladly pay to watch, hehe. I can't even imagine Gu Hezhi, Qin Moyan, and those other men.
Coward.
I dare to imagine, sticks out tongue. Ahem. It seems the PD, fearing the barrage might overwhelm the program, quickly clears his throat and interjects. Now, please select your roommates. The girls will share rooms of 2, while the boys can choose from 3-person rooms or a double room. Can I have my own room? I'm not accustomed to sharing. Just as the PD finishes speaking, Bai Xiying expresses her discontent. Afterward, her gaze flits between Song Zesh, Su Qingxue, and Zhang Yaoyue. Song Zesh, feeling her scrutiny, playfully winks at her, causing Bai Xiying to shiver involuntarily. Su Qingxue observes this interaction, narrowing her eyes slightly. If she could establish a good relationship with Bai Xiying, future resources might not be a concern. After all, she is the daughter of the Bai family. With this thought in mind, Su Qingxue resumes her cheerful demeanor. Just as she prepares to suggest sharing a room with Bai Xiying, carrying her luggage, turns her attention to Song Zesh. With her chin held high, she imperiously declares to Song Zesh, "Humph, I suppose I'll reluctantly choose you. Will you join me? Just a reminder, don't be ungrateful. Chapter 16. A stage for 4 men who will dominate the love battlefield. 1. If you want to sleep with me, just say so, no need to be coy. How frustrating. Song Zhezhi, wearing a playful expression, responds, then playfully brushes her finger against Bai Xiying's nose, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. By the time she regains her composure, Song Zhezhi has already started to ascend the stairs with her luggage in hand. I'll help you, sister, Jiang Xunye exclaims. Moving closer to Song Zhezhi. Once beside her, he reaches out for her luggage. Just as he prepares to carry it upstairs, Qin Moyan appears behind them. Pressing down on the luggage Jiang Xunye is holding, then looks up at Jiang Xunye with a hint of malice in his gaze. Allow me, he states, and with that, the luggage collides with the wooden staircase, producing a dull thud. Jiang Xunye glances at Qin Moyan's hand resting on the suitcase, then shifts his gaze to the other man's face. Frowning in displeasure, he retorts sarcastically, Mr. Qin, with your busy schedule, you surely don't have time for exercise. Let me handle it, I'm younger. Saying this, he exerts himself to lift the luggage once more. Qin Moyan squints slightly, his eyes harboring a warning tone. With a light chuckle, he presses the suitcase down again. The bottom of the suitcase strikes the floor with an even louder sound this time. Youthful exuberance often leads to recklessness. I may be a few years older, but I am steadier. I will carry this. It likely contains valuable items for Zhezhi, so I'll handle it carefully. The two engage in a silent standoff, their gazes clashing like sparks igniting in the villa's atmosphere. Song Zhezhi grins widely, cheerfully retorting, Oh, it's nothing. My greatest virtue is my unpretentious nature. There's nothing valuable in this suitcase. As she finishes her sentence, Jiang Xunye laughs lightly, while Qin Moyan raises his gaze to her, his expression laced with deliberate temptation. He arches an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with a smile that, while friendly, sends shivers down the spine. Has your manager not advised you on anything? Qin Moyan's question triggers a sudden realization in Song Zhezhi, reminiscent of her manager's words echoing in her mind. Darling, remember to seduce Qin Moyan. Song Zhezhi's pupils dilate slightly, and after blinking a couple of times, her gaze toward Qin Moyan carries a hint of guilt. In that moment, Qin Moyan smiles and tilts his head at her, appearing exceptionally amiable. Let the drama unfold. I live for this. Low emotional intelligence. I'm broke. High emotional intelligence. My greatest strength is my unpretentious nature. So, what did Song Zhezhi's manager instruct her to do? Nearby, Jiang Xunye's gaze shifts between Song Zhezhi and Qin Moyan, his frown deepening. That old man, Qin Moyan, must be doing this on purpose, pretending as if there's a secret between him and her. With this thought, Jiang Xunye snorts coldly and retorts, Mr. Qin, kindly release your grip. His patience is nearly at its limit, and his tone becomes instinctively sharp. After speaking, he lifts Song Zhezhi's suitcase again. However, Qin Moyan does not engage further in a verbal sparring match, instead choosing to quietly observe Song Zhezhi. Following his gaze, Jiang Xunye also looks at Song Zhezhi. Song Zhezhi glanced left and right, remaining silent for several seconds, before finally raising her hand weakly towards Qin Moyan, not daring to look at Jiang Xunye, and said, Let him have it, let him carry it. The last remnants of Jiang Xunye's smile stiffened on his face, disbelief nearly spilling from his eyes. Just a second after Song Zhezhi uttered those words, at the moment Qin Moyan smirked in triumph, Jin Shinian had somehow approached unnoticed. Zhezhi, why don't I do it instead? I can help you make the bed. The man spoke with a gentle smile, gazing levelly at Song Zhezhi, who stood a step above him. Dressed in pure white and shades of green, he appeared as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. Of course, this was merely the exterior impression of Jin Shinian from the perspective of outsiders. However, to Qin Moyan and Jiang Xunye, the scene unfolded quite differently. The sly fox pretends to be all dignified while swaying its tail behind. How shameless! Young Master Jin, just stick to your walnuts. Forget it, Shinian is so slender. We wouldn't want to exhaust him. Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan spoke in unison, with a rare harmony. As soon as they finished, Jin Shinian quickly donned a look of feigned grievance and cautiously leaned closer to Song Zhezhi. His gaze, filled with sorrowful allure, flickered as he lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting a shadow of melancholy. He gently bit his lip and tugged at the hem of Song Zhezhi's dress. When he looked at her again, his eyes brimmed with regret. They are so fierce. I merely wish to assist Zhezhi with making the bed and organizing things. Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan watched, their faces turning several shades of green, yet they could only seethe silently in their hearts. Damn it, the fox spirit.
Ah.
Zhezhi was clearly bewildered. What on earth are these gentlemen up to? It's just luggage, why all this fuss? Men truly are troublesome. Just as she was about to insist that she would handle it herself, a pair of fair, elongated fingers broke through the throng, claiming ownership of the suitcase. Allow me, Hezhi said calmly, and without pausing for even half a second, he took Zhezhi's suitcase and made his way upstairs. The sudden disruption brought on by this outsider left the others momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Hezhi. Not only them, but even the comment section was filled with surprise. Is that it? I'm dying of laughter, Hezhi, the master of ending chaotic scenes. Those three boys tussled only to be intercepted by an outsider, huh? Once Gu makes a move, everything is settled. TSK. This is a drama involving four men. Delightful, I adore it, can't get enough. Woo-woo. But I am truly envious of Hezhi helping Zhezhi with her luggage.
Ah.
Any of these men could carry my luggage, and I would be perfectly fine with it. Zhezhi, how could you, with so many handsome men? Not just been with them, but tired of them and discarded them, woo-woo-woo. In the living room, aside from the commotion surrounding Zhezhi, the others each had their own moments of interest. Bai Xing struggled to drag her own luggage, stealing glances at Jiang Xunye with every few steps. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaoyue, having observed the situation with Zhezhi, concealed her envious expression and turned her expectant gaze towards Luo Hanzhong. Feeling her stare, Luo Hanzhong felt somewhat embarrassed and could only muster the courage to say, "Let me help you." Thus, only Su Qingxue remained on the sofa. She fixated intensely on Zhezhi's location, although a faint smile adorned her face, in a spot where the camera couldn't capture. Her grip was so tight it nearly drew blood. As the small-scale chaos came to an end and the night slowly descended, what awaited everyone was the first climax of the evening. When Zhezhi finished organizing her belongings and stepped out, she felt an itch in her nose, a hot sensation accompanying her breaths. Upon descending the stairs, she beheld Chapter 17, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, wearing an apron. The fox Jin truly has it going on. Jin Shinian, bare from the waist up and clad only in a black leather apron, stood before her. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His fair skin and the exquisite musculature of his back subtly shifted as he cooked, exuding a wild yet gentle aura, a stark contrast to his previous silken attire. Zhezhi watched, her ears reddening uncontrollably. Once she regained her composure, she reached for an empty glass on the coffee table and approached the open kitchen. Turning on the faucet at the vegetable and fruit washing station, the cold water cascaded over her hand, providing a slight solace to her heart, which had been stirred by Jin Shinian. Just as she began to calm down, however, she felt a wave of warmth approach from behind. At the moment she turned her head, her nose brushed against Jin Shinian's profile, and she instinctively pulled back slightly, blinking rapidly as her heart raced. Jin Shinian stood slightly behind her, gently bending forward, washing the red bell pepper in one hand, enveloping her within his presence. Water flowed over his hand, cascading down to her hand below. In that moment, the space fell into tranquility, and time stretched, as if a delicate curtain of water formed a connection between their souls. Sensing Zhezhi's gaze, the corners of Jin Shinian's eyes, resembling peach petals or a fox's, curved into a soft arc. He turned his head toward her, and the mole on his nose seemed to come alive, reminiscent of a fox preparing to charm. Indeed, the next moment, this fox spirit began to employ his alluring skills. Do you find it appealing, Zhezhi? His lips parted slightly, the tone melodious and enchanting, filling one's heart with sweetness. Zhezhi pressed her lips tightly together, striving to suppress her response, yet ultimately, she resignedly uttered, "It looks good." After speaking, she closed her eyes, wishing she could simply vanish. Hearing this, Jin Shinian's smile deepened, reaching his eyes as he tilted his head slightly, resting one hand on the countertop beside Zhezhi. Does Zhezhi like it? Zhezhi, startled by the question, hurriedly straightened her posture, inhaled deeply, and responded helplessly, "I like it." After answering, she gazed at Jin Shinian's face and suddenly felt parched, instinctively reaching for the freshly washed glass. As it neared her lips, she abruptly realized what she was doing. It wasn't genuine thirst, but rather an attempt to mask her family's antics. How unbearable. Just as she felt a wave of annoyance and was about to lower the glass, Jin Shinian preemptively took hold of it. With long fingers, smiling eyes, and an upturned lip line, he gently tapped her nose with his index finger, chuckling, "Silly Zhezhi." Are you confused already? As he spoke, he removed the glass from her lips and placed it aside. At that moment, the comments section had devolved into chaos.
Ah.
Who wouldn't be confused in this situation? Jin takes the lead. I'm totally shipping this. Jin Shinian is truly the male counterpart of a fox spirit. No further words needed. I need to splash cold water on my face to cool off. This man is doing it on purpose. Undressing to entice people. To be precise, undressing to entice Zhezhi. Zhezhi, dear, we cannot back down. The warm yellow light of the kitchen spilled down like a waterfall, casting a hazy and gentle filter over the entire area. As Zhezhi's gaze followed Jin Shinian's actions of placing the cup down, it ultimately returned to his seemingly soft and pliable lips. She could not deny that her senses were somewhat clouded by desire at that moment. After all, in the innocence of human nature, such inclinations are hardly blameworthy, are they? Jin Shinian, fully aware of Zhezhi's current state of emotional stirrings, resolved to further entice her. With this thought in mind, he donned an appearance of sweet innocence, his eyes sparkling with hidden emotions as he gazed sincerely into Zhezhi's beautiful eyes. They always say I'm slender and fragile, and I fear that Zhezhi might not appreciate me as I am. I once thought that perhaps Zhezhi left me because I wasn't good enough. Unlike other brothers who excel in fitness, if Zhezhi prefers it, I can certainly train as well. With each word, his expression grew more pitiable, tinged with an almost theatrical bravado. Hearing this, Zhezhi felt a pang of concern, eager to reassure him. No, you are truly remarkable, very capable and dependable. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing this exchange. Why is the sect master flustered? Ha, so amusing. These two are simply incredible. One is a mischievous sect leader, and the other a master of tea art, right? Look at that. With just a few simple words, he praises himself while subtly undermining others. Oh, dear, quite impressive. Jin Shinian, 3 sentences, and I make the woman pity me while keeping rivals at bay. This round is mine. Jin, the tea art master, the cunning fox. Oh, Jin, you really are something. But seriously, I actually want to see Jin Shinian cry. He seems so sweet. It would be quite the spectacle. Perhaps the mischievous sect should be renamed the perverse sect, huh? And quietly add, I also enjoy watching men cry. Jiang Xunye, Qin Moyan, if you two don't come down soon, Zhezhi will be whisked away by the cunning fox. At the very moment this comment appeared, the two mentions seemed to sense something and descended the stairs in succession. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a particularly glaring scene. As Jin Shinian cast a glance in their direction, Zhezhi remained oblivious, her back turned to them. Retracting his gaze, Jin Shinian smirked, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with mischief. He addressed Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan, his tone rising with a blend of provocation, pride, and dominance. If Zhezhi has confessed her fondness for me, why not choose me tonight? Let's share a seaside room together, shall we, sister? Zhezhi. Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan exclaimed almost in unison, their voices laced with barely concealed anger and resentment, causing Zhezhi's spirit to tremble. I know you are both eager, but please hold your horses. Chapter 18. 4 men in a play. Who takes the lead in the arena of chaos? 2. Zhezhi turned mechanically, meeting 2 dark, somewhat intimidating gazes. She managed to push Jin Shinian away and successfully extricate herself from his embrace, her face flushed with awkwardness. Glancing left and right, she finally spoke with a slight smile. Just a moment, let's not play the same man twice. No sooner had she finished her sentence than Hezhi appeared on the staircase crafted from crimson wood, his face obscured by shadows, making it hard to discern his expression. Though his descent seemed to pause momentarily, Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan remained unaware of Hezhi's presence, fixated solely on Zhezhi. Reaching the long table in the open kitchen, Jiang Xunye cast a scornful glance at Jin Shinian before snorting derisively. What a lecherous fox, only capable of such tricks. He then turned his attention to Zhezhi, his demeanor shifting instantly as he flashed a bright, boyish smile, revealing his canines. Sister, I've heard the seaside room is filled with an abundance of gaming equipment. Choose me, and we can level up together tonight. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes sparkling like the cosmos. The audience in the live stream, unable to contain their laughter, began to tease him. Ha, you call him a lecherous fox. Yet what are you doing, my dear? Pfft. He has even chosen the most flattering angle to face Zhezhi, who's really the more shameless one here. Oh, dear, leveling up together? Such a puppy-like demeanor. Woo-woo, Zhezhi, you should pick him. Choose him. Such a charming little puppy. How could you not love him? Pet his head. Oh my, with one foxtail swaying and one puppy ear twitching, I can't take it anymore. Wait, is that truly unbearable? The ATM machine beside them hasn't even spoken yet. Laughing uncontrollably, Mr. Qin, ha ha ha. Is there really anyone who wouldn't love an ATM? As the banter faded, Qin Moyan took action. He leisurely settled into a high chair at the long table, poured himself a glass of champagne, added 2 ice cubes, and slid it towards Zhezhi with a nonchalant smile. Pick me. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Zhezhi's eyes widened as she turned to him. Are you serious? Her fox-like eyes sparkled with an unmistakable longing. Yes, for wealth. When have I ever promised you anything? I'll take the star peak, then. Qin Moyan's hand, poised to pour himself another glass of champagne, froze in midair. Observing this, Jiang Xunye quickly chimed in. Oh, so you do promise things after all. Qin Moyan shot a glare at Jiang Xunye, but when he turned back to Zhezhi, he smiled. If you marry me, Star Peak will naturally be yours, and not just Star Peak. Half of the entertainment industry will be yours as well. As he spoke, he casually clinked his glass with the one before Zhezhi. She raised an eyebrow, just as she was about to lift her glass of champagne, when Jin Shinian preempted her, taking the glass first. Confused, she looked at him, and he smiled as he explained, your period is approaching. You shouldn't drink anything cold. I've made corn and rib soup for you. Let me serve you a bowl. His words seemed to emit a golden glow behind him, exuding the essence of a virtuous husband and father. Qin Moyan's brow furrowed slightly, as if regretting having forgotten this detail. Jiang Xunye's expression soured as he silently cursed Jin the cunning fox. Sister, I brought a warm pack. I'll fetch it for you, so you can use it comfortably. Qin Moyan glanced between Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian, then stood up to address Zhezhi. Ahem. Do you have anything else you need? If not, I can go out now to buy some for you. Jin Shinian smiled gently, looking at Zhezhi with eyes so tender they seemed to glisten with water. No need. I've prepared red date ginger tea, a foot bath, and pain relief medicine. Anything Zhezhi requires, I have it ready. No need to trouble you too. His words successfully drew simultaneous glances from both Qin Moyan and Jiang Xunye. With his singular effort, he united their opposing forces. It would indeed be a bother to us. You are truly a diligent caretaker for my sister. Indeed, Mr. Jin's caregiving skills are impressive. If Zhezhi and I were to marry, I would certainly have you as our personal physician. The two exchanged sarcastic remarks, but Jin Shinian paid them no mind. On the other side, at the staircase where no one was paying attention, Hezhi, who had originally descended, turned back. When he reappeared within the frame, only a few noticed that fleeting moment, while the majority of the crowd remained captivated by the lively commotion surrounding Zhezhi and her group. Hezhi, by seeing, was genuinely startled when she opened the door to her room and found Hezhi standing before her. Her gaze fell upon the simple, clean little cloth bag he was holding, and with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What is this?" Hezhi offered her an apologetic smile, seemingly remorseful for having startled by seeing moments ago. "This is for song, well, for you all," he explained. "It contains some items that you girls might find useful. Please place it in your room." He extended the bag towards By Seeing. She looked at it with a hint of disdain but still forced a smile to accept it. "Thank you," she said, turning away. Hezhi stood momentarily dazed before he turned to descend the stairs once more. Inside, By Seeing curled her lips and casually rummaged through the small bag. Upon discovering it was filled with items like sanitary pads, painkillers, and ginger tea bags, things that girls typically use, she felt a wave of disinterest and tossed the bag aside. After fussing with her hair once more, she finally exited the room and made her way downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaoyue had just come down as well. Upon seeing By Seeing, Su Qingxue was the first to approach her. "Isn't that dress from Tea Queen? It looks stunning." "Indeed, but it still only looks good because Seeing is beautiful." Zhang Yaoyue chimed in, rising from the couch to echo her sentiment. Su Qingxue shot her a glance, an undercurrent of displeasure flickering in her eyes. By Seeing let out a soft huff. Just as she was about to respond to the two, she noticed Zhezhi gliding by with a bowl of corn yam rib soup. Seeing that the other girl didn't even glance her way sparked a tinge of dissatisfaction within By Seeing. "Hey," she called out, stepping directly in front of Zhezhi to block her path. Zhezhi took a sip from her soup, lifting her gaze to glance at By Seeing before attempting to sidestep her. However, By Seeing stubbornly followed her, mirroring her every move as she stepped left. Observing their interaction, Su Qingshue's interest was piqued as she glanced at the bowl of soup in Song Zhezhi's hands, with a hint of resignation. Song Zhezhi lowered the bowl slightly and regarded Bai Xiying calmly. What do you want, Miss Bai? Bai Xiying tilted her head back, rhythmically tapping her fingers on her collarbone, her face radiating pride and vanity. Can't you see any changes in me? She proclaimed, puffing her chest out. Oh my, Bai and Song's pairing is truly delightful. Are you serious? Really shipping them? Why wasn't I informed? Miss Bai Xiying is actually quite adorable, haha.
Oh.
So you just want Song Zhezhi to compliment you? Huh?
Proud little cat, Bai Xiying.
Song Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a slight smile. Beautiful, very beautiful. She replied in a nonchalant and somewhat dismissive tone, ready to move past. Yet, as she took a step, Su Qingshuo unexpectedly bumped into her. The bowl of soup in Song Zhezhi's hands wobbled dangerously, spilling some of its contents over the rim, with some splattering onto Bai Xiying's dress. The soup was scalding hot, and Song Zhezhi instinctively winced, her grip faltering. Meanwhile, Su Qingshuo, unbeknownst to the situation, slipped and fell straight to the ground.
Ah!
Bai Xiying exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the soup staining her beloved dress, unable to contain her scream. As her outcry drew the attention of others in the room, Su Qingshuo, now kneeling on the floor, adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why did you push me, Sister Zhezhi? What did I do to upset you? Even if I angered you, you shouldn't take it out on Sister Xiying. She looks so lovely in that dress. And now it's ruined because of you. Her voice trembled with feigned sorrow as she glanced at Bai Xiying's dress, her eyes filled with a touch of regret. Luo Hanzhong was the first to rush over, feigning concern as he helped Su Qingshuo, all the while reprimanding Song Zhezhi. Honestly, Song Zhezhi, your intentions are truly malicious. Just because you're jealous of Miss Bai, you go and push Qingshuo? How despicable. After expressing his concern for Su Qingshuo, he gently asked, are you hurt anywhere? Su Qingshuo looked up at Luo Hanzhong, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. TCH, why is it him? Though he might still be useful. She nodded at first, but after glancing at Song Zhezhi, she shook her head vigorously, seemingly terrified of her. Luo Hanzhong noticed and, after ensuring Su Qingshuo was safe beside him, directed his glare back at Song Zhezhi. You can say whatever you want. I'm right here. Let us see what you can do. I've always known you, Song Zhezhi, to be a terrible person, playing both sides and now bullying others? Cocooned in Luo Hanzhong's embrace, Su Qingshuo resembled a frightened rabbit. Listening to his words, she couldn't help but smile with suppressed glee, but quickly masked her expression, feigning innocence as she continued, I know Sister Zhezhi never liked me from the start. I shouldn't have mentioned you and Hanzhong, but I was just curious, truly no malice intended. I didn't expect Sister Zhezhi to hold such a grudge. And now it's affecting Xiying too. I'm so sorry, Sister Xiying. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks perfectly timed, evoking pity from those around her. Song Zhezhi watched the duet of Su Qingshuo and Luo Hanzhong, suppressing a chuckle. So you say I pushed you, right?
Fine.
She stepped closer to Su Qingshuo. Luo Hanzhong, wary of her intentions, focused solely on preventing her from harming Su Qingshuo. However, in the next moment, he found himself drenched with soup. And before he could register what had occurred, Su Qingshuo's scream rang in his ears along with Song Zhezhi's retort, since you mentioned it. It would be a loss not to push you. When Luo Hanzhong finally opened his eyes, he witnessed Song Zhezhi pushing Su Qingshuo, who, losing her balance, stumbled back and fell, her hair disheveled and her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Song Zhezhi towered over her, a cold glint in her eyes. You act all virtuous, yet you're proud. Don't pretend to be innocent with me. With that, she forcefully dropped the bowl beside Su Qingshuo, shattering it into a myriad of pieces that exploded around her. Su Qingshuo was so startled that she forgot to scream, wide-eyed and gaping at Song Zhezhi. Song Zhezhi. Luo Hanzhong finally snapped back to reality, his eyes blazing as he shouted her name, ready to confront her. Song Zhezhi raised her hand to block him, but he seized her wrist. At the same time, she reached out to grasp Luo Hanzhong's wrist, her voice icy and unyielding. Let go. Song Zhezhi raised her gaze, finding Hezhi staring darkly at Luo Hanzhong, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes.
Sister.
Jiang Xunye had just returned from fetching a game controller, prepared to join Song Zhezhi in the living room, but was evidently taken aback by the scene before him. Observing Luo Hanzhong's grip on Song Zhezhi's wrist, Jiang Xunye's brows knitted tightly, a chill settling upon his countenance. He tossed the controller onto the nearby sofa and advanced towards Luo Hanzhong step by step. You've heard her. I advise you to release her at once. As Jiang Xunye spoke, the voice of Qin Moyan seemed to echo from the depths of an abyss. Luo Hanzhong glanced left at Hezhi, then right at Qin Moyan and Jiang Xunye, ultimately letting out a reluctant cold huff and nodding to release Zhezhi.
Hezhi.
Let me see if you've been scalded. Chapter 20. I've eaten sour plums for so many years, I'm long past it. Jin Shinian had finished cooking and went upstairs to change. Upon hearing the sound of shattering dishes, he hurried downstairs, arriving just as Luo Hanzhong had released Zhezhi's hand. Seeing the evident redness and swelling at the tips of Zhezhi's fingers, he rushed forward to inspect her injury. Nearby, Bai Xiying appeared visibly shaken by the recent events, while Zhang Yaoyue, similarly stunned, finally remembered to assist Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was in a daze, clearly startled by Zhezhi's earlier outburst. The barrage of comments had not ceased since the commotion began. Sister Song is quite the wild one. I absolutely adore her. She's incredibly bold. When they said she pushed someone, she truly went ahead and did it again. How exhilarating. Clearly, it was Zhezhi who pushed my Qingxue, yet she dares to threaten others. Is there no justice in this program? My heart aches for my Qingxue. Which eye did you see Zhezhi push her with? There was a blind spot in the view. They merely collided. How can you say she pushed anyone? TSK. Su Qingxue is such a white lotus. What is Luo Hanzhong even? Does he think himself handsome? Wanting to lay hands on a woman? Woo. Hezhi was truly impressive just now, though his expression was terrifying. It was my first time seeing him with a cold face. Su Bailian and Luo Yuang make quite the pair. Can we just lock that in? Bai Xiying, I'm the only one hurt here. Woo, my dress. Not to say, but with Zhezhi's temper, can anyone really choose her in a dating show at the end? The question posed is quite chilling. 3 of the 5 male guests are here for her. Are you okay? Bai Xiying cautiously sat beside Zhezhi, poking her arm with a finger. Zhezhi looked at her, slightly surprised, raised an eyebrow, tilted her head closer to Bai Xiying, and mischievously smiled. I'm fine. After eating sour plums for so many years, I'm long past it. But Lady Bai actually came to check on me? Don't you think I did it on purpose to dirty your dress? Bai Xiying stiffened at her sudden proximity, instinctively biting her lip. After glancing towards Su Qingxue, she leaned closer to Zhezhi's ear and whispered, I'm the eldest daughter of the Bai family. I've seen countless tactics like Su Qingxue's since I was a child. It's rather dull. After speaking, she shook her head and distanced herself from Zhezhi a bit, smiling slightly. Besides, anyone here could be jealous of me, but you can't. Upon hearing this, Zhezhi couldn't help but inquire why. Bai Xiying rested her hands on her knees, gazing at Jiang Xunye, who was attentively peeling lychees for Zhezhi. Her eyes not leaving him. After rubbing her knees several times, she replied, because I envy you. Shinian, it seems Qingxue has twisted her ankle. Could you? Jin Shinian rejected her request without a moment's thought, not even lifting his head. He merely lowered his gaze, tenderly tending to the burn on Zhezhi's fingertips. His heart aching at the sight of her wrist reddened by Luo Hanzhong's grip. Zhang Yaoyue, taken aback by his brusque dismissal, dared not speak further. Watching Su Qingxue's tears fall helplessly, Luo Hanzhong emerged from washing his hair and face, noticing the group surrounding Zhezhi attending to her with undue fuss. He huffed in annoyance, then couldn't help but become sarcastic. All this fuss over a burned hand. What about when you poured soup on me? Luckily, that soup wasn't very hot. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't let you off the hook. Zhezhi shot him a glance, laughing wildly. No worries. I'll make sure to do it next time. Luo Hanzhong's expression darkened further upon hearing this. However, Zhezhi paid him no mind, merely gazing at her hand and asserting, let me remind you all once more, my sister's temper is fiery. Do not provoke me, or I shall truly come crawling and shrieking at your bedside in the dead of night, bouncing around like a madwoman. Luo Hanzhong, listening to Zhezhi's delirious ramblings, remained silent for a long while, daring not to speak again, and instead approached Su Qingxue to inquire with concern. In the past, he would never have believed this. But having just witnessed Zhezhi's frenzy, it was hard to judge. As the small uproar came to a close, the atmosphere during dinner transformed into another storm. Jin Shinian had treated Zhezhi's injury and returned to the dining table, only to find both sides and the opposite of her occupied. A glance at Hezhi, who sat to her left Jin Shinian perplexed. He felt something was off about Hezhi. With no other option, He took the only remaining seat beside Zhang Yaoyue, a good distance from Song Zhezhi. However, this did not hinder his efforts. Zhezhi, this shrimp is delicious. I made it especially for you.
Hezhi.
The beef stew with potatoes is also tailored to your taste. Do give it a try. To serve Song Zhezhi. He would even rise from his seat diagonally across from her. Jiang Xunye, seated beside her, was equally unwilling to be outdone. Sister, eat this cold shredded chicken. I added sesame for you. Sister, have some greens. They're light and nutritious. Both were serving Song Zhezhi, and as they clashed chopsticks while doing so, their eyes met, and they simultaneously spoke. Sister Zhezhi, eat this. Song Zhezhi looked at the mountain of dishes before her, momentarily at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Raising her gaze to the stalemate between Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian, she could only let out a resigned sigh. She couldn't handle anything too spicy. Yet why did Xunye insist on picking the spicier dishes? Jin Shinian made the first move, his voice soft and gentle. But as long as my sister enjoys it, I'll prepare chrysanthemum tea to cool her down. There's no need for my older brother to worry about it. Leave these matters to someone younger like me. Jiang Xunye retorted smoothly, not only countering Jin Shinian's concern for Song Zhezhi's health, but also subtly mocking his age. Jin Shinian, typically maintaining his signature smile, suddenly wore a cold expression, narrowing his eyes warningly at Jiang Xunye, who returned with a proud, reckless grin. The tension in the air thickened. Song Zhezhi sighed, pressing her forehead, and pushed their clashing chopsticks apart. This is infuriating. I can't possibly finish all this. She looked at the overflowing contents of her bowl, her brows furrowing in exasperation. Hezhi cast her a glance, just as he was about to suggest that she could give her leftovers to him, when Qin Moyan's hand reached out to Song Zhezhi's bowl before he could. The two younger brothers are still quite juvenile. How could Zhezhi possibly consume so much? Thank you both for your generous offerings. I humbly accept on behalf of Zhezhi. With that, Qin Moyan proceeded to transfer a portion of the dishes from Song Zhezhi's bowl into his own. Song Zhezhi observed this with great satisfaction, giving Qin Moyan a thumbs up. Ah, spot on. I'll give you a big thumbs up, Qin Moyan responded with a slight lift of his chin, seemingly conveying a sense of nonchalance. Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian watched the flirtation between the two, both letting out a simultaneous cold snort, their gazes locking with an undertone of reproach toward each other. Hezhi noticed as Song Zhezhi accepted the bowl that Qin Moyan had returned, and the tumultuous emotions rising within his eyes could only be masked by lowering his head. It seems I am always a step behind. Chapter 21. Sister's Nosebleed. Your medal after the meal. Song Zhezhi initially intended to demonstrate her respect by washing the dishes. However, the moment she expressed her intention, Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian began to bicker once more. Niange, you should rest well. Cooking is arduous. My sister, and I will handle the dishes. It's not difficult. It's a hardship. If Xunye brother doesn't allow me to spend a moment longer with Zhezhi, then that would be truly unfortunate. Surely, brother is kind-hearted? Niange, you think too much. Kind-heartedness leads to self-torment, while madness leads to the torment of others. Brother's coldness is at a chilling -8 degrees. Let the brother handle it. The bowl was tugged back and forth between the two, and Song Zhezhi, observing this, felt quite moved. After patting their shoulders, she passionately declared, Good. You both are ambitious and possess integrity. The future of our nation rests upon you. I shall take my leave. With that, she performed a slight bow and, hands clasped behind her back, strode out of the kitchen with grace. Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time, before simultaneously huffing in disdain and reproach. Wretched fox. Foul foolish dog. Upon exiting the kitchen and entering the living room, Song Zhezhi found Su Qingxue and others gathered, deliberating whom to write letters to. Observing the rosy blush on Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaoyue's faces, Song Zhezhi felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, she turned and ascended the stairs. As she passed by the boys' rooms, the admonition from Qin Lu suddenly sprang to mind, prompting her to abruptly reverse her course. Cautiously glancing around, she found herself in a quandary. The doors of the boys' rooms were directly opposite each other, and uncertain of which side Qin Moyan occupied, she leaned slightly against the door to listen. As she bent down, a few sunflower seeds slipped from her hand, and reluctantly, she squatted to pick them up. Just then, a door swung open, accompanied by a waft of fragrant steam. The white bath towel loomed large before her. Song Zhezhi blinked in surprise, lifting her gaze to meet the sight of Hezhi, freshly emerged from a shower. droplets of water still trickling from his hair. She gulped, an awkward smile forming as she raised her hand. Care for some sunflower seeds? Freshly harvested. How could those just picked up from the floor not be deemed fresh? Hezhi lowered his gaze upon her. A flicker of surprise followed by a glimmer of delight in his eyes. A soft splatter sounded as a droplet from his damp hair fell onto Zhezhi's face. She reflexively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring contour partially concealed by the bath towel. In the next moment, a wave of heat surged within her, her nose began to itch, and as she paused momentarily, she distinctly felt something warm trickling down. Raising her hand to touch her nose, dizziness engulfed her as she realized it was blood. Oh no! I'm squeamish about blood. With a dazzling swirl of colors and her legs slightly numb from squatting, she stumbled forward, kneeling directly between Hezhi's legs, inadvertently colliding with his secret weapon. At that instant, the backstage director switched the live streaming angle. The scene depicted Zhezhi, with her head nestled between Hezhi's legs, while crimson droplets stained the white bath towel. The comments section fell silent in shock. Is this little Hezhi okay? Perhaps he should have some sour plums?
Ah.
Zhezhi, I know you want to make a move, but not like this, you're bleeding. Zhezhi, little Hezhi, nice to meet you. Here is a gift, fire in the hole. What a sensational scene, I can't even fathom it. Coward, I dare to imagine. This batch of netizens is truly cruel, unlike me, a righteous netizen. Sister Zhezhi, quickly tear off that obstructive cloth. Let me see if little Hezhi is alright. Seeing Zhezhi begin to topple further, Hezhi instinctively reached out to catch her. In response, Zhezhi, driven by self-preservation, also extended her hand, inadvertently grasping the edge of his bath towel. As the towel was tugged, Hezhi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was torn between protecting the towel and supporting Zhezhi, resulting in a chaotic scramble. Haha, I've never seen Hezhi this comical. Thanks to the mischievous leader. I'm done. What is Zhezhi doing? Let go of him. Don't touch my Hezhi. How scandalous. Just my type, hehe. This is utterly outrageous. It's evident that Sister Zhezhi is having a tough time. As the comments erupted, Zhezhi gradually regained her senses, though not entirely so, her gaze still hazy. I'm so sorry, she murmured, attempting to steady herself by clutching Hezhi's arm. However, her dizziness persisted, and upon standing, she found her balance unsteady. She first looked up at Hezhi, her face smeared with blood, offering him an apologetic smile before instinctively bending down again, continuing, I apologize, this nosebleed is a symbol of respect. Sister's nosebleed, your medal, truly. How embarrassing, may Buddha forgive me. As she spoke, her eyes caught sight of the bloodstains on the towel, and they widened in shock as she lunged forward, bestowing a grand kiss upon little Hezhi. Hezhi's body stiffened, frozen in place. Zhezhi? Qin Moyan emerged from the opposite room, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief at the sight before him. What on earth are you doing? He questioned, incredulity evident in his voice as he stepped closer to Zhezhi. Upon hearing his voice, she turned her head to glance back. The moment she laid eyes on Qin Moy, her pupils swirled within their sockets, a goofy grin spreading across her face as she chuckled, then extended her hand toward him uncontrollably, exclaiming, So you're here. Hehehe. I'm coming to seduce you. Qin Moy, Hezhi, bullet comments, Zhezhi, nosebleed, messy hair. Is this seduction even effective? Chapter 22. This world is still full of villains. Having washed the garlic, Zhezhi sat demurely on the sofa, her expression frozen in a daze, with 2 paper wads protruding from her nostrils, the corners of her lips curving into a cunning smile. Ha ha ha. Is she using her face to insult someone? How filthy. I've never seen someone look so yin-yang, uncertain. Shall I take another look? What's wrong with the sect leader? Why isn't he smiling? Is it because he is simply not inclined to? No worries, viewer 50. We can pretend we didn't see anything. What did we see? Did we witness Sister Song kissing little Hezhi? Or did we see Zhezhi swooning over Hezhi's abs? Nothing was seen, rest assured. This is hilarious. It seems this world is still filled with villains. Zhezhi, secretly bleeding, stunning everyone, hehe, in a bear-like voice. Sister Song, my nosebleed is your trophy. So, does the sect leader find Hezhi's abs appealing? You all are too conservative. What does sect leader Song think of little Hezhi? Is he tall? Is he big? Zhezhi was utterly unprepared as those interrogative comments bombarded her. By the time she considered closing her eyes to ignore them, her mind had already registered the questions. And her mouth began to operate uncontrollably. He looks good, but alas, I haven't touched him. What a pity. This loss is immense. Oh my, quite long and quite big. But merely soft. It appears I lack the charm to make it rise swiftly. After speaking, Zhezhi slumped back like a lazy fish, sprawling on the sofa. Just as she reclined, she caught sight of Hezhi, who was holding a glass of water. His expression a mix of confusion, as if he were confirming he hadn't misheard. His lips parted slightly, only to close again in silence for a moment before he finally mustered the resolve to say, "You're actually quite charming." After saying this, he quickly averted his gaze, his ears reddening as he took a sip of water and ascended the stairs. Once on the staircase, he cast a furtive glance back at Zhezhi, and his lips involuntarily curled into a broad smile. Zhezhi, like a carp leaping, sat upright, her eyes wide with astonishment, causing quite the stir among the spectators. The bullet comments reflected the shock that Hezhi had evoked. Does this imply he is attracted to Zhezhi? He entered and was immediately tripped by the barrage of comments. You're real brave. Why does this feel inexplicably shipworthy? Charming Zhezhi, tender-hearted Hezhi? Psst, am I losing my mind? Not tender anymore, quite hard, hehe. Upon descending, Jiang Xunye's expression soured as he noticed the comments predominantly focused on Zhezhi and Hezhi, who among them lacked abs. With that thought, he removed his sleeveless top, strolling towards Zhezhi. While she was still in a daze, he grasped her hand and guided it to his abdomen. Feeling the throbbing veins of Jiang Xunye's muscular torso and the heat radiating from him, Zhezhi's toes curled instinctively. Sister can touch me. Not the filthy hands of other men. Jiang Xunye flashed a grin, revealing his signature tiger teeth, perfectly embodying the blend of youthful exuberance and mature charisma. Listening to him, and glancing at the fair skin of Jiang Xunye, then up at his boyish face, Zhezhi couldn't help but blink several times, unable to resist exclaiming, "Oh my! Do you truly wish for a dream castle?" "Pfft, as expected of you, Zhezhi. High emotional intelligence. Do you really desire a dream castle?" "Low emotional intelligence. You make me uncomfortable." Zhezhi's toes are still toes. Toes. Another day of excessive activity. What a fresh physique. Sister Song. Don't flinch or feel awkward, come on, take a bite. When Jin Shinian emerged with the medicinal concoction, he stumbled upon the scene of Jiang Xunye holding Zhezhi's hand, caressing her, causing the warm smile that had graced his lips to vanish instantly. "Zhezhi, it's time for your medicine." His gaze turned cold, yet his tone remained melodious. Zhezhi glanced at Jin Shinian, feeling inexplicably guilty as she swiftly withdrew her hand from Jiang Xunye's grasp.
Ok.
What you are about to witness is the first few rounds of the fox Jin versus the wild dog Jiang. Who will win the beauty this time? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Brother, it's time for your medicine. Zhezhi, horrified, utterly terrified, sleepless, hair standing on end. Zhezhi, are you touched? I can't even dare to move. Observing his empty hand, Jiang Xunye shot a frosty glare at Jin Shinian, and with just a glance, he clenched his jaw tightly. However, Jin Shinian paid him no heed, instead settling beside Zhezhi, his face adorned with his trademark gentle smile. "Be careful, it's hot." As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful, blowing on it before offering it to her lips. The bitter aroma of the medicine assaulted her senses, and as she frowned, preparing to swallow, she felt an icy glare fixed upon her from beside. Her mouth, which was about to open, froze in place as she tilted her head to glance at the source of the cold, resentful gaze. Jiang Xunye. Reluctantly, she closed her mouth again. In ancient times, emperors emphasized equitable sharing of resources. She too ought to learn a thing or two about sharing. Is there something oddly peculiar about that? Share together? Oh no, I'll handle this myself. As she spoke, Zhezhi reached for the bowl of medicine in Jin Shinian's hands, but he deftly withdrew it. Hot. Be obedient. So brother Jin prefers obedient ones, unlike me. Sister will do as she pleases. Jiang Xunye stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor dripping with sarcasm. One hand idly grazing the jade wolf-tooth necklace hanging around his neck, an adult gift from Zhezhi. She recalled that day vividly, when the now taller, sturdier youth had pressed her against the wall, the threads of his gaze ensnaring her reason, culminating in that fateful summer night's dream with him whispering, "Sister, I'm an adult now. Lost in thought as she observed Jiang Xunye's little movements, songs that Hezhi suddenly patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit. Jiang Xunye, taken aback, nodded eagerly and took a seat. Songs that Hezhi glanced between him and Jin Shinian before smiling. You both wish to feed me. Huh? All right. As the benevolent one, I shall indulge you. Each of you feed me a bite, and no stealing. Hehe, I'm quite the clever little fox.
With that,
She first accepted the bite from Jin Shinian. The taste of the medicine was bitter and astringent, causing her face to scrunch up. Yet she didn't forget to pass the bowl to Jiang Xunye. Jin Shinian watched, somewhat perplexed, while Jiang Xunye was equally flummoxed. As Qin Moyan exited his room and reached the staircase, he was met with the sight of songs at Hezhi turning from left to right, with Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye silently feeding her one bite after another, creating a harmonious yet bizarre tableau. Observing, he instinctively raised his previously relaxed brows. Alas! It was utterly unbearable. After taking the medicine, Zhezhi felt entirely unwell. Thank you for the invitation, but I am no longer Zhezhi. I am now bitter melon juice, she murmured to herself. In the next moment, someone pressed a sweet fruit candy, peach-flavored and fragrant, into her hand. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Qin Moyan had unknowingly appeared before her. Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian simultaneously cast wary glances at Qin Moyan, their eyes brimming with suspicion. Yet, it seemed that Qin Moyan merely intended to offer Zhezhi a piece of candy. Unbeknownst to the two, this very candy would forge a profound memory connecting Zhezhi and Qin Moyan. Gazing into Qin Moyan's eyes, which danced between laughter and intrigue, her heart fluttered as a buried memory resurfaced. I cannot bear to see you suffer, tugging at her heartstrings and causing a faint ache. Wow, Zhezhi is indeed a talent. Haha, you feed one bite while I feed another, you've made me laugh to the point of gasping. Song sister, you simply do not understand. This is called royal strategy, striving for harmony and stability in the harem. Indeed, it has developed. Look, even President Qin has arrived.
oh dear.
It appears that among these male guests, only Hezhi has no connection with Zhezhi. Hezhi is truly a male deity. He simply does not stoop to competing with other men for women. What is Zhezhi even worth? Does she even deserve our Hezhi? As the comments erupted, the live stream revealed the recipients of the confession letters chosen by everyone on the first night. Chapter 23, Nighttime Livestream. Understand the applause. Public announcement of nighttime confession letters. Jiang Xunye to Zhezhi. Did you only spend time with me to gain points? No, it was to gain you. Zhezhi, sitting cross-legged on the bed, read Jiang Xunye's letter aloud, unable to control her mouth as she replied, who writes a confession letter in the form of a question. After speaking, she felt a wave of dizziness. White Seeing, listening nearby, was instantly taken aback, her expression resembling a shocked meme. Zhezhi, can you not be so uncouth? She exclaimed, her face flushed, quickly covering her head with the blanket, as if to shield herself from any further shocking words from Zhezhi. Pfft, the sect leader is magnificent.
Fei Yang, can you not be so refined?
White Seeing, not suffering, just unfortunate. Following Song Sister means a daily feast of yellow dishes. So how is the wild dog level? With a devilish smile, Zhezhi caught a glimpse of the comments, and by chance, her eyes landed on one, instantly ringing alarm bells in her mind. Before she could cover her mouth, her voice rang out. It's quite difficult to evaluate. I wish him success. As her words fell, the live stream erupted in chaos, the comments scrolling by in a dizzying flurry. Hurriedly, she lowered her head to open another letter. White Seeing, hearing the commotion, cautiously peeled back the blanket from her head, spying on Zhezhi's situation. Jin Shinian to Zhezhi. Zhezhi, what is it that I lack? Causing you to seek other men? If so, I can change. With a crying face, as Zhezhi read this, she couldn't help but wince, then tilted her head, furrowing her brow as she said, No, my friend, let us not pua ourselves. You have no fault. Of course, I have none either. My so-called flaws merely reflect my desire to give every handsome man a home. This, in itself, proves I am a kind girl, right? Understand? Applause. After finishing, she clapped for herself. Beside her, White Seeing appeared bewildered but joined in, clapping along. To describe being a scoundrel so refreshingly, only you, Song Sister. Song Sister perfectly articulates my sentiments. Who doesn't want to provide a home for handsome men? Shy. I applaud you. I turn for you. Giving you a thumbs up. Question Zhezhi. Understand Zhezhi, becomes Zhezhi. Alright, enough of this. Let us move on to the next. Though Zhezhi spoke casually, she diligently folded Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian's letters and picked up Qin Moyan's. After a few glances, her face was a mask of confusion, her brow furrowed in concentration, contemplating for a long while, enveloped in silence. The audience in the live stream was utterly curious, their voices overlapping in questions. Hey, why aren't you reading anymore? Is the sect leader not reading because he dares not? No way. Is there truly something that Song's sister fears? With her brows tightly knitted, Zhezhi cast a glance at the comments and then at the letter. This letter was indeed taking a deep breath. Zhezhi's brows relaxed slightly, and with a hint of disdain, she remarked, Qin Moyan to Zhezhi, I have committed 1 sin to meet you, heartbroken, 2 sins to know you, tears, 3 sins to be with you, sobbing, 4 sins to delight in you, holding back tears, 5 sins to miss you, 6 sins to care for you, heartbroken, 7 sins to guard you, 8 sins to protect you, 9 sins to love you, 10 sins to adore you. All 10 sins combined, this time, I shall retreat. And this retreat shall last a lifetime. Dark transformation. After reading, Zhezhi was left speechless, regretting her impulsiveness. She never anticipated that the source of her embarrassment would not be Go Luo Hanzhong, but rather the non-mainstream Qin Moyan.
Huffed.
White Seeing could not contain her laughter, having held it in until she was nearly breathless. I just laughed so hard I sounded like a goose, huh? Family?
Who understands?
I'm in tears. Song sister, withdraw this. Withdraw it. Perhaps I am simply too alluring, unable to endure such words, crying, laughing. Why doesn't the sect leader comment? Want you say something about the sinner? Boo-hoo, my mom told me to get out and laugh, boo-hoo, haha. That night, as the live stream concluded, it soared to the trending topics without a moment's hesitation, with most related terms connected to Zhezhi. Zhezhi, it was still for you. Zhezhi, sister merely wishes to provide each handsome man a home. Zhezhi, Qin Moyan, I shall retreat from literature. Gu Hezhi, the sole survivor beneath Zhezhi's skirt in the love variety show. Fox Jean S. 36 Stratagems. The heat ranking of you and my sweet light CP. Su Qing Shui, White Lotus. Young lady by seems rather charming. You are currently browsing the CP ranking for you and my sweet time, where you can cast a vote for your favorite CP. First place, Weaving CP, Jin Shinian and Zhezhi. Second place, Coconut Juice CP, Jiang Xunye and Zhezhi. Third place, Ink CP, Qin Moyan and Zhezhi. Fourth place, Affectionate CP, Luo Hanzhong and Su Qing Shui, a gazing at the CP ranking list beneath the program You and My Sweet Time. Gu Hezhi's grip on his phone tightened unconsciously, his eyes darkening, even taking on a hint of malevolence. He replayed the moments of Zhezhi interacting with others during the live stream countless times, torturing himself with the glaring images until his phone ran out of battery. Only then did he shift his gaze to the confession letter beside his pillow that had yet to be delivered. Gu Hezhi to Zhezhi. On the pale blue paper, only their names were inscribed, for how could a single sheet convey his heartfelt emotions? Zhezhi, I truly cannot hold back any longer. Curling his legs, he rested his hands on his knees, burying his head in the crook of his arms, as if this way he could feel a semblance of support. I will ensure you have a place to go, someone to rely on. Together, let us return home. Zhezhi's past vow echoed in his ears, pulling Gu Hezhi's thoughts, causing him to sniffle and redden his eyes. Is it because of them? Thinking this, he lifted his head, gazing at Jiang Xunye, who had already drifted into slumber in the adjacent bed. On the other side, in Country Y, an international fashion show has just concluded. Meng Siyuan reached for his phone, glancing at the trending topics back home, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Zhezhi, a dating reality show? He murmured softly. Suddenly, a few pairs of gleaming leather shoes appeared in his line of sight. Meng Siyuan paused momentarily, lifting his head to meet several cold, expressionless faces adorned with sunglasses. Among them, one face stood out, beaming with an eager smile. The individual rubbed his hands together anxiously and cautiously ventured, Sir, the boss said he misses you. Chapter 24. A sense of impending departure from the industry in the early morning. Due to their varying professions, the wake-up times of the group differed. Gu Hezhi was the earliest to rise, and as soon as he got up, he left to attend to his commitments. Bai Seeing awoke to find Zhezhi still asleep. She merely cast a disdainful glance at the person sprawled across the bed like a pancake before heading to the dressing room to change and subsequently exiting the room. Downstairs, Zhang Yue had prepared breakfast for everyone. Upon seeing Bai Xiying, she greeted her with great enthusiasm. "Good morning, Xiying." Bai Xiying paused mid-step down the stairs, momentarily coming to her senses, and responded with a faint A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhang Yue's face, but she quickly masked it. Su Qingshua's gaze shifted between the two for a moment before a smile slowly crept onto her lips, and she spoke. "Xiying, you're up. Has Zhezhi not risen yet? But that makes sense. I heard that among the 5 male guests yesterday, 3 wrote confession letters to Zhezhi. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to sleep either. By the way, did Xunye write a letter to you, Xiying?" Su Qingxue asked, her innocent almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Bai Xiying, upon hearing this, felt her expression darken in surprise, and she angrily pulled out the chair opposite Su Qingxue and sat down.
No.
"Do you have something to say?" Her tone was no longer the sweet lilt of the previous day, but rather cold and sharp. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated this reaction from Bai Xiying.
Oh, dear.
Who is this, speaking so icily? It's as if the air conditioning isn't even needed. Came the languid voice of Song Zhezhi from the staircase. The group simultaneously looked up towards the stairs. Dressed in a rather chaotic outfit reminiscent of a spirited youth, Song Zhezhi's disheveled hair only added to the overall disarray. If not for her striking face, one might think it was a disaster scene. Upon waking, Song Zhezhi discovered Bai Xiying was nowhere to be found. Feeling around, she stumbled upon a small, unfamiliar bag, the contents resembling what Jiang Xunye had mentioned he would give her. Assuming it was indeed from him, she thought little of it and tucked the bag away, heading downstairs. Oh dear, waking up early truly transforms me from a kind and beautiful girl into a little monster. As soon as Song Zhezhi appeared, the comments section erupted with excitement. She had made several trending topics during yesterday's live broadcast, and her followers were multiplying. "Welcome, master. Ha ha ha, little monster indeed. Is she really this explosive right from the start? Song Zhezhi, you know how to speak. TSK, why is it that every time Su Qingxue speaks, it irks me? Is it my problem? Better to expend others than to waste oneself. Rest assured, you are not alone." I thought it would be a challenge for Song Zhezhi to receive a confession letter from a man, but lo and behold, it's not just 1 but 3. Who hasn't he written? Of course, it's Gu Hezhi. Yesterday, Song Zhezhi didn't read Gu Hezhi's letter, and Luo Hanzhong wrote to Bai Xiying, who completely ignored it. The comments flew fast and furiously. Zhang Yue, upon reading the comment that Luo Hanzhong had written to Bai Xiying, briefly exhibited a glimmer of melancholy in her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably proud seeing that Gu Hezhi had not written to Song Zhezhi. It seemed not everyone adored Song Zhezhi after all. Gu Hezhi didn't he write a letter? I thought he might write to Qingxue. Zhang Yue remarked, handing Su Qingxue a glass of milk, her demeanor slightly submissive. Su Qingxue, feeling a tad embarrassed, smiled and replied, "What are you saying? I hold great respect for Senior Gu. I wouldn't dare to think such things." Chicken. Song Zhezhi couldn't help but blurt out. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, and Su Qingxue's smile stiffened. Bai Xiying was the first to break into laughter, her gaze sweeping over Song Zhezhi, milk spilling uncontrollably from her lips. In a spirited outfit, tight pants, bold ghost, Song Zhezhi is truly cool. Song Zhezhi, with a single remark, she silences 3, just asking, should this master be in charge? A new classic, destined to be remembered. I dare to think. Song Zhezhi is truly shameless. She can say anything. How could Gu Hezhi possibly write to Song Zhezhi? This woman really has no sense of her own worth. I weigh 100 pounds. With 90 pounds of rebellious spirit, I'm fully aware of my worth. Why slander me? Keep this up, and I might just go a bit crazy. After saying this, Song Zhezhi heard the system's prompt. Integrity points 1. She grinned widely, her smile radiant. However, to the others, it seemed more like a warning following her previous comment about going crazy. Su Qingxue observed the barrage of comments criticizing Song Zhezhi, her heart brimming with unspoken delight. Yet she feigned a frown, saying, I truly envy Zhezhi. All the male guests are willing to write her letters. I'm beginning to fear that by the end, no one will write to me, and I'll start to doubt myself. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's fans in the live chat began sending supportive messages. Song Zhezhi plopped down and, while peeling a boiled egg, looked at Su Qingxue with a face full of pity. After a long, drawn-out sigh, she asked, Ah? Is it that serious? What does the United Nations say? Su Qingxue responded, Pfft, Am I watching a dating reality show or a comedy? My goodness. How is Song Zhezhi this funny? Song Zhezhi always carries an air of not knowing she might not be in this circle tomorrow. It's delightful.
Fan.
I've always recognized Song Zhezhi as state of mind. Song Zhezhi. Basic skills, don't worry about it.
Su Kingsui.
Waking up in the middle of the night. Wait, is she out of her mind? Is this something to report to the United Nations? United Nations, you seem to be quite all right. Oh, dear. A slip of the hand. Song Zhezhi, having only peeled half of her egg, let it tumble onto the table. She quickly picked it up, counting 1, 2, 3. Okay, if I pick it up within 3 seconds, it's still edible. She attempted to pop it back into her mouth. Bai Xiying cast a disdainful glance her way, smirking. It's already been over 3 seconds, hasn't it? Honestly. Hearing this, Song Zhezhi lifted her gaze to meet Bai Xiying's eyes, then returned her focus to the egg, staring at it for 2 to 3 seconds before speaking. You foul egg, look at you. After a vigorous tirade, Song Zhezhi smiled slightly at the astonished expressions of the other three. Now it's good to eat. My mouth is dirtier. With a giggle, she swallowed the egg whole. Su Qingxue, Bai Xiying, and Zhang Yaoyue stared blankly, their faces reflecting pure confusion. The comments section erupted with laughter. Song Zhezhi. The egg fell on the table, but it's fine. I'll scold it and eat it afterward. My mouth is dirtier than the egg. I can eat it, no worries. This operation from Song Zhezhi has me utterly speechless. I can't believe she just berated an egg. This woman, I can't take it. And you can't take it? Chapter 25. The mad sect leader and her nonconformist little husband Lo Hanzhong, unable to contain himself any longer, was immediately confronted with the sight of Song Zhezhi's shamelessly stuffing an egg into her mouth, a scene that elicited an unmistakable look of disdain on his face. Nonchalantly, Song Zhezhi flicked her fingers and cast a sidelong glance at him, smirking with a hint of derision. If you have any objections to me, feel free to message me. If you don't have my contact information, it merely indicates that we are not yet familiar enough for you to voice such opinions. With that, she donned a slightly softer smile as she turned her attention to Zhang Yaoyue. Thank you for the delightful breakfast, my beautiful Yaoyue. Rising from her seat, she sauntered towards the living room, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the scowling Lo Hanzhong as she passed him, only to scoff playfully. In this day and age, even the inept can put on airs. What's the point of that pretentious demeanor? Perhaps I should bestow upon you a title, Your Highness the Pretender. At that moment, Jiang Xunye, who had been diligently exercising in the Villa's gym since early morning, emerged, clad in a sleeveless black top that showcased his muscular arms. Beads of sweat glistened on his chest and abdomen, subtly revealing the contours of his physique. A white towel draped casually over his shoulder. He held a black thermos in one hand while the other busily wiped the perspiration from his brow. His youthful vigor, infused with an alluring masculine charm, stood in stark contrast to Lo Hanzhong. Song Zhezhi shook her head disapprovingly and remarked to Lo Hanzhong, "Take a page from his book, you little cur." Lo Hanzhong gazed at her in disbelief, his face and neck flushing with indignation. Just as he was about to erupt, Jiang Xunye's voice chimed in. Upon catching sight of Song Zhezhi, a broad smile instantly illuminated Jiang Xunye's previously relaxed demeanor, revealing his charming canine-like teeth. In the next moment, he bounded toward Song Zhezhi like a large dog. "Good morning, sister. Why are you up so early?
Didn't you sleep in?
Did you sleep well last night? Did mosquitoes bite you? Have you had breakfast? If not, I can whip something up for you. What would you like?" Song Zhezhi raised a hand to silence him. "Be quiet, listen." At her command, Jiang Xunye fell silent, blinking his bright eyes in obedience before nodding dutifully. Lowering his voice to a mere whisper, he replied, "Then I'll go take a shower." Song Zhezhi withdrew her hand without responding. Regardless of her silence, Jiang Xunye remained in high spirits. As he turned around, he locked eyes with Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan, who had just descended the stairs. Raising an eyebrow in triumph, Jiang Xunye deliberately raised his voice a notch. "Sister's hands are truly fragrant and soft." Jin Shinian's previously upturned lips instantly drooped, and her gaze towards Jiang Xunye turned icy. Although Qin Moyan's expression was equally displeased, he maintained his composure. As he descended the stairs, he brushed past Jiang Xunye and muttered in a tone barely audible to anyone but the two of them, "Childish." Afterward, he donned a smile and greeted Song Zhezhi with a good morning before extending pleasantries to the others. Our Qinzong is all about poise and competence. Who would have thought that such a seemingly mature man would have a nonconformist side? Can you imagine? I certainly can't. Haha, I yield to Qinzong. This retreat is for a lifetime. You all are so bold, dancing right in front of the main character. Qin Moyan observed the flurry of comments with a slight furrow of his brow. Will the confession letters be made public?
Listening intently. Su king sue quickly interjected.
That's optional. It depends on whether the recipient wishes to disclose it. She then cast a meaningful glance in Song Zhezhi's direction. This moment did not escape Qin Moyan's notice. He narrowed his eyes slightly, reflecting on Su Qingshua's behavior from yesterday to now. She had aimed barbs at Song Zhezhi's and Lo Hanzhong, deliberately stumbled and framed Song Zhezhi's, and now seemed to be stirring the pot regarding his relationship with Song Zhezhi's. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Song Zhezhi's had settled onto the sofa, preparing for a contest of skill and teamwork in a popular game, commonly referred to as playing King of Glory. When she turned her head at the sound of the conversation, meeting Qin Moyan's deep gaze, she smiled innocently and remarked, "What can I say? I am a patriotic, diligent, honest, and amiable young person. Who knew you would write such things?" Qin Moyan snorted lightly and sat down. "If you love, love deeply. If not, don't cause harm. I know that feeling drawn to you is a punishment from the heavens." As he spoke, he viciously tore his sandwich in two.
Puffed.
By seeing, unable to contain herself, sprayed milk, which fortuitously landed on Lo Hanzhong's face. His brows twitched with frustration, but he dared not lash out at Bai Xiying and could only endure in silence. Others were equally taken aback by Qin Moyan's unexpected remark. Left in stunned silence for a moment, the comments reflected this surprise. Black dress shoes, suit pants, the nonconformist tyrant you should remember. With hands in pockets and chin held high, Qinzong reigns in the realm of nonconformists. I raise the banner for Qinzong. Who dares oppose him? I've decided, from today on, I volunteer to join the Qin army, living as Qinzong's person, dying as Qinzong's spirit. Suddenly, I feel that Qin Moyan and Song Zhezhi's make quite the pair, haha, one mad, and the other nonconformist. Qin Moyan, observing the comments, smiled with satisfaction. "Qinzong, may I have your WeChat?" Su Qingshuo asked cautiously, pulling out her phone with hopeful anticipation. Qin Moyan wiped his mouth and shot her a glance. Confusion etched on his face. "I still need my WeChat. If I give it to you, what will I use? Don't you have WeChat?"
Su king sue clarified.
"What I mean is, I'd like to add your WeChat." "Oh, you should have said so clearly," Qin Moyan replied. Su Qingshuo's eyes brightened, and just as she was about to open her WeChat, Qin Moyan added, "I'm quick to refuse. This makes it seem like I've been chatting with you for ages. How unmanly." The comments erupted in laughter. Su Qingshuo's smile froze on her face. However, Qin Moyan acted as if he hadn't noticed and stood up. After a moment's scrutiny of Su Qingshuo, he tilted his head and asked, "Are you free?" Su Qingshuo slowly regained her composure, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Nodding vigorously, she was about to inquire if Qin Moyan needed her assistance when he picked up the phone. The call was answered almost immediately. "When did we at Xingsheng acquire so many idle people? Am I running a charity? Are these artists waiting for me to support them by doing nothing? No one is free?"
"Fine."
As he spoke, he pointed the phone at Su Qingshuo and asked again, "Come on, tell him, are you free?" Su Qingshuo, "Should I be free or not? I'm waiting online, it's urgent." Chapter 26. Enter my unethical sect, striving to be a good person, laughing to death. Su Qingshuo, "Qinzong, do you think I can be free?" Su Qingshuo, "Really, is no one speaking up for me? This is hilarious. But I feel like Qin Moyan is avenging Song Zhezhi's. Huh? What grievance does Sister Song have that she cannot resolve herself? My dear Xue is so pitiful. Why bully her? This Qin Moyan thinks he is impressive just because he has a bit of money." Song Zhezhi's looked at the comments disparaging Qin Moyan on Su Qingshuo's behalf and felt a momentary pang of sympathy for her. While having a few paltry coins may not seem particularly impressive, what he possesses far exceeds that. I can hardly fathom how uplifting it would be if I could earn even a fraction of his wealth. With a wistful shake of her head, Song Zhezhi expressed her thoughts. Qin Moyan, removing his phone from in front of Su Qingshuo, cast a stoic glance at the screen before turning and heading toward the entrance. There would be no second chances. After changing his shoes, he cast a warning glance back at Su Qingshuo and, upon softening his gaze slightly, directed it towards Song Zhezhi. A subtle smile gracing his lips. "I shall return tonight. Should you wish for something to eat, feel free to message me on WeChat. I might reluctantly consider bringing something back for you." He paused momentarily, surveying the other men in the living room before adding, "Keep your distance from the wild men." With that, He pushed open the door and slid into a Bentley that had been waiting outside. Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian. Ha ha ha, wild man Jiang. Wild man Jin. You truly are a master strategist, leaving us speechless. Oh no, I suddenly shipped Qin Moyan and Zhezhi so hard. Who understand this feeling? A fatherly figure with a hint of youthful exuberance. Proud yet utterly doting. Double standards and favoritism. The mosey couple is on fire, and you're acting all reluctant. Qin Moyan, just admit it. A bit of a nod to the Zhezhi couple. By the way, I have something to attend to today. So I'll step out for now, just a light ship of mosey. The key point is, we chat. Intentionally prompting Zhezhi to message him. If I were Su Qingxue, I'd be absolutely furious. The comments were not mistaken. Su Qingxue was indeed on the verge of an explosion. Her hand, hidden beneath the table, was gripping the tablecloth with such ferocity that it seemed as if tearing it apart would also shatter the humiliation brought upon her by Zhezhi. Zhang Yaowen noticed her actions and raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Once she composed herself, she flashed a radiant smile at Su Qingxue and inquired, "Sister, don't you have any plans for today? Outside of weekends, the reality show does not impose mandatory filming on guests, allowing them to arrange their work and schedules freely. Moreover, our sweet time employs a live stream format, granting even greater flexibility and autonomy." Upon hearing her voice, Su Qingxue turned her gaze toward Zhang Yaowen. The latter's dazzling smile now appeared painfully glaring to her. Was she deliberately trying to provoke her? Very well. With that thought, Su Qingxue could not help but curl her lips in a sardonic smile, lazily tilting her head as she replied, "Of course I do. What about you? I haven't even asked what you do for a living. I always thought you looked familiar. I believe I've seen you at a bar before." The moment those words slipped from her lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically among the attendees. Zhezhi could not resist turning around, leaning against the sofa cushions, her gaze fixated on the two. Su Qingxue's insinuation was tantamount to suggesting that Zhang Yaowen resembled an unsavory service worker from a bar. Unsurprisingly, the comments began to echo her sentiments. "Indeed, I thought so too. Zhang Yaowen's appearance, tsk, certainly gives off a worldly vibe. I feel like I've seen her at a bar as well. She looks quite familiar. Oh, I've ordered from her before. It was quite mediocre. Is that true? How much did it cost? Her figure is rather good. Which bar is she from? I'll order from her next time." A deluge of vile remarks flooded in, leaving Zhang Yaowen's complexion paling instantly. Her lips trembled, seemingly at a loss for words, eventually managing to stammer out, "No. I'm not. I work in social media, just a small influencer." Listening to this, Su Qingxue lifted her lips in triumphant glee, then continued with feigned innocence. "Oh, an influencer, is that so?" Her demeanor and expression left little room for doubt, provoking boundless speculation from those around. The comments intensified in their taunts. Zhang Yaowen, unaccustomed to such a scene, felt her eyes welling up. She glanced at Luo Hanzhong, hoping for a word of support. However, what she encountered was a look of disdain from Luo Hanzhong, his brows knitted in disapproval. In that moment, it felt as though something within her heart gradually crumbled. "Oh dear, I see why Su Qingxue is so agitated. It appears she has encountered a kindred spirit. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? You two seem to have much in common." Zhezhi's voice floated in, calm and unperturbed, like a gentle breeze scented with mint, soothing the atmosphere. Zhang Yaowen turned her head in surprise. Yet, Zhezhi did not direct her gaze toward her, only smilingly fixing her eyes on Su Qingxue. Hearing this,
Su Qingxue stood abruptly. "Song,"
she exclaimed, initially in excitement, but then remembering the presence of the cameras. Her expression softened slightly into a feigned look of grievance. "What are you talking about, Zhezhi? How could I and Sister Yaowen be in the same line of work?" Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence as she covered her mouth dramatically, questioning, "Oh, aren't you both in the same field? I could have sworn that Qingxue was also an influencer before transitioning to now. Did I misremember?" Su Qingxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, for Zhezhi's statement held a kernel of truth. "I remember, as well. I think I even saw Miss Su during the celebration banquet for my family as subsidiary going public back in her influencer days." Jiang Xunye remarked casually, moving closer to Zhezhi and settling beside her. "Indeed, I seem to recall a bit about Miss Su from that period as well." Jin Shinian chimed in, almost mirroring Jiang Xunye's movements as he took a seat on the other side of Zhezhi. Listening, Su Qingxue ground her teeth for a long while before finally managing to force a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Well, that settles it then. Why are you so agitated, Yaiwe? You should learn from your sister Su Qingxue. She is the most experienced in your line of work. As Song Zhezhi spoke, she tilted her chin toward Zhang Yaiwe. Zhang Yaiwe paused momentarily, then gratefully nodded at her, responding with an earnest, Song Zhezhi's words successfully bound her to Su Qingxue, implying that if Su Qingxue's fans spread rumors about her, it would reflect back on Su Qingxue as well. After all, we're in the same field, right? Oh, dear. No need to fret. Let us not speak out of turn. We are all decent people. At last. Luo Hanzong interjected, handing Zhang Yaiwe a glass of water. Zhang Yaiwe was momentarily taken aback, and before she could accept the water from Luo Hanzong, Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian spoke up again. Oh, Hanzong is still here? I thought you had stepped away for a bit, considering how quiet you've been. Jiang Xunye remarked, with Jin Shinian following closely, both seemingly conversing with each other, yet subtly targeting Luo Hanzong. Luo Hanzhong's expression, already strained, became even more difficult to read as he handed Zhang Yaiwe the water. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaiwe chose to accept the glass, smiling as she said, It's all right. It's not a big deal. Hanzhong, you've even brought me water. The viewers in the live stream were left momentarily stunned, the comments section going silent before gradually resuming. This fox and little dog have finally united. What is up with you, Zhang Yaiwe? Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian. The last time we were silent was indeed the last time. Ultimately, it seems to have been a misallocation of affections. However, this matter truly has little to do with Luo Hanzhong. It indeed has no connection. But doesn't her statement effectively negate those who just spoke on her behalf? I wish to express that just moments ago, the gaze with which Luo Hanzong regarded Zhang Yaiwe was unmistakably tinged with disdain. Zhang Yaiwe retorted, but brother Hanzhong offered me water. With such a mindset, even Bian Ke would declare that the poison runs too deep to be salvaged. Sister Song, you must advise her. Song Zhezhi merely shook her head with a soft chuckle. It is often said that good counsel is wasted on the irredeemable. Sometimes, it is far better for the damned to remain in their fate. After all, each person is bound by their own destiny. To intervene is to entangle oneself in another's fate, and any retribution intended for them may very well befall you instead. I still wish to live and uphold my tradition of being a good person after all. The barrage of comments read, What tradition of goodness? Song Zhezhi grinned. Welcome to my realm of mischief, where we strive to be virtuous in our own ways, delicious, wealthy, and indulgent. As the comments erupted into lively chatter once more, one particular remark caught Song Zhezhi's attention. The sect leader maintains this persona of virtue quite well. With that single line, her smile faltered. And upon glancing at Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaiwe, her expression turned serious. Chapter 27. The young heir of the capital is wild and unruly, and he entices me with his touch. Indeed, the concept of persona. She finds herself in a literary world where every character is endowed with their own narrative design. As an invasive consciousness, she has yet to intersect with any storyline within the book. The original work, The Young Heir of the Capital, is wild and unruly, daily enticing me with his touch, narrates the tale of Lin Yuzan, a beauty in a qipao, who, after her family's downfall, becomes the stand-in lover for the powerful heir Meng Siyuan, entangled in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. The narrative is rife with anguish, culminating in a tragic misunderstanding resolved only when the stand-in nature of their relationship is revealed, resulting in the heroine's demise during childbirth, and ultimately, the hero's inability to cope leads to global chaos. In truth, Song Zhezhi harbors deep skepticism regarding the author's mental state during the writing of this piece. It seems that every character exists solely to elevate the love story of the protagonists, and the entire world revolves around their romance, only to reveal this tragic conclusion. What is even more outrageous is that she distinctly recalls the book's original cover boldly proclaiming a happily ever after, only for the author to quietly alter it at some point. Just as Song Zhezhi was about to unleash a lengthy critique, furiously typing away, she witnessed the glaring transformation of B, bad ending, into OE, open ending. Open?
How open could it be?
In a vacuous narrative or a mere fleeting moment. Returning to the matter at hand, she pondered her purpose for traversing into this fictional realm. In a flurry of thoughts, Song Zhezhi resolved to send a message to Qin Moyan, requesting him to bring back some spicy snacks to soothe her nerves.
Little yen.
Bring back some spicy strips to calm my jangled nerves. Thanks a bunch. During the weekly meeting at Xing Sheng Group, an unexpected message flashed across the expansive PPT screen. The voice of the employee presenting the planning proposal gradually diminished to silence, anxious glances darting toward Qin Moyan, who sat at the head of the table. With a light cough, Qin Moyan suppressed a smile. Don't you all have fiancés? Why the stares? Resume your work. As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved his phone from beneath the table. Can't we have something better to eat? Came a disdainful comment from a colleague. I want some. I really do, was the enthusiastic reply from Zhezhi. The entire staff murmured in agreement, noting the rather unique energy of their president's fiancé, who seemed quite spirited indeed. Oblivious to her public exposure, Zhezhi reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in short videos. Nearby, Bai Xiying cast a disapproving glance at her sprawled posture and discreetly moved away. Zhezhi, why not have some fruit? Jin Shinian offered, holding a piece of chilled watermelon on a toothpick up to her lips. After a brief glance and a grateful nod, Zhezhi took a bite. Jin Shinian smiled gently and replied, no need for formalities between us. He then used the same toothpick to skewer a grape, bringing it to his own lips. Delicious. With Jiang Xunye out training, only he and Luo Hanzong remained. Zhezhi had no intention of acknowledging Luo Hanzong, her attention solely on him, which brought her delight just at the thought. Look at that sly fox, Jin. Jiang Xunye. Someone stealing my heart. TSK, how cunning. Feeding Zhezhi first, and then eating himself, a cheeky indirect kiss. What indirectness? Be direct. It's getting dark. Let's watch something suitable for adults. Sly smile. Zhezhi glanced at the barrage, chuckling softly before she sat up straight. What's suitable for adults? Very well, let me show you something exhilarating. As she spoke, she began scrolling through her phone screen. Jin Shinian, having heard her words and observed her expression, felt his ears warm slightly. Was something stirring within? Yet, before it could fully manifest, it was swiftly quelled, for Zhezhi lifted her phone, aiming it at the camera. With the volume turned up to the maximum, the live stream reverberated with the declaration, embrace new ideas, strive to be a new youth. Welcome to this episode of Youth Learning. I am your guide. Jin Shinian blinked, falling silent. The comments were equally unimpressed. It feels like the main dish is just plain rice. I must express my gratitude. Indeed, quite exhilarating.
Now,
I feel the urge to stand up and confront my unfinished summer homework for another 200 years. Well played. But do refrain from repeating such a thing next time. Playful tongues stick out. What a lack of integrity. I was just excitedly trembling with anticipation, only to find nothing. Is the sect leader truly so enamored with youth learning? Then allow me to put you to the test. A flurry of white comments flowed across the screen, prompting Zhezhi to make a grand gesture toward the camera before passionately declaring, I respectfully decline. I, Zhezhi, will only accept the tests of the party and the people. Chapter 28. Collaborative live stream. He calls me master? Watching something suitable for adults. Zhezhi. Embrace new ideas. I shall test you. Zhezhi. I only accept the tests of the party and the people. Patriotism, dedication, honesty, and kindness in varying circumstances. Throughout the day, Zhezhi once again seized the spotlight, propelled by the popularity of your sweet moments, dominating the trending searches with unrivaled fervor, attracting even more passers-by to the reality show live stream. Observing the flood of comments celebrating her trending status, Zhezhi nonchalantly shrugged, channeling her inner Gao Qixing as she swayed her neck. I have returned. This time, I shall reclaim every ounce of praise that belongs to me. Rise, my honor. With a raised fist, she proclaimed, only to be met with an expression of disdain from Luo Hanzong. Before he could voice a retort, a similar exclamation echoed from the entrance. Revive our love, dear sister. In a rush, Jiang Xunye kicked off his shoes, not even bothering to change into slippers as he sprinted towards Zhezhi, holding a sweet cone. Hurry, it's melting. He anxiously extended the cone toward her, taking a shortcut over Luo Hanzhong's head. Yet, unexpectedly, the ice cream slipped from the cone mid-journey, landing squarely atop Luo Hanzhong's head with a resounding slap. The room fell into silence, while the comments erupted into chaos. Jiang Xunye. Oh no, love is lost, crying. Indeed, sometimes being online alone can feel quite helpless. Luo Hanzong, this is truly a disaster. Luo Hanzong, if you have grievances, feel free to voice them, but why ambush my crown? Luo Hanzong felt a chill run through his mind at that moment. How audacious. Alright, no need to rush now. I have ascended, please do not disturb, Ice Cream remarked. Luo Hanzong turned his head stiffly, wearing a smile that seemed to say, "Are you trying to make me laugh?" Jiang Xunye paused for a moment before tapping the ice cream cone several times against the top of Lo Hanzhong's head, as if attempting to scoop up the ice cream that had fallen there. "Sorry, Hanzhong shouldn't mind, right?" Jiang Xunye said in a high-pitched voice, looking utterly innocent. Lo Hanzhong felt a lump of frustration lodged in his throat. He took a deep breath, forced himself to close his eyes, and after a brief moment, he reopened them, managing to squeeze out a forced smile as he replied, "It's fine." With that, he covered his hair and stood up, making his way towards the bathroom. Zhezhi was laughing uncontrollably, almost losing her breath, while Jin Shinian hurriedly patted her back. Jiang Xunye keenly noticed their interaction and quickly made his way to sit beside Zhezhi. Just as he settled in, the voice of the program's PD echoed through the villa. Before the other guests return, to enhance the program's entertainment value, we will connect with guests from another dating reality show in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, esteemed guests. As soon as the PD finished speaking, the projector in the living room flickered to life, displaying a clear 5-minute countdown. Am I not interesting enough? Do they really need to rely on guests from another show to spice things up? Alright, I shall see what this is all about. 5 minutes later, Zhezhi found the guests from the other show to indeed be quite amusing. She was genuinely curious about where the production team had found so many clowns. The first guest to connect appeared on screen, a man with a pompadour hairstyle and a thick neck, resembling a double-door refrigerator. As he entered the frame, the first thing Zhezhi noticed was a man licking his lips while stroking his chin. Finally connected. "The lady is quite beautiful, isn't she? Nice figure, have you trained?" he said, his gaze roving up and down. Zhezhi remained composed, while the barrage of comments exploded. "My silence is deafening.
Ah.
I feel like I've been violated through the screen. It's so painful. Help." Seeing this person suddenly makes Lo Hanzhong seem refreshing. What can I say? At least Lo Hanzhong has a face worth looking at. Lo Hanzhong. Never thought I would feel vindicated by this person? Thank you, double-door refrigerator brother. Why isn't the lady speaking? Is she shy? What style does she think she embodies? The man asked, making a shooting gesture towards the camera. Zhezhi replied, deadpan.
Pure desire, isso was.
Upon hearing her response, the man grew even more animated. Haha, has the lady ever had a boyfriend? What were they like? Zhezhi slightly tilted her head, a peculiar smile on her lips. I've had a few, just broke up. Well, they're all in the refrigerator now. To be honest, it's quite difficult to part with them, especially the heads. They're the hardest to deal with. Do you have any suggestions? As she spoke, she tilted her head, gazing into the seemingly vacant eyes of the guest on the other end, and continued, or would you like to take a look? The man, taken aback, instinctively recoiled and waved his hands in panic. No, that's unnecessary. Let's hang up. The screen went black for a moment. Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, feigning regret. Tsk. It seems no one enjoys pure desire anymore. What a pity the comments were flooded with laughter. Is that pure desire? I think it's pure depravity. Ha ha ha. Quite perverse. I like it. Sister song. Put me in the refrigerator. Whoa, whip me. 666. Welcome to my perverse door. Be my mischievous person. Look how scared he is, just hung up. No wonder song. The pure depravity war goddess is legendary. Perverse person, mischievous soul, pure depravity war goddess, song. Sister, just make sure to keep me in the refrigerator away from other men. I can't handle that at all, Jiang Xunye said, resting his head on his hand, gazing at Zhezhi with starry eyes. Zhezhi, I don't mind. Whatever is convenient for you is fine with me. I won't be picky. As long as it's the refrigerator you choose for me, I can accept it. Jin Shinian chimed in after Jiang Xunye. Zhezhi looked left and right, increasingly feeling that these two seemed to be looking forward to it. Perhaps it was she who was not perverse enough. I'm laughing so hard. What are the fox Jean and the wild puppy doing? They're really having fun being perverse. If you love me, just dismember me? Are you two really competing in this? Enough already. Fox Jean, what Zhezhi gives is the best. I have no complaints. Unlike Xunye, who is still picky. Is this a dating show? This is a documentary on perversion. Just as the comments were fervently discussing, the second guest connected and appeared, showcasing a bald head, a beer belly, and wearing flashy glasses, exuding an aura of overindulgence. The moment he saw Zhezhi, the man visibly perked up and exclaimed, "Baby, you're truly gorgeous. From now on, you are my master." Chapter 29. So eloquent, are you reckless? Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian simultaneously shot icy glares at the man on the other side, as if they would rush over to resolve the situation if he uttered another word. Zhezhi blinked, understanding his words, and slowly took out her phone. Pressing the play button for a strong military anthem, the clarion call of a new journey resonating throughout the live stream. New China.
No slaps.
Zhezhi declared with righteous fervor, her gaze resolute as if she were about to join the party at that moment. The Mediterranean man, upon hearing the passionate and empowering song, unconsciously straightened his slouched posture. Once the song concluded, he looked at Zhezhi with greedy eyes, showing no signs of restraint, and continued rubbing his hands together. Haha, the beautiful sister is quite humorous, and her personality is very lively. I really like this type of girl. Zhezhi hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm quite introverted. I walk through sewers when I go out and sit in the trunk when I take a taxi. Don't like me. I'm not that great, but I don't deserve this much attention, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye could no longer contain their laughter, and Zhang Yaoyue, who was setting up her live streaming equipment nearby, couldn't help but frequently glance over with envy. What was she envious of? She wasn't quite sure. Perhaps it was envy for Zhezhi's popularity, or perhaps envy for her fearlessness in speaking her mind without a care, so free and unrestrained. So eloquent, Zhezhi. Are you reckless? I always encourage learning the art of speech from Sister Song. Ha ha ha, a sewer rat. If Zhezhi is considered introverted, then there must be no extroverts in this world. Indeed, not that serious. My heavens, I feel like I'm about to ascend. Who exactly are the viewers of this dating show? Who is it that likes this group of mediocre men? You young ladies nowadays just love handsome guys. Let me tell you, they're all looks and no substance, unlike me. Unlike you, not handsome or capable. That's quite impressive. Living this long is no easy feat. Kudos to you. The man continued speaking, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhezhi could no longer bear to listen and interrupted him. After speaking, she obediently raised her hand and asked, PD teacher, do we not have a button to hang up? No, we must simply wait for the countdown to finish. The PD's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Zhezhi curled her lips in disdain. When she glanced at the man opposite her, her gaze instinctively turned much more piercing. Yet he appeared oblivious, continuing his rambling. Zhezhi closed her eyes and engaged in a mental dialogue with the system, reminding it to prepare for scoring. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. The Mediterranean man had not ceased his chatter, even wiping away the spittle that had splattered onto the camera lens with his hand. You young girls nowadays, TSK. So naive. Misfortune can be a blessing. Zhezhi smirked coldly. Then I wish you blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. The man was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as he gazed at Zhezhi, before suddenly appearing flustered. How can you speak like that? You seem quite attractive, yet your words are so unpleasant. TSK. You must not be engaged in any respectable profession. Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye exchanged glances, both opening their mouths but were swiftly silenced by Zhezhi's hand covering their lips. Why can't your words be as sparse as your hair? Or do you reside in Dunhuang, where murals abound? Integrity points 1, such a barrage of words, each one more nauseating than the last. Integrity points 1, with those brows? Do you only know how to vent but not observe? Want to know what I do? I am your father, ever-changing. Do not assume that I would refrain from scolding you just because you are unattractive. Others possess youthful charm. You are merely youthful grease. Integrity points 12. Congratulations, host. Your current integrity points have reset to 0. Please strive harder, and I wish you become a wealthy woman soon. With male models at your beck and call, Zhezhi unleashed a torrent of invective without pausing for breath. And as she heard the system's notification and blessings echo in her mind, her smile grew ever more radiant. The Mediterranean man, taken aback by her gleeful insults, turned pale and hastily ended the call. The screen promptly went dark, reflecting Zhezhi's bright, sunlit smile. It seemed her laughter bordered on the bizarre. Regaining her composure, she released the hands that had covered Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye's mouths, then addressed the cameras connected to the show's production team. This collaboration is indeed quite amusing. Please do not orchestrate such antics in the future. The barrage of comments had not ceased since she began her tirade. And upon witnessing her direct conversation with the production team, the viewers erupted with excitement. Did you hear that? Our sister Song just called you out. Show some respect. Arrogant, holding a steel rod. What an eyesore. After watching handsome men like Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye for so long, It is truly jarring to suddenly see such peculiarities. If only the person opposite were a bit more attractive, they wouldn't seem so ugly. Lin Xiao, your insults are getting more sophisticated.
Ha ha ha, I'm doomed.
I think I'm falling for Song Zhezhi. She is truly amazing. I'm in tears, teacher Song. You are my goddess. TSK, TSK, TSK. Song Zhezhi's persona has shattered completely. I remember when she used to be quite the aloof beauty. Song Zhezhi cast a casual glance at the comment regarding her past persona, chuckling lightly as she replied, "There's no helping it. My aloofness is merely a protective facade. My true weapon is my sharp tongue." The comments section erupted with a flurry of 666 as Su Qingxue returned home after a day of engagements and found the living room in a state of harmony, which irked her. A sideways glance landed on Zhang Yaoyue, whom she scrutinized with disdain for a moment before adopting a gentle expression, inquiring, "Yaoyue, are you live streaming?" Zhang Yaoyue, startled by the sound, turned to look, and upon locking eyes with Su Qingxue, her confidence waned as she lowered her gaze, then smiled cautiously. "Yes. Just my daily work. Sister Qingxue, could you help me with an appearance later?" Su Qingxue chuckled lightly, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. "That might not be convenient, Yaoyue. You may not know, but we artists sometimes cannot appear publicly without prior arrangements due to contracts." Zhang Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback by her words, offering a small apology before continuing to fiddle with her equipment. Just then, Bai Xiying arrived and was met with the disheartening news that she and Song Zhezhi were responsible for preparing dinner together. With a sullen expression, Bai Xiying trudged into the kitchen, her movements in tying on her apron as slow as could be. Meanwhile, the collaborative live broadcast with the dating show continued. Song Zhezhi rose to prepare the meal. Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye exchanged glances and simultaneously called out, "Miss Su."
Gamratsu Kingsue.
Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, her heart racing with excitement. However, she made an effort to maintain her composure as she glanced in Song Zhezhi's direction and raised her voice. "Ah, this is Sister Zhezhi's spot. I can't sit there." Jiang Xunye raised an eyebrow but did not respond. Jin Shinian shook his head, saying, "There is nothing wrong with it. Just sit." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Jiang Xunye, and the moment Su Qingxue settled into her seat, both men stood up in unison. Su Qingxue was momentarily bewildered, only to be solemnly patted on the shoulder by Jiang Xunye, who said, "Comrade Su Qingxue, it's your turn now."
With that,
he flashed a grin and turned towards the kitchen. Jin Shinian followed closely behind, nodding at Su Qingxue and wishing her luck before also heading to the kitchen. Still in a daze, Su Qingxue watched as the screen before her lit up. A man with a hairstyle resembling instant noodles appeared on the screen.
Jo.
"This is aka Xiaofeng. What is your name, little lady?"
Babaltea voice, Suinge. Kaha, Iem dying.
Just a second ago, Su Qingxue thought, "Is this immense fortune finally coming my way?" And the next moment, she thought, "I knew such good fortune would never be mine." You really have some nerve, putting such a daunting task on Su Qingxue while you two run off to find Zhezhi. Huh? This is too much. This just pure bullying of our Qingxue? Nose picking, right? Bullying her. What of it? It's not like she treats others well. Her expressions towards Yaoyue are hardly friendly. Exactly. She can't take on anyone else, so she targets Yaoyue, always exposing her weaknesses.
Oh.
Isn't this a segment arranged by the production team? Song Zhezhi and Jiang Xunye, Jin Shinian, have been watching for so long. Why not let their eyes take a break? Surely, someone else should bear the burden. Haha, are you sure it isn't Zhezhi, who's making the other suffer? The comments kept refreshing, and the more Su Qingxue read, the paler her face became. It was only the second day of the broadcast. Yet the shift in public opinion regarding her and Song Zhezhi had been drastic. Her manager had even warned her during the day's engagements. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Qingxue's eyes began to glisten with tears as she said, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, but resonating clearly in the otherwise silent villa, "I really am not as good as Sister Zhezhi. I just envy that so many people like her. Unlike me. It feels like no one really cares for me." Song Zhezhi paused in her task of slicing vegetables, casting a bemused glance towards Su Qingxue. With a click of her tongue, she forcefully brought the knife down upon the potato resting on the cutting board, exclaiming with irritation, "If you truly cannot endure this, I suggest you consider a visit to Myanmar, where surely someone would bare their heart to you." The knife struck the potato with such force that the wooden board echoed with a resounding thud. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, while the live comments erupted with amusement.
Ah.
My sister Song Zhezhi is always speaking the truth. Indeed, there are those in northern Myanmar who would lay bare their hearts, quite literally. Goodness. The visceral imagery of heart-bearing. Shall we partake together? All in or nothing. Qingxue, let us be reasonable. Don't act up in front of Song Zhezhi. It always ends poorly for you. Don't mind her. Song Zhezhi is just a bit eccentric, occasionally, and I mean occasionally, ha. Song Zhezhi, TSK? It's clear she wouldn't fancy my type. Honestly, I truly dislike Song Zhezhi. Who understands? No one understands. Perhaps you could inquire with other non-human entities? Playfully sticking out tongue, Zhang Yaoyue observed the comments regarding Su Qingxue, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. She was well aware that Su Qingxue had always looked down upon her, yet she felt powerless to refute it. Strangely, every time she attempted to voice her dissent, a wave of weakness washed over her. After setting up her equipment and adjusting the reflector, Zhang Yaoyue pressed the broadcast button, flashing a sweet smile as she greeted. Good evening, everyone. I am Zhang Yaoyue. Is this the scene of our sweet moments together? Indeed. I adore Song Zhezhi. Might she grace us with her presence?
Well,
that may not be feasible. Who has a crush on my sister but lacks the courage to say it? Before Zhang Yaoyue could finish her sentence, Song Zhezhi's voice interrupted her. Almost immediately, she sensed someone approaching. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Song Zhezhi's naturally perfect profile. A moment of awe flickering in her eyes, but just as silence threatened to engulf her again, she noticed Song Zhezhi's lips curve into a smile. Zhang Yaoyue stood frozen for quite some time. Unbeknownst to Song Zhezhi, she was fixated on a comment that had just flashed by, trying to identify the user SID. Fortune favored the diligent, as she indeed found it. This individual, who had sneakily admired her, had good taste. Next time, they should be more direct and confess openly, rather than harboring secret affections. The moment Song Zhezhi made her entrance, the number of viewers in Zhang Yaoyue's live stream surged dramatically, even landing on a trending topic, albeit the entry was Song Zhezhi's secret admirer. Hey, look at this Song Zhezhi. Clearly, she's riding on your coattails. Even after the breakup, she's still trying to latch on. How ridiculous. At the crew's gathering, Gu Hezhi's assistant expressed indignation as they viewed the trending topic. In Chapter 31, the live stream revelation, the female guest Gu Hezhi admires turns out to be. Gu Hezhi listened, a frown of displeasure knitting his brow as he glanced at the trending topic on his assistant's phone, subsequently pulling out his own device. He stared at the entry for quite some time, eventually relaxing his furrowed brow, a bright smile emerging, tinged with a hint of childlike mischief. Let us spend a little money. His assistant, eager to please, quickly nodded. All right, I'll inform the management to have the trending topic removed. Gu Hezhi fell momentarily silent. He pondered that perhaps it was time to find a new assistant. I meant to elevate the buzz even further. With that, he disregarded his assistant's bafflement, lowering his lashes with a smile as he captured a screenshot of the trending topic. This was the first time his name had shared a space with Song Zhezhi's. Last night, the trending topics had connected Song Zhezhi with everyone, except for him. Heaven knows how many times he had scrolled through those trending topics, his heart heavy with sorrow. Upon discovering that Song Zhezhi was live streaming with Zhang Yaoyue, Gu Hezhi clicked into the broadcast without a second thought. As he entered, a message adorned with golden letters appeared in Zhang Yaoyue's livestream. Welcome Gu Hezhi from Polaris Entertainment to the live stream. However, at that moment, Song Zhezhi turned her head, missing it entirely. Just as Gu Hezhi joined, a shriek from the kitchen behind Song Zhezhi pierced the air, prompting her to turn and leave without casting another glance at Zhang Yaoyue's livestream. Once she reached the kitchen, Zhang Yaoyue finally snapped back to reality from the golden alert, hurriedly exclaiming, welcome, Teacher Gu. I didn't expect you to come and support my live stream. Thank you, thank you. The comments in her live stream exploded at Gu Hezhi's appearance. Gu Hezhi specifically came to watch Zhang Yaoyue's live stream? Oh my, I'm shipping it. The Hegui pairing is real. How intriguing. Gu Hezhi actually watching a live stream. Seems like Zhang Yaoyue is truly his first crush. Oh my. The top-tier film emperor protecting the delicate internet celebrity. How sweet. Key point. He came specifically and didn't even use a pseudonym. I'm sobbing. Is he here to support her because he feels she's bullied too much? QAQ, I'm shipping it. As long as it's not Song Zhezhi. I can still accept the beautiful Yaoyue. That madwoman Song Zhezhi is a no-go. Can't stand her. Why the need to tear one down to lift another? What's your issue with Song Zhezhi? I'm simply expressing that Song Zhezhi is unworthy of Gu Hezhi. Is that not allowed? I think Yaoyue is great, gentle and kind. Su Qingxue had been closely monitoring Jiang Xuye's side. Upon hearing that Gu Hezhi had entered her livestream, she swiftly made her way over to the broadcast area, completely blocking the situation in the kitchen behind her. On screen, Gu Hezhi furrowed his brow, only to hear Su Qingxue's sickly sweet voice from his phone. Gu, when will you be back? I heard you attended the Qinglong cruise gathering today. Must be quite exhausting, huh? He instinctively turned the volume down to the lowest setting, his expression betraying a hint of distaste. After a moment of contemplation, he typed, Su Qingxue, could you please step aside? He truly could not see Zhezhi, which was quite frustrating. Meanwhile, in the villa, as Su Qingxue and Jiang Xunye dealt with the chaos in the kitchen, Zhezhi emerged with a well-equipped first aid kit. She retrieved iodine and band-aids to tend to the injury of Bai Xiying. You needn't worry. We've got this, Mississippi. You should take a rest. Bai Xiying, reluctant, murmured her thanks with tearful eyes as she blew on her hand and exited the kitchen. Once she had completely left, Zhezhi returned her gaze to the first aid kit, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she reached out to ruffle Jiang Xunye's hair. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Well done. Jiang Xunye was puzzled, yet his delight at receiving praise from Zhezhi overshadowed his confusion. He chuckled, eyes crinkling in joy, basking in her affection. On the other hand, Gu Hezhi's comment had just been posted. Jiang Xunye looked on in surprise, while Su Qingxue, who had been pointedly told to move aside, froze in disbelief. She shot a glance at Jiang Xunye, her anger barely concealed. Could it be that Gu Hezhi truly had feelings for Jiang Xunye? It was one thing to say she was inferior to Zhezhi after all. Zhezhi's beauty was indeed superior, but what made Jiang Xunye deserving? Just a mere internet celebrity. Biting her lip, Su Qingxue left the live stream with tear-filled eyes. Unable to bear such humiliation, Jiang Xunye opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but before she could truly speak, Su Qingxue had already turned and departed. As soon as Su Qingxue departed, the scene in the live broadcast room transitioned to the kitchen. Zhezhi, with a beaming smile, gazed at Jiang Xunye, her hand gently caressing his head, seemingly engaged in a conversation that undoubtedly consisted of compliments, as evidenced by the joyous curve of her lips. Jiang Xunye, with his head slightly bowed, allowed her to stroke his hair. The warm yellow light enveloped them, casting an aura reminiscent of the protagonists in an idol drama, evoking sentiments that compelled onlookers to exclaim, they truly are a perfect match. Gu Hezhi watched, a pang of heartache coursing through him. He gripped his phone with increasing intensity, as if attempting to crush it, convinced that such an act could sever the bond between the two figures displayed on screen. He exited the live stream, yet the barrage of comments and trending topics did not wane with his departure. Gu Hezhi, I'm genuinely in tears. Su Qingxue arrived and asked others to step aside, only focusing on Jiang Xunye, right? Who else is breathless? I won't say, but Hehe is real. Those who don't understand Hehe are in trouble. Honestly, I don't think anyone deserves Gu Hezhi, but Jiang Xunye is worth considering. It's simple as long as it's not Zhezhi. Are you fans scared of confronting Zhezhi? That's why you don't want her as your sister-in-law. Laughable. What is Zhezhi even? Gu Hezhi. Obey and keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you'll truly become unfortunate. It seems Gu Hezhi might be the only one to escape the clutches of Zhezhi. Hehe. How delightful. Following the live stream of Jiang Xunye, her trending topic successfully supplanted that of Zhezhi. Gu Hezhi's feelings for the female guest Jiang Xunye are undeniable. Hehe is intoxicating. Can Zhezhi keep her distance from Gu Hezhi? After dinner, Zhezhi received a call from her manager, Qin Lu, urging her to quickly take action to win back Qin Moyan's affections. Silent, she ended the call, yet her body instinctively settled onto the living room sofa, waiting for Qin Moyan's return to shower him with affection. Chapter 32. The top-tier film emperor weeps, infatuated and enticing initially. Zhezhi had the energy to banter with the comments, but as time passed, she grew drowsy. The living room was dimly lit by a single lamp, and many viewers expressed their fatigue, resulting in a notable reduction of messages on the screen. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear the sound of a door opening. The instant she slightly opened her eyes, a figure pressed her back against the sofa, accompanied by the scent of alcohol. Gu Hezhi? Upon recognizing the person above her, confusion creased Zhezhi's brow, prompting her to utter a question. Her voice startled several viewers awake. As they beheld the scene in the live stream, an avalanche of exclamations erupted in the comments. At that moment, Gu Hezhi loomed over Song Zhezhi's, his body slightly bent as he restrained her. His eyes were tinged crimson, as though intoxicated, and possibly from recent tears. The collar of his white shirt was undone at the second button, revealing a delicate expanse of flesh skin and a graceful collarbone. From Song Zhezhi's vantage point, she could see the entirety of Gu Hezhi's upper form through the open collar. She swallowed hard, and just as she contemplated asking Gu Hezhi what he was doing, his hand ventured to her lower back. In her state of shock, Gu Hezhi pulled her closer, leaning down to whisper in her ear. What the heck? What is going on? Everyone, I'm losing my mind. What is Gu Hezhi doing? Wait, did Gu Hezhi mistake someone? Shouldn't he be looking for Zhang Yaiwe? How is it Song Zhezhi's? They don't even look alike. This is explosive. Let me see what's happening. A warm breath brushed against Song Zhezhi's ear, sending shivers down her spine, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Regaining her senses, she attempted to move her wrist to free herself from Gu Hezhi's grip, but her struggle only seemed to intensify his hold. In an instant, she felt his teeth graze her ear, an electric jolt coursing through her body. Gu Hezhi.
You.
Song Zhezhi's turned her head away. Her strength was no match for Gu Hezhi's. And the more she resisted, the deeper his grip became. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly felt a wave of surrender wash over her. A warm dampness enveloped her neck, accompanied by Gu Hezhi's heart-wrenching voice. So, you broke up with me because of them? This statement ignited a frenzy in the comments.
Ah?
What would he sound so pitiful, as if he might shatter? Song Zhezhi's, please comfort him. I beg you. Song Zhezhi's and Gu Hezhi? Breaking up? Because of them? This. I thought Gu Hezhi was the only survivor beneath Song Zhezhi's skirt. So, Gu Hezhi claimed he broke up with his ex because she said she was bored, and that ex is Song Zhezhi's? I initially believed Gu Hezhi was the only man unaffected by Song Zhezhi's, yet it turns out he was discarded after being bored? Gu Hezhi, are you all polite? You're drunk. Song Zhezhi's felt a pang of pity. Her hand, after hesitating for a moment at the back of Gu Hezhi's head, finally descended uncontrollably, softly caressing him. The honesty of the system left her with no room for concealment. Gu Hezhi slowly lifted his head from her neck, tears shimmering in his eyes, his lips quivering slightly, and his gaze filled with an uncontrollable obsession. That was my little gift for you. How could you praise him? You can't leave me. I only have you. As he spoke, one hand gently caressed Song Zhezhi's face. She blinked in surprise, her mind racing with thoughts. Was that little gift prepared by Gu Hezhi for her? Can't you care for me a little more? Gu Hezhi continued. And then he leaned in slightly, seemingly wanting to leave a mark upon her lips. Song Zhezhi's eyes widened in alarm, quickly darting away. That's a different price. The words tumbled out, leaving her exasperated with herself. With the system's prompt indicating an increase in honesty points, warmth flushed her cheeks. Was this, then, a kiss worth 10 million? Gu Hezhi lifted his head, gazing at Song Zhezhi's with a mix of sorrow, confusion, and a hint of hopeful anticipation. She found herself momentarily speechless, her lips curling into a smirk. Brother, I must say, how is this any different from pulling down your pants in public? She quipped, embodying a sense of reckless abandon. Unbeknownst to her, her words resonated in Gu Hezhi's ears as mere gibberish about pants.
Pants?
Zhezhi, is that what you mean? A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and after a shy glance at the camera, he returned his gaze to Song Zhezhi's, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. If Zhezhi wants it, I'll give it. With that thought, he unsteadily propped himself up, sniffing before placing his hands on the buckle of his belt. Song Zhezhi's gasped, glancing up at the flushed, tear-streaked Gu Hezhi, then down at his hands, causing her to panic. By the time she fully comprehended the situation, Gu Hezhi's trousers had already slipped down, revealing the inner red lining. Song Zhezhi hurriedly raised her hand to stop him. Why you? Pfft. You really know how to have fun. What does that mean? Are we, your online friends, also part of your play? Let him take it off. I want to see drooling. Tisk, tsv, little Hezhi, we're about to meet again. Whoa. I still can't accept that Gu Hezhi has even been with Song Zhezhi. What you can't accept is that not only have they played, but he also got dumped, ha ha. Gu Hezhi, there's no need to mention it again. Just as Song Zhezhi, in shock, was clumsily assisting Gu Hezhi with his trousers, the entrance door swung open once more, and footsteps echoed from the staircase. Qin Moyan entered, and Jin Shinian also descended. One held a bag of spicy strips, the other carried a thermos, and upon witnessing the scene in the living room, their smiles froze. Could you please bring me a cup of water as well? On the second floor, Jiang Xunye leaned halfway over the railing, calling down to Jin Shinian. Noticing Jin Shinian's stunned silence, his gaze followed suit. Just one glance, and he was instantly petrified. At this moment, Zhezhi's hand rested against the waistband of Hezhi's trousers, while Hezhi sat astride her lap, both their faces flushed with embarrassment. Zhezhi glanced left and right, her pupils quaking in disbelief. "It's not what you think." As she spoke, she attempted to release her grip, but the moment she did, Hezhi's trousers would fall, leaving her in a perpetual state of awkward adjustment. Observing Zhezhi explaining herself to another man, Hezhi coldly surveyed the surroundings. With a huff, he attempted to project an air of indifference, though his voice, influenced by the alcohol, came out somewhat hoarse. "Every day, you entice my little Zhezhi. I'll take you down with me." Chapter 33. Let us each give a kiss. Hezhi's ex-girlfriend Zhezhi. Did Zhezhi dump Hezhi because she got bored? Hezhi is undressing in front of Zhezhi. "Hezhi, I'll take you down with me." The hot search exploded, and Weibo crashed. The comment sections under various topics celebrated throughout the night. "I wonder how Zhezhi knew Hezhi wore red underwear. Turns out covers mouth crying. Fam, who understands? I was just holding high the flag for the Hegu relationship and was completely blindsided. Hahaha, I hadn't even begun to ship Hegu before it ended. But one must admit, Hezhi is so adorable when drunk. Zhezhi, can you handle it? Is it too much for you? Sister Zhezhi is truly our role model. In my next life, I'll become Zhezhi and be pampered by handsome men. I've never criticized Zhezhi. In my next life, I want her looks and fate. I got drunk last night. I'm sorry, a song." In the villa's living room, early in the morning, Zhezhi found herself surrounded by several men discussing matters. Stifling yawns, she listened to Hezhi, her once fair cheeks now adorned with red marks. A result of Jin Shinian's relentless disinfecting efforts from last night, justified as eliminating filthy bacteria. She couldn't help but be astounded by this old fox.
Hate.
"You still feel embarrassed? You seem quite bold to me. With that mouth of yours you can kiss people. It's terrifying." Before Zhezhi could respond, Jiang Xunye's sardonic remark shattered the moment. He had been so angry last night that he couldn't sleep. Replaying the scene in which Hezhi restrained Zhezhi over and over. The more he watched, the more furious he became. Hezhi, upon hearing this, exchanged a glance with Jiang Xunye, raising an eyebrow before instantly adopting a pitiful demeanor as he turned to Zhezhi. "A song I didn't mean to. These past 2 months apart have made me miss you terribly. Now, sharing the same roof and watching you be affectionate with other brothers, I just couldn't control myself." Jiang Xunye, listening to his words and witnessing his expression, looked utterly bewildered. He was truly at a loss. Green tea is abundant every year, but this year seems particularly rife. One Jin Shinian wasn't enough. Now there's also Hezhi? If I hadn't just seen you raise an eyebrow, I might actually believe you're genuinely aggrieved. Truly deserving of the title of Best Actor. Such acting skills, such quick changes. Jiang Xunye, I was absolutely stunned at that moment, my dude. The Sichuan opera face-changing pales in comparison. If Hezhi doesn't perform next time, I won't even bother watching. TSK, no need to pretend now. Already calling a song? Zhezhi, observing Hezhi's furrowed brow, inexplicably felt the urge to smooth it out, but as soon as she raised her hand, 3 icy glares immediately locked onto her. Ahem, clearing her throat. She blinked and withdrew her hand, subtly gauging the expressions of Qin Moyan and the others. She had never expected that the esteemed actor would be one of our undisclosed fans. Jin Shinian crossed his arms, having detected some nuances in Hezhi's usual demeanor towards Zhezhi, but without concrete confirmation, it had remained ambiguous. Now that he knew, his aversion to Hezhi far surpassed his disdain for the others. After all, the others hadn't hidden their intentions as deeply as Hezhi. I'm dying of laughter. What a perfect match. Jin Shinian, thanks for the invite. But I refuse to be a fan. Death smile. So are they holding a fan meeting for Zhezhi now? To the talented folks in the comments, I genuinely appreciate it. I'm wide awake now. Indeed, Hezhi had hidden his intentions quite well. The actor seemed to possess a touch of cunning. Qin Moyan promptly echoed Jin Shinian's remark. In the next moment, Jiang Xunye, Jin Shinian, and Qin Moyan's gazes turned icy, converging on Hezhi. Though threatened by their stares, Hezhi merely smiled, leaning closer to Zhezhi. His lips trembled slightly. filled with caution and trepidation as he spoke. I merely wished to spare a song any difficulty. I feared that disclosing my feelings from the outset would cause her trouble. The implication was clear. You guys making your intentions known to Zhezhi from the start put her in a precarious position, unlike me, who merely cares for my sister. Listening to this, Zhezhi couldn't help but click her tongue, nodding in agreement. That makes some sense. Once she finished, the gazes of Jin, Qin, and Jiang swiftly shifted from Hezhi to her. After a moment of dazed silence, Zhezhi awkwardly chuckled and continued, but not too much ha. Jin Shinian was the first to retract his gaze, pondering momentarily before suggesting, since the esteemed actor Gu has already taken the lead and offended Zhezhi, then. He paused slightly, exchanging glances with Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan, raising an eyebrow as he added, for the sake of fairness, Zhezhi, let's each give her a kiss? Zhezhi's eyes widened dramatically, and she immediately stood up, looking at Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan, who seemed to agree, and she exclaimed, no. Are you all crazy? Chapter 34. Money, please date me fiercely. After taking a break, the mere thought of Jin Shinian's absurd proposal from the morning made Zhezhi want to curse. Feeling completely unhinged. Unfortunately, the comments continued to remind her. Let us each give a kiss, obedient, adorable. I'm dying of laughter. Jin Shinian really understands how to propose. If only Zhezhi had agreed earlier. Honestly, I kind of want to see it. Just thinking about it is hilarious. Line up, take turns kissing. With the Qixi festival approaching, is everyone's mental state a little off?
Montak.
I suddenly recalled what Zhezhi had said before about needing to arrange a schedule during festive occasions. Hehe. So, how has Sister Song arranged things this time? How will she celebrate the Qixi festival? Zhezhi furrowed her brow as she glanced at the drifting comments. Even during her afternoon nap. She ought not to have arisen so early. See, this is the consequence of her actions. Shouldn't you all reflect on what you were saying? How to celebrate Qixi? Haha, I'll just smile and get by. Comments. Do you have someone special to spend Qixi with? Zhezhi raised an eyebrow and replied, of course I do. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream became instantly energized, starting their speculative guessing game. The next moment, they heard Zhezhi raise her voice. Hands clasped together in a gesture of sincerity, saying, Mr. Money, please spend this Qixi with me. May your wealth flow generously into my humble wallet. Comments. I apologize for my initial naive anticipation. Sister Song is delightful yet peculiar. Thank you for the invitation. I depart in peace. G-Bond sleeping emoji. I'm really curious about what kind of person wouldn't he like Zhezhi. As for me, I'm utterly infatuated with her. Whether one likes or dislikes is of little consequence. What truly matters in life is happiness, for that will keep discontent at bay. As she spoke, Zhezhi reached out to pluck a lychee from the fruit platter, but hesitated as her fingers grazed the fruit, withdrawing them at the thought of the proud little Hezhi. The viewers in the live stream began to stir again. Hey, why aren't you eating, Sister Song? Is it because you don't like it? How could I dare eat? What if I end up facing off against little Hezhi again? I'm dying of laughter. The classic romantic tale. I've watched the part where Sister Song kissed little Hezhi so many times. Zhezhi pursed her lips, seemingly donning an ellipsis on her face. Just as she was about to engage in a verbal battle with her online friends, the PD appeared on camera, handing her a task card. At that moment, the others began to come down one by one. Qixi task card. In preparation for tomorrow's Qixi festival, each male guest must schedule a romantic date in designated time slots, the details of which will remain undisclosed. Tomorrow, all guests will participate in each date, and after the evening's engagements, the female guests will vote on the various dates. The male guest with the highest votes will have the opportunity to invite any female guest to the seaside room, and the female guest cannot refuse. After reading the task card, the PD added, we will also have a female guest rights card, which will similarly allow them to invite any male guest to the seaside room through task completion and voting. So, everyone can look forward to that.
Now,
let the male guests draw their time slot cards. Once the time slots were drawn, each male guest was required to name their designated time period, resulting in the following themes presented to the live stream audience. Time slot 1. Come on, let us have some fun. VME 50. Uncover the secrets of the amusement park. Theme. Amusement park. Time slot 2. There's nothing left in this world for me to look forward to, except for money. VU 50. Let us spend lavishly together. Theme. Shopping mall. Time slot 3. A bit hungry, a bit missing you, so I want to order you from Ele. Me so, can I order you, my leading lady? Theme. Restaurant. Time slot 4. Facing the sea, with the wind blowing, you've loved the sea, and I've loved you. Japan is discharging nuclear waste into the ocean. And if we don't go into the sea now, it'll be too late. Theme, Ocean Beach. Time slot 5. Fame comes with its share of good and bad. Once a love-struck fool, now a pure heart. Theme, Rose Star C comments. Alright, everyone is starting to channel song Zhezhi now? On the day of Qixi, everyone was roused early. By seeing awoke in a foul mood, visibly irritated. Jiang Xunye had prepared breakfast for the group to eat in the car. And they set off slowly. The first date location was touted as the most terrifying and thrilling amusement park. Chapter 35. For Men, One Stage. Who will prevail in the chaos? What places have you all chosen? I'm astonished. There isn't a single one I dislike. Song Zhezhi exclaimed excitedly as she rubbed her hands together in front of the roller coaster entrance. Behind her, Bai Seeing instinctively stepped aside, her expression clearly conveying a desire to be unseen. Turning back, Song Zhezhi flashed a sly smile. Come on, let us have some fun together. Sister Seeing as she reached out, Bai Seeing swiftly dodged. I can't handle it at all. With a soft laugh, Song Zhezhi shifted her gaze to Su Qingxue and Jiang Xunye. Upon meeting her eye, they both took a step back, forcing awkward smiles. Could they possibly ride? What a joke. If they sat on it, their expressions would be utterly unflattering. Seeing this, Song Zhezhi sighed in disappointment. Can't General Su and General Yayo manage it? Alas. I wonder which brave soul will join me in this adventure? Jiang Xunye, hearing her, flashed a radiant smile and said, I shall follow your majesty, hoping for your favor. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the other male guests, raising an eyebrow and smirking. Dear sister, it seems I must bear the burden at this critical moment. Indeed, he had done his homework. Hezhi was afraid of the dark. Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan both had a fear of heights, and as for Luo Hanzhong, he was of little concern. Thus, he had deliberately designed this amusement park theme. Oh dear, he was quite clever. Qin Moyan, Hezhi, and Jin Shinian fell silent for a moment, before Hezhi spoke first. If Ah Song wishes to play, I can accompany you. How embarrassing. Please don't force yourself, Song Zhezhi responded, waving her hand slightly. But it's no trouble at all. Hezhi replied with a gentle smile. I remember a time in high school when you said the pressure of the college entrance examination was intense. And we skipped class together to visit the amusement park. We had even more thrilling rides back then, didn't we? A wave of nostalgia washed over Song Zhezhi, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Was there indeed such a memory? It seemed she had just mixed up what Hezhi and Qin Moyan were afraid of. Noticing Song Zhezhi's dazed expression brought on by Hezhi's reminiscence,
Jiang Xunye s'alarme Belleran.
He was truly impressed with Hezhi. He was more challenging than anyone else. With a stiff smile, Jiang Xunye said, Brother Hezhi, there's no need to push yourself. I can accompany my sister. Hezhi responded calmly, it's really no trouble. I just want Ah Song to be happy. Jiang Xunye insisted, really, it's unnecessary. I'll accompany her just fine. Hezhi replied, it's truly fine. I just want to be with Ah Song. Jiang Xunye, silently raising the middle finger, Song Zhezhi looked left and right, quite satisfied, and patted both men's shoulders, saying, very well, my brave companions, let us embark. Just as she turned to take a step, Su Shinian and Qin Moyan simultaneously spoke up. Aji, I'll wait for you to come down. I'll buy you ice cream lychee flavor. Aji, what do you want to drink? Hurry and tell me so I can go buy it. As they spoke, Qin Moyan and Su Shinian exchanged glances before simultaneously huffing and turning away in annoyance. Doesn't President Qin know what Aji likes to drink?
Su Xinian remarked,
leisurely twirling the sandalwood beads in his hand. Qin Moyan's expression darkened, and with a cold smirk, he responded, people's preferences are ever-changing. One may favor this flavor today, and another tomorrow. All I must do is embrace her transformations at every moment and respond accordingly. Rather than imposing a constant liking for a single thing, one must learn the art of adaptability. Jin Shinian listened, slightly narrowing his eyes. Once his demeanor returned to normal, he turned to Qin Moyan and said leisurely, oh, so, is it possible that President Qin may also alter his preferences in the future? TSK, unlike me, who desires nothing more than to be with Zhezhi for a lifetime. Qin Moyan interjected, I must say, what is the point of your banter? Hezhi and Jiang Xunye are already hand in hand with Song Zhezhi, while you two are still here bickering. A non-mainstream battle against a vixen, President Qin. I bet 50 on you. I support you. Who would have thought Qin Moyan harbors a fear of heights? Jin Shinian. How presumptuous of you. Just because he can't see it doesn't mean I can't. By the way, did you know Song Zhezhi and Gu Hezhi attended high school together? I can't believe such significant news went unshared before. If that's the case, Gu Hezhi must be Song Zhezhi's first love. Isn't that akin to the moment the BGM plays and the white moonlight appears? At this moment, the very embodiment of that white moonlight was enduring the trials of a roller coaster. Once seated, Gu Hezhi did not let go of Song Zhezhi's hand, prompting Jiang Xunye to take hold of her other hand. Isn't the esteemed actor afraid? If you are, why come up here? I've already stated I'm accompanying my sister, Jiang Xunye commented with a cold glare. Gu Hezhi, unfazed, calmly replied, when I rode the roller coaster with a song before, we held hands too. It's become a habit. Jiang Xunye's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Song Zhezhi's gaze flitted between their clasped hands, feeling utterly fatigued. As the roller coaster launched, shrieks erupted around them. Bai Xiying, listening from below, felt goosebumps rise. And Luo Hanzhong approached, suggesting, "Seeing, how about we ride the carousel together? It's quite gentle." Bai Xiying glanced at him unmoved. A momentary look of embarrassment crossed Luo Hanzhong's face. This scene caught the eye of Zhang Yaoyue, who instinctively pressed her lips together. Her gaze towards Luo Hanzhong tinged with a hint of melancholy. Minutes passed, and Song Zhezhi descended from the ride, her face alight with exhilaration. As she tossed her hair, two hands emerged to offer her treats. One held ice cream while the other bore a cup of juice. "Zhezhi, enjoy this here. Drink up." Both Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan chimed in unison. Their eyes met, and a spark seemed to ignite between them. Chapter 36. Blossoming again. A kiss for each. The second stop in the amusement park led them to a Chinese horror-themed haunted house. Inside, the dimly lit space was adorned with what appeared to be festive decorations, crimson candlesticks dripping with wax that resembled blood. As they pushed the door open, the cacophony of Suona played in unison, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sounds of NPCs announcing their arrival. First, "Bow to heaven and earth, a song." "I'm scared." Gu Hezhi cautiously inched closer to Song Zhezhi, managing a smile only when their arms brushed against each other. "Sister, I'm here. Don't be afraid." "Zhezhi, hold on to my hand so we won't get separated," he warned her. "You better stick with me. I don't want you crying in fright later." As the door to the haunted house closed, a group of people surrounded Song Zhezhi, encircling her in the center. The others formed a circle around them, orbiting around Luo Hanzhong. Despite his own fears, Luo Hanzhong found himself flanked by three girls, unable to show his apprehension. The NPC's voice rang out again. "Bow to your parents." As the third bell tolled, a sharp voice cut through, demanding, "Why aren't you bowing?" Hearing this, Luo Hanzhong and Zhang Yaoyue exchanged a glance and bowed slightly. Su Qingxue and Bai Xiying were initially startled, only to shoot each other disdainful looks afterward.
Bow.
Everyone bow. The NPC, dressed as a ghost and dragging chains, advanced from deeper within. Song Zhezhi raised her eyebrows in surprise. And as the sounds of bowing echoed with the triumphant Suona, Gu Hezhi, Jiang Xunye, Qin Moyan, and Jin Shinian all simultaneously turned their gazes towards her. In an unspoken agreement, they all bent towards Song Zhezhi. Surrounded, Song Zhezhi, in a flurry, clasped her hands and twirled around. "Goodness, whom should I bow to?" In a moment of inspiration, she simply bent at the waist, her toes touching the ground as she spun in a wide circle. "Okay, let us share the blessings together." With the declaration of completion, laughter erupted in the live stream, and a flood of white comments cascaded across the screen. "I'm dying of laughter. Sister Song, who am I? Where am I? What are your intentions?" "All right, the ceremony is complete. All present are now Song Zhezhi's husbands." "Sister Song, a mere sect leader marrying for. Is that acceptable?" "Cool." Song Zhezhi, spinning, leaping, "I close my eyes." Bowing while spinning, "You really are something." As the banter thrived in the comments, the atmosphere escalated further. The NPC, with an ominous gaze, grinned eerily and declared, "Now that the ceremony is complete, the newlywed grooms shall kiss their brides." Song Zhezhi. "Ha ha, blossoming again. Everyone kiss once." Jin Shinian, "This world is as you wished." "I can't breathe from laughter. My goodness, is this really happening?" Song Zhezhi, "Are we really going through with this? What happens if I don't kiss?" Song Zhezhi asked, tilting her head earnestly. The NPC, with a twisted smile, replied, "Then you shall be locked away." As he spoke, he brandished a contract for a week of unpaid labor. Alternatively, you may choose a different groom. As the NPC gestured towards Luo Hanzhong, Song Zhezhi glanced at the direction of his finger and instantly turned away.
Come on, quiche.
Luo Hanzong. Ha ha ha, Luo Hanzong, you truly have manners. Song Zhezhi has me in stitches. Who knew Luo Hanzong had such power? I suspect the NPC is pursuing our romance show. Chapter 37. The little dog's deep schemes. I want to return to the countryside. Jiang Xunye was the first to act, smiling and revealing a pair of charming tiger teeth before leaning in to place a light kiss on Song Zhezhi's cheek. Qin Moyan followed suit, gazing down at her with a lingering smile in his eyes. Song Zhezhi met his gaze and, as if recalling something, said, actually, that day on the sofa, I was trying to entice you. Could you help me prove that to my manager? Qin Moyan raised an eyebrow. Here we go again, trying to entice me? This is the second time, Song Zhezhi. Do you really think you can flirt with other men in front of me? He gently brushed his lips against her nose. Next time, let us try a different approach. Before Song Zhezhi could finish her sentence, the nearby NPC rattled the chains in his hands, forcing her into silence. Ha ha ha. The NPC is rushing the progress. Tsk. This group truly knows how to interact. They're genuinely kissing. Oh dear. I really want to fall in love now. A song. I owe you an apology for last time, Hezhi said earnestly, closing his eyes as he placed a kiss on Song Zhezhi's forehead. Jin Shinian was the last, cautious yet restrained, declaring, no need for disinfection this time. He added with a radiant smile, leaning in for a gentle peck, his fox-like eyes shimmering with delight. On the other side, Bai Xiying and Su Qingxue found themselves at odds with each other, each unwilling to yield, resulting in their being locked together to complete a side quest. Song Zhezhi was left dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? The mischievous NPC cackled. I've worked in the underworld for over a decade. Is it so wrong to wish to witness handsome men and beautiful women sharing a kiss? Song Zhezhi was left speechless. At last, I've found the man who can silence Song Zhezhi. Oh, NPC, you are our savior. NPC, what is the problem with wanting to see a few men kiss a single woman? NPC, there's absolutely no issue with that. After Bai Xiying and Su Qingxue were taken away, it was time for Luo Hanzong and Zhang Yaiyue. The NPC once again called out for the groom to kiss his bride, and Zhang Yaiyue shyly glanced at Luo Hanzong. As their eyes met, Luo Hanzong's thoughts diverged entirely from hers. A kiss is just a kiss. It might even trend on social media. Zhang Yaiyue, though not as prominent as Bai Xiying or as stunning as Su Qingxue, was still presentable. Definitely not a loss. With that thought, Luo Hanzong offered her a gentle smile, cradled her face, and planted a kiss on her lips. Zhang Yaiyue's eyes widened in shock. Song Zhezhi, watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished by Luo Hanzong's boldness. Unsurprisingly, once the scene was broadcasted in the live stream, the audience erupted in excitement. What could be more thrilling than this? As their kiss concluded, the sound of drums filled the room. The NPC once more called out, it's time to enter the bridal chamber. After he spoke, several other NPCs approached, tying red strings between the newlyweds. During the string tying, one NPC exchanged a glance with Jiang Xunye. Jiang Xunye raised an eyebrow but said nothing, allowing the NPC to finish. If the red string breaks, the lover shall part, cautioned the NPC. As soon as his words fell, Song Zhezhi and the others were ushered into a slightly cramped room. And the moment the door closed, a powerful fan roared to life. Hezhi quickly shielded Song Zhezhi with his body, raising his hand to block the wind, oblivious to the fact that the red string tied around his wrist had already snapped. The wind carried with it the eerie sounds of a woman weeping and a baby wailing. With a clang, the ceiling of the secret chamber opened, and water began to pour down. Jin Shinian raised his hand to shield Song Zhezhi from the water, only for the red string on his wrist to also break. Overwhelmed by the wind and water, Song Zhezhi shut her eyes, already soaked. Just then, the weeping woman began recounting her tragic tale, concluding with, "Whoa, loving someone is so exhausting. Do you have any solutions?" Song Zhezhi wiped the droplets from her face and shouted back, "If loving someone is too tiring, why not try loving 4, 5, 6, or 7 people instead?" Her response left both the ghost and the barrage of comments in stunned silence. Ha ha, quite the valid point. Just like you, looking for multiple benefactors. The ghost was left speechless. Did you see that? She adores all these men. That's the logic. As for the specifics, it depends on the situation. The wind and water gradually subsided, allowing Hezhi and Jin Shinian to lower their hands. Just as they did, several NPCs rushed in from the other side and bound them together. The bewildered pair glanced at their intertwined hands, both begrudgingly wishing to break free. But their efforts proved futile. Oh dear! The red strings between the film emperor and Jin Ge snapped. What a pity! Jiang Xunye remarked, his tone dripping with mock sorrow, though a smug smile graced his face. Hezhi and Jin Shinian looked at the severed red string linking them to Song Zhezhi. Recalling the NPC's ominous words about broken strings separating lovers, their expressions darkening. Though it was merely a game for entertainment, the implication was disheartening. Qin Moyan, having unexpectedly gained an advantage, felt pleased and instinctively crossed his arms, preparing to boast and mock Hezhi and Jin Shinian. However, just as he lifted his arms, the red string connecting him to Song Zhezhi snapped with a loud crack. His smile immediately froze. The NPCs still present returned to bind Qin Moyan with Hezhi and Jin Shinian. The three exchanged bewildered glances before synchronously turning to Jiang Xunye. It was obvious that this amusement park theme had been deliberately orchestrated by Jiang Xunye, all for the sake of, sister, let us elope. Seeing the red string snap so easily, Jiang Xunye decided to drop the pretense, seizing Song Zhezhi's hand and sprinting towards the exit. Song Zhezhi barely had time to process what was happening before she was pulled along. They ran for what felt like an eternity, passing numerous skulls and dark rooms, with Jiang Xunye never relinquishing her hand. Finally, a veil of white descended, fortuitously landing atop her head. With her vision obscured, Jiang Xunye pushed open the final door of the chamber, light flooding in from outside. Song Zhezhi momentarily struggled to adjust, raising her hand to shield her eyes. Once she adapted and lifted the veil, she found Jiang Xunye perched upon a sleek black motorcycle. The boy's dark hair danced in the wind, revealing a pair of lively tiger teeth as he grinned, one hand holding a helmet while the other extended toward her, like the fervent and unrestrained summer. His heartbeat resonated louder than the incessant cicadas. This is a custom date I've arranged just for you, sister. Do you like it? Chapter 38. Should we go faster? Upon returning to the amusement park entrance, the first sight that greeted Jiang Xunye was the disgruntled expressions etched on Qin Moyan, Jin Shinian, and Hezhi's faces. Where have Zhezhi and Xunye gone? We've been waiting forever, Su Qingxue inquired, her tone dripping with sarcasm, as her frustration bubbled over. The side quest she had completed with Bai Xiying had been utterly absurd, catching locusts and cicadas, rummaging for keys and slime, both exhausting and repulsive. Humph. This is clearly Jiang Xunye's deliberate arrangement. I'm going to complain to Grandpa Jiang. Bai Xiying's eyes were red from the fright she had just endured in the haunted house. Indeed, this should be reported. How could young Master Jiang neglect his fiancée to flirt with other girls? Luo Hanzong chimed in, fanning the flames, his primary goal still to win Bai Xiying's favor. After all, she was the sole heir of the Bai family. Jiang Xunye shot him a glance, choosing to ignore him, and instead turned to Song Zhezhi with a beaming smile. Sister, did you enjoy it? How was the speed? Should we try something even faster next time? Upon hearing this, Song Zhezhi felt her mind momentarily short-circuit. She realized that her thoughts had been running wild. The expressions of the others darkened further at Jiang Xunye's comment. This kid was clearly doing this on purpose. With that in mind, Qin Moyan spoke up first. Since little Jiang has set the tone, let us just go all out. With that, he donned the sunglasses he had been wearing, and with a snap of his fingers, dozens of sports cars raced toward them, coming to a halt right in front of their group. Qin Moyan approached the lead car and opened the trunk. In the next moment, Song Zhezhi's eyes lit up at the sight of a trunk full of gleaming gold bars and vibrant red 100-yuan bills. Qin Moyan leaned against the car, arms crossed, his face adorned with an audacious smirk as he raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Hesitation leads to defeat. I, the beloved, shall never harbor regrets." With a playful gesture, he beckoned Song Zhezhi closer, continuing, "Come now, I'll grant you a singular opportunity. Take as much as you can." Jin Shinian, Hezhi, and Jiang Xunye, witnessing this spectacle, collectively gasped in their hearts, "What a scoundrel!" Just as they were about to intervene, Song Zhezhi had already bounded to the car that Qin Moyan leaned against, her face alight with a beaming smile as she performed a playful bow.
Hey.
The moment of grand revelation has arrived. Qin Moyan tilted his chin toward her, signaling, "Take it. Remember, this is a one-time chance." His words trailed off abruptly as Song Zhezhi leaped into a bear hug around the pile of gold and money. Her hands were insufficient, so she resorted to her mouth, clutching 2 gold bars between her teeth. With a swift motion, she gathered a substantial amount into her embrace, her enchanting fox-like eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Suddenly, One bar slipped from her grasp, and her eyes widened as she cast a glance at the fallen gold bar before lifting her gaze back to Qin Moyan. With minuscule steps, she made her way toward the gold bar that lay on the ground, her feet converging to pinch the fallen treasure between them. With a garbled mumble, she declared, "This one counts too." Qin Moyan observed her in silence for a moment, then nodded with a mix of exasperation and affection. "It's yours, indeed. Such insatiable greed." He raised his hand, intending to assist her with the 2 bars she held in her mouth, but she clamped down fiercely, her eyes wide with defiance. The barrage of comments from onlookers was nothing short of lively, especially as the camera panned to the other guests standing nearby. Jin Gu, Jiang, what a ruthless tactic. Qin, how do you all feel about this move? Steady or not? Laughter erupted as the audience realized the others could afford such treasures, yet were caught off guard. The trio, how infuriating. Truly infuriating. The realization dawned that the second phase's label bore such meaning. Indeed, nothing seemed worth my interest in this world beyond wealth. I declare, Qin has undoubtedly triumphed this round. With a resigned sigh, Qin Moyan, finding no success in retrieving the gold bars from Zhezhi, snapped his fingers, summoning several bodyguards clad in sharp black suits who promptly descended from the car, brandishing high-end brand snakeskin sacks. "Pack it up, it's all yours," he instructed. With her mouth freed, Zhezhi grinned widely, exclaiming, "There are authorization letters for this, right? It shouldn't be illegal, huh?" She rubbed her hands together, embodying the very essence of meticulousness. Qin Moyan playfully flicked her forehead, chuckling, "Are you worried about legality? You breach it daily." Confused, she furrowed her brow. "What?" Just as the ominous feeling settled in, Qin Moyan continued, "You set my heart ablaze daily. How is that not a crime?" Nearby, a bodyguard assisting her with the gold bars stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 39. Is Zhezhi enjoying herself? I have greater plans. Embarrassed, Zhezhi chuckled awkwardly, clapping her hands and unable to contain her excitement. "Wow, a whimsical castle awaits." The comments section erupted in laughter. "Sister Song, my life is at stake." "Thank you, Qin. The viewers' toes are still toes, please spare us." "Toes. I truly wish to stretch out." Qin Moyan indeed possesses both charm and a flair for romantic banter. Zhezhi, what are you playing at? As Zhezhi took her seat in the car, Qin Moyan regarded the nearby bodyguard with curiosity. "Isn't that line quite flirtatious and domineering?" "It's how they do it in those dramas." The bodyguard replied, "Do I look like someone who dares to speak?" Su Qingxue, observing from the side, had not caught the entirety of the exchange between Zhezhi and Qin Moyan, but noted Qin's furrowed brow immediately after she collected the gold bars. Approaching with a smile, she remarked, "Sister Zhezhi has truly gone overboard, taking so much." "Thank you, Qin." She then picked up a gold bar from the car, thinking to herself, I'm such an unmaterialistic and genuine woman. There aren't many like me in this world. How can I not captivate him?" As she pondered, Su Qingxue playfully blinked at Qin Moyan. His brow furrowed even deeper as he snatched the gold bar from her hand, perplexed. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Perhaps you should get them checked. Don't let it affect your work. I just reviewed the company's artist rankings, and you were last quarter. If you rank last again next month, you can terminate your contract yourself." With that, he tossed the gold bar back into the car and slammed the trunk shut, muttering to himself, "What sort of person is this? Not even my future wife, yet trying to snag gold bars from me? Do I look like a philanthropist?" It seems people nowadays are in a rather poor mental state. Su Qingxue froze in place, feeling the weight of his words. "Qin Moyan, your words are truly sharp. A true domineering CEO is both aloof and sharp-tongued. I'm in stitches. Qingxue, let us give up gambling. Stop gravitating towards Qin Moyan. Each time ends in failure. It's painful to watch." 3 seconds of sympathy for Su Qingxue. 5 seconds of sympathy for Su Qingxue. "If you all feel sympathy, I do too. Let us make it 7 seconds. Haha, you're surprisingly kind." The date arranged by Qin Moyan took place in a shopping mall, seemingly lacking in glamour. Yet the allure lay in his proclamation. The female guests may choose freely within half an hour. Whatever they select, they may take home. Thus commenced the selection frenzy among the female guests. Other girls, designer bags, designer shoes, designer clothes. Zhezhi, gold. I want gold. In the male guest waiting area, Jiang Xunye voiced, "Why doesn't Qin allow us male guests to choose? Does he look down on us?" Qin Moyan retorted, "If I held you in high regard, wouldn't that be the real issue? What's this? A secret crush? Feel free to say it. I might consider it. The comment section buzzed. Is this a potential ship? Jin Shinian remarked. Moyan speaks with an artistic flair, humor mixed with relatability. Qin Moyan quipped. Does Jin's family scion possess such eloquence from practicing in gossip circles? Such a sarcastic tone. The comments section continued. High emotional intelligence, humorous yet relatable. Low emotional intelligence, funny yet crass. Wow, I've just realized the charm of Qin Moyan. You're quite something. Is he a male version of songs at Zhezhi? Hezhi added, I never noticed before, but Qin truly is a remarkable talent. Qin Moyan replied, no need to feel inferior. You are indeed an actor. And quite adept at it. As they exchanged playful barbs, half an hour passed. Meanwhile, Luo Hanzong dared not interject, shifting nervously between the groups, afraid to attract their attention. Haha, Luo Hanzong trembles in fear. Luo Hanzong, this is a high-stakes game. I can't afford to offend anyone. How did I not discover Qin Moyan as treasure of charm earlier? He grows more appealing by the minute. Perhaps it's the allure of wealth that captivates the eye. People were indeed wealthy, and his words were sharp. On the surface, he said, you're quite the performer, yet beneath it lay a critique as harsh as plastic. You truly can pretend. Ha ha ha. Hezhi might have heard no need to feel inferior for the first time. Qin is truly impressive, a 1 against 3. Qin Moyan, did you capture this? Make sure it's all recorded. The sky need not thunder, for President Qin brings his own sound system. I raise a banner for President Qin, daring anyone to oppose him. As the morning itinerary concluded, the group had undoubtedly trended on social media numerous times. Among the most popular topics were Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan, particularly a snippet where one sister implores, run away with me, that had been shared countless times. Following closely was Qin Moyan's captivating charm, which even surpassed in popularity by noon, simply because Song Zhezhi's was in the same vehicle as him on their way to the next destination. Inside the car, Song Zhezhi's, having just seized a trove of gold, was in high spirits, alternating her gaze between her bag and her gleeful expression. Observing her delight, Qin Moyan playfully echoed Jiang Xunye's earlier query, Song Zhezhi's. Are you feeling quite pleased? I have something even greater. Would you care for it? Song Zhezhi's, with a slight contraction of her brow, responded with a bemused expression. The comments flooded in, a second blossoming. You clearly understand pleasure. Lunchtime belonged to the rendezvous orchestrated by Luo Hanzong, the chosen venue having some connection to Song Zhezhi's. Following Jiang Xunye's lead, the others openly revealed their own arranged timelines, embracing a spirit of transparent competition. I remember that Zhezhi's particularly adores the Western sirloin here. Luo Hanzong noted, his countenance radiating with gentle warmth as he approached the group of female guests. Song Zhezhi's rolled her eyes in exasperation. Unable to contain her disdain, shut it, you fool, I'm not interested. With that, she distanced herself from Luo Hanzong, her face clouded with displeasure. Zhang Yaoyue's face was alight with anticipation, her breath seemingly held in suspense. Alas, Luo Hanzhong's hand did not settle before her, but instead landed before Bai Xiying. Might Miss Bai grace me with her presence as today's leading lady? He inquired, bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Bai Xiying cast a glance toward Jiang Xunye, deliberately clearing her throat with feigned elegance. I must agree, then. As she spoke, she scrutinized Jiang Xunye's reaction, only to find him engrossed in selecting dishes alongside Song Zhezhi's. We must devise a strategy to make Luo bleed a little, yet without wasting food, Song Zhezhi's mused, her eyes fixed on the menu as she calculated. Sister, let me take a look, Jiang Xunye remarked, even pulling out his phone's calculator. Upon noticing that Jiang Xunye had not spared her a glance, Bai Xiying's expression darkened. In a moment of defiance, she placed her hand atop Luo Hanzhong's, raising her chin with a stubborn yet proud smile. Very well. Yet, her peripheral vision remained fixated on Jiang Xunye, who, to her dismay, continued to remain unresponsive. Nearby, Zhang Yaoyue observed the entwined hands and the blissful smile gracing Luo Hanzhong's face, her heart sinking with discontent. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Her eyes toward Bai Xiying now tinged with malice and resentment. Su Qingxue, noticing the shift in Zhang Yaoyue's demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. Casting a glance at the live stream camera focused on Song Zhezhi's and her companions, she remarked with some insinuation. Ah, it seems Brother Hanzong has taken quite a liking to Sister Xiying. But, of course, she possesses both beauty and a splendid family background. Alas, we are simply not of the same ilk. However, the Jiang and Bai families do have plans for a union, should that come to fruition. Brother Hanzhong's hopes may very well be dashed. With that, she shot Zhang Yaiyue another look before elegantly taking her seat at the dining table. Zhang Yaiyue stood frozen for a considerable time, her gaze cast downward, obscuring her thoughts. The lunch proceeded relatively uneventfully, until the moment the server presented the bill to Luo Hanzhong, at which point his face visibly paled. He shot a glance at Bai Xiying, following it with a piercing glare directed at Song Zhezhi's. Innocently pouting, she feigned ignorance, adopting a look of deliberate annoyance. Luo Hanzhong, heartbroken. True heartbreak is never loud. Ha ha, Sister Song. Don't get involved, or you shall bleed profusely. Tisk, tsk. What is going on, little Zhang? It's your turn to shine.
Come on. Show us.
Who would be thought that settling a bill could make one go pale? Little Zhang seems a tad darker. Perhaps he should settle the bill more often. Chapter 40. I have a fear of crowded places. I cannot be near those with many ulterior motives. After lunch, the group returned to the villa for a brief respite before setting off to a nearby coastal area. The afternoon and evening activities were all centered around the sea. Upon hearing that their planned activity was diving, Song Zhezhi's immediate reaction was, "What does this mean? Are you coveting the substantial sum of 150 in my WeChat wallet? Underwater starlit skies, do you dare to gaze upon them?" she questioned. Alongside her, Hezhi, Qin Moyan, and Jiang Xunye also exhibited clear reluctance toward this endeavor, primarily due to their lack of experience. Jiang Xunye was the first to voice his concern. What if we can't manage? Jin Shinian seemed to have anticipated his inquiry, and as soon as Jiang Xunye finished speaking, he replied, "Not to worry, I recall that Miss Bai is quite adept. She can teach you," he added, "and I believe Miss Su is also skilled. She posted photos of her diving on Weibo, did she not?" Su Qingxue was taken aback, surprised that Jin Shinian remembered the series of photos she had uploaded the previous year. In truth, if she could not successfully woo Hezhi and Qin Moyan, Jin Shinian was also a commendable option. Contemplating this, she eagerly affirmed, "Indeed, my interests are quite diverse. I also know." Then it settled. If the esteemed Emperor Gu cannot manage, we shall rely on Miss Su. With Brother Hanzhong and Miss Zhang assisting us, we should be just fine, Jin Shinian interrupted, cutting off her self-promotion. He had no prior knowledge of whether Su Qingxue or the others could dive. This was merely a precautionary measure to investigate their abilities, strategically picking an activity he could excel in while the others faltered. In the realm of dating, who did not possess a few schemes and strategies? As soon as he spoke, the others quickly grasped the implications. How cunning of this vixen to lie in wait. Vixen Jin's maneuver, who wouldn't commend it? Having watched for a while, none of these men are pure. Each of them harbors a multitude of ulterior motives. Tsk. Mother says I have a fear of crowded places, and I cannot be near those with too many ulterior motives. Today's main event seems to be a contest for Zhezhi's. Everyone scores a point. Shared ownership of Zhezhi's. You deserve it. After donning her diving gear, Jin Shinian meticulously checked it several times, even assisting Song Zhezhi's in adjusting her goggles. The waters here were not particularly deep, yet the underwater scenery was breathtaking. As she stepped onto the soft sand, and the cool sea water lapped at her ankles, Song Zhezhi's felt a pang of anxiety. Jin Shinian grasped her hand, turning to her with a gentle smile, his gaze softening as he reassured her. "Do not worry, I am here." Song Zhezhi's met his gaze, tilting her head slightly. "Is it possible that I feel less secure with you present?" Jin Shinian replied, "Well, perhaps I underestimated the influence of the film." Zhezhi's. "I truly do not covet your 150, he exclaimed playfully. "What's wrong? Do you look down on me?" Upon hearing this, Jin Shinian chuckled heartily. "In comparison to your modest sum, I am more interested in," but he left the sentence unfinished, playfully poking her forehead. Earlier, she had been so brave and inspiring at the amusement park. Why the sudden change? He raised an eyebrow, the water now reaching his thighs, gently wrapping his arm around Song Zhezhi's waist, offering her a lift. Song Zhezhi's delicate hands rested upon his shoulders, a soft chuckle escaping her lips, tinged with an unmistakable mirth as she remarked, "As for me, I am perpetually characterized by intermittent ambition and a continuous indulgence in lethargy. I harbor no grand aspirations or lofty ideals." Jin Shinian raised his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. He then declared, "Then I shall take you to seek your desires." Upon uttering these words, Song Zhezhi felt a sudden withdrawal of strength from her waist as the waves surged, enveloping them both beneath the sea's surface. The corals, resplendent in hue, formed a unique tableau within the aquatic realm. Schools of fish darted past, occasionally circling around Zhezhi and Jin Shinian, seemingly intrigued by their presence. Jin Shinian grasped her wrist and retrieved a sandalwood box from amongst the pebbles, offering it to her. Zhezhi regarded him with a hint of confusion, yet he merely nodded affirmatively. Upon opening the box, a white jade pendant, intricately engraved with numerous barely discernible characters, floated gracefully in the water. As it began to descend slowly, Jin Shinian reached out and secured it in his grasp. Zhezhi felt a gentle caress at her neck, and in the blink of an eye, the jade necklace was draped around her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Jin Shinian encircled her waist, propelling them upwards. Once ashore, the air was filled with the playful banter between Bai Xiying and Jiang Xunye, interspersed with Su Qingshua's shrill inquiry to Hezhi about whether he wished to join her for a dive. "What is this?" Zhezhi wiped the droplets of water from her face and lifted the jade pendant hanging at her chest, scrutinizing it closely. She could only vaguely discern a few characters, the most prominent being the word wish. Amidst the clamor, Jin Shinian's hand enveloped hers, which held the jade, and he chuckled softly, saying, "In the future, you can use this to find me. For any request you make, as long as I am able to fulfill it, I will endeavor to help you realize it. This is your wish from me." He refrained from voicing the latter part, choosing to wait for a more opportune moment, for spring to blossom anew. Chapter 41. The delicate male protagonist's entrance, proclaiming his intent to play with me. As dusk descended, the remnants of the sun were gradually replaced by the enveloping night and starry sky. When 4 skewers of barbecue were simultaneously offered to her, Zhezhi helplessly lifted her gaze to the 4 individuals standing before her. Only children make choices, mature women embrace them all.
All.
I shall have it all.
With that,
Zhezhi seized all 4 skewers, indulging in their flavors, while the banter of her companions continued to echo in her ears. "I recall that Guingdi and your sister have been apart for nearly 2 months. Surely, any lingering feelings must have faded by now." Jiang Xunye remarked with a sideways glance at Hezhi, his tone dripping with a hint of smugness. "The process is inconsequential. Our outcomes remain unchanged." "I hear you were the first to be proposed with a breakup?" Hezhi retorted without hesitation. Among the group, Jiang Xunye was, in fact, the most manageable for him, given that a fiancé stood in the way, inevitably causing complications. "So, by your logic, I am the last to be offered a breakup. Which means my standing in Zhezhi's heart is the highest." "Much appreciated," Qin Moyan interjected with a cold laugh. Though, the time difference was hardly a minute. "It seems Guingdi is indeed the most unique." As Jin Shinian spoke, his gaze was fixed on Hezhi, who he always deemed the most formidable adversary in this group. The others were somewhat more equitable, yet Hezhi shared a romantic past with Zhezhi, complicating matters. In this world, the most difficult sentiment to relinquish is love. Just as Jin Shinian pondered this, Hezhi extended his hand towards Zhezhi, as if receiving some signal. "Ah, song, I've refined that song. Would you like to join me in listening to it?" The moment his words fell, 4 pairs of eyes converged upon him. Jin Shinian, Jiang Xunye, and Qin Moyan all displayed a wary demeanor. If their chosen methods of courtship were already calculated, Hezhi's approach, rooted in shared history, was even more audacious. Zhezhi regarded Hezhi with a look of confusion. The box of memories was abruptly reopened, and the narrative of their youth began to flow anew. That winter, both frigid and warm, marked the first year she had someone to share her life with after traversing into this narrative. Outside, snowflakes floated like willow catkins, while inside, the warmth of a stove roasted sweet potatoes, filling the air with a delightful aroma. They sat cross-legged by the window, watching children outside setting off fireworks, sharing a single sweet potato, each bite soft and sweet. Hezhi placed one end of the earphones in her ear. The music emanating was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of snowflakes falling and the rustle of leaves stirred by the spring breeze, interspersed with the light hum of a girl, Zhezhi herself, humming one afternoon. In that moment, they made a promise that one day, when Hezhi had penned the lyrics, the whole world would hear their song. As the recollections faded, Zhezhi instinctively grasped Hezhi's hand. At that instant, Hezhi's eyes sparkled brightly, as if emotions long buried beneath the winter snow were suddenly awakened, transforming into a gentle pool of affection. Observing the retreating figures of Zhezhi and Hezhi, Jiang Xunye could not help but scoff, muttering under his breath, "Is it necessary to go so far just to listen to a song? How infuriating! I could just scatter your ashes. As soon as his words left his lips, the filming director led them aboard the cruise ship organized by Hezhi. The date was simple, revolving around games played together on the beach. Leaving a trail of footprints on the soft sand, Zhezhi felt an inexplicable tenderness in her heart. Hezhi, as he had done in the past, placed one half of the earphones in her ear and the other in his. As the music began, it opened with a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. Accompanied by the melody, they strolled until they arrived at a circle adorned with an unknown number of roses. Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, a burst of fireworks ignited behind Hezhi. The brilliant lights illuminated his face, and he smiled warmly as he presented her with a vintage envelope. Curiously, she accepted it, opening to reveal a certificate. Rose Garden. I believe, he continued, that gifting 1 or 2 roses is hardly remarkable. What I wish to offer you is a realm of romance that is uniquely yours. Year after year, day after day, there will be a rose blossoming in this world. Just for you. Hezhi spoke with a smile. Zhezhi gazed at him, momentarily entranced. Perhaps it was the dazzling fireworks above. Or perhaps the music resonating in her ears evoked countless memories. Or maybe it was simply that the boy standing before her was the one who had walked alongside her through the vibrant years of her youth. Perhaps when I spoke of wanting the world to hear the song, it was not merely about the song itself, Hezhi mused, removing the other half of the earphones from his ear. Zhezhi furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, Then what do you want them to hear? Hezhi smiled gently, placing the other earphone into her ear, then leaned closer, his voice a whisper. The music sings. Listen to the language of spring. As winter fades away, I like you. From his youth, Hezhi's affection for Zhezhi was something he yearned to share with the world. As the fireworks burst into the sky, falling like stars descending to earth, when Hezhi straightened, the reflection in his eyes held only Zhezhi. Zhezhi blinked in confusion, having not caught what Hezhi had just said. Removing her headphones, she tilted her head and inquired, What? Hezhi did not respond. Instead, he merely smiled as the yacht glided towards them, taking her by the wrist and leading her onto the deck. The starlit sky reflected upon the sea, composing a romantic melody alongside the expanse of roses. My apologies, Jin Shinian. I shall briefly indulge in the pairing of Hezhi and Zhezhi. Hezhi, your charm is undeniable. All those years of acting in idol dramas have truly paid off. For those who do not comprehend the Gu-Xian-Ji couple, good luck. Hasten to Weibo. Someone has leaked details about Zhezhi and Hezhi during their high school years. Oh, how sweet it is. My goodness. Was this leak so timely? I harbor a suspicion that this may have been orchestrated by Hezhi himself. One cannot fault netizens for their skepticism, for it is indeed warranted. Just last night, following the announcement of their Qixi date plans, Hezhi reached out to several friends from high school with whom both he and Zhezhi shared camaraderie. His phone was filled with countless photographs from the time when he and Zhezhi lived together. He sent them all to these friends, requesting that they post them on Weibo around 9:30 the following evening, along with anecdotes from their high school days. When a friend inquired how to write it, he promptly sent over a piece of fanfiction featuring Hezhi and Zhezhi. Friend. Hezhi. Yes, proceed with the post. I shall reserve a table for you at the wedding. Thus, on the evening of Qixi, our sweet moments once again dominated trending topics, replacing the earlier buzz surrounding Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan with Jin Shinian and Hezhi. Hezhi declared, Hezhi loves Zhezhi. The entire world must hear it. The revelations of Hezhi's secret affections brought tears to my eyes. Jin Shinian suggested, Let us pursue our wishes. Jin Shinian's jade gift is worth a house. The group reveled until the late hours, returning to the villa just 5 minutes before the live stream was set to conclude. Yet, within those fleeting moments, the atmosphere became electrifying as Zhezhi pushed open the villa door, revealing a room illuminated with bright, radiant light. This scene felt eerily familiar. Then a well-known voice echoed, sending a shiver down Zhezhi's spine. Upon raising her gaze, she found a man and a woman seated on the living room sofa. The man wore a simple white shirt, adorned with an embroidered black and gold snake on the chest, his golden-rimmed glasses perched upon a pronounced nose. His eyes, slightly narrowed, revealed little emotion, save for the faint upward curve of his thin, red lips. It was none other than Meng Huayu. At the moment their eyes met, Meng Huayu chuckled softly and remarked, It seems you all had quite the enjoyable time today. Since everyone has had their fun, I suppose it is now my turn. Zhezhi? Chapter 42. My word, is she not mad enough? As soon as Meng Huayu's words fell, the live stream abruptly went dark. leaving behind a flurry of bewildered comments. Does this male guest also know Zhezhi? Could he be one of the 5 she mentioned? Looks like our Songjie is summoning dragons in this dating show. Why did the live stream have to end? I am so frustrated. You all know how to time it well. Who knows what he meant by now it is my turn, shyly? 5 minutes. I must uncover this man's complete identity with a charming, sinister smile. 5 minutes later, the resourceful netizens managed to uncover some clues about Meng Huayu. However, they could only ascertain his superficial identity as a highly sought-after designer in the international fashion realm. As for his true identity, well, inside the villa, although the live stream had ceased, the tension among the guests was far from quelled. Meng Huayu's unexpected appearance had already left Zhezhi in shock, and what followed was nothing short of a revelation that struck her to the core. After Meng Huayu finished his statement, the expressions of those behind Zhezhi shifted instantaneously, their gazes turning wary toward him. With a playful tilt of his head, Meng Huayu adjusted his glasses and continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Siyuan, one of Zhezhi's ex-boyfriends." The name Meng Siyuan hit Zhezhi like a bolt from the blue, prompting her to exclaim, "My word." Not for any other reason than the name itself. Wasn't it Meng Huayu? What did he just say? Meng Siyuan? Sharing the same name as the second male antagonist in the book she had entered? What a coincidence. It is worth noting that in the original text, Meng Siyuan served as the primary catalyst between the male and female leads. In the story, Meng Siyuan was initially groomed as the heir while being trained under harsh and unforgiving conditions, leading to his cold-hearted demeanor. Despite his arduous efforts resulting in success abroad, he was deceived back home by the patriarch of the Meng family under the guise of wanting a grandson. Upon his return, he encountered his brother Meng Siyuan, who had just been recognized by the Meng family after years of hardship. The elder Meng patriarch demanded that Meng Siyuan relinquish his accomplishments to Meng Siyuan, thereby igniting a rivalry between the brothers. Meng Siyuan, perceiving that Meng Siyuan harbored affections for the female lead, Lin Yuzhan, and was entangled with a so-called white moonlight, sought to manipulate the female lead to leave, intentionally bestowing favors to turn her into a pawn against Meng Siyuan. However, the male lead, being who he was, possessed an aura that diminished the intellect and prowess of anyone who crossed his path. In the end, the lovesick female lead and the haloed male lead joined forces, obliterating Meng Siyuan's influence within the Meng family and leaving him with nothing but a life barely clinging on. Snapping back to reality, Zhezhi regarded Meng Siyuan with an expression tinged with an unrecognized sorrow. She mused that if she were in Meng Siyuan's shoes, she would wield both the whip and iodine, administering punishment and disinfection all at once. What a wretched fate. As the impact of this revelation still left Zhezhi reeling, she approached the living room, only to be confronted once more by a striking newcomer. The new female guest radiated elegance, embodying a classical beauty in her fitted turquoise qipao. Her long, raven hair adorned with a wooden hairpin, and her porcelain skin exuding a delicate fragility. Upon noticing Zhezhi and her companions approaching, she gracefully rose, each movement epitomizing elegance. Zhezhi then heard her speak. "Hello, my name is Lin Yuzhan." Upon hearing this, Zhezhi froze in place. The simultaneous appearance of Lin Yuzhan and Meng Siyuan symbolized the progression of the storyline to a point where Meng Siyuan and the male lead, Meng Siyuan, had already become foes. Just moments ago, she had been fantasizing about persuading Meng Siyuan not to harm the female lead, Lin Yuzhan, believing that if he left her unharmed, Meng Siyuan would not allow him to meet such a tragic end. However, Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaoyue immediately rushed forward, enthusiastically inquiring after Lin Yuzhan. The latter, while maintaining a composed and aloof smile, shifted her attention to Bai Xiying, pausing momentarily before acknowledging Jiang Xunye, Jin Shinian, and Qin Moyan with a nod and greeting. It has been a while. The upper echelons of society are relatively small, with most prominent figures being acquainted with one another, albeit with varying degrees of familiarity. Upon sighting Lin Yuzhan, Bai Xiying displayed evident surprise, for she understood that Lin Yuzhan was both the daughter of the fallen Lin family and, more recently, associated with the rising star, Meng Siyuan. Does brother Siyuan know that sister Yuzhan is participating in a dating show? Bai Xiying inquired without hesitation. Upon hearing a certain name, Zhezhi observed Lin Yuzhan's expression stiffen noticeably. Everything has gone awry. Having witnessed the separation of the protagonists due to Meng Siyuan's insidious manipulation regarding the white moonlight incident, who will come to her rescue? The world is on the brink of explosion. Attention! The integrity system is undergoing an upgrade. Bang. Initiating the ultimate direct and unrestrained frenzy mode. Just as Zhezhi completed her internal outcry, a long-forgotten system alert echoed in her mind. Ultimate frenzy mode? Zhezhi instinctively swallowed hard. Was she not sufficiently unhinged at present? Chapter 43. Shouldn't that question be directed at Miss Song? A sleepless night. With dark circles under her eyes, Zhezhi propped herself up. Upon glancing at the clock, it was 6:30 in the morning. She had assumed no one would be downstairs, but as she descended, she spotted Meng Huayu, or rather, Meng Siyuan, seated before the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in his artwork. At the break of dawn, his shadow cast on the ground, bending against the window. One of Meng Siyuan's feet rested upon the easel. As he perched on a height-adjustable stool, his fingers, long and pale, gripping the paintbrush, with visible veins gently protruding. His physique always appeared somewhat lean when clothed, his skin exuding an eerie, sickly beauty. His hair, slightly long, was tied back with a black elastic cascading naturally behind him, with unruly strands falling haphazardly over his eyelashes. Hearing the commotion, Meng Siyuan turned his gaze towards Zhezhi, the metallic frame of his glasses glinting under the overhead light. A slight smile graced his thin lips as he beckoned her with a finger. Outside the window, the heavy clouds enveloped the sky, casting a somewhat oppressive backdrop around Meng Siyuan, as if he were ensnared within a looming cage. Zhezhi instinctively recalled the vivid descriptions of Meng Siyuan from the original text. Aside from his occasional bouts of irrationality when facing the male lead, he was, at other times, a living embodiment of a ruthless king of hell, employing sharp and cruel tactics. A machine devoid of emotions, honed from a young age. It seems his depravity extends beyond the bedroom. Lost in thought, Zhezhi unconsciously took a step back. Noticing her movement, Meng Siyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Tilting his head to inquire, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "Of me?" A frown crossed Zhezhi's heart as she forced a smile, then straightened her posture. Approaching Meng Siyuan while declaring, "Not at all, ha-ha, what could I possibly fear? Can you even eat me?" She halted before Meng Siyuan, catching a glimpse of the content of his painting, instinctively glancing at the hand that held the brush. The artwork appeared to depict a dress designed for an upcoming fashion show. Exquisite. The more beautiful the design, the greater her regret. She dared not imagine the tragedy if such hands were rendered useless. As she pondered, the world spun, and when her senses returned, Meng Siyuan's face loomed magnified before her. His fingertips glided gently across her waist. Zhezhi's pupils dilated, and she struggled. "Don't move." Meng Siyuan raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes, shaped like phoenixes, seemingly encased in an eternal layer of ice, perpetually cold. Gazing into them, Zhezhi felt an involuntary chill, rendering her motionless. Most terrifyingly, the system did not compel any reaction from her. 83, 60, 90 after some time apart, "I finally see a bit of flesh," Meng Siyuan remarked with a sly smile. Zhezhi, hearing him enumerate her measurements, felt her ears burn uncontrollably, prompting her to exclaim, "Are you out of your mind?" "Indeed, a neurosis. What on earth is that?" "Lovesickness," Meng Siyuan replied in a whimsical tone, a hint of spring shimmering in his eyes. Zhezhi, in silence, delivered a punch to his chest. With a soft thud, a drop of bright yellow paint splattered onto her pristine chest. The paint, slightly wet, began to slide down her body, drawing Meng Siyuan's gaze along with it. He raised an eyebrow, his smile carefree. Perhaps there has been a miscalculation. Shall I measure you once more?" Just then, the live stream abruptly opened, delivering a shocking blow. Meng Siyuan pinned Zhezhi against the floor-to-ceiling window, one hand securing her wrists above her head, while the other held the paintbrush, its tip hovering tantalizingly above her collarbone. His expression imbued with flirtation, causing Zhezhi's cheeks to flush furiously. "Oh my, is this really happening early in the morning? More, please. It's delightful to watch. I was already a bit irked upon waking, and now I'm even more so. This fan of the coconut milk couple is going wild. Who would have thought that Sister Song would also have a day of being subdued? Apologies, Jin Shinian and Xiaoya. I'll just indulge a little in this pairing. Hehe, are we, the viewers, also part of your play? I must say, is this new male guest really that bold?" The comments raced across the living room screen, and Meng Siyuan gradually released Zhezhi's hands. First, he took a tissue to wipe the paint that had dripped down the brush and stained his hands. Then he turned to Zhezhi with a mischievous grin. "Miss Song, would you like me to assist you in cleaning up?" His tone was melodious and suggestive, with an endearing upward inflection that was utterly beguiling. Zhezhi responded with a forced smile, pulling out a tissue to vigorously wipe her chest, declaring, "Thank you for the invitation, but I must graciously decline." As her words left her lips, Meng Siyuan happened to catch sight of a comment in the barrage, leading Zhezhi to hear him reply with a chuckle. "Bold or not, that's a question for Miss Song. I'm merely the one serving, right, Miss Song?" Zhezhi thought, "Damn it. He's making a mockery of me. Is this something we should be privy to? Damn, this man is truly something." On the very first day, he's steering the show towards cancellation. So, can Sister Song shed some light on how it's going? If she's already flustered, is there still a need to ask? Sister Song, you're in trouble. Zhezhi glanced at the comments and promptly shut her eyes. Oh no. Don't look, it's all negative feedback. Meng Siyuan observed her, shaking his head with a resigned smile. I saw you watching it earlier. Was it enjoyable? He said, resting his hand atop the easel. Initially, Zhezhi merely opened her eyes a crack, but after a glance, she fully opened them. Following Meng Siyuan's hand, she beheld a painting of a pale green chiffon dress adorned with clusters of bright yellow flower buds, some fully blossomed, others still in bud. It resembled spring cascading onto a blank canvas, imprisoning all its tender emotions within. It's beautiful, she murmured, momentarily lost in thought. She pondered how this seemingly cold and unfeeling character, as described in the original text, produced works brimming with sunshine and vitality, akin to the spring hidden beneath the harshness of winter, quietly growing in neglected corners. A smile of undeniable joy crested Meng Siyuan's face as he declared, "If you find it beautiful, it's yours." Zhezhi paused, clearly taken aback. Meng Siyuan tapped her nose lightly and continued, "I will bring it to life. And you shall be its finest model. Consider it my belated gift for yesterday and a late wish for a happy Qixi festival." With a tilt of his head and a smile, he added, "After all, I am one of your sponsors, albeit a former one, but it's only natural to provide some resources. Wouldn't you agree?" The audience in the live stream had already erupted in excitement, having uncovered Meng Siyuan's identity. The implication that he was offering design drafts along with such statements undoubtedly signified the bestowal of international-level resources. Woe is me, Zhezhi, you are truly fortunate. I wondered why I lacked a partner, only to discover that someone had been involved with several, who has taken mine away. I implore you to return them to me. Pleading with you, adding one point to the cowardly group. Woe is me. There even exists the notion of a belated gift. Isn't this directly sending Zhezhi to international recognition? Should we consider it further? Ha ha ha, after all. Can our sister Song even go out, twisted, dark, and crawling? Just as Meng Siyuan was speaking to Zhezhi, Su Qingxue happened to descend from upstairs. Her gaze landing on the barrage of comments filling the screen. She could roughly guess what Meng Siyuan had just conveyed to Zhezhi. Her hands, which had dropped, immediately clenched into fists, and a displeased light erupted in her eyes. Why does everyone revolve around Zhezhi? Chapter 44. You write, I draw. Let us jointly explode the CP circle. Hezhi set off at 3 in the morning after celebrating the Qixi festival to shoot a night scene. The male's second lead, Luke Hiraway, was so caught up in his antics that he repeatedly failed to deliver his lines, causing the night shoot to stretch nearly until dawn. After enduring the ordeal until the other finally got it right and the scene was completed, Hezhi, as assistant, hurriedly took him to catch up on some sleep. How shameless. They dare to buy such trending topics, and yet they are not even popular, just craved for attention. Hezhi awoke to the murmurs of his assistant, who was venting his frustrations. Upon seeing Hezhi open his eyes, the assistant rushed over to report, Go, look at what trending topic Luke Hiraway has bought. It infuriates me. As he spoke, he handed Hezhi the tablet in his hand. Hezhi took it and glanced. What caught his attention on the trending list was not Luke Hiraway's post titled Dedicated. Luke Hiraway shoots a night scene while Hezhi sleeps early, but rather sweet explosion. You and I in secret light Meng Siyuan and Zhezhi's passionate morning flirtation. Who hasn't seen this ambiguous tug-of-war of a visually appealing CP? It's utterly maddening. Seeing these entries, Hezhi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Very well, he steps out to shoot a film, only to find his home invaded upon his return? The assistant, observing Hezhi's increasingly cold demeanor, felt a sense of dread. After his pupils darted around nervously, he cautiously suggested, Bro, it's really no big deal. If it comes to it, we could also buy a trending topic to counter. It's not a major issue. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Hezhi's response. That's a good idea. Let us buy it. The assistant was first taken aback, then elated.
Ah,
It seems our Go is quite ambitious after all. With that thought, he eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Gu Hezhi's next remark was, the title should be, the first one. Gu Hezhi tramples on the trending topics related to Meng Siyuan and Song Zhezhi, and secondly, explosive. Gu Hezhi and Song Zhezhi's fanfiction. Okay, let us proceed without the assistant. Alright then. He's a dedicated worker, ultimately misplacing his affections. After arranging everything, Gu Hezhi indeed logged into his account and clicked the button to trample on the trending topics featuring the names of Meng Siyuan and Song Zhezhi. To prevent anyone from claiming he had mistakenly clicked, Gu Hezhi even posted a Weibo update with a photo of his hand, captioned, "Great friction," translation, "Not slippery at all." Thus, the trending topics on the list instantly shifted, pushing Lu Kairue's purchase topic to the very bottom. The assistant mused, looking at it this way, good seem a bit career-driven, right? This killing two birds with one stone? If Gu Hezhi could hear his thoughts, he would likely retort, sometimes. Having too vivid an imagination, a good thing, awkward smile. In the villa, Song Zhezhi stared in bewilderment at the barrage of comments mentioning her and Gu Hezhi.
her curiosity piqued.
She searched for it and found Gu Hezhi and Song Zhezhi, Rainy Night in Tangled Edition. Outside, thunder roared, while indoors, a tender muddle ensued. As Zhezhi leaned close to Gu Hezhi's ear, whispering softly, his hand glided across Song Zhezhi's spine, sending ripples wherever it traversed. Feeling the slight tremor of the person in his embrace, listening to their whimpering pleas, Gu Hezhi smirked wickedly, slowly pressing his lips against Song Zhezhi's. Inch by inch, moment by moment. As Song Zhezhi read, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural warmth, and she involuntarily blurted out a classic phrase. What the heck? The comments section erupted in jubilation. What does Sister Song have to say? Does it feel intense? Sinister grin. Oh dear. Why is the eagle-like woman blushing? This should not happen. Don't say it, I just got excited reading it. I'm genuinely curious who the CP fan is that wrote this. It's absolutely brilliant. All I want to shout is, Dear author, please accept my knees. Proposal version. At that moment, Mrs. Gu, the very Gu Hezhi, happened to push the door open and enter. Upon seeing him, Song Zhezhi, in a fluster, hastily tucked her phone beneath her rear, then feigned calmness and cleared her throat. Finished shooting? Gu Hezhi nodded, a smile lighting up his eyes. Song Zhezhi anxiously rubbed her knees, feeling utterly embarrassed. Did you see that trending topic? She pondered that question internally, but her mouth betrayed her as it slipped out. After asking, she wished she could close her eyes and disappear. Gu Hezhi walked around the sofa to take a look at the frosty-faced Meng Siyuan sitting beside Song Zhezhi, and his smile grew even brighter as he sat opposite her. Did Asong wish for me to see it? He deliberately evaded a direct answer, teasing Song Zhezhi. After he spoke, Meng Siyuan swiftly raised his gaze to meet Gu Hezhi's, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In that moment of eye contact, one seemed to wield a spear forged from icy intent, while the other bore a shield of victorious amusement. Song Zhezhi pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond. After Meng Siyuan and Gu Hezhi finished their verbal skirmish, Gu Hezhi turned his attention back to Song Zhezhi and spoke. I haven't seen it Asong. Why don't you tell me what kind of trending topics there are? I'm quite curious. Song Zhezhi's eyes widened in shock. Ha ha ha. Song Zhezhi, is that something I can discuss? Sister Song, are you sure you want me to tell you? That would be quite embarrassing. Song Zhezhi, this truly feels like a torment, cracking up. If she were to actually read it aloud, the show would likely be suspended for rectification. Meanwhile, as everyone was still immersed in the fanfiction about Gu Hezhi and Song Zhezhi, a new account named Meng Siyuan, Song Zhezhi's Chosen One, emerged in the visual CP circle, posting a series of fan art featuring Meng Siyuan and Song Zhezhi. The fan art included both pure love themes and more risque interpretations, the latter being predominant. Initially, the heat was not very high, but as shares increased, the images began to gain traction. By noon, the popularity surged to its peak. Among them, two particular images stood out. One depicted a scene in a steamy bathroom, the fog enveloping everything and rendering the entire image exceptionally hazy. Chapter 45. You write, I draw, let us jointly explode the CP circle too. In the artwork, Song Zhezhi leaned back against the cold wall, her eyes rimmed with red, biting her luscious lower lip as if fiercely suppressing something. Meng Siyuan's hand cradled the back of her head while the other gently grasped her neck, his possessive desire nearly leaping off the canvas. The other image employed a darker palette, Black straps covered Song Zhezhi's eyes, her hands bound above her head, a golden bell adorning her neck. She lay amidst a bed of intertwining roses and gold, resembling a canary utterly exhausted from entertaining its master. The hues and luster of the images are strikingly lifelike, as if one could almost feel the silky texture of Song Zhezhi's nightgown through the screen. These two images surged to the top of the trending searches after everyone had finished their lunch. At the moment she noticed the trending topic, the ice cream in Song Zhezhi's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my goodness! What an utter shock! The audience in the live stream, however, paid no heed to such trivialities, instead indulging in rampant speculation. Alright, let us ship whatever pair we can, gratitude to nature for this gift. Oh my! Is this a clash between the Crane Branch CP fans and the Visuals CP fans? Excellent, let us go for it. This is what we call a showdown among the authors, and the public reaps the benefits. Hehe, love it. Whoa. These two images have thrown me right into the pit of Visuals CP. I truly adore this kind of enforced affection, a delightful perversion indeed. In 3 minutes, I demand to see all the details about this author. In 5 minutes, if I don't see new Crane Branch content, I will switch allegiances. Gazing at the barrage of nonsensical comments, Hezhi and Meng Siyuan exchanged glances once more. In the next moment, however, they both simultaneously lowered their heads and began operating their phones. 5 minutes later, at the same time and from the same IP address, the author of Crane Branch released a new fanfiction chapter, while the artist for the Visuals CP unveiled the latest fan art. The fans couldn't help but feel puzzled. Same time, same IP, I say you two authors should not be so outrageous. Who cares, as long as there's content, I am utterly satisfied. Hehe. I declare this round a tie between Crane Branch and Visuals. I wonder if there's a possibility that these two authors are actually the same person? Upon seeing the comments speculating that they might be the same individual, Hezhi and Meng Siyuan couldn't help but narrow their eyes. After exchanging a glance, they both scoffed disdainfully and looked away. Hezhi, who would be the same person as a pervert? I am a well-behaved darling. Meng Siyuan, who would be the same person as a scheming man? I am truly sincere. Qin Moyan had spent the entire morning cooped up in his room handling official business, only descending after all matters were resolved. The moment he opened his phone, the flood of entertainment news made his head ache. Song Zhezhi Hezhi fanfiction, shy. Song Zhezhi Meng Siyuan fan art, shy. Looking at these two terms prominently displayed at the top of the trending searches, he felt an uncontrollable rage bubbling within him. After opening the WeChat of the head of Xing's public relations team, he simply stated, "Cold pants killer cute, remove those trending topics immediately." Ugh. How dare that Hezhi and Meng Siyuan sneakily rise to prominence behind my back. I'll scatter your ashes. With a single command from the president of Xing Group, the trending list was instantly cleansed, replaced entirely with uplifting, positive news. Satisfied, Qin Moyan rewarded himself with a glass of water, but as he raised his eyes, he collided with two icy gazes. He blinked and swiftly cleared the chat window with a PR manager. Haha, without evidence proving it was my doing, it wasn't me with that thought. He provocatively raised an eyebrow at Hezhi and Meng Siyuan. Do they think they can manipulate the trending list in my territory?
Dream on. HMPH, vilain streaking à pause.
Long before the barrage of comments hinted at the sudden disappearance of the trending topics, Hezhi and Meng Siyuan had already deduced that it was that Qin Moyan's handiwork. They were infuriated, yet powerless. However, Qin Moyan was at a loss as well. While they merely painted and wrote, incurring no significant loss, the resources and manpower he had to expend to remove a trending topic were considerable. Contemplating this, Hezhi and Meng Siyuan exchanged a knowing glance. In that moment, they reached an unspoken agreement. Good brothers, you help me write, and I'll help you draw. Together, we shall explode the entire CP circle. Meanwhile, oblivious to their plans, Song Zhezhi, who had been watching the frequent exchanges between Hezhi and Meng Siyuan, began to entertain a rather bold thought. Could it be that Hezhi and Meng Siyuan were romantically interested in each other? The Meng CP? My surname is Sure. Regardless of when I encounter you, it is always worthwhile. My surname is Sure. Wielding the pen feels akin to a galloping steed. That evening, feeling bored, Song Zhezhi began dancing to some background music in the living room, inadvertently colliding with Lin Yuzhan, who was carrying a glass of water. Fortunately, it was a glass of room temperature water. Otherwise, both would have been in trouble. They exchanged a glance, and Lin Yuzhan said nothing, merely casting a mildly disdainful look before sitting down on the sofa. This scene did not escape Su Qingshua's notice, and she hurried to sit beside Lin Yuzhan. inquiring with concern. However, Lin Yuzan responded to her queries with a few indifferent murmurs. With a loud click, Song Zhezhi turned off the speaker and frowned at Lin Yuzan. The character of Lin Yuzan as portrayed in the original book was that of a humble, patient, and gentle yet cool canary. However, through Song Zhezhi's observations, she perceived an air of pride and aloofness emanating from Lin Yuzan. Typically, individuals embodying such dual qualities would find it challenging to be infatuated. How could Lin Yuzan, Sister Yuzan? What line of work are you in? This afternoon, most of the male guests had their own affairs to attend to, leaving only a few female guests. With Lin Yuzan's arrival, curiosity was inevitable, and thus Zhang Yaoyue initiated the first inquiry. Lin Yuzan slightly lifted her gaze, her expression neither cold nor warm, but perfectly poised and distant. I am not currently employed, but I may pursue a career in design in the future. I have a keen interest in the design of clothing and accessories. Listening to this, Song Zhezhi felt a hint of surprise. Such character details had not appeared in the book, leaving her unaware of Lin Yuzan's previous aspirations.
Design?
That sounds wonderful. Sister Lin has such an elegant demeanor. The things you design will surely be just as exquisite as you, she exclaimed. By the way, I ascend T. Meng Siyuan involved in design as well? You both came together. So, you must be quite familiar with each other. Zhang Yaoyue inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Su Qingxue also turned her gaze towards Lin Yuzan, contemplating that if Lin Yuzan was well acquainted with Meng Siyuan, then cultivating a good relationship with her might open doors for access to Meng Siyuan's design works. Chapter 46. Sometimes, living in this world can feel quite helpless. Lin Yuzan paused slightly, instinctively glancing in Song Zhezhi's direction before shaking her head. He has done me a favor. Song Zhezhi felt somewhat bewildered by her glance. Why look at her while speaking? What's the matter? Could it be that Lin Yuzan is shipping the visual CP? Unbeknownst to her, the fleeting glance that Lin Yuzan cast in her direction conjured images of the time Meng Siyuan took her to the studio, where she saw the wall dedicated to Song Zhezhi. The wall bore artworks from various periods of Song Zhezhi's life, even starting from her high school days, with the spaces between the paintings adorned with butterfly specimens. In Western culture, butterflies symbolize the soul. Thus, in Lin Yuzan's understanding, Song Zhezhi must be Meng Siyuan's muse. However, her impression of this muse was far from favorable, noisy, boisterous, nonsensical, and indeed, somewhat mad. Hearing Lin Yuzan's response, Su Qingxue felt a tinge of disappointment, while Zhang Yaoyue responded with an ambiguous "oh. By the way, did you all vote for the Qixi date?" Bai Xiying asked while unboxing a delivery she had just received. Due to the late hour on Qixi, the PD had arranged for them to conduct the voting the following day. If it weren't for Bai Xiying's timely reminder, Song Zhezhi would have almost forgotten. Reflecting on this, she walked over to the designated area for task cards and retrieved several voting cards, which she then distributed to Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaoyue. Who did Xiying vote for? Su Qingxue inquired with a radiant smile directed at Bai Xiying. Bai Xiying's expression shifted slightly. She merely cleared her throat without providing an answer. Who else could it be but young Master Jiang, right? Zhang Yaoyue chimed in with a teasing laugh. Bai Xiying hurriedly interjected with an exaggerated "oh dear" to interrupt her. Who does Zhezhi want to vote for? Zhang Yaoyue's gaze moved from Bai Xiying to Song Zhezhi, instantly transforming into a curious expression. The others followed suit, their eyes now fixed on Song Zhezhi. Song Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, and at the moment she was about to speak, she distinctly sensed a tension in the air among her companions. Unable to suppress a light laugh, she declared, "Well, of course, I'm voting for." She deliberately elongated her final word, leaving them in suspense. Just as Bai Xiying appeared to be on the verge of impatience, she continued. Qin Moyan. The revelation left both the audience in the live stream and Zhang Yaoyue momentarily stunned. Oh my, has the Mosey CP risen? Finally, the wealth and glory have come to my Mosey family. All Mosey fans, stand up and watch the live stream.
Why?
Bai Xiying was the first to voice the collective confusion. Song Zhezhi shrugged nonchalantly. Because he has offered me far too much. She emphasized, the gold, the renminbi, not a single item is unappealing. Upon hearing this response, the audience was not at all surprised. As expected of you, Sister Song, unchanged in the slightest. Song Zhezhi, a generous monetary gift outweighs mere pleasantries. Confirmed, Song Zhezhi is simply a money-loving brain. Song Zhezhi, no particular interests. Does money count? The moment Song Zhezhi provided her answer, Su Qingxue began to strategize. The male contestants with the highest votes would gain the power of selection, yet no one would choose her. And her aim was to ensure those male contestants would not select Song Zhezhi either. According to her agent, during the brief week the show had aired, Song Zhezhi had dominated the trending search rankings almost daily. It was rumored that many brands that had previously been interested in her were now considering switching to collaborate with Song Zhezhi. She could not allow Song Zhezhi's popularity to escalate further. With this in mind, Su Qingxue inscribed 3 characters on her voting card: Luo Hanzong. She was confident that Zhang Yaiyue would select Luo Hanzong. She simply needed to find someone who would definitely not choose Song Zhezhi. As fate would have it, when Luo Hanzong returned to the villa, he was announced as the selected male guest for the final welcome date on Qixi, granting him the privilege to choose a female guest to enter the seaside room with him. However, to her astonishment, Luo Hanzong chose Song Zhezhi. At the moment Luo Hanzong called out Song Zhezhi's name, every guest present was left in disbelief and shock. Zhang Yaiyue's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling in unease. Song Zhezhi herself was taken aback, her expression one of utter confusion. "Are you all right?" She wore an expression that conveyed both exasperation and disbelief. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, Su Qingxue's agent had informed her of Song Zhezhi's soaring popularity, and naturally, Luo Hanzong's agent had conveyed the same information. After Luo Hanzong recorded another variety show that day, his agent suggested he explore the possibility of rekindling his relationship with Song Zhezhi, indicating that she had changed since their past, and that with her newfound popularity came opportunity. Luo Hanzong, considering Bai Xiying's indifference towards him and the marriage contract with the Jiang family, found Su Qingxue to be more manageable, as they were both individuals looking to climb the social ladder. Thus, he dismissed any notion of pursuing her. As for Zhang Yaiyue, he deemed her of little use, suitable only for fleeting amusement. Taking all these factors into account, he agreed with his agent's proposition. His past separation from Song Zhezhi stemmed from her inability to provide him with resources and popularity, a reason that had led him to pursue a wealthy heiress. However, times had changed. Reflecting on Song Zhezhi's visage and figure, he instinctively narrowed his eyes in greedy contemplation. "I know you're playing hard to get. Your closeness with these men is merely to capture my attention and incite my jealousy. Isn't it? I'm onto you. Stop pretending," Luo Hanzong declared with an alluring smile, casually sweeping his bangs back as if he were quite dashing. Both Song Zhezhi and the audience in the live stream fell silent simultaneously. Commonplace men are quite typical, but I've never encountered one as egregiously self-important as you. Truly a revelation, Song Zhezhi retorted, crossing her arms over her chest and leaning back against the sofa. Narrowing her eyes as she continued, "I advise you to think twice. Should it come to a confrontation, stripping you of your skin will be a trivial matter." Luo Hanzong appeared unfazed. "See, still putting up a brave front. That only means you care about me, doesn't it? Stripping? Are you truly willing?" At his words, Song Zhezhi was instantly covered in goosebumps. "I'm not joking. Tonight, I intend to turn this seaside room into a tsunami chamber." Chapter 47. Hot just 5? Can't they all be together? However, Luo Hanzhong's scheme was indeed in motion, albeit in a rather insipid manner. He was the very embodiment of greasy charm. Song Zhezhi's brand of dish soap, worthy of your acquisition. Listen, can you hear the sound of the tsunami? The events within the seaside room the previous night were nothing short of spectacular, reaching the pinnacle of absurdity. During their morning routine, Luo Hanzong deliberately entered, seemingly attempting to cultivate an intimate atmosphere in the cramped quarters. With a toothbrush clenched between her teeth and foam spilling from her mouth, Song Zhezhi seized a mop from the side, dipped it into the toilet, and pointed it threateningly at Luo Hanzong. "The mop is tainted. Should you dare to approach, you'll find yourself in a similar state." The two maintained this absurd dynamic throughout the night, leaving Luo Hanzhong's spirit nearly frayed by the end. Upon exiting the seaside room, 5 figures quickly approached them. Jin Shinian scrutinized Song Zhezhi, inspecting her thoroughly before anxiously asking, "He didn't do anything to you, did he?" As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, piercing directly at Luo Hanzong. With dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights, Luo Hanzong wearily lifted his gaze, lacking even the energy to respond to Jin Shinian. The previous night, Song Zhezhi had indeed put him through a relentless ordeal, leaving him unable to close his eyes without being haunted by her voice echoing in his mind, compelling him to alternate between vigilant wakefulness. In contrast, Song Zhezhi appeared radiant and well-rested. "It's infuriating that this brat got a chance to spend a night alone with my sister. I'm incredibly envious," Jiang Xunye remarked bitterly from the side. Having said that, He shot a glare at Luo Hanzhong, who found himself encircled by the group, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. He shrank back, raising his hands as he attempted to maneuver around Song Zhezhi. Please let me go. All I want now is to return to sleep. Just as he took a step, the PD's announcement echoed through the villa. All guests, please gather downstairs. We are about to commence the fan interaction segment. The announcement played 3 times. Luo Hanzhong felt utterly despondent. Once everyone gathered in the living room, the PD proceeded to divide the male and female guests into separate groups. The female guests were to live stream from the left side of the room, while the male guests occupied the right. This session would include a popularity assessment. The top 3 popular guests would receive additional rewards, including endorsements and cash. The PD cheerfully announced the rules. Upon hearing the mention of cash rewards, Song Zhezhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a must-win. Not only that, but she also pondered that the interactive segment would undoubtedly involve questions, and with each inquiry, her points would surely soar, bringing her immense delight. The more she contemplated, the more radiant her smile became. Beside her sat Lin Yuzhan and Bai Xiying, both casting disdainful glances at her exaggerated grin. Prior to the official commencement of the interaction, Su Qingxue had fidgeted with her hair numerous times. Once it began, the first fan who came forward excitedly declared their admiration for Zhang Yaoyue, instantly extinguishing Su Qingxue's curiosity. How tasteless. Yet, despite her thoughts, she maintained an innocent and demure demeanor. The first fan didn't pose any questions, and the barrage of comments was sparse. However, the subsequent fans were significantly more explosive, raising doubts about their genuine fandom. Fan 2. By seeing, could you show some self-respect? Jiang Xunye doesn't even fancy you anymore, yet you still cling on. It's truly revolting. By seeing, having never been subjected to such harsh words, was momentarily taken aback, stammering, what are you saying? Clearly incensed, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. To her astonishment, many in the comments echoed the sentiments of the previous speaker. I agree. She has got the temperament of a spoiled young lady, strutting around as if she is the center of the universe. I can't stand her either, clearly someone with no friends. Exactly, since no one loves her in reality. She has to seek attention somehow. Lin Yuzhan, observing the torrent of vitriol, felt momentarily lost but nonetheless spoke up. How can you say she has no friends? We are her friends. Can we not engage in civil discourse? This behavior reflects the lack of upbringing. To her surprise, rather than calming the comments, the barrage intensified.
Oh.
So you consider yourself refined? Her family's bankrupt, yet she still pretends to be a lady, always wearing that sour expression. Absolutely hilarious. I can't stand those who have a princess complex without the princess status. Lin Yuzhan looked on in disbelief. Having had little exposure to such toxic discourse, she found it hard to fathom the warped perspectives being expressed. Song Zhezhi chuckled at her reaction, having not anticipated that Lin Yuzhan's character would lend itself to defending others. Engaging with the uncouth was futile. One could only lower oneself to their level. With a raised eyebrow, she seemed to declare, watch closely. I shall perform but once. Which sewer has failed to cover itself, allowing you to crawl out. Why does this fan refuse to show their face? Is it due to an absence of a camera? Fear not, your lack of attractiveness will not intimidate us. While we may fear ghosts, we are quite tolerant of the ugly ones. The fan on the other end promptly ended the call. Next, did Song Zhezhi not see the multitude of issues surrounding her? It was unbearable to witness her nonsensical rambling. Song Zhezhi, well, you know, a true warrior confronts their flaws and steadfastly refuses to change. It is not the fault of the parent if the child is uneducated. You insult others. Is that my fault? What is this? Have you recently taken Erlingshen as your master, thinking you're something special? With her barrage of words, the comments began to clear significantly, leaving Lin Yuzhan and Bai Xiying somewhat bewildered. To them, Song Zhezhi's behavior seemed akin to madness. Yet witnessing the refreshing change in comments made them suddenly realize that perhaps there was nothing inherently wrong with a bit of madness. The next fan who joined was somewhat more normal. Hello, sisters. I truly adore each of you, and I am curious about some things. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhan finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling gently. Please, go ahead. Fan, what colors do you all like? Lin Yuzhan, I suppose a sky blue. Zhang Yaoyue, purple.
Su Qingxue, pure, pristine white.
By seeing, of course, pink. Song Zhezhi, I favor a vibrant, kaleidoscopic black. The others laughed, then one fan inquired, if Gu Hezhi Meng Siyuan. Jin Shinian, Jiang Xunye and Qin Moyan all confess their feelings for you simultaneously. Whom would you each choose? Upon hearing this question, Su Qingxue and the others exchanged shy smiles. Song Zhezhi, however, raised an eyebrow and made a suave gesture as if lighting a cigarette, responding,
Who do you look down upon?
"A mere 5? Why not all at once?" The comments erupted. Wow, such confidence. Song's sister is the best. Our role model. All 5 at once, blushing. Will it be live streamed? ID pay to watch. I can pay. I'll pay to see your ID number. As Song Zhezhi observed the deluge of comments, the system's notification chimed in her ears. Points increased by 1. The host currently eligible for a cash redemption of 20 million. In high spirits, she smirked and said, "Pay for a live stream? Well, that depends on the circumstances."
What circumstances, you ask?
Well, it's all about the circumstances, the specifics of which will vary. Beside her, Lin Yuzhan regarded her bewildering statements with a hint of disdain in her eyes. The live stream continued, and the next participant was a high school student. As soon as she joined, a soft sobbing could be heard, followed by the girl's choked voice. "Sister Qingxue, I'm often targeted at school. They bully me every day, gluing my chair and desk, and even throwing my backpack into the boys' restroom. I feel so miserable that I don't want to study anymore." Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The girl's experiences were eerily reminiscent of her own past, which had been even more harrowing, being dragged by her hair into the bathroom, forced to kneel and clean shoes, or having her clothes torn off for photographs. All as threats for money. Look at that fat girl, hilarious. So ugly, she should just go home instead of scaring people. Who wrote pighead on her back? How fitting, brilliant. The echoes of past taunts, like demons, resurfaced in her memory. Su Qingxue lowered her lashes, a shadow of despair casting over her. She said, "Could it be that the issue lies within you? If you became beautiful and exceptional enough, perhaps you wouldn't be bullied. Just as my mother once told me, it's all your fault for not being good enough. If it's unbearable, just join those bullies, and you'll cease to be targeted." As her words hung in the air, the girl on the other end was visibly startled, and the comments abruptly paused. That does make some sense. Indeed. If you were better, they wouldn't dare bully you. That's reasonable. Is it truly my fault? The girl's voice trembled, laden with guilt. Enough of this nonsense. Song Zhezhi's sharp, somewhat indignant voice shattered the somber atmosphere. Su Qingxue immediately lifted her gaze to her. Song Zhezhi raised her chin slightly, frowning, her face a canvas of discontent. Why do you all blame yourselves? Regardless of one's merits, it should never justify bullying. It's the bullies who are at fault. Their minds are twisted, and yet you assist them in tormenting yourselves? Truly remarkable. Why should you bear the blame? Instead of introspecting, direct your ire towards those who wronged you. You are not at fault. Your only error is not being unscrupulous enough. I implore you, beautiful ladies, to reflect on yourselves daily. Know that you are not in the wrong. Okay? Being cultured is commendable, but let us not be overly refined, shall we? Over-refinement only invites stronger adversaries. They cast your backpack into the men's restroom, and in return, you appropriated theirs for your own use. If they bully you while in there and land a slap, you should respond with a touch more politeness by returning the favor with 2 slaps of your own. After all, it is their first time being human. If they can exhibit such a lack of decorum, why should you not? Sweep aside morality and reclaim your true self. Reject the torment of mental exhaustion and express your frustrations openly. Song Zhezhi spoke fervently without pausing for breath, and upon finishing, took a deep, relieved breath. The others nearby were left in stunned silence, and if one were to look closely, they would notice a faint mist forming in Su Qingxue's eyes. She pondered whether she could indeed follow Song Zhezhi's words. Was it truly not her fault? Oh my, exactly, I was almost subjected to PUA tactics. Tisk. What were those comments just now? They can't expect me to sing at KTV. Fortunately, I belong to the dark side. Otherwise, I might have been exoed too. Damn. I stand in solidarity with Sister Song. Let us see who dares to oppose her. I'm right here. Criticize me, but do not speak ill of Song Zhezhi's. The girl who had been sharing her mic was evidently taken aback. She had always regarded Su Qingxue as her guiding light. Thus, when Su Qingxue articulated words that prompted her own self-reflection, it felt as though the light in her life had abruptly dimmed. She had thought she would be forgotten in the shadowy corners of the world, but when Song Zhezhi spoke, it was as if a more potent light had shone through. Akin to a hand reaching out to her, offering gentleness and redemption, pulling her forcefully from the abyss of self-doubt. Can I truly rebel? Song Zhezhi's raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, why not? If you cannot resist, we shall seek help from the outside. You must always believe that there will be someone in this world who can assist you, and you must tirelessly strive to redeem yourself time and again. We do not bully others, but you absolutely have the right to retaliate against those who bully you. The right to retaliate. Time and again. Redeeming oneself. Su Qingxue gazed at Song Zhezhi, who was illuminated by the brightest light in the living room, as if a divine being descended from the heavens to rescue her from despair. The girl across from her fell silent for a moment before affirmatively and resolutely responding, yes. The fan interaction segment came to a close, and the male guests had also completed their interactions. Unbeknownst to Song Zhezhi, their exchanges had effectively stripped away her secrets. Chapter 49. 5 Men Compete, whose secrets are laid bare. Fan question. How did Hu Genie meet Song Zhezhi? Jin Shinian. She kissed me forcefully. I remember I was 18 at the time, celebrating my birthday at a bar. After a few drinks, she suddenly appeared before me and kissed me without a word. From that moment on, my heart was entirely hers. She was somewhat inebriated and said to me, I will take responsibility for you. Little did I know. It was merely a game of truth or dare. As Jin Shinian recounted this, the expressions of everyone present turned sour, with Jiang Xunye gritting his teeth as he rubbed his sharp canines. What a show. Such embellishments. Watching the comments flood in, filled with adoration, only served to irritate him. Fortunately, the next fan redirected the conversation. Fan, does Xiao Jiang have anything going on with Sister Zhezhi? Jiang Xunye. How did you know I married my sister in the mobile game? Oh dear, it seems we even have 2 babies now, hurrah. This is killing me, fan. Xm? Did I ask that? Jiang Xunye. Don't be too cute, we have 2 babies, who understands? He usually dresses in work clothes, sleeveless shirts, playing racing games and motorcycles, yet his speech always carries a whimsical tone. Sister Song, consider our Xiao Jiang. Mentioning their virtual marriage is quite shameless. How do you even know that I once proposed to Song Zhezhi in reality? In Iceland, Qin Moyan leaned back, casually folding his arms across his chest, brimming with pride as he continued to elaborate on the details of that moment. It was a sunny afternoon when we strolled hand in hand to the black sand beach, where we embraced and kissed. Isn't it amusing that proposing is now something to boast about? Halfway through Qin Moyan's tale, Hezhi interjected with a scoff, his expression dripping with disdain as he scrutinized Qin Moyan. What is the difference between that and those silly jokes about me chasing after the school beauty? Qin? This was a careless move. Qin, TSK. It's rare to see Hezhi like this. It's quite the spectacle. Thanks to this program. Hezhi is like a multifaceted gem. One moment he is as cold as ice, the next, he radiates a hint of fox-like charm. Qin Moyan, you. I'm laughing so hard my abs hurt. That fan sharing the mic barely had time to speak. Fan. Was I the one sharing the mic? Or was it you all? Qin Moyan, hearing Hezhi's provocative words, naturally turned to face him. He raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Hezhi with a mocking glance. Having had experiences is certainly better than not having any. You're not like us. You were dumped 2 months ago, perhaps Zhezhi has already forgotten about your feelings. Oh, I feel a pang of sympathy for our Emperor for 3 seconds. With those words, several arrows struck their mark. Hezhi narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his smile remained, it had lost its usual warmth and sunshine, replaced by an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Indeed, it was different. After all, I lived with Ah Song during high school. During that time, we shared everything: meals, living space, and care for one another. Our bond was naturally different from yours. Meng Siyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a light chuckle. So, it seems that our Emperor Gu and Miss Song share a familial bond. It is said that once love transforms into familial affection, it is challenging to revert. TSK. The vacancy left by love will certainly be filled by someone else, right? We should all be grateful for Emperor Gu's generous gift, unlike me. It's impossible for Miss Song and I to become family. He paused slightly, then revealed a knowing smile. After all, my relationship with Miss Song has always been filled with passion. We've explored every facet of intimacy. I recall she had a particular fondness for my sofa, though I personally preferred the bathroom, where the steamy atmosphere and breathlessness were utterly captivating. We have tried various playful experiences together. Have you ever? For instance, bondage, collars, and bells. Quite adorable. His words left the live audience blushing furiously, invigorating them all. Puffed. Meng Siyuan you. Song Zhezhi's. What is this? What does it even mean? Is this a competition of one-upmanship, or an unveiling of my secrets? Ha ha ha. If Sister Song finds out, she'll surely go mad. Now I know. Song Zhezhi stood behind Meng Siyuan, radiating an aura of resentment from within. After the interaction with the female guests concluded, the PD instructed them to join the male guests for games and to participate in the evening's guest selection. As soon as she arrived at the male guests area, the comments on the screen made her realize what had transpired. Consequently, the male guests' interaction was interrupted, with Luo Hanzong expressing his desire to speak. As the interaction wrapped up, everyone was summoned back to the living room. Sister, look at them. They're not like me. I haven't revealed your secrets. Jiang Xunye seized the opportunity and promptly sat down beside Song Zhezhi's. She shot him a sideways glance, still exuding irritation, as she let out a dismissive snort. Song, I merely reminisced about our past stories. Do you recall the salted fish? Hezhi was the second to join, sitting beside Song Zhezhi. She slightly furrowed her brow, successfully drawing his attention. That stray cat? Hezhi nodded with a smile and said, It gave birth to a litter of kittens, all of which I'm raising at home. One even does somersaults now. Would you like to come to my house and see? Song Zhezhi.
A cat?
Doing somersaults? How extraordinary. The fans in the live stream nearly burst into laughter.
Cat, huh? Can I do that?
Hezhi, you can. Threat of cat food. Ah. So it's those few cats that frequently appear on Hezhi's Weibo? How intriguing. They actually have a story. Now that I think about it, every Weibo post from Hezhi over the years essentially carries the shadow of Song Zhezhi. He truly adores her. Hezhi, your ploy to lure girls home is rather outdated. Haha, you certainly have your ways. TCH, so what if the cat can do somersaults? I can too. Jiang Xunye, seeing that Song Zhezhi's attention was being drawn away by Hezhi, hurriedly interjected.
Oh?
Is that so? Why don't you demonstrate? Hezhi raised an eyebrow, continuing his banter. However, Jiang Xunye was completely unfazed. You can't just say demonstrate and expect it to happen. With that, he turned to Song Zhezhi. Sister, why not choose me tonight? I'll show you in a seaside room. What do you think? Oh my, I can hear your scheming from Hunan. TSK. Xiao Yi, you really can't compare to someone's cat. You're such a little puppy. How thrilling. Why are the other men silent? Have they turned mute? Or can't they do somersaults? Haha, they wouldn't dare speak. Each one of them has had their secrets revealed by Sister Song. The director controlling the live stream, upon seeing these comments, wisely zoomed in on the nearby men. Each one sat unusually upright. Even the ever-cool Meng Siyuan, who was known for his aloof demeanor, had his hands resting on his knees, his back straight as a board. Meng Siyuan, Qin Moyan, Jin Shinian. Family, who understands. We dare not say a word. Song Zhezhi. Family, who understands. My undergarments have been stripped away. Luo Hanzong. Family, who understands. I didn't even ride on the wave of popularity. Chapter 50. 3 people in a seaside room? Do you have some sort of fetish? Seeing the viewership of the live stream increasing, the PD appeared with a statistical report. PD, in the recent fan interaction segment, the male guest with the highest popularity is Meng Siyuan. Congratulations. And for the female guest, it is our esteemed Song Zhezhi. Congratulations. Now, please, both guests, choose your companions for tonight's seaside room. As soon as the PD finished speaking, Meng Siyuan smiled and raised his hand, pointing at Song Zhezhi. I want her. Song Zhezhi pressed her lips into a line, seemingly at a loss for words. Goodness, just choose. What's the big deal? Truly, the king of the road. A complete weirdo. Following Meng Siyuan's declaration, the expressions of the female guests remained relatively normal, with the exception of Lin Yuzan. Her gaze flickered briefly between Song Zhezhi and Meng Siyuan, finally resting on the upward curve of Meng Siyuan's lips. Having spent some time with him, she had come to understand his character somewhat. A man as cold as winter, far surpassing his brother Meng Tianyue. Initially, she believed Meng Siyuan regarded Song Zhezhi merely as a muse, a source of inspiration or a playmate, but now she noticed the unconscious warmth and affection in every glance he cast upon Song Zhezhi. Perhaps even Meng Siyuan himself was unaware of this. Conversely, the male guests were not as composed. Each bore a fierce gaze. Just then, Song Zhezhi regained her composure, casting a casual glance at Meng Siyuan before breaking into a mischievous smile. You want me? What a pity. I don't want you, I want Hezhi.
With that,
Her finger pointed directly at Hezhi. She thought to herself, Perhaps Gu Hezhi's intellect was the only one capable of matching Meng Siyuan's wit. The others, well. The fox is fine, the puppy can be ignored, and there's a non-mainstream member. Truly difficult to judge. At the moment her finger pointed, Gu Hezhi's previously dull eyes seemed to suddenly sparkle, as if countless stars had converged within them. Meng Siyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a dangerous glint appearing beneath the surface. The PD found himself in a bit of a quandary. Well, there it goes. They hadn't considered this scenario at all. Just as the PD was spiraling into confusion, Meng Siyuan spoke again. 3 together? I didn't see that coming. Is our Miss Song a bit peculiar? Song Zhezhi casually winked at him, a hint of disdain in her demeanor. Gradual transformation 666 gradual transformation. Pfft, really 3 together?
Oh.
This is a bit thrilling, I want to see. Tsk, Gu Hezhi and Meng Siyuan? A battle of deities, perhaps. I've always thought they were the most cunning, though none here are truly innocent. I can't agree with that. By seeing doesn't he deserve to be nameless, does she? The comments erupted in jubilance, spurred on by the unfolding scenes. By seeing looked on, slightly furrowing her brow, and seriously asked, is this a compliment? Or something else? The comments flooded in with laughter. Confirmed. She's the least cunning among them. Okay, confirmed by the eyes, I'm the kind of existence that those with trypophobia can approach proposed. Hearing Song Zhezhi's response, Meng Siyuan raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance as he leaned back casually. I don't mind. But I wonder if our film emperor does. His tone was calm, yet he deliberately emphasized each word. To say he didn't mind was certainly a facade. He was nearly going mad with jealousy. Upon receiving the challenge from the other party, Gu Hezhi first shot him a cold glance, sneering, of course I don't mind. Just like a parent and child immediately after, he turned his gaze back to Song Zhezhi, his expression transforming as he smiled brightly. And I must thank you. If it weren't for Brother Meng, I wouldn't have known that Asong trusts me so much. His eyes, gazing at Song Zhezhi, were filled with deep affection. Song Zhezhi offered an awkward smile and gestured an okay sign at him. Let us use WeChat Chapter 51. Have I become the white moonlight? That was close, thankfully. I declined. The conversation was lively, completely disregarding the bewildered PD. Is this really settled? A seaside room for 3 people. Can this even be broadcasted? In the earpiece. The backstage director surprisingly agreed to their choice. Upon receiving the directive, the PD nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Since both parties have made their selections, the next segment we will proceed with is... Click. Before the PD could finish, the sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance. Then a sweet, soft voice reached them. Hello. A girl dressed in a Shui Bingwei cosplay entered, dragging her suitcase. While this was not particularly shocking, what truly left Song Zhezhi's pupils dilated and her body frozen in place was the man following her. Meng Tianyue. Lin Yuzhan also shared the same astonishment. Meng Siyuan appeared somewhat surprised but quickly regained his indifferent demeanor. He had anticipated Meng Tianyue's arrival, given that Lin Yuzhan was here and so close to him. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. It appears that his elder brother genuinely cares for this woman from the Lin family. How intriguing. Contemplating this, Meng Siyuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Greetings, everyone. I am the ever-optimistic messenger of light, Wenisin. My favorite activities are sleeping and dining. I hope to foster harmonious relationships with all of you. Upon concluding her introduction, she performed an exaggerated bow towards Song Zhezhi and the others, only to have her wig, dislodged by the force of her gesture, fly off and fortuitously land squarely on Luo Hanzhong's face. Luo Hanzhong mused, is there truly no one in this world to speak up for me? Upon noticing the new guest, PD's expression brightened, and he promptly invited, you've arrived just in time. We are about to play a game, so let us all join. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the man standing behind Wen Yisan. The man possessed a chiseled visage, an austere countenance, and his dark, brooding eyes were framed by tightly pressed lips. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, he exuded an air of noble arrogance. PD swallowed hard, seemingly hesitant to engage in conversation with him. Wow, which domineering CEO from a novel has stepped into our midst? Thus, the genre of CEO literature has found its face. Don't tell me this is yet another connection to Song Zhezhi? Perhaps. If that is the case, we might as well rename it Song Zhezhi and her harem-s reality show. The barrage of comments was fervently discussing, while Song Zhezhi's subsequent reaction seemed to affirm their suspicions. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with bewilderment, her lips parting slightly as she uttered a name, Meng Tianyue. What? They really know each other?
Am amazed.
666. No way. Is this not scripted? Our song sect leader is quite impressive. But doesn't this guy resemble our Qin Zong? Not quite. At least our Qin Zong is still a non-mainstream sect leader. Upon hearing Song Zhezhi call out the name, the group seated on the sofa became noticeably unsettled. Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian exchanged glances, communicating silently through their shared expressions. Jiang Xunye furrowed his brow, gesturing subtly in Meng Tianyue's direction. What is going on? How does she know Meng Tianyue? Jin Shinian shook his head slightly in confusion. I have no idea. Wasn't he present the last time we gathered? Has Zhezhi been keeping this hidden? Jiang Xunye's eyes widened. This could spell trouble. It implies that Meng Tianyue is not an ordinary individual. Goodness, she has been concealing someone. With fiery eyes and arms crossed, he scrutinized the situation. Jin Shinian closed his eyes in resignation, reopening them with a hint of anguish. I'm used to it. Sobbing softly. After their exchange, both turned their attention toward Qin Moyan, raising their eyebrows in silent inquiry. Are you aware that Sister Zhezhi and Meng Tianyue have a connection? Qin Moyan shrugged, then recalled something, tilting his head as he remarked, Isn't Meng Tianyue involved with Lin Yuzan? Jiang Xunye scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Who knows? Men are all the same. Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, Jin Shinian, recovering, licked his lips and gestured with his chin. I've heard that Meng Tianyue has an unrequited love, and Lin Yuzan is merely a stand-in? At this revelation, both Qin Moyan and Jiang Xunye's eyes widened in astonishment, silently exclaiming, Damn. Jiang Xunye squinted, glancing between Song Zhezhi and Lin Yuzan, then hissed, re-engaging in their mental dialogue. You know, if Sister Zhezhi were to remain silent, they do share a slight resemblance. As their silent exchanges intensified, Meng Tianyue lifted his gaze. He glanced at Song Zhezhi, and in that fleeting moment, his gaze was captured by a mole on the left side of her nose, which sparkled with an unexpected brilliance. In his memory, his beloved also bore such a mark. Lin Yuzan had one too. He cherished hers dearly. Yet her personality diverged significantly from his recollection of his white moonlight. The girl he remembered should have grown into someone akin to the vibrant individual before him. Radiant in a striking red dress, her eyes shimmering. Lost in thought, Meng Tianyue's brows knitted together. Tell me your name. He recalled how that girl once inscribed the letters on his palm, declaring it the initial of her name's last character. The audience in the live stream, observing and listening, found themselves perplexed. Huh? What does this mean? This is somewhat strange. I'm uncertain. Let us observe further. I can't comprehend. Perhaps I should pursue postgraduate studies first. Could it be that the object of our song sect leader's affections has finally appeared? Song Zhezhi, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and took a large step back, raising her hand in a gesture to decline. Thank you, but I must respectfully refuse. With a bun hairstyle and cropped trousers, I am known as Zhezhi. Remember that. Her name is Song Zhezhi. Ha ha ha. What is in a name? Call her song sect leader. What is this? Are you smitten with our sect leader too? Vouch 500 to receive tips on how to pursue her. As the white text floated past, Meng Tianyue's eyes sparkled even brighter. Song Zhezhi? Z, starting with Z. He murmured to himself, an involuntary smile breaking across his previously tense face. Yet in the next moment, that smile vanished. This was due to Meng Siyuan's hand resting casually on Song Zhezhi's shoulder. A gesture both nonchalant and unyieldingly assertive. Lin Yuzan is over there. Don't get confused, he remarked, shifting Song Zhezhi slightly to the side, inadvertently revealing Lin Yuzan, seated on the left side of the sofa. In that instant, Lin Yuzan staggered, her eyes betraying a profound sadness. Upon making eye contact with her, Meng Tianyue's brow furrowed involuntarily. Lin Yuzan, flustered, quickly averted her gaze. Rising to her feet, she stammered, I feel a bit unwell, and attempted to sidestep Meng Tianyue to exit the living room. However, just as she took a step past him, he grasped her wrist firmly. Let go? Lin Yuzan's voice trembled slightly. She bit her lip, fearful that tears would spill forth at any moment. By seeing, Zhang Yaoyue and Su Qingxue watched the unfolding drama with rapt attention, alternating their gazes between Song Zhezhi and the tense standoff between Lin Yuzan and Meng Tianyue. Meanwhile, when Yisin, dressed in a water-themed cosplay, appeared utterly bewildered. Is this some sort of unique welcoming ceremony? She queried, nudging the equally baffled PD beside her. PD shook his head in confusion. He had no idea. Are we still playing this game? Not only were they perplexed, but the audience in the live stream also grew increasingly agitated. What? Is this a convoluted love triangle? This is a high-stakes game for Sister Song. This is more chaotic than a battlefield. This isn't merely chaotic, it's hellish. As an outsider, are relationships in this dating show always this intricate? What scripts are they using? So, what is the current situation? Jiang Xunye, Hezhi, Qin Moyan, Meng Siyuan, and Jin Shinian all have feelings for Sister Song, while Sister Song secretly adores Meng Siyuan, who is entangled with Lin Yuzhan, yet seems interested in Sister Song. Goodness. I've come to the conclusion that I should ship Zhang Yaoyue and Luo Hanzhong instead. This is too much to handle. Oh, you clearly want someone to pull you closer. Yet you insist on pushing them away. Can't you just enjoy the moment in silence? Song Zhezhi inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. Following her remark, a look of helplessness and dismay crossed her face. It appears that this indeed reflects her sentiments upon witnessing a particular scene, yet no one has compelled you to voice it now. Upon returning, she discovered, to her astonishment, that the individual caught between the male and female leads is none other than herself. She recalls that the original narrative did not involve the protagonists participating in a dating show at all. Moreover, she has no recollection of the supporting character, Song Zhezhi, who shares her name. She ought to have been among the throngs of netizens passionately debating the story online. Chapter 52, Awakened by a Forceful Kiss. The female lead is indeed myself? Lin Yuzhan listened to Song Zhezhi's absurd remarks. Her eyes instantly clouded with a haze of confusion. She glanced at Song Zhezhi, then at Meng Siyuan, ultimately resting her gaze on the hand he held. Release me, she asserted, struggling defiantly, yet ultimately failing to break free. Lin Yuzhan, I warn you not to push your luck. You know Meng Siyuan's crimson eyes glinted with restrained emotion as he nearly uttered how many significant opportunities he had forsaken for her, but before he could, a sudden melody interrupted the moment. The heart races like love igniting, passion ablaze in a fervent clash smack. Song Zhezhi emphatically struck the now sluggish speaker. At that moment, the collective gaze of the audience shifted from Meng Siyuan and Lin Yuzhan to her. Song Zhezhi instinctively swallowed, offering an awkward smile to the gathering, then fervently tapped her phone to skip the playback. However, the speaker's response was agonizingly slow. Each song she attempted to skip still played a brief segment. Thunderous roars. The heavens tremble. I'm not K. No bio dinosaur against wolf, against pleasant goat, beautiful goat, after numerous futile attempts. Song Zhezhi finally managed to unleash the most fitting tune. How much longer until I can enter your heart? How long until I can draw near to you satisfied? She nodded and gestured towards Lin Yuzhan and Meng Siyuan with a flourish. All right, protagonists, please continue. She recalled that in the original text, the male lead would seize the female lead with a passionate kiss during their first confrontation post-separation, an event that had once excited her to the core while cozily ensconced in her blankets. Lin Yuzhan and Meng Siyuan were both momentarily taken aback, and the expressions of those around Song Zhezhi conveyed varying degrees of disbelief. Yet, inexplicably, even with the earlier tensions dissipated, Lin Yuzhan still felt inclined to provoke Meng Siyuan, as if it were simply meant to be. I shall say this one last time. Let go. Lin Yuzhan, suppressing the sharp pangs in her heart, feigned indifference as she addressed Meng Siyuan anew. Lin Yuzhan, I too shall warn you one final time. Meng Siyuan retorted, echoing his earlier warning, accompanied by the iconic emo anthem, Mercury Record, by seeing, somewhat bemused, crossed her arms and leaned toward Song Zhezhi. What are they doing? Repeating the same words is so tedious. Do people in love always act so childishly? Song Zhezhi, leaning back against the sofa, wore an expression of amusement as she spoke thoughtlessly. Aren't you the same? You insist on liking Jiang Xunye, yet he doesn't reciprocate, and still, you cling to him. A fine young lady like you, reduced to being a love-stricken puppy. What is it that you find appealing about him? Upon uttering this, Song Zhezhi suddenly fell silent. In that moment, Bai Xing appeared to be struck by a revelation. Indeed, what was it that she liked about Jiang Xunye? It seemed a question she had never contemplated, as if she had been destined to adore him from birth.
But why?
Song Zhezhi blinked several times, glancing at Bai Xing, who appeared ensnared in her thoughts, and felt an inexplicable pang of guilt wash over her. Yet, she furrowed her brows in contemplation. Everyone in this world is predetermined, but not her. Those who have interacted with her gradually seem to develop their independent consciousness, breaking free from their fated paths. Perhaps she could attempt to alter the original story's conclusion? Lost in thought, she observed Meng Siyuan, Meng Tianyue, and Lin Yuzan, all of whom bore expressions of confusion. Could she truly do so? The original narrative foretold the world's destruction, and if that were to occur, would she not perish alongside it? Meanwhile, the conflict among Lin Yuzan, Meng Tianyue, and Meng Siyuan was escalating. You know precisely what you were thinking when you looked at her, Meng Tianyue. Lin Yuzan exclaimed, unable to contain her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Feeling her composure slip away, she hastily turned her head aside. Meng Tianyue observed her, a fleeting flicker of concern flashing in his eyes, yet upon seeing Lin Yuzan's stubborn demeanor, he refused to yield. And you? What do you think of with every glance you cast my way? Are you thinking of me? He spat, advancing on Lin Yuzan with palpable intensity. Or are you still preoccupied with him? He pointed accusingly at Meng Siyuan, who was lounging nearby, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Suddenly singled out. Meng Siyuan raised an intrigued eyebrow. Lin Yuzan, upon hearing this, turned back to Meng Tianyue in disbelief. Enough! How dare you insult me like this? Meng Siyuan's previously raised brow furrowed into a frown. Insult?
Huh?
I'm not the one being presumptuous here.
Ah, insult?
When you walked away with him, did you consider it an insult? Did you ever think about my feelings? Meng Tianyue's voice escalated uncontrollably. Lin Yuzan lifted her chin defiantly, her other hand gripping her skirt tightly. And you, in every moment we spent together, were you not thinking of your white moonlight? The sorrow in her eyes overflowed, piercing Meng Tianyue's heart. For a moment, Meng Tianyue was rendered speechless. Indeed, at the outset of their relationship, he had been fixated on his white moonlight, yet gradually, he became captivated by Lin Yuzan's unique and proud essence, yearning to draw closer, to protect. So I will ask you one question. What is your relationship with him now? Meng Tianyue demanded, shooting a venomous glare at Meng Siyuan. Lin Yuzan found it ludicrous. She withdrew her gaze, mustering all her strength to break free from Meng Tianyue's grasp. She gazed out at the scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows and calmly stated, "It's none of your business." God knows her heart was already bleeding profusely. Meng Siyuan, unable to bear the sight any longer, raised a hand to shield Meng Tianyue from his piercing glare. As for my relationship with her, it is purely that of benefactor and beneficiary. Don't overthink it. Dear brother, he spoke, his eyes glinting with coldness. Meng Tianyue scoffed at this, a disdainful snort escaping him. I'm asking her, not you.
Pure benefactor. Ha.
What else next? Are you implying you wish to offer yourself? Meng Siyuan's smile faded considerably. A hint of warning lacing his words. You should be mindful of your tone. The one I truly care for is present as well. It would not be pleasant for her to overhear. Listening to his words, Meng Tianyue shifted his gaze towards Zhezhi's direction, then contemptuously remarked, the person you care for, someone like you is capable of caring for anyone? How can you prove it? After speaking, he provocatively raised his eyebrows at Meng Siyuan, his lips curling into a defiant smirk. At that moment, Zhezhi remained lost in her thoughts, entirely oblivious to the fact that the two Meng brothers had turned their attention towards her. Meng Siyuan also looked towards Zhezhi, his previously unsightly expression softening considerably as he smiled and said, how to prove it? Fine, then you'd best watch closely, brother. With that, he began to stride towards Zhezhi. At that moment, Jin Shinian, Jiang Xunye, Hezhi, and Qin Moyan all felt a tightening in their chests. An ominous sensation surged within them. Jiang Xunye was the first to react, hastening towards Zhezhi. Regrettably, before he could arrive, Meng Siyuan had already made his way to Zhezhi's side. Slightly perplexed, Zhezhi raised her head to gaze at Meng Siyuan. Just as she was about to inquire about his intentions, her lips were sealed by his. Meng Siyuan gently grasped Zhezhi's chin and leaned down. The soft warmth of his lips, paired with a hint of crisp fragrance, rendered her previously tumultuous thoughts into a blank void. Goodness! Wasn't it supposed to be the male lead who forcibly kissed the female lead? This is outrageous. Let this world explode. Let someone else save it. Zhezhi's, no joke. Let the world blow up. A Version of Despair, Chapter 53, who pierced whose heart, and who warmed whose bed as Zhezhi's wished, it truly exploded. However, it was merely the netizens who erupted. This development is utterly surreal, catching me completely off guard. Oh dear. You reality show folks are truly terrifying. A mere declaration suffices. Meng Siyuan, you rascal, you're truly impressive. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Our Menge has always been a man of action. The others should take notes. Manual humor. Song Zhezhi blinked several times, clearly still unable to process what had just transpired. A mischievous glint danced in Meng Siyuan's eyes as he tightened his grip on her chin, then playfully nibbled on her lips. Just as he was about to escalate matters, Jiang Xunye's hand landed on his shoulder, shoving him backward with force. Can you not exhibit a sense of restraint? Jiang Xunye frowned, pulling Song Zhezhi to his side. His once bright and innocent eyes now brimmed with hostility. His tone decidedly unfriendly, as if he had suddenly transformed into a wolf, ready to protect his prey. Meng Siyuan brushed off the fabric at the spot where Jiang Xunye had touched him, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Xunye's, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. I merely wished to demonstrate something to certain individuals, while simultaneously compensating for the missed kiss on the Qixi festival. Fairness and justice, after all. Tsk. It seems youth often equates to impatience. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xunye's anger flared. What are you saying? As he spoke, he attempted to grab Meng Siyuan by the collar. He despised it when people brought up his age. Yet Meng Siyuan was no pushover. He easily sidestepped the attempt. How childish. With your impulsive temperament, you will inevitably cause her harm. I advise you to keep your distance from her. Meng Siyuan's tone darkened as he spoke, his gaze shifting to a serpentine intensity. Poised for battle. You. Jiang Xunye was about to retort, but Meng Siyuan continued without granting him the opportunity. What can a useless individual, who cannot even extricate himself from an engagement, accomplish? If you truly care for her, you should approach her with sincerity and integrity. Alas, it appears you lack such virtue. Do you dare to provoke the Jiang family? If you do you believe you will still have a voice in the circle? If anything were to happen to her, would you be able to assist her? Were you actually considering confronting me just now? Have you contemplated the repercussions of your actions on the reputations of both the Meng and Jiang families? How intriguing. Wake up and recognize your standing. You are merely a foolish individual, relying on the title of young Master Jiang, prone to reckless behavior. As he spoke, a smirk graced his lips, and he beckoned Jiang Xunye with a taunting gesture, clearly inviting confrontation. Come on, let's fight in a secluded spot. Fine, let's spar. At that moment, Jiang Xunye's expression darkened severely, his eyes reddening with barely restrained emotion. He moved slightly, and Song Zhezhi hurriedly reached out to grasp his arm. For heaven's sake, don't go, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. She was unaware of Jiang Xunye's capabilities, but goodness, that was Meng Siyuan, a merciless fighter who showed no hesitation. If Jiang Xunye engaged him, wouldn't he be utterly defeated? Jiang Xunye glanced down at Song Zhezhi's hand resting on his arm, and the dimness in his eyes flickered back to life. Sister, he said, his voice slightly hoarse, then turned to smile at Song Zhezhi. I'm fine, don't worry about me. With that, he began to walk toward Meng Siyuan, who was lazily leaning against the entrance. Oh no, they're really going to fight. Please stop fighting. This is disastrous. I feel so malicious for wanting to watch this. I must admit, I too am somewhat intrigued. Please don't fight. I would be heartbroken if either of you got hurt, okay? My heart races, my hands tremble. Oh, kind production team, could you take me to witness this? If you go with him, you're falling into his trap. Jin Shinian intervened, casting a glance at Meng Siyuan, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and a flicker of tension ignited in the air. After a brief moment of eye contact, Jin Shinian was the first to avert his gaze. Just consider it a compensation for the previous game kiss. Why bother quibbling with such a person? Having said that, he turned back to Song Zhezhi, and in an instant, his previously frosty gaze transformed into a warm spring. His voice softened as he gently played with his sandalwood prayer beads while taking Song Zhezhi's hand. We are not so lacking in perspective as to be like some people, who disregard their own dignity and neglect Zhezhi's feelings, unlike me. I constantly consider her. What she likes, I like, and what she dislikes, I absolutely avoid. As he spoke, he raised the hand adorned with the beads and lightly brushed it against Song Zhezhi's lips, as if to erase the previous disrespect she faced. Such a person, just thinking about Zhezhi sharing a room with him at night fills me with dread. Why not bring me along? I can protect her. Jin Shinian's eyes sparkled with mischief, radiating an alluring charm. Jiang Xunye regarded him, initially taken aback. Then, realizing, he pointed an accusatory finger. You rascal. He had thought Jin Shinian was genuinely trying to assist him. Jin Shinian, what ill intentions could a fox spirit possibly harbor? I merely wish to keep Zhezhi warm at night. Chapter 54, 5 Men, 1 Stage. Who reigns supreme in the arena of chaos? How fortuitous. Yet I must assert that Song Zhezhi's would not be safe with any of you. It must be me. Just as Jiang Xunye was about to point at Jin Shinian, the ever-observant Qin Moyan made a suave entrance, hands inserted into his pockets. As he approached Song Zhezhi's, he spread his arms wide as if inviting her to dance, exuding an exaggeratedly gentlemanly demeanor, then bowed his head slightly, continuing, "My apologies for my tardiness. Come with me, my princess." As soon as he uttered those words, the barrage of comments ceased abruptly, only to be replaced by a flurry of nostalgia for the past. The memories thought long dead suddenly resurface, attacking me fiercely. Qin Moyan, you might consider remaining silent. It's hard to believe this is actually the CEO of Xing. Just look at Meng Siyuan and then at this fellow. Suddenly, I feel worthy too? Be bold. He is the one unworthy of us. Hearing this, Song Zhezhi's felt her toes curl in embarrassment. Are you out of your mind with such an awkward display? You all are overthinking it. Ah Song has already chosen me. How could she possibly take you along? Hezhi had also joined the fray. Jiang Xunye observed, momentarily bewildered. Isn't this supposed to be about whether he can fight or not? How did it suddenly turn to this? Well, since that's the case, with a light cough, Jiang Xunye's ears turned slightly red. He raised his hand to cover the one resting on his arm from Song Zhezhi, and with a radiant smile, he said, "Sister was just feeling sorry for me, right? Since that's the case, let's go to the seaside villa." He paused for a moment, seemingly shy, biting his lower lip before continuing in a slightly affected voice, "Sister, take me with you, please. I really need your comfort, otherwise I might just break into pieces." The way he pronounced the words break into pieces was filled with a playful tone, and he couldn't help but feel frustrated at becoming the very person he once despised. Song Zhezhi, having just curled her toes on the floor, was now startled by Jiang Xunye, sending shivers down her spine, making the entire situation seem rather surreal. At this moment, her left hand was held by Jiang Xunye, her right by Jin Shinian, and behind her, Hezhi seemed to be gently tugging at the waistband of her skirt, as if someone else was pulling her away. A group of men, all over 180 centimeters tall and with similar builds, crowded together, their expressions particularly fierce, and the palpable sense of pressure was unmistakable. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became tense, as if it were laden with millions of tons of explosives, ready to be ignited at the slightest spark, setting off a grand display of fireworks in the world. Even Lin Yuzhan and Meng Siyuan, who were previously ready to argue, had forgotten their quarrel. Staring blankly at Song Zhezhi and the others, Bai Xiying, Su Qingxue, and Zhang Yaiyue were no exception, their wide eyes fixed in astonishment, even their breaths becoming noticeably lighter. Meng Siyuan, who had been waiting at the entrance for Jiang Xunye, grew impatient and walked back into the room. With each step, it seemed he was pushing the situation closer to an explosion. I remember the voting rules allow me to choose, right? I picked her, and she picked Hezhi. I have no complaints about the three of us together, but what are you all doing, challenging someone's limits? He glanced at the clock hanging in the living room, 11:15. It's about time. We should head to bed. Retracting his gaze, he unceremoniously wrapped his arm around Song Zhezhi's neck from behind, making a grand gesture as if to ensure everyone could see, whispering in her ear, "Let's go. This lovely night should not be wasted." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Song Zhezhi to instinctively shrink her neck. In that moment, she felt as though she were ensnared by a giant python. The cool, smooth skin pressed against hers, and his words felt like a venomous tongue, each syllable akin to administering the final dose of anesthesia to a prey, signaling that she would soon be devoured. As Meng Siyuan spoke, his gaze darkened, intent on taking Song Zhezhi away. Yet, Jiang Xunye, Jin Shinian, and Hezhi were not about to concede. The moment Meng Siyuan showed any inclination to seize Song Zhezhi, a layer of hostility instantly shrouded the expressions of the others. Jiang Xunye tightened his grip on Song Zhezhi's hand, Jin Shinian mirrored him, and Hezhi grasped a bit more of the waistband he held. With three forces pulling her in different directions, Song Zhezhi couldn't help but roll her eyes heavenward. Damn it, I truly feel like I'm being torn apart. Oh my, what is this rhythm? Haha, is it a melee of 5 celestial maidens? I feel like Sister Song is about to be overwhelmed. How tragic, but my lips still can't help but curl up toward the sun. Forgive me, Buddha. Song Zhezhi, are you all okay? If you're fine, then what about me? I just curled my toes and my hair stood on end. Now I have to endure this heart-stopping moment. Watching a variety show has made me feel ill, truly overwhelming. TSK, 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 these people, they really love it. You're making her uncomfortable by holding her like that, Jin Shinian said, frowning as he took the initiative to confront Meng Siyuan. The barrage of comments read, Fox Jin is launching PUA skills at you. Meng Siyuan smirked coldly. Why don't you just let go? It's not me making her uncomfortable. It's you all who refuse to let go. The comments continued. Giant Python Meng has activated the blame-shifting defense skill. Jiang Xunye's brow furrowed, his eyes icy. If you weren't holding her, us two holding her wouldn't make sister uncomfortable, right? No wonder sister just chose the film emperor. It seems she didn't want to be alone with you. It appears you've been too domineering and frightened her. The comments exploded. Little dog Xunye has thrown a bomb at you and taunted. Fire in the hole. Chapter 55. 5 Men in a Play. Who dominates the Shura field? Hearing this, a tempest brewed in Meng Siyuan's eyes. He could hardly muster the cold smile that had previously graced his lips, his expression darkening significantly. It seemed he was still aggrieved from not having acted earlier. Was he too merciful and not harsh enough? He then shifted his gaze to Zhezhi, pausing for a moment before loosening his grip slightly and turning his attention to Hezhi. What are you competing with them for? We're together tonight. At this, Hezhi hesitated slightly. Ha ha, Giant Python Meng is extending an alliance invitation to you. Will you accept? I'm dying of laughter. One sentence has overloaded Hezhi's CPU. Hezhi, am I cute? Hezhi, after some thought. Seems like there's some truth to that, little cat tilting its head. Seeing Hezhi wavering a bit, Meng Siyuan's expression softened slightly, and he raised an eyebrow. Continuing his persuasion. Do you think it's better for the two of us or for them to join in? Can't you tell the difference? I thought you were somewhat savvy among them, but it seems not. A flicker of confusion passed through Hezhi's eyes, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Zhezhi's waistband. Was Meng Siyuan complimenting him? Uncertain, he thought. Maybe he should listen more? Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye exchanged glances, and the alliance of friends was immediately established. Don't listen to what he says. Zhezhi chose you no matter what. You can enter the seaside villa with her, which has nothing to do with him. His attempt to leverage the rules to keep Zhezhi is utterly unacceptable. Jin Shinian spoke earnestly, looking into Hezhi's eyes. Hezhi hesitated again. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xunye chimed in. Yes, sister chose you. Which proves your high status in her heart.
Ugh.
Jiang Xunye had to admire his own ability to fabricate such nonsense, earnestly stating things he didn't believe. Do you know why he doesn't want us to go together? It's because it would be too many people for him to handle, but if you go alone, it would be easy for him to take advantage of the situation when you're not paying attention to sister. Jiang Xunye continued, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. Hezhi, caught between the earnest glances of Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye, felt overwhelmed, with Jin Shinian's persuasive words in one ear and Jiang Xunye's sales pitch in the other. He momentarily couldn't process everything and instinctively nodded, I understand. After blinking a couple of times, he seemed to realize something, uttering a confused, huh? Oh my Hezhi. How are you so adorable? Oh wow. Why is this kid sometimes so clever and other times so dull? Can't blame him. I was a bit confused listening to Jiang Xunye and Jin Shinian both speaking at once. You two really shine in the alliance of friends. They both wanted to get involved, but did they really believe it? Do you think it's better for us to spend time with her when there are more people around or when there are fewer? For instance, if we have an hour, just the two of us could enjoy 30 minutes together. Yet, with the presence of others, we might scarcely have 5 minutes to ourselves. Meng Siyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness evident within them. Pass it on. Meng Siyuan didn't even have 5 minutes. Haha, you're truly audacious. It's fine. Just speaking casually. They don't have time to read the comments now. Meng Siyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with one hand, while the serpentine ring on his finger glimmered with an ethereal green hue under the indoor lights. As they said, when you are with me, do you truly believe you can outmatch me? Aren't they, in fact, looking down on you? Do you still choose to believe such individuals? Hezhi listened, his grip on Zhezhi's waist loosening slightly, his brow furrowed, his thoughts in disarray. Observing this, Jin Shinian and Jiang Xunye instinctively pulled Zhezhi's closer. Meng Siyuan sensed the movement and tightened his embrace, his gaze conveying a predatory warning. After listening for a while, Zhezhi's felt utterly speechless. What on earth is this nonsense? Being tossed about like a puppet, she was truly fed up. Closing her eyes, she gritted her teeth, wanting to demand that they release her. However, before she could utter a word, the PD, whose legs had grown somewhat numb from standing, cautiously raised his hand. Are we still playing games? Awkwardly poking fingers, a long-closed loop was suddenly invaded by outsiders. And all five coldly directed a glance that felt like a knife toward the PD. The PD immediately pressed his lips tightly together.
All right.
I suppose we're not playing today. He then turned to Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue. Aren't you two quarreling anymore? Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue. The PD pressed his lips again. Well then, it seems we're not quarreling. This night was indeed extraordinary. Even more intriguing was Song Zhezhi's question. Do you think I should call Qin Lu? Has she forgotten to mention something? Qin Moyan, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer contain himself. The act of a leopard pretending to be a cat has its limits. Do they all really think he is merely nonchalant? Are you threatening her? Gu Hezhi's previously mild demeanor suddenly stiffened. He could not tolerate anyone threatening Song Zhezhi in her presence. The mere thought of others using him to intimidate her into doing things she disliked caused his brow to furrow deeply. Qin Moyan remained unfazed, merely smirking with indifference. This is a transaction between me and her. Who are you to intrude? Oh, so you and Miss Song are merely engaged in a transaction? Why not state your price? Meng Siyuan's hand, which had been draped over Song Zhezhi's shoulder, moved restlessly, scratching at her chin as if teasing a cat. Unable to resist, Song Zhezhi attempted to bite his hand. This scene, however, appeared to Qin Moyan as flirtation, leading him to snort derisively. State your price. Who are you to her? Sister. Take me along tonight. I'll resolve whatever transaction you have with him. Jiang Xunye chimed in, wagging his tail. Resolve? Meng Siyuan just said something quite correct. What right does someone who relies solely on the Jiang family name have to join this conflict? Qin Moyan no longer held back, his sharp tongue unleashed. Driven by the immense sense of threat he felt from the current state of affairs, these individuals were no longer behaving like they usually did in petty squabbles. You dare to repeat that? Jiang Xunye's jaw clenched tightly. This was the second time today. He could no longer endure it. What? Are you planning to make a move? Truly, you are nothing but an impulsive child. Meng Siyuan continued to stir the pot of this conflict. Zhezhi's, they're all unreliable. Let me handle it. Don't you enjoy my massages? I've recently learned some new techniques. Let me try them on you. Song. Sister Song. The two uttered in unison, transporting Song Zhezhi's back to a certain scene. Stop. Song Zhezhi could no longer contain herself and shouted, breaking free from the encirclement of several individuals. In a huff, she nodded and surveyed the surroundings. You all enjoy sleeping, don't you? Okay. With that. She raised her hand, pointing at Jiang Xunye, reminiscent of a military commander rallying troops. You sleep. You sleep. You sleep. You sleep too. Everyone sleep. Not a single soul is allowed to stay awake. Song Zhezhi's. Just stop existing. Chapter 56. She has a penchant for the perverse. She absolutely loves it. Upon hearing Song Zhezhi's audacious declaration, the PD beside her found it utterly absurd, only to be met with the director's approval through his earpiece. This program is indeed a trial, a veritable torment. This night was destined to be extraordinary. With half an hour remaining until the live broadcast concluded, Song Zhezhi's and the others arrived at the newly arranged seaside room. The decor of the seaside room was set according to the preferences of Meng Siyuan, the most popular among both genders tonight. Upon opening the door, one was greeted by cascading black and red interwoven sheer fabrics, adorned with golden bells that swayed gently with the breeze, the sound of the bells ringing softly. The overall ambience was both oppressive and cruel, imbued with an ambiguous and lascivious undertone. As they ventured further in, the camera swept over scenes that were hardly suitable for airing. A wooden rack, crafted from redwood, displayed an array of various props. Items such as leather whips, silver chains, bells to be worn around the neck, blood-red candles, and feathered lace bunny girl outfits were neatly arranged on the shelf. Song Zhezhi watched in stunned silence. Jiang Xunye furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively covered her eyes with his hand. Some people truly possess items unfit for display, much like their twisted thoughts. He scolded with a cold expression. Glancing inadvertently at those items, his gaze lingered on the bunny girl outfit, and after a few seconds, his ears flushed crimson. Is it possible that Miss Song actually enjoys such things? As he spoke, Meng Siyuan stepped inside, caressing the hanging sheer fabrics, the sound of the bells stimulating everyone's senses. In the soft glow of the fabrics, his hands, with prominent knuckles and visible veins, appeared all the more alluring, prompting onlookers to exclaim, pinch me. Meng Siyuan's hands are a dream for hand fetishists. Let me just say, it's clear that Meng Siyuan knows how to play. I'd pay to watch him and Song Zhezhi's together. Tsk, honestly. It's evident that Meng Siyuan is the most playful among them. Indeed, the little dog is too innocent. It's uninteresting. Hearing Meng Siyuan's words, Jiang Xunye's expression darkened. Impossible. My sister could never be attracted to such perverse things. I truly do enjoy it, Zhezhi blurted out uncontrollably, her inner thoughts escaping her lips. Had Jiang Xunye not been covering her eyes at that moment, she would have rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have gained one more point, receiving a reward of 10 million. Are you happy? Zhezhi. I'm ecstatic, utterly thrilled. Truly? Did she have no sense of shame? Why was she revealing everything?
Ah, sister song, y truly adora Italia.
What's wrong with having a slightly twisted sense of play? Hands on hips. Sister Song. I never expected you to be this kind of sister Song. Zhezhi likes the unconventional. I am unconventional, hence Zhezhi likes me. He. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Xunye's hand noticeably trembled. He slowly lowered his hand and cast another glance at the props, the flush from his ears rapidly spreading to both sides of his cheeks. If my sister enjoys this, does it mean I have previously disappointed her? Pondering this, he shyly bit his lower lip. After a long pause, his eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as he fixed an earnest gaze on Zhezhi and declared, "All right. I shall embrace a more unconventional approach with you from now on." Just as Zhezhi, who had just regained her sight, was rubbing her eyes, she was met with a barrage of attention from the others who had just comprehended the situation. Jin Shinian was the first to act, directly wrapping the strands of his sandalwood prayer beads around Zhezhi's wrist. Then, as if conflicted, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Is this the correct way to tie it? Or like this?" He adjusted as he spoke. One segment of the beads wrapped around Zhezhi's wrist while the other remained in Jin Shinian's hand, creating an intricate connection between the two. The beads, inscribed with scriptures, exuded a cold aura, now being used by Jin Shinian to toy with Zhezhi. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How presumptuous of you." Before she could voice her thoughts any further, Hezhi leaned in eagerly. "Do you truly enjoy this?" Hezhi inquired, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor, tinged with a hint of madness. He fixated on Zhezhi, his throat bobbing as if he were a ravenous predator suddenly encountering a delectable prey, desperately trying to suppress his instinctual urges to avoid revealing his intentions. Zhezhi was taken aback. She instinctively wanted to cover her mouth to suppress her words, but ultimately failed to restrain herself. "I absolutely love it. The more unconventional, the better. I adore it." Upon finishing, she closed her eyes, her legs betraying her as they grew weak. As her knees buckled, she inadvertently stepped back, colliding directly with the sturdy chest of Qin Moyan. Looking up, she found him gazing down with eyes as dark and deep as a hawk's. Their gazes locked, and inexplicably, Zhezhi felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She rarely witnessed such intensity in Qin Moyan's eyes. It was as if he was zeroing in on a target. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to subtly inch forward. "Do you truly enjoy this?" Qin Moyan asked, his voice low yet laced with a teasing tone. He did not wait for Zhezhi's reply and continued, "That's good as long as you like it. We can arrange plenty of it." Hezhi clearly absorbed Zhezhi's words. During the brief moment of eye contact between her and Qin Moyan, he must have repeated the phrase "the more unconventional, the better" countless times in his mind. She absolutely adores it with this thought. Hezhi's lips could no longer suppress a smile. Zhezhi glanced left and right, realizing that she seemed to be encircled in the center. She licked her slightly dry lips, uncertain whether to lean left or right. Surveying the scene, she found several pairs of eyes fixed intently on her, creating a strangely eerie and mesmerizing atmosphere. With an awkward smile, she raised her hands in a defensive gesture. "You all truly leave me feeling quite ambushed." "Gentlemen," the wind rustled the drapery, and silver bells chimed lightly. It felt as if demons were whispering enchanting songs in her ear on this protracted night. Chapter 57. What kind of clothing is this? All stripped off. Our sister Song truly understands 4 character expressions. Ambushed by gentlemen. And there's a practical interpretation of the Khan's great army. A terrifying tale. Only 10 minutes until the live stream closes. Panic. The audience in the live stream fervently discussed, causing several trending topics to emerge, compelling the production team to reluctantly extend the broadcast time. Yet Zhezhi and the others remained oblivious. "Shall we play together?" Meng Siyuan was the first to finish a shower. Upon emerging, he sauntered over to the rosewood rack. Casually lifting a bunny girl costume, his fingers dusted with a hint of pink, intertwining with the black fabric, exuding a sickly allure. Zhezhi, reclining on the bed and leisurely peeling a lychee, raised her eyelids slightly to glance at Meng Siyuan, then coldly scoffed. "Oh play? You wear it for me to see, let's have some real fun." Meng Siyuan raised an eyebrow, silently approaching Zhezhi, then sat at the foot of her bed, gripping her ankle. His fingertips were cool, causing Zhezhi to flinch, and the lychee she was holding fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping beside a pair of black slippers. Jiang Xunye shot him a cold glare. "I knew you had ulterior motives. Shameless. Damn it. Poisonous snake." Thankfully, his cleverness and charm allowed him to intervene just in time, even without his shirt, though it was intentional. Startled by Jiang Xunye's sudden exclamation, Zhezhi instinctively pulled her ankle away from Meng Siyuan's grip, turning her gaze towards Jiang Xunye. His well-defined abdominal muscles glistened with droplets of water, the black-red drapery behind him swaying like a fiery cloud. Zhezhi had not intended to look, but once she did, her nose began to itch again. This curse of hers, that she would bleed from her nose at the sight of a man undressing, who could possibly cure her of this? It was truly as if the dramatic music played, and the heartthrob made his entrance. Meng Siyuan, realizing his hand had grasped nothing but air, watched as the warmth in his eyes faded, and forcefully, he pulled back the ankle Zhezhi had tried to reclaim, casting a dismissive glance at Jiang Xunye, then quietly scoffed, calling others shameless, yet who is the one standing here bare? After that, he picked up a pair of pink bunny ear accessories, gently tugging on the ankle he held, causing Zhezhi to slide down from the back of the bed. With one leg half kneeling on the bed, Meng Siyuan used both hands to turn Zhezhi's head back towards Jiang Xunye. Zhezhi was momentarily dazed, still not comprehending what was happening when Meng Siyuan's rare, radiant smile invaded her vision. In the next second, she felt a tightening on her head, and a warm trickle slid down beneath her nose. Hezhi returned to the seaside room, towel-drying his hair, only to be met with the scene. Jiang Xunye, bare-chested and scowling, while Meng Siyuan had Zhezhi half-pinned beneath him, her bunny ears adorning her head, blood streaming from her nose. The action of drying his hair froze mid-motion, as the dark expression on Jiang Xunye's face shifted to one of bewilderment on Hezhi's. Zhezhi, sensing a new presence, sluggishly turned her head, and upon doing so, the warm trickle from her nose intensified. Good heavens, is this some sort of strip party tonight? Why is everyone undressing? What kind of decorum is this? Why not take off a bit more, you stingy people? Zhezhi initially scolded, but midway through her tirade, her words abruptly took an uncontrollable turn. Feeling uncomfortable with the wetness beneath her nose, she raised her hand to wipe, only to find, to her horror, that her vision blurred. How absurd is it that someone could both love bleeding from the nose and faint at the sight of blood? At the moment the sensation of dizziness washed over her, Zhezhi instinctively reached out in a desperate grasp, as if clinging to a lifeline. The fabric of Meng Siyuan's clothing was already light and thin. Her grasp tore it open with a sharp rip, unveiling a generous expanse of pale skin and a delicate layer of muscle beneath. Zhezhi thought, she is truly going to die, utterly mortified. At that moment, she could only feel grateful that the live stream had already ended. Yet, just as she reveled in that fleeting sense of relief, a glitch caused a brief flurry of comments to flash across the screen in the seaside villa. Zhezhi, not undressing, huh? Let me help you. Zhezhi, why only take off clothes? What a bunch of stingy folks. Humph. Wiping blood from her nose. Then fainting. Laughing so hard I'm rolling on the ground. Thank goodness she doesn't know we're watching, ha ha ha. Tisk, tsk, so fierce, even drawing blood, 666. The one before knows how to title it. Zhezhi blinked in disbelief, and as she did, the comments truly vanished. Darn it, she had warned against rising too early. See, after a few days of early mornings, she had just glimpsed the comments. Contemplating this, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the world. No more lychees. She swore off them, sobbing. What blood? Let it flow freely. She had to meet her idol. Bond. No one should look at her. Jin Shinian returned with his quilt, nearly losing his composure. From his perspective upon entering, he beheld the sight of Meng Siyuan in disarray, poised to take advantage of the situation, while Zhezhi, in her resistance, bore a face smeared with blood. A pair of rabbit ear decorations hung askew atop her head. Let her go, he exclaimed, raising his voice unusually as he hurled the quilt aside and charged towards Meng Siyuan. However, his foot slipped, causing him to stumble past Gu Hezhi and kneel on the ground. Thankfully, he managed to grasp something resembling a strip of cloth, but it seemed to be moving. Lifting his gaze, he found Gu Hezhi's face dark with displeasure. Although he too had chosen not to wear clothing, he had not anticipated such unreserved honesty. Hearing the commotion, Zhezhi tilted her head to look, fixating on a certain spot for several seconds before breaking into a grin and giving Gu Hezhi a thumbs up. Mumbling incoherently, a true warrior dares to face a sister shedding her pants. Splendid. Here's a thumbs up for you. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Zhezhi burst into tears. Indeed, not everyone can become a wealthy woman. She truly could not bear the burden. Qin Moyan also entered, drying his hair. Like Gu Hezhi and Jiang Xunye, he had not dressed properly, merely loosening the collar of his black shirt. Chapter 58. Upon entering and seeing the pristine backs of Jiang Xunye and Gu Hezhi, he suddenly felt his own fierceness lacking. As he reflected, his gaze fell upon Jin Shinian, still half kneeling on the floor. Splendid! With a disdainful curl of his lip, he shifted his attention to Meng Siyuan and Zhezhi. Oh! Explosive! That night, Our Sweet Moments unsurprisingly launched another assault on the trending list. Zhezhi, a 5-person play, drew blood? Shocking. Once a celebrated actor, now stripped of his dignity in vivid hue. Zhezhi, I only enjoy the perverse. I absolutely adore it. This production team can truly deliver. They broadcast what others cannot. The entries cycled incessantly, and upon clicking in, the comments section was equally vibrant. This show is bizarre enough. Perfect for a weirdo like me to watch. Ah. Why hasn't the following content been aired? I'm not satisfied. 3 seconds is not enough. If you don't let me watch, I'll blow up the production team myself. So excited I'm turning into a monkey, flying into the primitive forest, swinging on vines, a monkey passing by to eat bananas, swinging on vines, picking a durian, smashing the monkey king, dominating the monkey horde, invading humans. Tonight was so thrilling. I can't help but look forward to the 2 ladies' new writings and illustrations. Sob, 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 ladies, I'm hungry. I need sustenance. Darn it. Ever since the last trending topic was retracted, it's been ages since I've seen any activity from those 2. Tagging Zhi for Zhezhi's sake. Wishing Meng Siyuan would come to Zhezhi. Meanwhile, the 2 ladies who had been silent for so long were currently entangled in their own predicament. Could you please stop tugging at the quilt? Gu Hezhi murmured in irritation, his tone rife with impatience. If she doesn't cover herself, she'll catch a chill. Meng Siyuan, eyes still closed, furrowed his brow, and replied grumpily, let her be. Covering her now would prevent her from getting cold, Gu Hezhi insisted. Hearing this, Meng Siyuan lifted his eyelids to glance over at the supine Zhezhi. After confirming that she wouldn't catch a chill, he closed his eyes once more. She won't catch a chill. I reckon it's certain individuals who are weak and afraid of the cold. TSK, eat more. At his words, Gu Hezhi snorted coldly. Unwilling to yield, so you're quite knowledgeable? Have you ever been weak? Meng Siyuan shot open his eyes, glaring at Gu Hezhi across Zhezhi. Meanwhile, Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan, having brought their own quilts and unable to share with Zhezhi, found the quarrel between Gu Hezhi and Meng Siyuan baffling. Darn it! You 2 are sleeping beside Zhezhi and still arguing. Truly unbelievable. If you both really want to share a quilt, you can swap with me. I wouldn't mind you using mine, Jin Shinian offered, his voice audible throughout the seaside villa. Gu Hezhi feigned a smile. There's no need. You might as well ask Meng. He might have a different opinion. No thanks, I care. I don't have the habit of sharing a quilt with others. Meng Siyuan replied, turning over and unexpectedly facing Jiang Xunye. Jiang Xunye, Meng Siyuan. They exchanged a silent glance, then simultaneously turned away. After adjusting their positions, Jiang Xunye couldn't help but comment, a bunch of grown men, chattering incessantly. It's unbearable. Men, none of them are good. The others, sandwiched between Jiang Xunye and Meng Siyuan, Zhezhi dared not move, desperately stifling her laughter, almost rendering her thighs useless. As she pinched herself, she gradually drifted off to sleep, and in her semi-conscious state, she felt as if she were being chased by a wolf dog under the watchful eye of an eagle. With a snake's tail coiling around her legs, impossible to shake off, the slyly grinning fox sent chills down her spine, while a mysteriously oversized crane, whether infected or revealing its true nature, ensnared her with its wings. The instability of her dream mirrored the turmoil of her reality. In the latter half of the night, Zhezhi vaguely sensed someone wrapping their arms around her waist while another embraced her arm. A low murmur echoed. as if a light veil had been draped over her face. Chapter 59 Awakening in the Dating Show. Did a heartthrob arise? As the first rays of dawn streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the live stream resumed. Initially, the broadcast did not showcase the situation in the seaside villa where Zhezhi and the others were, but rather displayed the new weekly CP rankings, which had shifted due to the arrival of several new guests. Top 1, Meng Siyuan and Zhezhi. Top 2, Hezhi and Zhezhi. Top 3, Jin Shinian and Zhezhi. Jiang Xunye and Zhezhi. Top 4, Qin Moyan and Zhezhi. Top 5, Occult, Meng Siyuan and Zhezhi. Lin Yuzan. Once the CP rankings concluded, the first camera angle swiveled to the famous seaside villa. Just as it switched, the previously sparse comments erupted in a wave of astonishment. The dimly lit seaside villa, adorned with a few flickering lamps, was deliberately left aglow for Hezhi, who harbored a profound fear of darkness. Within that spacious circular bed, several figures were ensconced beneath a cascading layer of crimson gauze, which lent an air of nuptial celebration to the entire setting. Amid the subtle disarray, glimpses of the occupants' conditions could be discerned beneath the delicate veil. Meng Siyuan had his arm wrapped around Zhezhi's waist, seemingly intent on ensnaring her within his embrace. While Zhezhi slumbered towards Hezhi on her left, their hands intertwined atop the pillows, exuding an intimacy that was unmistakable. Beside them, Jiang Xunye had his legs draped over Meng Siyuan's waist, prompting frequent frowns from Meng Siyuan. In stark contrast, Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan lay perfectly still, their bodies aligned in a manner reminiscent of two lifeless forms.
Hey!
Fox Jean, get up. Someone's robbing the house and you're just lying here like a corpse? Laughing so hard, it's hard to believe this is something I can see in the entertainment industry. Jean, the dignified scholar. Qin, the elegant Moyan. Haha, I really can't commend Xiao Zhong's sleeping posture. I'm wondering if Sister Song were to sleep beside him, would he drape his legs over her too? Did the newbies just join? Is this show always this explosive? There's nothing they can't do. Only things you can't imagine. As the barrage of comments grew increasingly lively, Zhezhi seemed to awaken, as if sensing the commotion. Upon waking, she was immediately struck by a wave of discomfort. Her back ached, and her body felt strained, perhaps a remnant of the tumultuous dreams from the previous night. Blinking her eyes open, she was met with the exaggeratedly handsome visage of Hezhi mere inches from her face, and in an instant, she sat up with a start. Without a moment's hesitation, the viewers of the live stream were treated to a scene of utter chaos. Having made it to the living room, Zhezhi was still reeling from the events of that morning. Whose good fortune was it to awaken beside a horde of naked men? As a person striving to embrace new ideologies and embody the spirit of a new generation, how could she possibly find herself in such an absurd situation? Just as she began to grapple with the absurdity of it all, she pulled out her phone and nearly choked on her milk upon seeing the trending topics. The sight of her name coupled with 5 men in scandalous headlines left her dumbfounded. So, all my glorious exploits from last night have been immortalized by the ever-remembering internet? How is this possible? We were supposed to stop the broadcast at midnight. What is this madness? The comments from her fans, seeing her distressed expression, could not help but tease her. Zhejia, how does it feel with 5? Weren't you quite bold earlier? Why so timid now? Ha ha ha. Looks like she's been played. Zhezhi, forcing a smile. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. None of it is visible. TSK, looks like Sister Song is out of her depth. I knew it all along. Sister Song has always been somewhat lacking in this regard. Pondering. Zhezhi, frustrated silence. I don't wish to hear such things. Those who criticize me shall be met with slaps. Those who betray me shall face execution.
Where are the moderators?
Get these people out of here. Oh dear. Some are clearly losing their composure. My heavens, I found a place to stand up to Zhezhi. How delightful.
Yes.
Usually I can't retort against her, but now I've finally caught her. Zhezhi scoffed softly, in a lazy tone. If I don't look, I want to be disturbed. You lot have no idea. I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. I'm not afraid of you at all. Ha ha ha, I've eaten more salt than you've consumed rice. Is this the game we're playing? There's an old saying in China that fits perfectly here. Ha ha, I must live to laugh another day, haha, frantically searching for a head. Though I must say, I'm genuinely envious of Zhezhi for being surrounded by so many handsome men. What luck. Zhezhi cast a nonchalant glance at the comments and began to speak languidly. Luck is purely a matter of chance. Wouldn't you agree? The barrage of agreement flooded the screen as Lin Yuzhan descended from upstairs, overhearing Song Zhezhi's ramblings, her brows furrowing in response. Upon noticing Lin Yuzhan's arrival, Song Zhezhi only had one thought: to hide. She truly did not wish to be too closely associated with the main cast. Having Meng Siyuan was more than enough.
Today,
Upon glancing at the CP rankings, the fans, always eager for drama, had paired her with Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue, which was utterly mortifying. With that thought, she stood up straight. Just as she did, the male lead made his grand entrance.
good morning, Miss Zhezhi.
Have you had breakfast? Meng Tianyue asked, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he regarded Song Zhezhi. Yet, his peripheral gaze was surreptitiously cast towards Lin Yuzhan. Noticing her lack of response, a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him. In contrast, Song Zhezhi felt a jolt at his unexpected greeting. She retorted, "Ugh, I detest pretentious people like you. Are you attempting to draw Sister's attention? If you wish to greet her, do so directly. Don't indulge in these theatrics. You're trying to make Lin Yuzhan jealous. Aren't you?" Pausing slightly, she then shot a sidelong glance at Lin Yuzhan, but seriously, how did you come to like this type? Even a gumball machine wouldn't be this awkward. Lin Yuzhan stared at her, her eyes wide with shock. Meng Tianyue was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from Song Zhezhi. When he glanced at Lin Yuzhan, their eyes met for a brief moment, and Lin Yuzhan was the first to look away. "Don't say such things," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meng Tianyue surely did not wish for her to feel jealousy. Seeing Lin Yuzhan react first, Meng Tianyue felt a sting of embarrassment and lifted his chin slightly, his jaw tightening as he furrowed his brows. Who would want her to feel jealous? She's not worthy of it. The weight of not worthy struck Lin Yuzhan deeply, causing her eyes to mist over, her hands clenching into fists as she gripped her clothing tightly, struggling to contain the emotions threatening to spill over. However, before she could dwell on her feelings, she was interrupted. Song Zhezhi, having heard Meng Tianyue's words, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before retorting, "What a dreary existence, like a toad critiquing humanity." At that moment, Song Zhezhi finally understood why she could never be the female lead. She equally scorned every foolish man who dared to attempt to manipulate her. With that thought, she couldn't resist adding to Meng Tianyue, "Ha."
Dui.
Lin Yuzhan was left dumbfounded. She truly hadn't expected anyone to dare speak to Meng Tianyue in such a manner. Was it oddly exhilarating? A flicker of admiration crossed her eyes as she gazed at Song Zhezhi. Meng Tianyue was equally unprepared for Song Zhezhi's audacity, his impatience bubbling to the surface. Just as he was about to issue a warning to her, "You woman, do not be ungrateful," the system notification chimed in Song Zhezhi's ears. "Congratulations, host. Trust points increased by 1, additional benefits granted. Current accumulated total, 40 million. Please continue your efforts." Listening to the notification, Song Zhezhi felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate with a grand firecracker.
Las chisanguisadas lingesmail.
Utterly oblivious to what Meng Tianyue was saying, Meng Tianyue was momentarily taken aback, urging Song Zhezhi to recognize the gravity of the situation. This woman was just rambling on. Lin Yuzhan observed the dark clouds gathering on Meng Tianyue's face and then glanced at Song Zhezhi, whose countenance radiated pure sunshine, and she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Song Zhezhi was quite an intriguing character. Chapter 60. The Song clan flourishes, who still lacks virtue. As Lin Yuzhan's laughter filled the air, Meng Tianyue found himself momentarily lost in thought. She rarely smiled like this in his presence. This grin made her resemble the ethereal moonlight that lingered in his memories. Song Zhezhi, watching from the side, was also momentarily stunned, recalling that Lin Yuzhan had hardly smiled since the beginning of the program. Curious. She tilted her head and leaned closer, seemingly wanting to confirm if Lin Yuzhan was genuinely smiling. "Have you fallen for my sister? Your smile is so captivating. Are you trying to entice me?" She continued her nonsensical banter, her mouth running uncontrollably, and she had no desire to rein it in. She discovered that whenever she interacted with the protagonists, there was no need for them to ask questions. Her honest reactions would earn her points. Goodness, this was exhilarating. I could use 10 of this delightful system. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuzhan's laughter subdued slightly, yet her eyes still sparkled with warmth. You're rather self-absorbed. As she spoke, her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Her words carried a trace of her usual pride, but they were also laced with friendly teasing. "You're such a flirt. Utterly shameless." By Seeing's voice echoed from the hallway, tinged with an acidity she herself was unaware of. Did you sleep well last night, Zhezhi? Zhang Yue followed up with a teasing remark. Su Qingxue, usually reticent, merely cast a fleeting glance in Song Zhezhong's direction. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, an exuberant figure burst into view.
Try this.
It's my new experiment, or rather, my new creation, when Yisun exclaimed, bounding forward with a large box of candies. The first offering directed at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue looked at it, intending to politely decline, but then she caught sight of Yisun's large, expectant eyes.
Fine, y concede.
It must be because the cameras are on. My persona cannot falter, she said, selecting a heart-shaped candy in a delicate shade of pink. Yisun grinned widely, assuring her it was no trouble at all, and proceeded to distribute the treats to others, just as Su Qingxue prepared to unwrap it and pop it into her mouth. Yisun's voice chimed in again. You have good taste. You chose my favorite peach-flavored cockroach candy. Hehe. As soon as she finished, Su Qingxue's hand, which held the candy near her lips, froze mid-motion. She had already opened her mouth to place it down, but when Yisun looked at her and smiled, Su Qingxue found herself momentarily dazed, and the candy ended up in her mouth. Unbelievable. Did good fortune really come her way first? What does cockroach flavor even taste like? Do you have something with booger flavor? Upon hearing the commotion, Song Zhezhong approached, responding to Zhang Yue's earlier comment. I slept splendidly. So well I could burst. Zhang Yue chuckled softly. Ugh. How disgusting. By seeing grimaced when she heard Song Zhezhong mention wanting cockroach-flavored candy, her expression filled with distaste, even casting a disdainful glance at Yisun. Yet, when Yisun looked at Song Zhezhong as if she had found a kindred spirit, excitedly exclaiming, You have great taste. I see potential in you. Song Zhezhong shot her a proud wink in response. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yuzhan joined in. Do you have mouse flavor? I'm craving a mouse, she said earnestly, her face a picture of seriousness, showing no signs of jest. Bai Seeing was immediately left bewildered. Exum? Meanwhile, the comments section erupted. What is this? Mouse craving? My heavens, this is wild. It's like a fairy descending. Wait, I'm a grand, untainted celestial beauty, not a mouse flavor. Thank you, Bai Seeing, for truly capturing my expression in real time. Is Miss Yuzhan joining in since she can't win? Oh no. The Song clan is truly flourishing. Now there's Yisun, and it seems Lin Yuzhan has been infected too? As the comments buzzed with excitement, when Yisun genuinely handed Lin Yuzhan a piece, her smile as sweet as sugar. Here, give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Yuzhan popped it into her mouth, savoring the flavor for a moment before slightly furrowing her brow. It's hard to judge. The mouse flavor isn't too strong. You could make it a bit more sour. It should feel like, she continued earnestly. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Wait, did she really eat that? Do you have to be so specific? I'm getting goosebumps. It's hard to imagine this is something Lin Yuzhan would say. Eating mouse meat while wearing a qipao, who can outshine my Yuzhan? Most people in the live stream, and some in the audience believed Lin Yuzhan was joking. But in truth, she was not. She vaguely recalled a time when she was imprisoned in a basement, and during that grim period of survival, she had lost the ability to fear anything. Living was the priority. It relieved her boredom and provided sustenance. Death was inconsequential. As long as she could survive. That was enough. Only Song Zhezhong, upon hearing Lin Yuzhan's words, did not react with laughter like the others. She gazed at Lin Yuzhan, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She remembered a flaw in the original narrative where the female lead's character had been inconsistently portrayed. The author had attempted to justify it through familial decline, but it always seemed rather forced to her. After all, the Lin family had merely descended a few tiers from the upper echelons. This was hardly sufficient to completely transform an individual's character. In Song Zhezhong's view, Lin Yuzhan's current demeanor seemed almost like a result of deliberate conditioning. The original story had contained numerous foreshadowings, yet those hints had never been resolved, and the character's fates appeared particularly haphazard. She felt exasperated. Others who traversed into the narrative at least had some grasp of the plot. Yet for her, the storyline required her own deciphering, and it appeared that this chapter was experiencing a shift. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by her intrusion? Song Zhezhong's mind was a whirlwind, and at that moment, the others were also far from calm. Chapter 61. Study diligently. Join me in creation on the trending topics. The phrase soared high. Gu Hezhi and Song Zhezhong love letter? Implicit announcement. explosive, while the live broadcast of your sweet moments streamed in the morning. Gu Hezhi, after disembarking from the plane, edited a Weibo post in front of numerous fan club members. Subsequently, the platform crashed for a minute or two. Gu Hezhi v. I stumbled upon my past redemption, sharing it with everyone. The accompanying image was a deathly Barbie pink love letter. The content of the letter was fervent and audacious, but the conclusion was rather explosive, stating, "Of course. I also hope Gu Hezhi can study diligently and join me in creation." In truth, there was an additional segment at the end of the original letter that Gu Hezhi had intentionally withheld. Ship life and death for Zhezhi. This is my first time boldly pursuing the main character. Any tips? Entering the realm of mischief. Striving to be a person of quality. They literally threw the sugar in my face. It feels like it could take my life. Sweeping away morality. Returning to oneself. I declare that today's joy is bestowed upon us by the crane and branch CP. Pale-faced player. Tisk tieska. Study well, and join me. Our sister song used to be this daring. I am someone who understands speech. Woe is me, my salvation. Those who do not comprehend the crane and branch CP are in dire straits. Meng Siyuan. Damn, are you branch supporters feasting this well? I am consumed with envy, twisted, crawling, and darkly perverse. Observing the reactions in the comments section, Gu Hezhi expressed immense satisfaction, though his manager clearly did not share the same sentiment. With arms crossed and a quirked mouth, the manager scrutinized Gu Hezhi, who was still immersed in the comments, before making an exaggerated gesture of exasperation. Goodness, how can anyone discern whether you are a male star or merely love-struck? Come on. Even if we are participating in a love variety show, can we not tone it down a bit? Gu Hezhi glanced up at him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, before he slowly replied, "All right." The manager was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this response.
Huh?
All right? Is it really that simple? And as it turned out, he was indeed thinking too simplistically. Today, Gu Hezhi was to attend a grand red carpet event, broadcasted live. Coincidentally, the leading lady of his new drama had encountered some issues, providing a perfect opportunity for inquiries. Entertainment reporter, what are your thoughts on the incident involving the leading lady of charming bedside life? Do you have any candidates in mind for the new lead? As Gu Hezhi made his entrance, a multitude of microphones and flashes converged upon him. His manager had anticipated such inquiries and had prepared a speech for Gu Hezhi, puffing up with pride at the moment. However, in the next instant, in front of the cameras, Gu Hezhi flashed a smile amidst a chorus of screams, and stated, "Regarding the incident involving the leading lady, my assessment is that it is difficult to evaluate. I wish her success. As for the new lead, I have not shortlisted anyone, for I desire Song Zhezhi. She is my first choice and my sole option." Manager, I am utterly baffled. Gu Hezhi, she is my first choice. With a resounding thud, the tablet just handed over by the assistant was forcefully slammed down by Qin Moyan. Secretary General Li Yu, standing at the desk, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Goodness, that's his tablet. In this day and age, money is hard to earn, and the struggles are real. Though he thought thus, he still managed to force a smile. "Mr. Qin, is there an issue with the annual report? Which artist is underperforming? I will address it immediately." "Oh, the annual report? I haven't reviewed it yet," Qin Moyan replied, gesturing for the assistant to retrieve the tablet once more. "Li, you have got to be kidding me." The assistant, initially lost in thoughts of the sweet story circulating on Weibo about the crane and branch CP, was momentarily slow to react when Qin Moyan suddenly called upon him, thinking he had some instructions. Qin Moyan fell silent, his frustration mounting as he was already irritated by the workday. Li Yu, feeling helpless, cleared his throat to remind him. The assistant, glancing at Li Yu, hastily retrieved the tablet from the desk and handed it back to Qin Moyan. As Qin Moyan perused the annual report, a headache began to brew. Suddenly, he inquired, "Which artist does Gu Hezhi belong to?" Li Yu blinked, feigning a smile. "Gu Hezhi is not with us. He is affiliated with Polaris." Upon hearing this, Qin Moyan nodded in understanding, then abruptly asked, "What if we acquired Polaris?" Li Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief and cursed internally at the foolishness of the question. Adjusting his glasses, he continued to smile falsely. "I believe we might not be able to afford it considering Polaris and we are two major giants in the industry." "All right," Qin Moyan replied nonchalantly. Li Yu let out a sigh of relief, only for Qin Moyan's next statement to send him into a panic once more. "Then tell Qin Lu that I want Song Zhezhi, otherwise I will take her company." Qin Moyan leaned against the side of his swivel chair, his legs draped over the table, exuding a reckless abandon. Liu thought to himself, I am truly suffering. One is a love-struck young master, the other a love-struck young lady. Who could he possibly offend? Would it be better to just delete him? At the MUZ design studio, Meng Siyuan rarely returned to oversee operations. Upon his return, the design assistant briefed him on the recent developments. Boss, I wanted to ask, have you finalized the theme and location for the next issue? The industry has been pressing hard, and she wouldn't dare ask Meng Siyuan otherwise. Holding the remote control for the large screen in one hand while previewing the designs from the studio, he twirled the serpentine ring on his thumb. Hearing her, he lifted his gaze to glance at the assistant before promptly returning his focus to the screen. Theme, he pondered over the word, contemplating for a while before continuing. Let's go with butterflies. His butterflies, his soul. As for the location, recalling something, Meng Siyuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Let's settle on Moon Bay Times Square. The assistant nodded, understanding that Moon Bay Times Square was indeed a suitable venue for the exhibition. However, Meng Siyuan continued, let us choose the abandoned underground warehouse next to Moon Bay Times Square. Upon finishing, he smiled even brighter. The darkness is the perfect environment for his butterflies to emerge and thrive. The assistant exclaimed in surprise. Meng Siyuan looked at her without offering an explanation, instead instructing, please draft an invitation. I wish to invite Miss Song Zhejiang as a special guest for this fashion exhibition. He wanted his butterfly to come alive in his hands. Chapter 62. Wow, how scandalous. Song Zhejiang admitted that upon receiving Qin Lu's call, she truly began to believe that the tides of fortune do turn. So, you sold me to Qin Moyan, huh? What does that say about our years of mutual waiting? Was it all for naught? On the other end of the line, Qin Lu cautiously and tremulously responded. Realizing she had overstepped, she began to defend herself. Darling, this is actually your own fault. You were the one who seduced him. And you didn't go for it. How can you blame me, right? I had no choice, he said, if we didn't sell you off. If we didn't transfer your contract to them, we'd be in a world of hurt. Song Zhejiang listened in disbelief to Qin Lu's words and finally interrupted. Unable to endure any longer. Not to be rude, but I'm genuinely curious. What is wrong with our company being acquired by Xingsheng? As an employee, why are you worrying so much for the company? Wah, because this is a base company, and I must protect it. Qin Lu sobbed over the phone, causing Song Zhejiang to hold her phone at arm's length.
Abai?
Which one? The porridge guy? Not him, Qin Lu replied, shaking off her tears and continuing, her tone brightening. Didn't I tell you before? There was a time I broke up with the porridge guy, my ex-boyfriend, and then I got drunk.
Oh.
I remember now, the vomiting guy, right? Song Zhejiang hastily interrupted, fearing that if she delayed any longer, her ears and mind would suffer once again. It's easy to get angry and develop health issues. She didn't want to risk her health. It was only later that I discovered he was actually the executive president of our company. Can you believe it? Is this not a twist of fate? Henceforth, I might even marry him, and in that case, the company would essentially belong to me. I had to relay every single word that Qin Lu had shared, filled with beautiful fantasies of the future, into Song Zheji's ears, causing her expression to contort uncontrollably. She had never imagined that her illustrious manager in the entertainment industry would be so infatuated with love. You cannot fathom that sensation. At that moment, I could distinctly feel my cheeks flush for him, my heart racing in his presence. What's the matter? Are you usually heartless? Song Zheji interrupted Qin Lu's reverie rather unceremoniously. Yet Qin Lu fell silent for a fleeting moment before resuming. You don't understand. He is like my Prince Charming. Song Zheji smirked. Your last one said the same. Qin Lu inquired eagerly. So, what stage are you two at now? Upon hearing this, Qin Lu could barely contain her excitement. He found out my name is Qin Lu yesterday. Song Zheji's eyes widened in disbelief. Now that's truly significant.
So,
you've sold me out for a man who just learned your name? What about our 3 years together? Song Zheji exclaimed through gritted teeth. Thankful that Qin Lu was not before her, for otherwise, it would surely result in Qin Lu being hospitalized, while she would be left to languish behind bars.
What do 3 years even amount to?
Roughly 1,950 days. With that, Song Zheji abruptly hung up the phone. She was resolutely determined to eradicate every single instance of romantic folly in this world. Upon exiting the call, she fortuitously encountered the PD from yesterday, who was there to announce new activities and rules. In the forthcoming week, we would initiate a segmented live streaming format, meaning the public live stream would only be available when everyone was in a communal space. During the remaining hours, we would need to broadcast from separate locations. The popularity rankings of the live streams would be updated daily. And the 2 guests with the highest engagement in a single day would earn the opportunity to draw a brand endorsement card, with all fees going directly to the guests. Initially, Zhezhi had not been paying attention until the PD mentioned that the endorsement fees would solely belong to the guests, at which point her eyes sparkled with interest. Generally, she was quite selfless, but she possessed a strong sense of ownership, particularly regarding money, property, and vehicles. Of course, she was not alone in this. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue and Zhang Yaoyu immediately focused their attention on the PD, eagerly awaiting further details. The PD, who had lost the previous round, finally felt a sense of reclaiming what had been lost. Clearing his throat, he continued, moreover, each live stream will feature products from that day's sponsors, and the total sales from each stream will be split 50-50 with the guests.
Now,
Let our female guests draw their respective live stream themes. After the female guests selected their themes, the male guests would choose their partners upon returning. As soon as the PD concluded, Zhezhi dashed to the front. One must be proactive in making money. Otherwise, there is something amiss. Once all the female guests had drawn their themes, the corresponding keywords were displayed in the live stream. Zhezhi, you understand Joy Lin Yuzhan what? It's an adult game by seeing. You're happy and not Su Qingxue. Oh my Winnie Xine. What is fragrant and crunchy we all adore. Upon seeing the themes they had drawn, all the female guests, except for Zhezhi, expressed their disapproval. These phrases were clearly not promising. However, once they arrived at the actual venue, it was evident that they were indeed unpalatable. Upon opening the door to her designated live stream room, Zhezhi's first utterance was, "Wow, it's so yellow." Chapter 63, Song Men, a cure for all forms of romantic folly. The entire room was adorned in shades of yellow, radiating a brightness that overflowed the screen. Fans who had chosen to watch this live stream were undeniably thrilled upon seeing Zhezhi. My sister Song is a screen breaker. Sister is truly stunning. I often overlook her beauty due to her eccentricities. But I'm different. I always admire her beauty while overlooking her oddities, drooling over the screen. Zhezhi picked up a yellow-orange chicken plushie from the nearby sofa and strolled into the room. Perfect. She immediately spotted the product she was to sell today.
her live stream sponsor, Lebushi potato chips.
Grabbing a bag, she positioned herself in front of the camera, flashing a sweet smile as she raised the chips, exclaiming, "Lebushi potato chips, they will make you laugh to death." Something feels off. Wow. Our sister Song is so eager, she asked, jumping straight to the point. Lebushi sponsor. Your slogan is hard to critique. So, should I buy or not? I fear I might laugh to death. Haha. The comments flooded in. And Zhezhi took her place on the sofa, facing the screen that displayed the current popularity rankings and real-time comments. Glancing at the lychees on the table, she instinctively reached for one to peel, but as her hand touched it, she sensed something was amiss and withdrew her hand. Why aren't you eating, Sister Song? Is it because you don't like them? Haha, seems like the story of Zhezhi and lychees is far-reaching. Zhezhi, I'm on a lychee detox, goodbye. No, don't do that. What will we watch then? Observing the teasing comments, Zhezhi squinted slightly, raising her hand to point at the camera, declaring, I advise you all to be kind. Just then, a comment flashed by. Eat one, buy 50 bags. How about that? Zhezhi's eyes lit up, and she promptly picked up a lychee. Oh, you're quite generous. I'm eating it right now. Within 3 seconds, I want to see you place your order. The fans in the live stream began to mimic her behavior. Eat one. I'll splurge on 5 bags. Ha ha ha, I'll add 5 bags, 10 bags. But as they mimicked, the tone gradually shifted. These folks are truly living up to this room's vibrant color. Meanwhile, other guests were engaged in their own dramatic performances. Upon opening the door to her live stream room, Bai Xiying was greeted by a floor covered in pressure-sensitive mats. Her expression conveyed her utter disbelief. Are you kidding me? In a Sichuan dialect. Next to her, a sign on the wall read, Please wear special shoes to enter the room. Well, at least you have a conscience, Bai Xiying remarked, removing her shoes. The next moment, upon seeing the so-called shoes, she pursed her lips in indignation, but not much. Picking up the shoes made from a combination of a squeaky chicken and hotel disposable slippers. Bai Xiying's silence was deafening. Upon wearing them and stepping onto the pressure-sensitive mats, the chicken's exaggerated expression mirrored her own. A loud "oh" resonated throughout the live stream. Oh dear. How can you treat our adorable Xiying like this? More, I love watching it, haha. as she gazed at the flurrying comments. By seeing furrowed her brows, contorting her expression as she struggled to voice her frustration. Pervert. She enunciated each syllable with emphasis, the soreness in her feet shooting straight to her mind. Why does it feel somewhat gratifying to be scolded? It seems I've been too immersed in the Song family for too long. But honestly, I think by seeing is quite admirable. A young lady who doesn't throw tantrums and cooperates instead? Exactly. She probably doesn't even need the money, right? You enjoy yourself. I'm not having fun at all. I'm dying of laughter, really. I'm enjoying myself, yet the young lady seems far from pleased. Upon receiving compliments, Bai Seeing became a bit haughty. First lifting her chin with a huff, but then lowering her head in discomfort due to her aching feet, constantly shifting her weight. Song Zhezhi, it's fine. I certainly can too. She can't be much better than me, right? Where is she going? Yes, it must be tough for you. It's simply beyond what an ordinary person can endure. At that moment, a radiant light of righteousness gradually illuminated the not-so-ordinary live broadcast room. 5 minutes prior, the comments had begun to urge Song Zhezhi to initiate a relationship tutorial and lured by the promise of 10 bags of chips. She successfully activated the teaching mode of the Song family's ruthless doctrine. Comment: why does my ex-boyfriend always sneakily browse my profile? Song Zhezhi picked up a cup beside her, tapping it repeatedly, and disdainfully replied to the camera. Why does your ex constantly check on you? Yes, just being flirtatious. Listen to me. It's like this. Flirtatious. Got it?
Did you see that?
It's roughly that kind of thing. As she spoke, she tapped the outer wall of the cup with her fingertip. Spring has passed. He might just have a prolonged mating season. Forgive him. Comment: what should I do if I can't let go of my ex-boyfriend? Panicked. Afraid. Upon reading that comment, Song Zhezhi's eyes widened, accompanied by a dramatic twist of her mouth. Can't let go of your ex-boyfriend?
How?
Are you carrying him around? Still can't let go? Is he glued to your back? Hey, your ex-boyfriend sounds quite clingy, huh? Like he's made of 502 glue? Comment: my boyfriend is too handsome. I always feel inferior. Sigh: I want to break up but can't bear to, so I can only spend more money on him, fearing he might leave me. Song Zhezhi exclaimed, come here. I hereby appoint you as the leader of the inferiority group. Goodness, spending more money on him, my heavens. Shouldn't the state award you for that? You deserve a trophy. Chief of the poverty alleviation team. As she spoke, she opened a bag of chips to show off, crunching loudly. While chatting, she displayed the chips in her hand. Buy it. Buy it. I'm cracking up. She's truly dedicated. My goodness. All the wealthy patrons. Look at her sister. She's really professional. If anyone hired Song Zhezhi as a spokesperson, they'd make a fortune. This broken heaven of wealth is finally coming my way. I've always respected Song Zhezhi's words. Song Zhezhi, specializing in all kinds of love-struck minds for 22 years. I truly can't imagine who could win the heart of a woman like Song Zhezhi.
Meanwhile,
as the female guests were fervently broadcasting, the male guests, having just returned, began choosing their live broadcast rooms. Do you understand live streaming? This looks quite like the sister style. You're enjoying yourself. I'm not enjoying myself. It's quite similar. Jiang Xunye glanced at the cards in his hand, his brows involuntarily knitting together. Why did each one seem to carry a hint of the song flavor? Chapter 64. Length? Thickness? Speed? The others who received cards were equally troubled. Initially, they thought choosing a uniquely styled option would surely lead them to Song Zhezhi, but now, upon closer inspection, it seemed that each one was rather peculiar. Not a hint of a clue to give? Jin Shinian smiled at the camera, eager to glean some information from the comments. Although the fans in the live room were utterly enchanted by his smile, no hints were forthcoming. If it weren't for the show's list of banned words, I would definitely throw a few lines your way. Sister can't help you this time, Foxy baby. Rely on yourself. High-end match, let fate decide. Well, he slightly regretted lowering his gaze as the camera zoomed in. He selected the cards. Do you understand live streaming? And you're enjoying yourself. I'm not enjoying myself. Just as his fingers brushed over, do you understand live streaming? And landed on you're enjoying yourself. I'm not enjoying myself. Jiang Xunye snatched that card first. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Xunye raised an eyebrow in a rather pleased manner towards Jin Shinian. Jin Shinian fell silent for a moment. And during his silence, the other male guests had also made their selections for their respective live rooms. Meanwhile, in the live room, Song Zhezhi continued her spirited dialogue. Comment: Sister Zhi, tell us your love story. We're very curious. Song Zhezhi immediately frowned, sensing that this matter was not so simple. Curiosity about everything could only lead to trouble. There's nothing good to recount. Alright, our cucumber-flavored snacks have sold out today. What's next? Lime-flavored, come on. Raise the link for me. Being curious about everything will only ensure our nutritional balance, alright? Lower the price for me. If you tell a story, I'll buy 100 bags directly. Let us aim for a passionate order. Zhezhi raised an eyebrow. A bit tempting. Which one do you wish to hear? She inquired, and the comments instantly erupted into chaos, with names flying in from all directions. Realizing the opportunity, Zhezhi flashed an alluring smile, clapping her hands to draw attention. She declared, "All right, let us boost our popularity, shall we? I'll see who has the highest contribution later and share a story about them." As she spoke, she began the countdown. In 10 seconds. I'll see who has the highest contribution, all right? 10, 9, 8. Watching the numbers on the screen jump, Zhezhi felt as if she were lounging atop a trove of wealth. This woman, we bare our hearts to her, and she plays mind games with us. How cunning. TSK, 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 no choice. I really want to hear this chaotic tale. 3, 2, 1. Alright, let me check which little darling is in the lead. While speaking, Zhezhi clicked on the fan contribution leaderboard. Okay, Jin Chef will never give up, right? Alright, what would you like to hear, boss? The comments were instantly inundated by the supporters of Jin Shinian. My heavens, which sister is so wealthy? Didn't he expect our Jin Chef to have such a figure? This must be at least 200,000, right? Jin Chef, rise up. Alright, I, Jin Chef, was born to be king. Behind the ID sitting on cloud 9, the Jin family, with its entirely wooden decor, exuded an air of solemnity and majesty. Miss, do you know this dreamer? A nearby man in a suit inquired, quite perplexed. With such casual spending starting at 20 to 30,000, she truly lived up to her reputation in the industry as the most extravagant. Jin Yushi. Hearing the question, Jin Yushi did not lift her head but focused intently on typing on her tablet. Jin Chef will never give up. I want to ask, do you think Jin Shinian is capable? After hitting send, Jin Yushi finally raised her head to look at the man, then tilted her head with a smile that carried a hint of sickness and obsession, saying, I don't know him, but if Amian likes him, as long as he likes, I will definitely help him obtain. Having just returned, she had discovered that Amian already had someone he cherished. So she must understand what that person means to Amian in order to assist in her strategy. Cece, are you not resting yet? Just returned, don't overexert yourself. The sound of a cane striking the floor approached, and Jin Yushi set her tablet aside. The expression on her face shifted from its earlier coldness to reveal a tender smile, and she sweetly exclaimed, Grandpa, why did you come down? Just then, in the live streaming room, Zhezhi noticed a barrage of comments from the user with the ID, Jin Shu Jubu Renshu. Do I remember Jin Shinian? Hiss, what aspect are you referring to? Zhezhi replied with a rather playful smile. The comments began to take a rather peculiar turn, flooding the screen with messages that harmonized with the room's decor. Of course, it's about something else entirely. What is that something, darling? Be bold. Speak it out. I can't even imagine. Truly can't. Jin Chu Jubu Renshu, you are my eternal deity. How long? Thickness? For how long? Oh my. You daring lot. I'm genuinely afraid this live stream will be shut down. Ladies, this is the comment section. Not in no man's land. As Zhezhi watched the comments flit by, she found it challenging to discern which one was actually from Jin Chu Jubu Renshu. But it hardly mattered. Surely one of them had to be, right? With this thought, she raised an eyebrow, popped another chip into her mouth, dusted off her fingers, and continued. Length? Speed? Duration? Jin Shinian's, let me think. As she spoke, she genuinely began to ponder. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow as she gazed at her hand. Perhaps it's about like this? Jin Shinian, how should I put it? It's rather gentle, always afraid of hurting me, Tieska. But he doesn't truly realize that someone as twisted as me could hardly be so easily wounded, she gestured as she spoke. Just then, the door to the live stream room swung open. From the direction of her hand, it perfectly framed the person entering. And that person happened to be the very subject of the discussion, Jin Shinian himself. The tablet that had just been set aside by Jin Yushi also echoed with the words, Jin Shinian, too gentle. How could someone as twisted as me be so easily hurt? Jin Lijiang leaned on his dragon-carved cane, visibly taken aback. Is this about Xiaonian? Jin Yushi, surprised by Zhezhi's unexpected remarks, thought to herself, she didn't even ask such things. Her inquiries were about something else entirely. Unbelievable. Starting over. This is quite the situation. Jin Lijiang remarked, is my grandson not up to par? TSK, that needs to be addressed, serious face. Chapter 65. Should I be more assertive in the future? Zhezhi. Jin Shinian looked at Song Zhezhi with an innocent expression. As their eyes met, Song Zhezhi felt a pang of guilt and instinctively withdrew her hand. Why was it that she always ended up saying the wrong things in front of the main character? Truly, what a dilemma. Ah, are you joining me for the broadcast? She smiled at Jin Shinian with a hint of charm. Jin Shinian approached her slowly, the light cascading over him, casting a warm glow in the room. Zhezhi was just saying that I didn't perform well before. Could it be that because of this, Zhezhi is reluctant to be with me again? The more he spoke, the more pitiful his expression became, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. I lacked experience before, so I might not have performed well. Aren't other older brothers similar? I've only ever had Zhezhi, and I don't know how to address what she was dissatisfied with before. As Song Zhezhi listened, a sense of guilt blossomed in her heart. Seeing Jin Shinian about to continue, she couldn't bear it any longer and gently cradled his face, exclaiming, I've had enough. I didn't mean to speak about you. I was just trying to earn some money. You're so understanding. You must get it, right? She said, giving Jin Shinian a forceful wink. His cheeks cradled in her hands. Jin Shinian obediently nodded and resolutely declared, then from now on I'll be a little more assertive. Still live streaming, brother? Perhaps Grandpa should not watch anymore. Jin Yushi looked helplessly at Jin Lijiang, who was engrossed in the tablet. She genuinely feared something might go awry. This Onion. What was he doing? But something indeed went awry. At that moment, Jin Lijiang's lips curled into a radiant smile, displaying a brilliant grin. Hearing Jin Yushi's words, Jin Lijiang slightly reined in his exuberance, then cleared his throat and said in a composed tone, this girl. Grandpa. Jin Yushi was anxious that Jin Lijiang might misunderstand Song Zhezhi and prevent Jin Shinian from interacting with her. If that happened, she couldn't bear to think of how heartbroken Onion would be. With that in mind, Jin Yushi hurriedly interjected to salvage Song Zhezhi's reputation, which had never truly existed. She's actually quite wonderful. Very interesting. Simultaneously, Jin Lijiang echoed her sentiments. At the moment their voices overlapped, both appeared slightly stunned. Jin Yushi spoke first, but Jin Lijiang waved his hand, smilingly continuing, you carry on, I'll just watch. No need to mind me. He rarely witnessed his grandson so joyful. Jin Shinian had always been viewed as the heir within the Jin family, which had placed immense pressure upon him. The spotlight's attention invariably accompanied countless thorns. Moreover, his brother's offspring were also eyeing the family legacy. Now that Xiao Shi was back, she could still provide some support. They had truly owed Onion far too much in recent years. Meanwhile, in Song Zhezhi's live stream, the atmosphere soared. While on by Seeing's end, the excitement reached a fever pitch. After she painstakingly navigated her way onto the live stream, she was required to don a blindfold and complete specific tasks. The first task, holding the endorsed Kulu Kulo, she was to introduce it to the camera. Blinded, she couldn't find her direction and could only randomly point the Kulu Kulo in some direction to begin her introduction. The pressure from standing on a foot massage board made her voice tremble. Drink cola, just enjoy, Kulu Kulo, she said while waiting for the next task. After she completed the first task, the door to the live stream room opened, and as soon as it did, the lights turned off, switching to night vision mode. Jiang Xunye was somewhat perplexed, having removed his shoes as required before stepping in. Just as he was about to put on the specially designed squeaky shoes, the lights went out, and he even had a chance to glance around the room. As he stepped onto the foot massage board, he stifled the pain. The next moment, after finally managing to feel his way inside, he collided with someone. By seeing, unexpectedly bumped into something, and immediately she screamed, retreating, get back, get back. The squeaky shoes beneath her echoed in a chorus of oh. Suddenly, the entire live stream room erupted in chaos. Bao Wan, my ears. Ears. My Bao Wan, the last time it was this loud was during the last broadcast. Forget about my ears. Jiang Xunye was startled by her sudden scream. He attempted to calm by Seeing's emotions, but as he drew closer, the continuous screaming rendered his voice inaudible to her. She, blindfolded and unaware, assumed the newcomer intended to take advantage of her. Luo Hanzhong, right? With that thought, she couldn't help but shout, pervert. Tearing off her blindfold, she vaguely discerned a figure, and without a second thought, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to grab the person's hair. She aimed to emulate Song Zhezhi's A brave strike.
Hmm?
Why did she suddenly think of Song Zhezhi's? The live stream room where Lin Yuzhan was located was also filled with hilarity.
What?
An adult game? The absurdity of a fairy selling maternity products was hard to believe. Truly, what an adult game it was. As soon as she entered the live streaming room, the doll baby commenced its wailing. Lin Yuzhan initially managed to soothe it, all the while introducing the products she intended to sell to the audience. This is UMWA, yes, the materials chosen are very safe, highly beneficial for both mothers and babies. However, every time she spoke, the doll in her arms would begin to cry, and Lin Yuzhan gradually became more impatient. Can you control yourself? This is truly impolite. She pointed at the doll, her brows knitted tightly together in frustration. Remarkably, upon her utterance, the doll ceased its cries. Lin Yuzhan thought to herself. Had she known it would come to this, the viewers in the comment section, witnessing this unusual display of Lin Yuzhan, could not help but express their amusement. Haha. I feel like Sister Lin is about to lose her mind. Lin Yuzhan, questioning Song Zhezhi, understanding Song Zhezhi, becoming Song Zhezhi. Sister. Can a 216-month-old baby use what you're selling? A fairy descends. I truly adore this. With no time to attend to the comments, Lin Yuzhan felt utterly drained during the brief moment of silence. The next moment, when Meng Siyuan pushed the door open, she found herself feeling an unusual annoyance at his mere presence. May you all perish. Just cease to exist. Chapter 66. In my past life, I must have been a piece of seaweed, which is why I am so fragile now, ouch. The conditions in Su Qingshua's ouch live stream vividly illustrated the meaning of her name. Co-hosting with her was Qin Moyan, which transformed what should have been a romantic, non-obligatory sales live stream into a rigorous business assessment. Sitting in front of the camera, Su Qingshuo smiled earnestly. This foundation is also waterproof. See? She applied a layer of foundation to her hand and then sprayed it with water. As soon as the foundation met the water, it began to dissolve.
Oosh.
Su Qingshuo paused awkwardly, stealing a glance at the solemnly furrowed brow of Qin Moyan beside her, his lips tightly pressed together. She instinctively swallowed hard. Ha ha ha. It is indeed waterproof. It dissolves right away. Su Qingshuo. Family who understands. The boss is here, assessing business capabilities. Family doesn't understand, because they're already laughing to death. Well, it's not that it's not waterproof, but I can't say it is. My skin is bad. It's just me shedding skin. Yes.
Shedding skin.
Su Qingshuo appeared to be in a state of abandon, setting down the foundation and picking up a lipstick to showcase. Now, let us look at this lipstick. The packaging is exceptionally exquisite, and it is also non-transferable. Let me demonstrate. With that, she applied a layer of lipstick to her lips and then picked up a glass to take a sip of water. The moment the cup was pulled away, a distinct lipstick mark was left on the rim.
Ouch.
Su Qingshuo glanced at the comments in a panic. Her eyes filled with guilt. Could these merchants not have a shred of conscience? This truly makes me feel so monitored.
Awkward. PFFT. Non transferable 6666.
I must buy it. Meanwhile, Qin Moyan's frown deepened, and he let out a long sigh. Su Qingshuo's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes. This is indeed non-transferable. That was my blood. Yes, I'm unwell. I'm spitting blood. She hurriedly tried to cover her tracks, fearing that if Qin Moyan was dissatisfied, her career would be over. Oh no. The boss is both frowning and sighing. Am I done for? At that moment, Qin Moyan, his brow tightly knitted and expression cold, was internally thinking, damn, I'm so annoyed. I couldn't partner with my future wife. The world might as well end. Sobbing, what is Song Zhezhi, future wife version, doing now? Surely not mingling with some wild man, right? No way. It can't be that venomous Meng Siyuan. Ugh, that's a disaster. That person will definitely lay hands on my future wife. I must check on her when I return. Sob, sob, sob.
Ugh.
That vixen is troublesome. She loves to charm my wife. Humph. I'll pluck your tail. If it's Gu Hezhi, that won't do either. The nostalgia is too overwhelming. I can't handle it. As for that foolish dog, who knows if they're genuinely foolish or just pretending to be innocent to deceive my future wife. It's still me, Qin Moyan, the unparalleled, strikingly handsome, wealthy, and cool one who is much better. So frustrating. I really want to see what she is doing. I miss her QAQ. With these thoughts, Qin Moyan couldn't help but sigh again. Su Qingshuo. It's over. The boss sighed again. Is it because my performance was too lackluster? Sob, sob, sob. I'm done for after the live stream concluded that evening. Song Zhezhi's room successfully claimed the top spot on the popularity list, and to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yaoyue and Luo Hanzhong took the second place. When the group received the PDS notification, Su Qingxue cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Yaoyue, then coldly remarked, "I didn't expect this. Sister Yaoyue is quite generous." Really impressive. After their live stream ended, she checked the trending topics, and aside from the particularly eye-catching one about Song Zhezhi and Jin Shinian's intense competition, the other notable topic was Zhang Yaoyue and Luo Hanzhong's jelly kiss. She was acutely aware that her disdain for Song Zhezhi stemmed from jealousy, while her contempt for Zhang Yaoyue was purely out of dislike. It was a competitive sentiment among peers, and she could assert that Zhang Yaoyue concealed her intentions far more adeptly. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's comments, the expressions of the others in the room shifted. Zhang Yaoyue, who had been elated about her rising popularity, suddenly wore a stiff expression, her eyes clouded with grievance as she inched closer to Bai Xiying. Among them, she thought, Bai Xiying was likely the most innocent. "I don't understand what Sister Qingxue means. Hanzhong and I are only doing this for the sake of the live stream, right?"
Seeing?
Bai Xiying, who was rubbing her sore feet, looked perplexed. "What does this have to do with me? Do you want me to speak on your behalf? You are not Song after all. Don't drag me into your emotional entanglements. I have no time for your games." She was innocent, but not foolish. The intricacies and tactics of their circle were not any less complicated. What a joke. Zhang Yaoyue was visibly taken aback by her refusal. "Look at what I've captured. You're not Song, hehe, who is Song anyway? Of course, it's Song Zhezhi." By seeing, "I truly advise you not to love Song Zhezhi too much. A flamboyant, proud, sweet lady, I'm shipping this." Wait, weren't you all just at the same table a while back? The CP heat between Sister Song and Miss Bai is no less than that of the other major factions. Observing the teasing comments flowing by, Bai Xiying raised her chin defiantly. "Who loves her? I'm not that tasteless yet." She glanced toward Song Zhezhi. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. She truly looked angry, but at that moment, she couldn't discern who she was angry with. After the live stream, Jiang Xunye eagerly approached Song Zhezhi, a tail-like enthusiasm wagging behind him, expressing his desire to protect her. "Sister, ouch, I must have been a piece of seaweed in my past life, which is why I'm so fragile now. Sister, you must protect me." He was truly frustrated with Bai Xiying, who had directly slapped his exceptionally handsome face in the dark, leaving a red mark that made it difficult for him to compete with the other men. The face of a man. The bowl of love. Song Zhezhi's wrist was grasped by him, and as she listened to his soft, spoiled tone, her eyelids twitched.
Oh.
A man over 6 feet tall, dressed in a sleeveless outfit akin to that of a cool guy, was playfully teasing her sister. Who would dare to imagine such a scene? In any case, her courage was rather lacking, and she couldn't even begin to fathom it. Chapter 67. I'll give you 5 million to leave my son. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Xiying could not help but withdraw her gaze in indignation. Conversely, Su Qingxue found amusement in Bai Xiying's reaction to Zhang Yaoyue and promptly responded to Zhang Yaoyue's earlier comments. "I didn't say anything at all. Why is Sister Yaoyue so sensitive?" As soon as her words left her lips, Zhang Yaoyue's expression darkened further. She glanced at Luo Hanzhong, who remained silent, even managing a smile that seemed to placate Bai Xiying. Her nails dug deeply into her flesh. Yet Zhang Yaoyue felt no pain as she continued to grip her hand tightly. A storm brewed beneath her calm exterior. The following day, our sweet moments was abruptly halted for a day. The reason was the arrival of Jiang Xunye's mother at the scene. Initially, Yu Yuan had dismissed the recording of a simple program, but upon hearing from her assistant about an anonymous call suggesting it might affect the relationship between the Bai and Jiang families, she began to pay attention to our sweet moments and even caught up on the latest episode. What a farce! In the guest reception room, Yu Yuan carelessly tossed the documents she held onto the table, her voice icy. The chief director of the program stood beside her, sweating profusely from fear. Yu Yuan raised her gaze to him, her brows slightly arched, exuding a rebellious and unruly demeanor. "You must have investigated the guests before inviting them. Even if you hadn't done so beforehand, you should have been aware by now. Are you joking with our engagement for the sake of the program's appeal?" Early in the morning, Song Zhezhi was abruptly awakened. The PD informed her that someone wished to meet her, and as she pondered who it might be, she pushed open the door to the reception room only to find the director being berated. Upon closer inspection of the one doing the scolding, she thought, TSK. She was the female version of Jiang Xunye, so spirited. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to look. a subtle yet meaningful smile gracing her lips. She then picked up a card from her assistant with 2 fingers and tossed it toward Zhezhi. The bank card hit the ground, bouncing slightly and flipping over a few times before finally lying flat. Accompanied by this action was Yu Yuan's declaration, "I'll give you 5 million to leave my son." Zhezhi cast her eyes down at the card, then lifted her gaze to Yu Yuan, letting out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe I am the sort of woman who would bend for money?" After a slight pause, she broke into a broad smile, adding, "Clearly I am." With that, she squatted down to pick up the bank card. Oh my goodness. This was the very scenario of a wicked mother-in-law offering millions to have the other party leave her son, suddenly unfolding before her eyes. Finally, she felt a glimmer of hope in her life. Zhezhi had strength. Unfortunately, this newfound strength was interrupted by the arrival of Jiang Xunye. "Sister, don't listen to her." Upon hearing that his mother had come and was looking for Zhezhi, he rushed over without even fixing his hair. He feared his mother would persuade Zhezhi to leave him, because he knew if his mother offered money to get Zhezhi to leave, she would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. Zhezhi, with her hand clenched around the edge of the bank card, paused in indecision. Should she take it or not? Not taking it felt like a loss. After all, it was 5 million. But taking it seemed morally questionable in front of Jiang Xunye. Well, perhaps she should take it. She had been morally questionable before, and the Buddha had surely grown accustomed to it by now. Just as Zhezhi resolved to stand up with the card in hand, Bai Xiying's voice floated in from behind. "Auntie," she called softly. Her gaze slowly fell upon Zhezhi, who was half squatting and looking up at her. "I didn't expect you to have such a day." Her words were provocative, yet her expression conveyed something entirely different, a mix of feelings that could only be described as regret or perhaps pity. Had Zhezhi truly not changed at all? Did they all remain the same, with nothing different about them? Reflecting on this, Bai Xiying slightly reined in her expression, intending to inquire about Yu Yuan's presence when Zhezhi stood up, card in hand, her expression tinged with displeasure. She suddenly felt that she could no longer tolerate the madness she had grown accustomed to. "There's no helping it. I'm just rebellious by nature." Raising an eyebrow, Zhezhi smirked disdainfully, lifting her chin slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiying before turning to Yu Yuan and lifting the card. "If you give it to me, it's mine, right?" Yu Yuan raised her brow, noncommittally nodding. "Of course." She smiled elegantly, her gaze calm, yet there seemed to be an unusual ripple beneath the surface. Jiang Xunye, visibly anxious, hurriedly interjected, "Mom," just as he was about to say something to Zhezhi. He saw her toss the card back to the assistant beside Yu Yuan. With a cold expression, she mirrored Yu Yuan's earlier defiance as she stated, "I'll give you 5 million. Leave your son." She tilted her head and smiled, appearing quite amiable. With her words, the atmosphere in the reception room plummeted to a freezing point. The chief director looked utterly dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. Bai Xiying clearly was not expecting Zhezhi to respond this way, yet she felt a strange sense of joy. This was more like the Zhezhi she knew. Yu Yuan regarded Zhezhi, her eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xunye instinctively pulled Zhezhi closer to him. He thought, well, if it came to it, he could just take a slap for her. After all, his mother would never be allowed to harm Zhezhi. He had been accustomed to taking hits since childhood. The room fell silent for nearly 10 seconds before Yu Yuan's laughter broke the stillness. She crossed her arms, her smile nearly overflowing from her eyes, her lips curving into a beautiful arc as she said, "No wonder I chose such a woman." She bent slightly towards Zhezhi, lifting her chin playfully, finding it all quite amusing. Afterward, she glanced at her son Jiang Xunye, frowning slightly, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "And you, my useless child." Zhezhi, terrified face family, who understands? It feels as if I've been targeted by a female tyrant. Jiang Xunye, awkward face family, who understands? My own mother seems to have become my rival. Bai Xiying, surprised face family, who understands? My future mother-in-law appears to have her sights set on my rival. Chapter 68. Parting words with you. Dog training plan. A man who cannot even secure his wife is of no use. You can't even compare to your father back in the day. It's simply not comparable. I think that Jin Shinian kid is quite good. He is on par with your father. Yuan remarked, tossing her hair behind her ear and giving her son Jiang Xunye an exaggerated eye roll. Having watched all the live broadcasts of our sweet moments, she expressed her utter dissatisfaction with Jiang Xunye's performance. He truly resembles a foolish dog. The others present were left bewildered by Yu Yuan's remarks. Jiang Xunye, Am I really her son? Are we sure I'm not Jin Shinian? Zhezhi, huh? What is going on now? At the fan club gathering for Jin Shinian, did she inadvertently undermine Jiang Xunye's presence? What should she say to salvage the situation? Or perhaps silence would be more prudent. Awkward laugh. By seeing expressed. My mother-in-law, who might have once become a version of the character, not only ships the CP of Jin but also openly deases her own son. It seems she even wishes to match Jiang Xunye with songs at Zhezhi. So she leaves? By seeing S delicate brows knitted together in a display of grievance as she gazed imploringly at Yu Yuan. Auntie, what does that make of the engagement between the Jiang and Bai families? She inquired, and the show's chief director, who stood nearby, seemed to find her reasoning sound. Recalling vividly how Yu Yuan had just reprimanded him with, "Are you mocking the engagement between the Jiang and Bai families?" With a face full of maternal affection, Yu Yuan gently grasped Bai Xiying's hand, then sighed. Let us consider it merely a jest, shall we? Be a good girl, and listen to your aunt. I shall find you someone far better. Bai Xiying, taken aback by her words, struggled to contain her astonishment. The director, too, reacted with a look of incredulity. It was fine for them to jest, but when Yu Yuan did, it was another matter entirely. After all, who was Yu Yuan? Renowned for her audacity even before marriage. People had assumed that she would temper her wildness post-wedding, yet she had only grown bolder. Most notably, her raucous antics were met with the amused tolerance of Zhang's family member, who often helped clean up the mess. Songs at Hezhi observed the surreal turn of events, raising an eyebrow. So, what were you implying just now? She queried, and upon hearing her voice, Yu Yuan turned to her instantly, flashing a radiant smile. She retrieved the card from her assistant's hand and handed it to Songs at Hezhi, gently patting her hand while saying, I merely wish to emulate the flamboyance seen on television. However, my intentions are sincere. This 5 million is for you to distance yourself from my son. After all. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Xunye, continuing with an inscrutable expression. After all, he is not worthy of you. Jiang Xunye was left bewildered, exclaiming, What?
Are you even listening to yourself, Mom?
Songs at Hezhi couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. By seeing her amusement, was either infected by it or found it genuinely funny, joining in the laughter. Yet, as she realized she had seemingly been rejected, her smile froze. However, the weight of disappointment didn't seem so unbearable. Noticing her son's face had flushed with indignation, Yu Yuan remained undeterred, turning her complaints toward Songs at Hezhi. Look at him. He has someone he likes but dares not tell us. And he can't even muster the courage to end an engagement. Tell me, how can such a man be considered capable? That lad from the Jin family seems quite commendable. Oh, he is simply thoughtful and gentle, a quintessential good man to have at home. My son, on the other hand, cannot even learn to care for others. Simply immature. Jiang Xunye felt his temper flare as he thought. His mother clearly preferred Jin Shinian, given that his father was of the same ilk. Their daily banter had been a source of torment for him since childhood. His parents' love was genuine, yet he felt like an unwitting bystander. Jiang Xunye hesitated, wanting to defend himself, but witnessed Yu Yuan's expression shift as she solemnly beckoned to several individuals clad in black uniforms standing outside. They promptly surrounded Jiang Xunye, and the leader, impeccably composed yet aloof, addressed him, Young master, this way, please. Jiang Xunye, witnessing this, was left utterly perplexed. Songs at Hezhi, equally taken aback, regarded Yu Yuan with newfound intrigue. What does this mean? Yu Yuan turned back to her, beaming. Some matters he must handle himself. It's not appropriate for the family to always clean up after him. You can't expect him to clarify things with Bai's parents in person? She raised her gaze toward Jiang Xunye, her eyes now laced with a hint of sternness. If he is lacking, he must improve, just like leveling up in esports. Once he is ready, he can return. Nodding to the head of the uniformed group, he acknowledged her command. Young master, please. Jiang Xunye's countenance darkened. If Yu Yuan had been jesting before, her current demeanor was unmistakably serious. Compared to those individuals, he indeed felt unworthy of Songs at Hezhi. He was merely a waist adorned with the title of Zhang's young master. Without the Jiang family, he was nothing. The words of Meng Siyuan and Qin Moyan echoed in his mind, a relentless loop of their disdain. His brows furrowed, but when he looked at Songs at Hezhi, a newfound resolve flickered in his eyes. Sister, wait for me. He spoke, daring not to meet her gaze again for fear of faltering and longing to stay. Watching Jiang Xunye depart with the uniformed men, Songs at Hezhi was momentarily at a loss. She blinked, feeling disoriented. Yu Yuan, observing her bewilderment, chuckled lightly. Oh dear. The atmosphere seems rather heavy. I watched your show and found you delightful. You remind me of my younger self. This 5 million is a welcoming gift for my little goddess. You deserve nothing but the best. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. As she spoke, she affectionately tousled songs at Zhezhi's hair, exuding the tenderness of a mentor toward a protege. Do not mistake her for being cruel. If Jiang Xunye wished to pursue songs at Zhezhi, he would inevitably have to pay a price. To love someone, to desire someone, had never been an easy endeavor. If one remained merely a little dog, how could they compete with beasts like tigers, leopards, or serpents? In this ruthless arena, the weak were eliminated. Yu Yuan turned to leave, leaving behind a mesmerizing silhouette. Songs at Zhezhi stared at the card in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Goodness, who could withstand such an onslaught? A stunningly beautiful woman who bestows gold coins upon her. Wait, was Jiang Xunye really taken away just now? Would he return? She felt a twinge of concern, but not too much. After all, more than this. She was preoccupied with whether that 5 million was before or after taxes. It must be precisely what she deserved. Chapter 69. The fox's pretense and the tiger's might. Shortly after Yu Yuan's departure, Bai Xiying was escorted back by her family. The production team announced via Weibo that Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying had temporarily withdrawn from the program due to family matters, with further updates to follow. Instantly, public opinion exploded, given the well-known engagement between the Jiang and Bai families. In the Villa's live broadcast room, upon Songs at Zhezhi's return, the comments began to flood in. Song Jia, please elaborate on what transpired. Wow, could this be the kind of grand familial drama? Is it possible that Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying's exit means they are preparing for a wedding? I'm so curious. Hurry and tell us, Song Jia. Otherwise, I might just die from anticipation. After changing her shoes, Songs at Zhezhi surveyed the chaotic scene and felt a headache coming on. Once settled on the sofa, she finally spoke. Oh, it's nothing major. Jiang Xunye's mother handed me a card, claiming it contained 5 million to ensure I leave her son. And I simply responded with a. Wow, you actually guessed right. TSK, 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 the essential trope for wealthy families. I'm already tired of it. Responded with what? Well, of course, it was a rejection. The leading ladies in dramas do the same. No, I, too, possess dignity, she proclaimed, playfully slipping a hand into her pocket. Hehe, if it is given to me, then it is mine. Who among the fools would refuse money? I checked, and it's post-tax, Song Zhezhi said, producing a golden embossed card from her bag and waving it before the camera. The barrage of comments erupted immediately, as expected of you. How could Sister Song possibly refuse? The only thing she cannot resist is money. But why haven't Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying returned? 5 million for two? So, did they truly go back to get married? Are my 2 pairs of CPs doomed? Jin Shinian, hearing the commotion, was the first to approach Song Zhezhi. Sitting beside her, he poured her a cup of rose tea that he had prepared in advance. Zhezhi, drink your tea. Be careful, it's hot. What 2 pairs of CPs? Are you referring to me with Lady Bai and Jiang Xunye with Lady Bai? I'm in tears. I'd rather choose to be with Lady Bai than have her with Jiang Xunye. Bai Xiying, finally, this lavish fortune has come to me. Everyone, stand up and watch the live stream. I declare, this round goes to Bai Xiying. She won big. ISNT at Jin Shinian who has won? Goodness. Look at the steam rising from this tea, and no one has reprimanded that little dog who left no worries. There's that snake and our first love goose still here, they're not to be trifled with. It's a matter of who can endure longer. Visually appealing. Quite the spectacle. Glancing at the tea Jin Shinian had handed her, Song Zhezhi accepted it, preoccupied with responding to the comments. She took a sip, only to retract sharply. Her lips instantly tinged with crimson. Jin Shinian hurriedly took the cup from her, fearing she would spill the hot liquid and scald herself further. After securing the cup from her grasp, he turned her face towards him, studying her intently, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. His fingers gently brushed against her lips, leaning in closer, as if intending to cool them with his breath. The warm air, mingled with a faint hint of pear blossom, enveloped her lips. What are you doing? Qin Moyan, just returned from the office, was met with this distressing scene, his brow furrowing deeply, tightening his grip on the Gucci tote he carried, which held the spicy snacks he had meticulously chosen for Song Zhezhi. Oh, the spicy snacks guy is back. I'm utterly envious, using Gucci to carry spicy snacks. Does he think of designer brands as mere plastic bags? Sister Song, if you don't marry me, I'm heartbroken. My heart, President Qin, is about to shatter. Prepare for E. Someone, play the BGM. No way, President Qin, rally for me. We must fight. Does it hurt? Jin Shinian, uninterested in sparing even a glance at Qin Moyan, focused solely on Zhezhi with genuine concern. Zhezhi instinctively licked her lips, which glistened with moisture. Jin Shinian's gaze faltered, his breath momentarily caught. It's fine, she replied, withdrawing from Jin Shinian's grasp, lifting the cup of floral tea once more. Hot, sister.
Right?
Watch me drink it all down with determination. Her gaze fell on Qin Moyan, who was approaching, and she squinted slightly, assessing the bag in his hand. Qin Moyan met her eyes, his expression softening a bit, raising the bag slightly. Spicy snacks. Want some? Yes. My lips are burnt, it's inconvenient. Both Zhezhi and Jin Shinian chimed in simultaneously. After exchanging glances, Zhezhi blinked her eyes in a somewhat guilty manner.
Cough.
It shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? She tentatively stole a glance at Jin Shinian. Jin Shinian raised an eyebrow, responding earnestly, I studied medicine. I can assure you it's fine, Zhezhi. You can judge for yourself. If you don't want to end up with sausage lips. That's simply alarmist. Qin Moyan interjected as he unfastened the buttons of his suit jacket and sat down beside Zhezhi. He poured out a variety of spicy snacks from the bag.
Eat.
If you want to eat, just do it. If there's a real issue, I'll call my personal doctor. He is truly lacking in medical ethics. Qin Moyan shot Jin Shinian a sharp glare. Their gazes clashed over Zhezhi, one sharp and penetrating, the other softening the tension.
Ah!
Spicy snacks. A voice echoed from the hallway, as when Isun exclaimed in delight. Upon seeing her eyes sparkling, Jin Shinian seized the moment. Yes, spicy snacks. Courtesy of our President Qin, if you want some, ask him. But I doubt our president would be so stingy as to refuse sharing, right? Jin Shinian continued with his sardonic tone. Qin Moyan, unfazed, retorted coldly. That one do. I'm truly sorry, but I'm a rather selfish person. Unable to accommodate another. These are specifically for Zhezhi alone. If Miss Wen wishes for some, I can have my assistant deliver other snacks. Chapter 70. 3 Men in a Play. Who takes the lead? Ah, it seems our President Qin enjoys playing favorites, doesn't he? Jin Shinian scoffed, pressing his attack. The comments erupted with excitement. High EQ. Favoritism low EQ. Stingy. Qin Moyan raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Shinian. Unwilling to back down, how can one compare to our young master Jin? A true friend is always kind to everyone unlike me, wickedly selfish. Only able to cherish one Zhezhi, the exaggerated emphasis on Zhi sent chills down Zhezhi's spine. She turned to Qin Moyan, her expression bewildered. The comments continued to flood in. High EQ. Good person low EQ. Central air conditioning. Ha. Qin Moyan has started to throw shade too. Qin Moyan, following Jin Shinian's lead, leaving him no path to retreat. Jin Shinian narrowed his eyes slightly, unfazed, responding warmly. In matters of love and marriage, one must indeed seek a genuinely good person. After all, affection can wane. When someone loves you today, that affection can easily shift to another tomorrow. President Qin praises me as a good person, so I must thank him in advance for wishing me and Zhezhi well, right Zhezhi? As Jin Shinian spoke, he turned towards Zhezhi, his fox-like eyes shimmering with warmth, radiating a gentle allure that was almost intoxicating. His eyes, while inherently captivating, were softened by a beauty mark on his nose, reducing some of his allure and adding a touch of innocence and wildness. Zhezhi found herself momentarily entranced, instinctively nodding in agreement with his words. It seemed he had a valid point. Upon witnessing her assent, Qin Moyan's expression darkened, especially at the sight of Jin Shinian's triumphant smile. This vixen truly deserved punishment. So infuriatingly provocative. Young Master Jin's premise rests on the notion that hearts may change, yet if I can ascertain that I shall marry no one but Zhezhi for life, that premise ceases to exist. I would only ever treat Zhezhi with kindness, though I may not possess young Master Jin's magnanimity. Since he is such a good person, why not withdraw from the show and leave Zhezhi to me? Be the good person you are meant to be. Gu Hezhi's voice resonated from the entrance, a file in hand. Oh, long time no see, Emperor Gu. Please send my regards to Xiao Hezhi. You there? You're truly incorrigible. Also extend my greetings, hehe. A triangle, the most stable of shapes. Let the battle commence. When Isin, who had been watching the spectacle for a while, exchanged glances with Zhezhi, who was sandwiched between Qin Moyan and Jin Shinian. Zhezhi desperately blinked at her, seeking assistance to escape this relentless battlefield of emotions. Uncertain whether when Isin is truly a timid soul or if she harbors ulterior motives for participating in this program, she promptly turned on her heel and departed the moment she caught Zhezhi's glance directed her way. Zhezhi. Jin Shinian's gaze successfully shifted from Qin Moyan to Hezhi, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his demeanor remained composed. Are you quite certain that your affections will remain unwavering? Hezhi raised an eyebrow slightly, tilting her head with an air of provocation. Of course, why wouldn't I? What about you? Are you uncertain, Jin Gongzi? Surely not, she retorted, playfully adding, I can manage it too. Following her declaration, Qin Moyan echoed her sentiment. The dynamics of the scene instantaneously transformed into a 2v1 scenario. Yet, in such a battleground, how could any alliance be deemed permanent? After his remark, Qin Moyan seemed to regain control of the situation. He turned his attention to Zhezhi and remarked, look at this individual, unable to ascertain his own steadfastness and affection. Shouldn't you eliminate him right away? Jin Shinian's expression darkened, disinterested in further entanglements with the duo. He commenced deploying his well-practiced fox-like artistry skills. Zhezhi, they both seem rather fierce. I merely refrain from making empty promises, he quipped, inching closer to Zhezhi before shifting the topic with a glint in his eye. Does your mouth still ache? Observe them. They show no concern for you. It's quite perplexing. As he spoke, Jin Shinian reached out to caress Zhezhi's face, seemingly intent on conducting another examination. Hezhi, observing this, furrowed his brow immediately. Does your mouth hurt? How did you injure it? He approached Zhezhi, coming to a halt before her as he knelt on one knee in front of the sofa. With a slightly assertive gesture, he placed one hand at the nape of her neck, gently pushing Jin Shinian's hand aside to touch Zhezhi's face, ensuring she was facing him squarely. Jin Shinian, seizing the opportunity, Qin Moyan cast a pointed glance at the cup resting on the coffee table, smirking as he remarked, that must be the handiwork of our Jin Gongzi. If you love, please love deeply. If not, do not inflict harm. Tsk. It appears Jin Gongzi is not as virtuous as he seems. Hezhi followed his gaze, then redirected his attention back to Qin Moyan. Yet you still allow her to consume spicy food. You seem quite generous. I am not. Those items were purchased in advance, okay? Who could have predicted that certain individuals would order a cup of tea? Qin Moyan retorted, exasperated. Indeed, within this group, each individual possessed a myriad of ulterior motives, one moment a supporter, the next a saboteur. The atmosphere shifted as unpredictably as a battlefield, with no genuine alliances. Each fought for their own interests. Noticing an opening, Jin Shinian couldn't help but smile, though his brow furrowed slightly as he adopted a melancholic and pitiful expression. It is indeed my fault. I thought Zhezhi would return from her live stream parched and weary after consuming so many lychees. I feared she might become overheated. Hence I prepared floral tea. I never anticipated, Zhezhi. It's all my fault from now on. I shall blow on whatever you drink before you consume it, he concluded. Lightly biting his lower lip, his gaze cast downward as he pinched a corner of Zhezhi's garment, projecting an air of feigned distress that obscured his true emotions. Tsk. How could I not be concerned for his dear Zhezhi? The fox tail sways playfully. This predicament was not entirely his fault. It was Zhezhi's own oversight. And Jin Shinian had indeed cautioned her. His apology rendered Zhezhi somewhat embarrassed. No, I bear you no ill will. Her words were interrupted, as she sensed two unfriendly gazes fixated upon her. Qin's icy demeanor, glaring at Moyan, pierced the air.
Ha!
Is that my fault then? You woman. Can't you see he is merely playing a role? A green tea man. A Q version of a mini character emerges. Hands on hips in frustration. Gu's eyes glinted with coldness, unable to tolerate even a hint of Jin Shinian's demeanor. Once Gu's faction grows stronger, he would be the first to expose this deceitful fox. How dare he be even more duplicitous than himself? A small cat with a crooked mouth. Speechless. Zhezhi glanced left and right, pondering for a moment. Just as she intended to lighten the mood, Meng Siyuan's voice drifted down from the hallway. Tsk. Why was I not informed when everyone gathered? What a bore, without me. Is it my turn to make an entrance? Upon hearing his voice, Zhezhi looked up to see Meng Siyuan clad in a silk pajama set, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his fair skin and delicate collarbone, accompanied by a somewhat cautious, when Isin. Song Zhezhi felt an odd sensation, though she could not pinpoint its source. Chapter 71. The reborn princess goes mad and wild. Deeply entangled in a pathological battleground as the eyes of Song Zhezhi and Wen Yisan met, the latter hurriedly looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "Wow! How bright the lights are!" Her expression practically screamed guilt. Song Zhezhi squinted slightly. Something's amiss. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz upon seeing Meng Siyuan. He's here. He's here. He's brought his peculiarities with him. Menga smiles, and everyone transforms into something strange. El Mao. Let me see how bizarre it can get. Exorcise the evil spirits. Banish the yellow demons. Gazing at Gu Hezhi's hand resting on Song Zhezhi's face, Meng Siyuan's expression instantly turned icy. Isn't Guingdi busy? I heard you have a new film you're investing in. Isn't it set to begin shooting soon? Alright, if you're filming, doesn't that mean you won't be returning? Gu Hezhi, hearing this, did not turn to face him but continued to focus on Song Zhezhi. Since Meng Da's designer has brought it up, I shall take this opportunity to mention it. Saying this, he extended the contract he held into Song Zhezhi's hands, offering her a bright and gentle smile as he continued, I had intended to discuss this with you later, but having reviewed the contract, I made some adjustments. Please take a look and see if there is anything you would like to add. I can incorporate it. Song Zhezhi regarded him, tilting her head in confusion. What contract? As Su Qingxue descended, she happened upon the scene, recalling the news she had just received. She glanced at Gu Hezhi, her interest piqued, and spoke up. Is this the contract for the female lead in Guingdi's new film? I truly envy you, Sister Zhezhi. Many people are vying for that script. Yet Guingdi has stated in interviews that you are the only female lead. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Hezhi offered Su Qingxue a rare direct look. Song Zhezhi also turned her attention toward her. Though Su Qingxue typically exuded a similar tea-like demeanor, today she seemed unusually peculiar. There's something off. Noticing Song Zhezhi's scrutiny, Su Qingxue felt a twinge of discomfort and settled into a nearby seat, her gaze lowered as she fiddled with her phone. Returning to her senses, Song Zhezhi opened the first page of the contract, Enchanting Pillow Life, adapted from the novel by Jiang Xunye. Reborn princess goes mad and wild. Deeply entangled in a pathological battleground. Song Zhezhi had previously skimmed through the script and had found herself quite fond of the female lead. The story essentially mirrored her current circumstances. The protagonist was a princess of the Dali dynasty, where both men and women could enter the court and hold positions of power. The female lead had died prematurely in her past life, observing a so-called new era's leading lady who, supported by various men, destroyed her dynasty. Reborn. The female lead underwent a profound transformation, embarking on a path of madness, ascending to power through her own efforts, and encountering numerous men along the way. After enduring a series of tumultuous trials and tribulations, the protagonist finds herself residing harmoniously with her harem of characters, each with their distinct quirks and complexities. Among them are the ethereal white-haired national master who descends from the divine for love, the initially composed yet ultimately obsessive main consort, the delicate yet deranged green tea adversary from a rival nation, and the seemingly loyal but slightly unhinged young king of the southern domain. In essence, they all coexist blissfully together. Is the protagonist the enchanting one born from a seductive pillow? My goodness, isn't Sister Song merely playing herself? Surrounded by 4 or 5 men both on and off screen, I can hardly fathom how blissful her life must be. Tisk tsk Gu Hezhi. Are you truly willing to let Sister Song be embraced by those other men? I suddenly have a thought with a devilish smile. What if we let them all perform? Am I the only one who thinks Song Zhezhi is unsuitable for this role? The protagonist is a madcap. Not merely insane, awkward. I think it's quite fitting. After her rebirth, the original protagonist is also a master of wit, navigating the path of a time-traveling heroine, making it impossible for other time travelers to find their way, appearing mad but actually quite silly. So what? I simply do not like her. Exactly, I too dislike Song Zhezhi. Her very presence is repulsive. I truly cannot understand why so many elevate her so high. Upon finishing the contract, Song Zhezhi raised her gaze and happened to catch sight of that barrage of comments, prompting her to arch an eyebrow. You don't like me? Perhaps you should reflect on yourself. Look how wonderful I am. I've never said I dislike you. Yet you claim to dislike me. Is that not a problem on your end? With that, she turned to Gu Hezhi and continued. All right then, I shall accept this contract. If you cannot stand me, it would be best if you perished first, then you wouldn't have to see me at all. Her words were remarkably cutting. My goodness. That one line has my CPU overheating. I cannot comprehend it right now. Let me finish my postgraduate studies first. Let me replay that and sort it out with a deathly smile. I seriously suspect those earlier comments were deliberately meant to provoke Zhezhi. Everyone knows her contrarian nature, and look, she took the bait immediately. Su Qingxue, observing the comments, smiled smugly before putting down her phone. An hour prior, her manager had messaged her. Help Gu Hezhi convince Zhezhi to accept this contract, and the supporting role will be yours. Beside her, Qin Moyan, intrigued, questioned, wait, who authorized you to privately contact my artist? She is now a member of Xingsheng, alright? If you clip my wings, I shall surely ruin your paradise. Understand? Gu Hezhi stood up, casting a disinterested glance at him. You're a fool. Chapter 72. A cast full of drama. Who asked the leading man? All quite capable version. Nearby, Meng Siyuan and Jin Shinian exchanged glances, their expressions darkening upon hearing that Zhezhi had accepted Gu Hezhi as contract. Once she took on this contract, it would mean that Zhezhi would likely spend most of her time at the film set, away from the villa. Although it had been leaked online that the filming location of Enchanting Pillow Life was not far from their current reality show setting, the thought of Zhezhi and Gu Hezhi alone together was unsettling. Taking a deep breath, Meng Siyuan adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and chuckled lightly. You're going? Very well. I shall join you. Everyone around looked on in confusion. Zhezhi raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you going for? When did Meng Siyuan take it upon himself to become an actor? I'll be assisting with costume and makeup design, Meng Siyuan replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It seemed his new exhibition would have to be postponed. Darn it, Gu Hezhi. Didn't designer Meng decline the crew's invitation? Upon hearing Meng Siyuan say he would accompany them to the film set, Gu Hezhi's gaze turned noticeably colder. Meng Siyuan, with a hint of provocation in his raised eyebrow, smirked. Indeed, but now I have a desire to go. This production was not solely financed by Gu Hezhi. He was merely a partial investor and participant. As Enchanting Pillow Life featured multiple male leads, each actor came with their own backing. While Gu Hezhi held a significant voice as the nominal male lead and one of the investors, he did not wield ultimate authority. If he were to join the costume and makeup design team, it would certainly serve as another selling point for the entire production. Since both designer Meng and actor Gu are going, I shall also join. Jin Shinian chimed in, his eyes twinkling as he playfully twirled a bead of prayer beads in his hand. Zhezhi tilted her head, increasingly perplexed. It made sense that Meng Siyuan would be going, but what was Jin Shinian's purpose? Sensing her confusion, Jin Shinian offered her a gentle smile and explained. I'll be volunteering as the crew's medical personnel. I can even moonlight as a nutritionist, assisting the male and female actors with skin issues and weight management. If he is offering his services for free, wouldn't the threshold for hiring him be trampled? Qin Moyan frowned slightly. This situation seems rather complex, he mused. Interesting. If you're all going, then I. He glanced left and right, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he raised his hand. Gu Hezhi's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him. The crew doesn't require any further investment at this time. Hey, you're rather amusing. How could a production company worry about excess investment? Qin Moyan replied, leaning back against the sofa, arms crossed, a smug expression on his face. Besides, I never said I would invest. Allow me to oversee the set. I'll provide free promotional advertising for the entire production across various platforms, even globally. As he spoke, the live stream of the dating show erupted with excitement. Front and center. The comments exploded with astonishment at each person's declarations.
Meng Siyuan, ah?
Miss Song is going. Then I shall go too. Jin Shinian, With Zhezhi and Meng Siyuan going, then I shall go. Qin Moyan, huh? Everyone is going? Very well, I shall go too. Enchanting Pillow Life. Oh my. This lavish fortune has finally come to me. This production is truly winning. Hiring Zhezhi brings an international designer and an heir of traditional medicine as medical staff. Not to mention free promotional efforts across major platforms. Goodness, I can hardly imagine how splendid this drama will be. You and my sweet time. You're winning. But what about me? Laughing out loud, right? What about the dating show? ISNT had stopped. Jiang Xunye and Bai Xiying have gone home. And now we have to deal with 1,234 others. Behind the scenes of the dating show, the head director was pulling out what little hair he had left in frustration. I felt as though I was saying goodbye to my family. The program's appeal was now almost entirely monopolized by Zhezhi and her companions, which was unacceptable. With that thought, the director immediately reached out to contact the producer of Enchanting Pillow Life. That very evening, a trending topic surged to the top of social media, shaking the entertainment industry to its core. You and My Sweet Time, an Enchanting Pillow Life officially announced a collaboration, inviting viewers to witness the actors' daily filming routines. Zhezhi, the female lead of Enchanting Pillow Life, officially announced. Meng Siyuan joins the styling team of Enchanting Pillow Life. Jin Shinian brings the Jin family's medical team to Enchanting Pillow Life. Qin Moyan, I will provide worldwide free publicity for Enchanting Pillow Life. Is there a new investor joining Enchanting Pillow Life? The entire trending list is dominated by Enchanting, prompting numerous shows that initially intended to compete with it to hesitantly adjust their schedules. Accompanying these trending topics are a series of somewhat targeted opinions, which persisted throughout the night and showed no signs of abating by noon the following day. Not a cilantro fan, can Zhezhi truly embody Chu Jingshu's essence? I find that hard to believe. Sweet OVO. Exactly. Why is she even cast? I see her everywhere lately, and I truly can't stand her. Unruly disciple. Tisk. If you secretly admire our sister song, just admit it. Big Data knows you well, and keeps pushing her to you. Are you really that oblivious? Love must be declared openly. No need to play the secret admire game with us. Smile. Family, who understands. I'm not the one saying this, but are you all really out of your minds? Is there no one to keep this in check? Facepalm, shwe baby QAQ. I genuinely don't understand why Zhezhi was chosen. I believe my Qingshu is far superior, and should be the one to portray the lead. Su Qingshu V. Su Qingshu V. Reply, Qingshu baby QAQ. If you want me to cease existing, you could just say so. There's no need for such torment. I truly can't act at all. Sweating bullets, seated in her solitary dressing room, Su Qingshu stared at the barrage of comments tagging her, her brows knitted in distress. Are these people truly her fans? Is she wishing for her own demise? Can such words be uttered? After all her effort to secure a prominent supporting role in a major production, her agent Li Miao was incessantly scrolling through Weibo. When she came across Su Qingshu's reply to a fan, she paused momentarily, then seemingly recollecting something, lifted her gaze to Su Qingshu and inquired, how did you ascertain that Zhezhi would indeed accept this role? Yesterday, Gu Hezhi's assistant contacted her, requesting that she inform Su Qingshu to help Gu Hezhi secure Song's agreement to the contract, a notion that left her utterly astonished. Yet, Su Qingshu managed to devise a successful approach, which further exceeded her expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu did not lift her head but momentarily lost her focus before continuing to engage with her fans. After all, Zhezhi is known for her rebellious spirit. She merely requires others to cast a few sarcastic remarks her way and then post a few provocations to stimulate the conversation. Oh, you seem to know her quite well? Li Miao raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eyes. Who knows her? I merely understand the dynamics of rivalry, Su Qingshu stammered, her gaze clouded with conflict. Fine. She truly lacks education. She had forgotten how to articulate that sentiment. After all, she was bullied in middle school and had no desire to study, and in high school, she became entangled with a group of bullies, though she merely observed and occasionally participated to a minimal degree. Regardless, she had gleaned nothing from her studies. During that time, Gu Hezhi was a senior at her school, a figure she had long admired from afar. She had previously revealed that Gu Hezhi was her senior but dared not overly promote this fact, fearing the exposure of her past experiences. Ahem. Regardless, I am not particularly concerned about Zhezhi. How could I possibly pay attention to her? I detest her, utterly. In truth, it is less about Su Qingshu's understanding of Zhezhi and more about Gu Hezhi's insight into both Song and Su, as this knowledge allows him to leverage Su to persuade Song to accept the contract and remain discreetly in the background. TSK, contemplating this man is rather daunting. Chapter 73 I have already declared myself a benefactor. What is wrong with providing some resources? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the critical discourse surrounding Zhezhi's resource allocation, Gu Hezhi took the initiative to post a Weibo update. Gu Hezhi V, she has proclaimed me her benefactor. What is wrong with offering some resources? Once this tweet was released, the trending terms experienced yet another shift. In the office of Xingsheng CEO, Qin Moyan frowned as he scrutinized Gu Hezhi's Weibo post. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk before echoing Gu Hezhi's assertive tone with a formidable tweet of his own. President of Qin Moyan, Guns and Roses. Ever ready to serve the princess, Zhezhi. After sending it, Qin Moyan promptly gave himself a hearty thumbs up and shared a screenshot to his social circle, garnering unanimous praise and admiration from his family. Xian Rouge Yishue, grandfather. My grandson is becoming increasingly formidable. I'm first to compliment your new style of flattery. My bro, 666 Rose. Hua Kai Fugue, grandmother. Quite impressive. Far better than that old man. Do bring back my granddaughter-in-law soon. Thumbs up, Rose. Xian Rouge Yishue, grandfather. Replies, Hua Kai Fugue, grandmother. Please refrain from dragging me down. Heart. Who will cook for me? Who won tea let me emo, cousin Qin Lu. Cousin, you're magnificent. You say love is simple, Dad. Absolutely brilliant. You've inherited a touch of your father's charm from back in the day, but there's still much work ahead. My young lad, not quite understanding this family, Mom. Wishing you success. Smile, seeing his entire family commend him for his social media post. Qin Moyan proudly lifted his chin, narrowing his eyes with contentment. My goodness, won't this just enamor Song Zhezhi? Upon glancing at the trending topic concerning Qin Moyan, Song Zhezhi spat her coffee, nearly choking as she coughed several times, almost causing her to meet her ancestors prematurely. Today marked the day of the final costume fitting. With Su Qingshu cast as a supporting character, she enjoyed the luxury of her own private dressing room, while Song Zhezhi, as the lead, naturally received even better treatment. Due to the collaboration of your sweet moments with the production team, when Yisin, Lin Yuzhan, and Zhang Yaoyue were also present. Lin Yuzhan came under Meng Siyuan's arrangement to learn makeup artistry, while when Yisin was responsible for occasional snack props for the crew. Zhang Yaoyue had spent considerable time perfecting her own look before successfully securing a minor role. Upon learning that Su Qingshu had been cast as the third female lead in Enchanting Pillow Life, her eyes dimmed momentarily, and she lowered her gaze, obscuring her thoughts. Her face illuminated by the glow of her phone screen. As the styling had yet to commence, the dating show's live stream could continue. Initially, everything progressed calmly until Meng Tianyue's cold, unfriendly voice pierced the atmosphere. Lin Yuzhan, you actually accepted what he offered you? Meng Tianyue entered the makeup room with a sullen expression, his eyes filled with a predatory glint. This morning, upon awakening, he discovered that only Luo Hanzong remained in the villa, and later, he overheard Luo Hanzong mention that Lin Yuzhan had left with Meng Siyuan. Left without a word. Just like last time? What does he think he is? Song Zhezhi, who had been about to vent her frustrations regarding Qin Moyan's tweet, momentarily froze at the sound, turning to look at Meng Tianyue. Indeed, the familiar domineering CEO attire was present, impeccably suited, with sharp features, a high nose, piercing eyes, and lips that appeared rather indifferent. Beside him, Lin Yuzhan, clutching a traditional attire reference book given by Meng Siyuan, leaned against the makeup table, her body involuntarily trembling at the sound of Meng Tianyue's voice. Mechanically, she lifted her head to meet Meng Tianyue's piercing gaze, now fixed upon her. She could not fathom why each time she faced Meng Tianyue, she felt as though she were losing control. Lin Yuzhan began to speak. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the makeup room as he hurled a reference book against the wall, causing it to collide violently with the surface. What the heck? So aggressive? Who can distinguish you from a villain? Song Zhezhi instinctively uttered. Fortunately, Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue were both emotionally charged and had no mind to pay her any heed. However, the topic soon turned to her. Meng Tianyue, with his hands firmly planted, domineeringly confined Lin Yuzhan within the embrace of his arms. His eyes tinged with crimson as he demanded, so you truly have a fondness for Meng Siyuan, do you? What has he given you that you so willingly accept? Lin Yuzhan, what do you take me for? What of the bond we have nurtured over the years? Lin Yuzhan gazed at him in disbelief. Chapter 74. The Slap. A more suitable encouragement for Chinese children, she then averted her gaze and bitterly replied, Bond? What bond exists between us? Meng Tianyue was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing deeper as he retorted, What did you just say? He feigned ignorance, as if deliberately seeking discomfort. Lin Yuzhan looked back at him, her eyes filled with defiance. I mean, when did we ever have any feelings for each other? Is it your affection for your cherished white moonlight, perhaps? Ha! Your feelings for her are indeed quite palpable. Upon finishing her statement, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward Song Zhezhi. Song Zhezhi, who had been watching the unfolding drama and questioning the sudden turn of events in the original storyline, felt a chill run down her spine at Lin Yuzhan's unexpected glance. Why did it seem as though something ominous was about to befall her? As it turned out, her intuition was not misplaced. Meng Tianyue was incensed by Lin Yuzhan's nonchalance. He was bewildered by his own fury, as he found it impossible to restrain himself in her presence. As Lin Yuzhan regained her composure, she attempted to break free from Meng Tianyue's grip to retrieve the art book he had carelessly tossed into the corner. This was not merely because it was a gift from Meng Siyuan. It represented her dreams, and Meng Siyuan had afforded her this opportunity. Following her line of sight, Meng Tianyue's frustration mounted. How could she still be thinking of Meng Siyuan at this point? The more he observed her, the more palpable the hostility in his eyes became. Ultimately, he seized Lin Yuzhan's slender arms, forcing her to meet his gaze, his eyes a tempest of anger and heartache. He was uncertain of his own thoughts. He was undeniably haunted by the shadow of his unattainable desire, yet the mere thought of Lin Yuzhan leaving him was unbearable. Do you truly like him that much? Meng Tianyue nearly shouted, his voice raw with emotion. The live stream remained active, and the viewers had transformed into spectators, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. The plot of a substitute character comes to life. Let me see how this plays out, one viewer commented. Okay, I'm the butler. It's been ages since I've seen the CEO so agitated. Another chimed in. All right, I'm the maid. Miss Lin, you are the first woman the CEO has brought home. A third added. Meng Tianyue glared at the commentators, his irritation mounting. Lin Yuzhan twisted in his grasp, attempting to escape, but the more she struggled, the tighter his hold became. Her eyes, unbeknownst to her, glistened with unshed tears, sorrow etching itself onto her features. You truly have such fondness for her. Why not seek her out? Isn't she right there? Lin Yuzhan's voice rose, and she unabashedly cast her gaze toward Zhezhi. Zhezhi's expression was one of disbelief. Right, the last time these two quarreled, they seemed to forget their argument, and it escalated to this point. One viewer noted, is this a game save? Picking up from where the last level ended? Another joked, is this really a game of emotions? Someone else lamented, Zhezhi, you two will never resolve this. Fury. Meng Tianyue's gaze followed Lin Yuzhan's to Zhezhi, and in that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. As Zhezhi listened to their dispute, she felt as if her soul had detached from her body. The harrowing descriptions from the original narrative resurfaced in her mind, painting a picture of despair. Happy times are fleeting. He merely momentarily rekindled his youthful affection, yet before he could utter a sincere I love you, fate turned cruel, leaving the male lead heartbroken, as if the world had exploded around him. She had finally achieved a life of wealth. If it all fell apart, how could she maintain her vibrant spirit? That was simply unacceptable. She had persevered to reach this point. Observing the unfolding drama, Jiang Xunye could not help but exclaim, Zhezhi can't truly be Meng's white moonlight, can she? Is Lin Yuzhan merely a substitute? How can it be like this? Her words seemed to resonate with Lin Yuzhan's plight, causing tears to well in her eyes. Following this revelation, when Isin stood in shock. Is this truly something one can say? That seemingly casual remark was the spark that ignited the long-simmering tensions between Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue. In the next instant, Lin Yuzhan appeared to snap, breaking free from his grasp and attempting to flee, with escape being her only option. But as she took a step, Meng Tianyue grasped her wrist, his fury palpable, his words laced with venom. What? Are you off to find Meng Siyuan? Yes, I consider you a mere substitute. But you should feel honored. Who else would have helped you, if not for your resemblance to her? If it weren't for your face, would I even spare you a glance? Now that Meng Siyuan is around, you've begun to act high and mighty. Haven to you? As he spoke, Meng Tianyue realized how hurtful his words were, yet he could not rein in his emotions. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow, reluctant to meet Lin Yuzhan's gaze. Lin Yuzhan, stung by his words, felt her lips tremble as she fought to contain herself. She feigned indifference, lifting her chin defiantly, though her voice shook with suppressed emotion.
Fine. Em despicable.
I should feel honored. Who wouldn't he feel privileged to have your affection, Meng Tianyue? For years, I must have overestimated myself, thinking I deserved even a moment of your attention. With that, she forcefully pushed his hand away, nearly breaking under the weight of her despair. Don't touch me. Go find your white moonlight. Isn't that Zhezhi? I'll go find Meng Siyuan. Meng Tianyue staggered back from her sudden shove. Had Lin Yuzhan not uttered those last words, he might have apologized. But now, his eyes narrowed, filled with resentment as he snarled, Fine. Go find Meng Siyuan. You pursue your Meng Siyuan, and I'll seek my Zhezhi. Lin Yuzhan's heart shattered at his words. She raised her hand, pointing at Meng Tianyue for what felt like an eternity, finally managing to utter a single word, Zhezhi, exasperated, felt her head spinning. Enough. She had truly had enough. It was time to prioritize her own feelings. Closing the distance in 2 swift strides, Zhezhi confronted Meng Siyuan, raising her hand. With a resounding slap, she struck him. Damn it, do you think you can just speak recklessly? Congratulations, host, 1 point at it. Turning on her heel, she delivered another slap to Lin Yuzhan's face. Damn it, do you think you can't speak up for yourself? Congratulations, host. In their current position, they stood right at the entrance, just as Luo Hanzhong had pushed the door open. Before he could utter a single word, Zhezhi cast a lethal glance in his direction, swiftly delivering another slap. Damn it, shut up. As Zhang Yaoyue witnessed Luo Hanzhong being struck, she immediately felt the urge to rise from her seat.
You.
She began, but before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed from the dressing room. Damn it. Say another word. Uncertain of the mental state of those around her, Zhezhi was in a mood where even a passing dog would earn a slap from her. When Yisin, observing from the sidelines, hurriedly curled up on the sofa, desperately trying to diminish her presence. Are you insane? Walking in only to get slapped. Luo Hanzhong shouted in exasperation. Zhezhi shot another glance at him, prompting him to cover his face and retreat to a corner. Humph, indeed. A slap is the most suitable form of encouragement for a Chinese baby. Lin Yuzhan and Meng Siyuan, who had also been slapped, wore bewildered expressions, seemingly awakened by the encounter, as if they had forgotten what they were arguing about moments before. Zhezhi, are you looking for death? Meng Siyuan questioned, a mix of confusion and anger in his voice. Just like that person from his memories, he found it intolerable that she treated him in such a manner. Listening to her, Zhezhi couldn't help but sneer. What else with the attitude? What else your status? You have no manners. Meng Siyuan was so provoked that he couldn't help but raise a finger at her. How could he have thought this woman resembled his white moonlight? Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, filled with disdain, reporting a little. Manners are ambiguous, and the strong only grow stronger.
Ding.
Integrity points 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhezhi's mood lightened slightly. Indeed, it was only money that could bring her joy in this world. Lin Yuzhan found a strange sense of satisfaction watching Meng Siyuan suffer at the hands of Zhezhi. However, upon realizing this thought, she couldn't help but frown. But then, Zhezhi's next word struck her like a bolt from the blue. With a swift motion, she slapped away Meng Siyuan's pointing hand, crossed her arms defiantly, and declared, You have manners? Your white moonlight stands before you, and you act like a blind man, with 2 eggs hanging beneath your eyebrows. Only capable of turning, but not seeing. She, Lin Yuzhan, is your white moonlight that the entire world knows about. Useless treasure, it's still her. What did you say? Meng Siyuan felt as though Zhezhi had lost her mind. He chuckled disdainfully. How is that possible? He glanced at Lin Yuzhan, his emotions conflicted. At that moment, he hoped Lin Yuzhan was, yet also hoped she was not. Lin Yuzhan was equally bewildered. Was she really Meng Siyuan's white moonlight? She couldn't recall ever knowing him before. Seeing their reactions, Zhezhi couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Do you want to know? Meng Siyuan, for reasons unknown, nodded obediently. Zhezhi grinned widely. Transfer me 5 million, and I'll unlock the next part of the story. Meng Siyuan and Lin Yuzhan, when Yisin, curled up nearby and still in a defensive posture, burst into laughter. Haha. In truth, she wasn't afraid of receiving a slap from Zhezhi. Rather, she feared that her habitual reaction might lead to a brawl with her, which would expose her true nature. But she couldn't get scolded by Meng. The boss would have her head. At that moment, the live stream's comments had erupted since the moment Zhezhi began slapping. Truly impressive, my song sect leader. That slap was so satisfying, I loved it. When Yisin is so adorable, I'm dying of laughter, immediately curling up like a turtle. Why is she slapping my brother Hanzhong? I really can't comprehend it. Is there a problem with Zhezhi slapping Luo Hanzhong?
No.
Perhaps it's a long overdue correction for certain people who deserved it. If you fans of Octopus Brother dare to speak again, I might just start recounting your brother's illustrious deeds, like insulting a female star for being as fat as a pig, or flirting with married women. Observing the slightly dazed expressions of the two, Zhezhi reigned in her exuberance. Alright, I owe you. But let me be honest, she truly is your white moonlight. TSK, why aren't you Meng Siyuan? If only you could draw, you could create a portrait to show her. She would surely recognize her childhood self. But no matter. I'm here now. With that, she turned her gaze to Meng Siyuan. Don't cry. It won't be too dark. Look, there's the moon and also fireflies. Upon hearing this, Meng Siyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Those were words he was all too familiar with, words that echoed in his mind during midnight musings, filled with longing. How do you, Zhezhi smiled triumphantly. Don't worry about how I know. In any case, this phrase is familiar to you. And it is to Lin Yuzan as well, right? Listening to her, Meng Siyuan's gaze shifted back to Lin Yuzan. Yet, she wore an expression of complete confusion. Am I familiar with it? Upon hearing this, Zhezhi's smile faltered. No way. She had intended to dispel the misunderstanding surrounding the white moonlight and her substitute, hoping that this would prevent the world's collapse later on, for the core of the original text rested here. The male protagonist's destruction of the world stemmed from recognizing the female protagonist too late. They had hurt each other too much before. And although they wished to make amends later, no opportunity arose. She recalled that their recognition indeed stemmed from this very phrase. The original text described a scenario where, after an accident, the female protagonist uttered those same words to the male protagonist, who was taken aback and surprised, leading to a confrontation of their past memories, ultimately confirming each other. The details regarding their past encounters were not elaborated upon in the original text. She assumed they were merely fragments of their youthful meetings. However, how could Lin Yuzan not recall them now? Did it require specific conditions and circumstances to be triggered? That would be catastrophic. Lin Yuzan didn't remember, but she, Zhezhi's, had just uttered it. OMG. Gazing into Meng Siyuan's increasingly tender eyes, Zhezhi's couldn't help but exclaim, oh dear, this is a disaster. Zhezhi's. What a sin. As the background music began to play, the pure love entanglement unfolded. Are you truly his white moonlight? You are mine. Meng Siyuan and Lin Yuzan spoke almost simultaneously, one filled with astonishment, the other unable to conceal their delight. Zhezhi's took a significant step back, waving her hands frantically. No.
She is.
What on earth is going on? Why is this getting more chaotic? Lin Yuzan furrowed her elegant brows in indignation. You need not humiliate me so.
Oh.
That's too much. Zhezhi's felt utterly powerless, wanting to defend herself, but unsure where to begin. Do you have some unspoken difficulties? Meng Siyuan asked, growing anxious. He genuinely believed Zhezhi's was indeed the white moonlight he longed for, yet seeing her demeanor clearly indicated she did not wish to acknowledge him. Zhezhi slapped her forehead, wishing she could simply vanish. She had unspoken difficulties, but not the kind he imagined. Rather, those difficulties stemmed from Lin Yuzan. Do you think I've wronged you, so you are unwilling to acknowledge me? Meng Siyuan's agitation deepened, causing him to draw closer to Zhezhi's. Lin Yuzan, listening to his words, was filled with sorrow. Shall I leave? Meng Siyuan cast a glance her way, seemingly wanting to clarify that wasn't his intention. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He had yet to utter a word, but upon hearing Lin Yuzan's remarks, Zhezhi felt a jolt of realization.
No.
It can't be that you really don't remember, can it? By all accounts, that should be impossible. The original text clearly mentions the female lead suffering from amnesia. And is it not the crux of the romantic entanglement between the male and female leads that one remains silent while the other divulges only half the truth? Although it appears that during their moment of recognition, the female lead spoke those words in a state of confusion, what difference does that make? Goodness, what a dreadful author. Could they not write with greater clarity? Yet, considering this author has crafted a scene of the male lead in utter despair, causing the world to shatter, it is indeed reasonable for the writing to be muddled in such a state of mind. The more Zhezhi pondered, the more infuriated she became. In her previous life, though she had been without parental guidance, she had always strived to do good and accumulate virtue. She had never learned to become the heartless villain often depicted in various tales. So, why on earth was she thrust into the story? Was it merely because she indulged in some risque literature while hiding under the covers at night? Surely, that was not a grave sin. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzan, who had listened to Zhezhi, suddenly felt the wave of dizziness, her breath becoming somewhat labored. After a considerable pause, she took a deep breath and retorted indignantly. How could I possibly remember? I am not the one he pines for. You are? Why must you continue to jab at me? At that moment, Meng Siyuan's voice resonated through the air. He stood at the entrance, illuminated by the light from within the room and the corridor outside, the interplay of light rendering him somewhat ethereal. Upon seeing him, Meng Tianyue instinctively furrowed his brow, his disdain barely concealed. Both Song Zhezhi and Lin Yuzhan were momentarily taken aback. "Oh, so you know? Then tell me, how does she know that phrase?" Meng Tianyue shot a look of impatience at Meng Siyuan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Meng Siyuan stepped out from the hazy interplay of shadows and light. Clad in a pristine white shirt adorned with a golden rose at the collar, upon closer inspection, a slender silver snake coiled around the stem of the rose. He did not respond to Meng Tianyue's question but instead focused intently on Song Zhezhi, his smile exuding an unusual gentleness. Meng Tianyue, growing increasingly irritated, scoffed and remarked, "Are you afraid I might take her from you? Is that why you say such things?" Song Zhezhi turned her gaze to Meng Siyuan, her own confusion mirroring his. She had no idea how to explain the situation. What was the meaning behind Meng Siyuan's words? Their eyes met, and in that instant, Song Zhezhi felt as though she had been transported back to the moment she first encountered Meng Siyuan. In the long-abandoned underground mall, amidst the winter chill, the once stagnant water had frozen into ice, and the buildings were veiled in a soft layer of frost. She had no inkling as to why Meng Siyuan had chosen such a desolate place for their meeting, assuming that those who designed strange apps were too timid to appear in public. She still vividly recalled wrapping a white scarf around her neck, embroidered with a black butterfly. At that time, half of her face was obscured by the scarf as she stumbled into the view of Meng Siyuan, who was clad in a long black overcoat over a high-neck sweater. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she could see her own reflection in his eyes. Akin to a long-frozen spring thawing under the warmth of spring, the water crystal clear. It was just as it was now. Time seemed to stretch as if slowed down. Meng Siyuan's eyes crinkled in a gentle smile. Then she heard him say, "She is different from us." Chapter 77. I am a pervert, alright? She is my child bride. His words struck like a stone cast into the still waters of Song Zhezhi's heart, creating ripples of surprise. She blinked in astonishment. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in her ears. "In this world, no one loves me." The words crackled with an electric intensity, ringing painfully in her mind. In an instant, Song Zhezhi felt as though she were ensconced in a corridor filled with fragmented memories, where black words scrawled across a white screen. Why should Meng Siyuan be the one meant for the male lead? He is quite exceptional too. Must the world forsake him simply because the male lead arrives?
Why?
Blah blah blah. If you don't love him, then don't create him. It pains me, a person abandoned since childhood, to watch someone else be unloved. Meng Siyuan, no one loves you in this world. And no one loves me. Song Zhezhi remembered that after she posted that comment, she was mercilessly attacked by other fans. But so what? If she were willing, it was worth more than gold. Gradually emerging from her reverie, she gazed at Meng Siyuan's smile, her breath momentarily caught. Meng Siyuan's words, unknown to Lin Yuzhan and Meng Tianyue, were crystal clear to her. So, Meng Siyuan knew she was not from this world. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her eyes widened uncontrollably. What could possibly be different? Song Zhezhi had yet to voice her question when Meng Tianyue, having overheard Meng Siyuan's rather absurd statement, interjected with clear disdain. Aren't they just two eyes and a mouth? What difference could there be? He believed Meng Siyuan was simply afraid. For whatever he desired, Meng Siyuan was destined to lose to him. As Meng Tianyue turned his gaze back to Song Zhezhi, an unusual glimmer of emotion flickered in his eyes. Isn't she your white moonlight? What does it matter? Suddenly, he found himself with a renewed interest in Song Zhezhi. With a scornful snort, Meng Tianyue tilted his head and continued, "Your words do not necessarily imply she is not the one he pines for. She knows about our phrase. Who else could it be?" Listening to this, Song Zhezhi felt utterly speechless. The questions she had intended to pose to Meng Siyuan were now derailed. Just as she prepared to engage Meng Tianyue in another round of banter, Meng Siyuan pulled her closer to him, partially shielding her behind himself. He then arched an eyebrow at Meng Tianyue, offering a feigned smile as he replied, "I don't know about Lin Yuzhan, but she certainly isn't."
Oh, so certain?
Meng Tianyue scoffed, lifting his chin. Of course, on what grounds? As Meng Tianyue took a step closer to Meng Siyuan, the atmosphere in the makeup room grew tense, the two men of similar stature creating a palpable strain. Meanwhile, Song Zhezhi, concealed behind Meng Siyuan, caught sight of Wen Yixin, who had risen to her feet, her gaze filled with wariness and vigilance directed at Meng Tianyue. Her previously sweet demeanor now appeared strikingly sharp, as if she were ready to spring at Meng Tianyue the moment he dared to advance further. Observing this, Song Zhezhi couldn't help but furrow her brow in confusion. As Meng Tianyue approached, Meng Siyuan remained undeterred, stepping closer to him as well. His demeanor remained nonchalant, yet he shielded Song Zhezhi more securely. Then he spoke. Just because I have been a pervert since childhood, always following Song Zhezhi around. His statement left everyone present in utter disarray. A large question mark appeared over Song Zhezhi's head. Meng Tianyue was evidently taken aback by Meng Siyuan's unexpected admission, narrowing his eyes in disbelief as he asked, "What?" Meng Siyuan merely smiled. "Child bride. What's wrong with that?" He was not lying. He had indeed followed Song Zhezhi since childhood. Although not every day, he would periodically check in on her. If it weren't for his frequent travels abroad, how could Gu Hezhi's group have gotten close to Song Zhezhi?
Teased.
No way. Is that for real? It must be a lie. Who follows someone from childhood? That's truly bizarre.
Uffed.
A child bride, 6,666. What more can I say? Is Meng Siyuan treating Meng Tianyue like a fool? Do you think I'm foolish? Meng Tianyue's anger was palpable, his brows knitted tightly together. Meng Siyuan tilted his head slightly. Not treating you like one. Meng Tianyue raised a hand, pointing at Meng Siyuan, his eyes brimming with warning. Yet, he quickly replaced the threat with a mocking smile. His disdain returning as he remarked, "Are you afraid, Meng Siyuan? Afraid I might steal Song Zhezhi's away from you?
Well,
It doesn't matter whether she is someone I desire or not. I find myself rather intrigued by her now. You can't take her from me." Unperturbed, Meng Siyuan replied with a calm demeanor. Meng Tianyue's expression turned icy, and he sneered, responding through clenched teeth. "How would you know unless you try?" Meng Siyuan met his gaze, his eyes betraying no emotion, and after a moment of silence, he smiled softly. "I've already mentioned. She is not like us. She is different from us. Different from this world. She will no longer unconditionally lean towards you." Isn't that wonderful? The more indifferent and nonchalant Meng Siyuan appeared, the angrier Meng Tianyue became. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhan, observing the exchange, couldn't help but let out a weary smile. It was painfully hard to hear the one she cherished express interest in someone else. Her breath hitched, and after casting one last glance at Song Zhezhi's, she covered her mouth and hurried towards the entrance, fearing that if she let her guard down, she might burst into tears. As Meng Tianyue watched her retreating figure, he suddenly became aware of the words he had just spoken, his brows knitting in slight regret. "Lin Yuzhan," he called out, but she did not turn back. In a fit of urgency, he shot a fierce glare at Meng Siyuan before hastily chasing after Lin Yuzhan. Once Meng Tianyue and Lin Yuzhan departed, when Isen's gaze met Meng Siyuan's. After a brief moment, Meng Siyuan calmly averted his eyes. The seriousness on Wen Isen's face dissipated instantly, replaced by a radiant smile as she turned to the still-dazed Zhang Yaoyue and Luo Hanzhong, approaching them enthusiastically and linking her arm with Zhang Yaoyue's. "Sister Yaoyue, would you like to try the pastries I made?" Zhang Yaoyue, still in a daze, exclaimed, "Huh?" Then recalled the peculiar flavors of the pastries Wen Isen had previously shared. I don't want to." She began to retreat. However, Wen Isen smiled kindly. "No. I think you do with that." She firmly pulled Zhang Yaoyue along, also tugging on Luo Hanzhong's arm. Luo Hanzhong's eyes widened in disbelief.
Huh?
"I'm being dragged away? How can a girl have such strength?" Moments later, the makeup room was left with only Song Zhezhi's and Meng Siyuan. Song Zhezhi's looked at Meng Siyuan, then at the camera, feeling somewhat conflicted, but ultimately couldn't help but ask, "You know I'm not." Meng Siyuan tilted his head, appearing innocently curious, as he smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Not what?" Song Zhezhi's bit her lip, seemingly at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she resumed, "Why did you tell Meng Tianyue that I'm different from you?" Meng Siyuan feigned a nonchalant demeanor.
Oh, that?
"I just made it up." He nudged her lightly with his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with laughter. "Otherwise, what did you think it was? Do you really want to be my child bride?" That's not out of the question. Song Zhezhi scrutinized him, then appeared somewhat irritated as she responded, "I thought." Before she could finish, Meng Siyuan raised a finger to her lips, his eyes filled with mirth. Song Zhezhi's froze. He leaned closer, resting his head near her ear. Accompanied by the warmth of his breath and a tingling sensation, he whispered, "Shu, it's a secret. A special secret between you and me. It's our unique bond." Chapter 78. This time, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Song Zhezhi's felt slightly dazed, her mind drifting to the moment the system provided her with Meng Siyuan's personal information. The previously unnoticed question mark symbol now stood out vividly. What does this truly mean? As she gazed into Meng Siyuan's smiling eyes, a frown creased her brow, her gaze casting a wary glance back at the camera. In the next moment, She strode towards it. Upon seeing her approach, the fans in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into chaos.
Leak.
This woman has intentions towards us. She aims to eliminate our view.
How dare you?
Stop. Don't underestimate our bond with the camera. Is there even a VIP like me who can't listen?
Ha.
This is interesting, the antagonist chuckles. What is up? Is a makeup room play about to unfold?
Don't leave us out.
One mustn't be so heartless, Sister Song. Good things should be shared. Yet, regardless of the barrage of comments, Song Zhezhi decisively blacked out the live stream screen. Meng Siyuan, observing the chaos, only raised an eyebrow slightly upon reading the comment about the makeup room play. Tsk, that suggestion seems rather appealing after ensuring that the camera and equipment were in order. Song Zhezhi turned her attention back to Meng Siyuan, asking, "So, you know I'm not from this world?" Meng Siyuan's smile faltered for a brief moment before blossoming even brighter. Just as he was about to respond, the door of the makeup room swung open once more. A warm voice accompanied the entrance. "Zhezhi, the director, is looking for you." Jin Shinian stood at the threshold, his fox-like eyes curving into a smile. Appearing as he always did, though the wooden prayer beads he usually held were replaced by his phone. Meng Siyuan raised an eyebrow at the newcomer, seemingly unfazed. Upon hearing Jin Shinian's voice, Song Zhezhi jumped slightly, glancing back to see his calm demeanor, which eased her nerves, but her brows remained furrowed. Stealing another glance at Meng Siyuan, she composed herself, forcing calmness. "We need to have a private chat tonight." At her words, the playful light in Jin Shinian's eyes dimmed, replaced by a glimmer of danger, though he quickly masked it. Meng Siyuan let out a light, teasing laugh. "Tsk, has Miss Song had an epiphany? What kind of private chat are we talking about? Where? A seaside view?" Song Zhezhi, ignoring his teasing, played along. "Anywhere works. We can chat in bed too."
With that,
she averted her gaze and, without a hint of hesitation, brushed past Jin Shinian and exited the makeup room. She needed a moment to process. This was a lot to take in. Once she entered the elevator and pressed the button for her floor, intending to contact the director for clarification, she suddenly realized she had forgotten her phone. Frustrated, Song Zhezhi pressed the button for the makeup room floor once more. In the makeup room, shortly after her departure, Jin Shinian seized Meng Siyuan by the neck, pinning him against the wall, his eyes filled with menace. A smile played on his lips, yet it appeared chilling. The veins on his hand bulging as his once pale skin took on an unsettling hue. He slightly lifted his eyelids, his gaze imbued with the weariness that follows the fulfillment of all worldly desires. After casting a cursory glance at Meng Siyuan, he finally spoke with an unmistakable chill in his voice. "What did you tell her about how I play?" His stare bore into Meng Siyuan, the warning unmistakable. Yet, Meng Siyuan, caught in his grip, continued to smile recklessly, exuding an air of defiance and abandon. Indeed, he understood that Song Zhezhi did not belong to this realm. Jin Shinian was also aware of this, albeit through his analytical reasoning, while he himself was the one who summoned Song Zhezhi from another world. If one were to inquire what Jin Shinian knew, it would necessitate a discussion about his rebirth. "My name is Meng Siyuan, and I have been reborn. I swear this time, I shall reclaim everything that is rightfully mine." Chapter 79. Who else knows that she has crossed over into this story? Is this a game or not? Yet, I still failed. I do not comprehend why, whenever Meng Tianyue appears, everyone gravitates towards him. I merely wish to possess what I originally had. Why is it that, despite him having taken it from me, I am the one deemed a sinner? My hands ache. Will I ever be able to paint again? It seems that in this world, no one truly loves me. I was once destined to rot in a dark corner akin to a forsaken underground venue until she appeared. I thought it was an illusion, for she seemed trapped within a minuscule fragment of a screen, unreachable, only visible as she typed away. Those words transformed into echoes that resonated in my ears. Why must Meng Siyuan be the leading man? He is quite remarkable too. Must the arrival of the male protagonist signal the abandonment of all else?
Why is that?
If the author does not cherish this character, why create him? Is a character's fate not worthy of consideration? Is she speaking on my behalf? Is it worth being scorned by so many? Truly, what a fool I am. Meng Siyuan. In this world, no one loves you, nor do they love me. Is it true then, that no one loves either of us? If that is the case, then come to my side. Thus, we may rely on one another. You love me, and I love only you. In that moment, I believed I had truly lost my mind as I reached out to her. My hand, stained with blood. Would she recoil in disgust or fear?
No, she would not. For she loves me.
I have never believed in deities, but now I implore you, bring her to my side. A butterfly alighted upon my fingertip, tainted with my blood. And I watched it flutter towards that fragment. I have been reborn once more. In this life, I do not desire at all. I desire only her. I sought her out, occasionally visiting her. When she ran out of money, I would discreetly provide some. Not too much, lest I arouse suspicion. When she performed poorly on a test, I would again offer a bit of money. Why? Because she seems to have a penchant for it. In this manner, I observed her as she followed an elderly woman around, sweetly calling her grandma. A good person. I wish her a long life. Time flowed on, and I awaited her coming of age. However, an unexpected event occurred. In my 17th year, the Meng family, under my control, stirred up trouble, necessitating my attention and causing me to be unable to visit her for a prolonged period. During my absence, a dog, a particularly pitiable one, had taken up residence by her side. The dog would even bite, and I narrowly escaped being discovered on several occasions. Why did I not simply seek her out directly? There were too many eyes upon me. I had not yet managed to extricate myself from their scrutiny. Later, after suffering an injury during a task, I was rescued by a fox. Having narrowly escaped death, I longed for her again and went to see her, only to be discovered by the fox. At that moment, the fox had also approached her, and it seemed that, like me, it too had been reborn. The fox was the son of the Jin's family, and our circles were too intertwined. Every unexpected move I made post-rebirth did not escape his notice. Cunning and treacherous, he uncovered my secret with Zhezhi. Damn it. Returning to the present, Meng Siyuan fixed his gaze on Jin Shinian, and even as he struggled to breathe, a sardonic smile played upon his lips. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhezhi's phone on the coffee table, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Oh,
What if I said something?
what was our esteemed Jin's? The son of the Jin's family, originally planning?" His gaze then fell upon the phone in Jin Shinian's other hand. Ha, both of them are perverts, pretending to be innocent. If his assumptions were correct, Jin Shinian's phone would reveal the happenings within the makeup room. It was likely because Zhezhi had turned off the live streaming equipment that he had come here. After all, anxiety arises when one can no longer monitor. How many foxes are truly innocent? Listening intently, Jin Shinian's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. "You needn't concern yourself with that," he replied coldly. Initially, he had thought that the ties between Hezhi and Zhezhi would be the most troublesome, but now, with Meng Siyuan complicating matters further, he had intended to replace Meng Siyuan to navigate that connection, only to find himself exposed so abruptly. Observing Jin Shinian's unabashed demeanor, Meng Siyuan glanced at the makeup room door for a moment before letting out a scoff. "Oh, is our esteemed Jin's no longer pretending? Aren't you afraid that Zhezhi will see you like this?" No sooner had he spoken than the doorknob of the makeup room rattled. Jin Shinian, oblivious, merely paused slightly before furrowing his brows. "She won't know. I know now," came Zhezhi's voice from behind, causing Jin Shinian to instinctively shudder, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. Chapter 80. Character profiles updated? All are perverted. 1. Jin Shinian's hand moved away from Meng Siyuan's neck, and he stood there, momentarily dazed, unsure of how to face Zhezhi. "Zhezhi, I." Observing his awkward demeanor, Meng Siyuan rubbed his neck and smirked with a mix of scorn and triumph. As if a snake's neck can be casually squeezed, it could constrict you to death. Neither Jin Shinian nor Zhezhi knew how to confront one another. What should they say? As she pondered, the honest system, stimulated, suddenly grinned coolly, unpredictably. The next moment, she faced Jin Shinian and quipped, "What a coincidence, are you a pervert too? Do you enjoy choking people? Why didn't you do that when we were in bed?" With that, she proceeded to pinch her own philtrum.
Ding.
Points increased. The host has now accumulated 6 points. Truly 6. Indeed, she had not earned a single penny that she did not deserve. She was destined to become a wealthy woman. Oh, how embarrassing. But why does she only have 6 points? Zhezhi questioned the system in her mind. Of course, it's because I, the cunning merchant, have you covered. In situations like yours just now, I only grant you an increase of 0.000001 point sometimes. I might even deduct without telling you, so please strive harder. Zhezhi. You really don't need to be this honest. No can do. I am the honest system, and I must keep my word. Is it too late to sever our bond? A sense of foreboding loomed over her. As she contemplated this, she suddenly felt her hand ensnared by something. Looking down, She saw that the string of sandalwood prayer beads that had hung from Jin Shinian's wrist was now entwined around her hand. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, but recalling the very different Jin Shinian she had just seen and heard sent chills down her spine. When she lifted her gaze back to Jin Shinian, a new character introduction panel unexpectedly popped up before her. Jin Shinian, 21 years of age, heir to a family of medical practitioners with connections to both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, has been reborn to exact retribution upon those who humiliated him and his sister in his previous life, time of rebirth, at 18, within a bar, during an impulsive act of fervently kissing someone, gentle as jade, not yet cunning and unhinged. Currently, a mission is being issued to the host, 3 points required for unlocking. If only the system could express emojis, Zhezhi would undoubtedly hurl a speechless expression akin to mad at. So Lulu May has eaten too much and is now seeking trouble? What benefits could she possibly gain from unlocking? Complete the mission to directly acquire 10 points, alright. Unlock. System. Indeed. Zhezhi is merely a waste who cannot live without money. Tasks related to Jin Shinian assist him in achieving a twisted evolution. Current level of perversion, 70 to 80. Upon seeing the term twisted evolution, Zhezhi nearly spat out her drink onto Jin Shinian's face. In the blink of an eye, she observed Jin Shinian, head bowed, fiddling with the prayer beads that bound their hands together, lamenting pitifully. Zhezhi, I am not like that just then, she thought. Damn it. You snake, you'll be finished sooner or later. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, Zhezhi made a gesture that rendered further words unnecessary. Jin Shinian then saw her emphatically nodding at him, her expression conveying an understanding, saying, You could be like that. While saying this, she also patted the back of his hand, much like an elder encouraging a younger one. Jin Shinian appeared momentarily dazed, his mind, which had been calculating, suddenly short-circuited. Jin Shinian's perversion level decreased, current value, 50 to 60, pfft. Zhezhi's spirit spat out a mouthful of blood into the air. No. What is happening? Why is it decreasing? Hearing the system's notification, Zhezhi instantly felt a pang of panic. After all, that was a mission she unlocked with 3 points. She couldn't afford a loss. In a flurry, she grasped Jin Shinian's hand and exclaimed excitedly, Don't decrease it, please. You can be perverted. I don't mind. As she spoke, she widened her eyes, as if to assure him of her sincerity. Do you see it? Her eyes brimmed with truth and earnestness. Jin Shinian gazed at her, and Zhezhi's pure and lively eyes were truly captivating. At that moment, his nose tinged with an unexpected sensation. How could he be twisted when Zhezhi is so wonderful? I am truly wicked. Warning! Warning! Jin Shinian's perversion value has decreased. It is now below 60%. Zhezhi, damn it. Middle finger raised, Jin Shinian, Isn't that inappropriate? Meng Siyuan, Why does this feel different from what I expected? Everyone is coming to squeeze. None shall escape the perversion, wink. Chapter 81. This system, surprisingly, isn't too bad. Any further decrease would be impolite. Zhezhi sighed. Her fingers pressed to her brow as the system's warning continued to echo in her ears. Jin Shinian, unable to catch her words, looked at her with confusion. Huh? Jin Shinian's perversion value continues to decrease. Current value, 20 to 30. Attention! If the value falls below 20, the mission will be deemed a failure. Unlock points will not be refunded. Hearing this, Zhezhi almost fainted from the shock. She's playing with 3 points, and now, she is expected to pay the full price. Indeed. High rewards come with high risks. Damn it, I'm done for. Unable to contain herself, Zhezhi broke down and confronted Jin Shinian, embracing her reckless abandon. Do you know why I was able to sever ties with you so resolutely back then? Because. She paused slightly, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. 3 points, 3 points, the system sang triumphantly within her mind. Upon hearing it, Zhezhi gritted her teeth. Because. I truly disliked your performance in bed before. It lacked vigor, not as good as Meng Siyuan. Damn, she finished. TSK, one should not be like this. Sacrificing dignity for money, the system, detached, continued to chatter in her ear. Zhezhi retorted with an annoyed get lost. Meanwhile, Jin Shinian, who had heard her words, fell into a brief stupor, his brows furrowing in a mix of grievance and an odd glimmer of surprise in his eyes, while the hand entwined with Zhezhi's prayer beads tightened subconsciously. Ding! Jin Shinian's perversion value has increased, current value, 50 to 60. Upon receiving this notification from the system, Zhezhi felt a modicum of relief in her heart. However, before she could savor it, Meng Siyuan, recovering from his shock, chuckled softly. "Tsk, it seems Miss Song is quite satisfied with my performance. Young Master Meng still has much to learn." His laughter was beguiling, drawing Zhezhi's gaze instinctively. As she turned her head, a new character information and notification struck her like a thunderbolt. Jin Shinian's perversion value has increased. Current value, 60 to 70. Character data updated. Character name, Meng Huayu. True name, Meng Siyuan, 24 years old, second son of the Meng family, renowned designer, originally a malicious male supporting character. Reborn twice due to a powerful consciousness impact from time and space. This is his second rebirth. Currently, the time-space rift has been restored, making this the final opportunity. Your bond with this character. You came because of him, and he is reborn for you. To reward the host. This mission no longer requires points to unlock Zhezhi. Then you're rather nice, aren't you? Mission 1. Redeem him. Mission progress. 100-100. Zhezhi looked at the conspicuous 100 completion value, unable to suppress a large question mark. When was this completed? When did such a good thing happen?
Why?
Because for the character Meng Siyuan, the moment you appeared, you illuminated his dark world. Your existence is his redemption. Hearing this, Zhezhi instinctively pressed her lips together. Alright, in her previous life, she was Ultraman. Please believe in the light. Okay, it truly recognizes this host. How sentimental. Chapter 82. Am I seated at the villain's table? After muttering a few complaints, the system continued to issue tasks. Task 2. Assist the character Meng Siyuan in achieving twisted evolution and reclaim all that belongs to him. Zhezhi. Another twisted evolution? You truly understand perversion. Reclaim all that belongs to him? Does this mean she must compete with the male lead? Assist the antagonist in rewriting his life? She wondered why she was brought here. It seems it was because she favored the antagonist throughout the entire book, hence her role in aiding his rise to power, right? I knew there was no good fortune meant for me. Current task completion progress. 10. Character Meng Siyuan S level of perversion. 80 to 90. Oh, this fellow. He still needs her assistance to accomplish this? Just a moment ago, Jin Shinian's level of perversion seemed to have risen as well. She understood now. Her interaction with others boosts Jin Shinian's perversion value, right? Okay. As a kind, lovely, and generous girl, I must remind the host that a high level of perversion may sometimes trigger some peculiar phenomena. Zhezhi furrowed her brow. What peculiar phenomena? Can't say. Tehe, due to its inexplicable nature, it remained silent. How could it possibly explain and still covertly watch the live broadcast? Cough, cough. Zhezhi squinted her eyes, filled with suspicion. There's something fishy. Learn from you? Some individuals merely lack skill and resort to props to compensate, yet they dare to speak such words. Jin Shinian coldly retorted, responding to Meng Siyuan's earlier comments. Zhezhi's thoughts were pulled back into focus. As she regained her senses, she heard a voice remarking, it rather unexpected? Faced with Jin Shinian's response, Meng Siyuan merely smirked disdainfully, his tone light and mocking. Are you questioning Miss Song's ability to feel? She has expressed her affection for me. Upon hearing this, Jin Shinian's eyes narrowed dangerously. Ding! Jin Shinian's perversion level has increased. Zhezhi, catching the notification, raised her eyebrows in delight. Little Mengzi has some tricks up his sleeve. A thumbs up for his cleverness. Clearing her throat, Zhezhi recalled the matter at hand. By the way, are you both aware that I am not from this world? As she spoke, she scrutinized the two of them. Jin Shinian and Meng Siyuan exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Why didn't they mention this earlier? Damn it, it took her this long to discover the main plot. No wonder it felt different from her previous experiences with others. It turned out she was the one on the brink of death, with the villainous allies being herself. No matter, she would hold a grand funeral right here. Jin Shinian lowered his gaze, his raven-like lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Meng Siyuan shot him a glance and spoke first. I didn't mention it, because I wanted to save a grand reveal for later. He didn't say anything, because he wants to steal my thunder. Oh right, he wants to play with you. Jin Shinian, upon hearing this, immediately shot him a fierce glare. Damn, so you think you're the only one who can talk? He then lifted his gaze back to Zhezhi, adopting his usual pitiful demeanor. Zhezhi, don't let him mislead you. He is the most twisted person, having stalked you since childhood. Yes. All that money you found as a child was thrown by me. Before Jin Shinian could finish, Meng Siyuan interrupted him, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Thank you, nature, for this gift." Jin Shinian retorted. Zhezhi coughed lightly, temporarily halting their quarrel, and continued. "So you two really are reincarnated?" She understood Meng Siyuan's reincarnation mission, but what about Jin Shinian? Outside the dressing room, in the unnoticed corridor, Hezhi slowly lowered his hand that had been resting on the doorknob. With downcast eyes, his long lashes cast shadows beneath them, obscuring the thoughts within his gaze. It seems none of them are ordinary people. He pondered why he had never been able to read Zhezhi's heart. Was it because she did not belong to this world? He had always thought it was because she spoke nothing but the truth that he couldn't fathom her heart. But now it appeared otherwise. Perhaps her past claims of being tired of him and not liking him were not entirely truthful? He mused. How could his song genuinely not have feelings for him? If she doesn't belong to this world, then surely there must be some task, right? Must she leave upon completing it? With this thought, Hezhi's brows furrowed slightly. He needed to devise a plan to keep her here. He contemplated what might work best. Kidnapping her? The island he had purchased was almost ready. Perhaps he could just lock her away there? Chapter 83. Do you wish for my grand palm to reward you? Zhezhi was quite angry, genuinely furious. It was already bothersome enough to deal with an honest system, and now it was issuing tasks. She looked at Jin Shinian, who was sitting beside her, peeling lychees with a wifely demeanor, and fell into silence. Tsk, a pervert, pretending to be a green tea vixen. She still had to rely on her to provoke him. After all, it was a task she acquired for 30 million. Truly. Spending 30 million to woo a vixen. Rolling her eyes silently, Zhezhi then turned her attention to Meng Siyuan, who was animatedly gesturing and discussing makeup notes with Lin Yuzan. He is not a good person either. And he is even offering benefits. Do you want this fortune? What kind of good system rewards with tasks? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, leading to a fiery outburst. In the next moment, Lin Yuzan lifted her chin, her eyes reddened, clearly having had another quarrel with Meng Tianyue. When she met Zhezhi's unwavering gaze, Lin Yuzan inexplicably felt a twinge of embarrassment. She scrutinized Zhezhi for a long while before finally stammering, "You're really beautiful. No wonder Meng Tianyue likes you." If I were him upon hearing her words, Zhezhi immediately recognized that Lin Yuzan was spiraling into another emotional episode. She found it hard to comprehend the original work and similar narratives. The female protagonist endures hardships, and while it's written that they grow, this growth merely serves to attract a man as affection, as if winning the male lead's favor were a reward for her suffering. The male lead, on the other hand, is exalted from the start, never having to endure hardship. For Zhezhi, it felt utterly ridiculous. After all the suffering she had endured, was she to receive only one male lead? Shouldn't she be entitled to 4 or 5 to be fair? Truly stingy. Does she not deserve the grandest of rewards? Just as Zhezhi was lost in thought, the male lead, Meng Tianyue, made a dazzling entrance. Lin Yuzan glanced in his direction, and accompanying him was Zhang Yaoyue. Their gazes briefly meeting before Lin Yuzan, slightly flustered, averted her eyes. She always felt an innate fear of Meng Tianyue. Normally, she was untouched by worldly troubles, as pure and lofty as a plum blossom, but upon encountering Meng Tianyue, she became like mud. Zhezhi sensed Lin Yuzan's trembling hands as she supported her face and felt an overwhelming urge to shake her out of it. Focus. Show him your strength. Stop being timid. Without thinking, she furrowed her brows and uttered, "What are you hesitating for?" At this moment, the reality show broadcast had resumed, and when Meng Tianyue and Zhang Yaoyue entered together, the audience began buzzing with excitement. What's going on here? Shouldn't Zhang Yaoyue be clinging to Luo Hanzhang? Tsk, is our little Luo unworthy now, cast aside into the cold? What need does Meng Tianyue have for Luo Hanzhang? Laughing, Zanzan darling. Listen to Song Jie, don't be timid. Show him what you've got. After hearing Zhezhi's words, Lin Yuzan was momentarily stunned, but then, unexpectedly, she found the courage to look back at Meng Tianyue. Yet, after just a few seconds, she quickly averted her gaze again, landing instead on a bottle of foundation on the makeup table. She intended to pick it up to apply makeup for Zhezhi, but Zhang Yaoyue snatched it away first. She quickly placed it down again, seemingly afraid, shrinking back towards Meng Tianyue. Do you need it, Yuzan? If so, you can go ahead. Lin Yuzan frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. She was never fond of such antics. Just as she was about to express that it was fine for Zhang Yaoyue to use it, Meng Tianyue impatiently interjected, "What is the problem? Let her be." After speaking, he subtly pressed his lips together. He couldn't quite understand why he had said that. But earlier, when he had chased Lin Yuzan, she had slapped him, leaving him feeling quite frustrated, prompting him to lash out at her now. What on earth is happening? Be careful, Meng Tianyue, you're entering the fire of chasing after your beloved. Can we not call him Meng Tianyue? It feels a bit off. Our Meng Siyuan isn't like this. Fiercely loyal and devoted, albeit a bit twisted. As soon as Meng Tianyue spoke, the expressions of most people in the dressing room soured. The other makeup artists, having heard some of the gossip about the wealthy families, were aware of the circumstances between Meng Tianyue and Lin Yuzan. Lin Yuzan was taken aback by Meng Tianyue's words. But then she heard Zhezhi's disdainful snort. What status do you have to speak to me like that? Isn't this the female lead's dressing room? Are we in a multi-male lead drama now? When did it turn into a female lead one? Why is everything mixed in here? As she spoke, she turned her head to glance at Zhang Yaoyue, continuing, what is going on? Do you wish for Sister Da to slap your little face? She had never noticed before. This person indeed has quite the skill. It is all because Sister Sue's brilliance was too dazzling, overshadowing certain less conspicuous aspects.
Ashu, Su King Sui.
Sitting on the sofa awaiting notification, inexplicably felt a chill run through her body and promptly sneezed.
Huh?
Who is thinking of her? Is someone secretly in love with her? Is that courting death? Meng Tianyue, upon hearing Song Zesh's words, instantly became displeased, his jaw tightening involuntarily. The female protagonist, is it? I could easily replace you with a single word. On what grounds do you speak to me in such a manner? Chapter 84. What caliber do you possess to share the same persona as me? Huh. Since when did this production team become solely under Meng's authority? Qin Moyan, noticing that Song Zesh had yet to descend for her fitting photos, assumed she was once again ensnared by some rogue man and decided to check on her. However, as soon as he entered the room, he overheard Meng Tianyue's irksome remark. Standing beside Song Zesh's seat, confirming she was unharmed, he then raised his gaze to scrutinize Meng Tianyue, his brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. What caliber do you possess to share the same persona as me?
What?
Meng Tianyue responded, perplexed, clearly taken aback by Qin Moyan's statement. Indeed, I too am unclear. My designated female lead seems to be someone anyone can easily replace. If so, I shall withdraw from the performance and pull out my investment as well. Gu Hezhi's sarcastic voice reached them as he positioned himself on the opposite side of Song Zesh, raising an eyebrow at Meng Siyuan. Well then, if you all are leaving, I shall take my leave as well. Meanwhile, Jin Shinian, who had been patiently waiting for Lin Yuzan to apply makeup on Song Zesh, determined to be the first man to witness her finalized look, playfully twirled his prayer beads, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Those fox-like eyes appeared to curve into two arcs of laughter, yet concealed beneath was an endless glint of coldness. He detested it when others threatened those he cared for. Gu Hezhi cast a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his lips curling slightly. How fortuitous. I too harbor a dislike for that. He silently echoed Jin Shinian's thoughts. Jin Shinian's abnormality value has increased. Assisting Meng Siyuan in reclaiming everything, task progress at 1100. Hearing the system's notification, Song Zesh was slightly taken aback, but more so, she was filled with delight. Ah yes, she is now part of the antagonist's crew. Why should she be courteous to Meng Tianyue? As she pondered, she shook her head repeatedly, clicking her tongue, and turned her chair to face Meng Tianyue. Leaning back, arms crossed over her chest, she wore an expression of defiance and rebellion. Her tone, cold yet laced with a mocking smile, inquired, "Shall I take my leave then?" Her words, dripping with disdain and ridicule, reverberated through the makeup room. Centered around her stood Gu Hezhi and Qin Moyan, while behind them were Meng Siyuan and Jin Shinian. The first three bore expressions of disdain, hardly willing to even share a smile with Meng Tianyue, their faces dark and vigilant. While only Jin Shinian maintained a seemingly benign smile, one that hinted at the potential for a sudden turn of hostility. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, and Meng Tianyue, feeling irked, pressed his tongue against his cheek, glancing at Qin Moyan with evident annoyance. What? Do you intend to confront me head-on? Qin Moyan raised an eyebrow noncommittally, a smirk playing on his lips. Meng Tianyue, observing this, grew even more irritated. He stepped forward, a hint of menace in his tone. Have you not considered the cooperation between the Qin and Meng families? Qin Moyan, unyielding, also stepped forward, slightly shielding Song Zesh. His hands tucked into his pockets, exuding confidence. Of course I have. He paused briefly, then coldly added. Thus, I have decided to replace you. The Meng family does not consist solely of you as the heir.
Ding.
Assisting Meng Siyuan in reclaiming what belongs to him, task completion rate increased, current progress, 2,100. As the notification chimed, Song Zhezhi glanced up at Qin Moyan. At that moment, she thought, goodness, this man truly deserves to be revered. Just look at that imposing figure. And she was not alone in her admiration. Su Qingxue and Wen Yisin, who had been observing the scene, were equally filled with awe for Qin Moyan.
Wow.
The Mosey CP is scoring big. I ship it. Boss, forgive me, I'll take a moment to switch sides. Don't wait for me today. Both maintained a facade of calmness, yet their internal thoughts were tumultuous. In the next moment, they inexplicably received Gu Hezhi's icy gaze. Particularly, Su Qingxue felt her heart leap in alarm. Surely, she hadn't given herself away, appearing so composed on the outside. Gu Hezhi withdrew his gaze, continuing to fixate on Meng Tianyue. Then Jin Shinian spoke up. Indeed, the Meng family has more than one heir. Perhaps I should reconsider our family's partnership with the Meng. Collaborating with the second young master might also benefit Zhezhi.
Ding.
Assisting Meng Siyuan in reclaiming what belongs to him, task progress value increased, current, 3,100. As Song Zhezhi listened to the continuous stream of notifications, she felt as though she might burst with happiness. Goodness, is this task truly so effortless? Hehe, of course. Good fortune must come to her. The system, picking its nose, rolling its eyes. You certainly did not say that just a moment ago. Chapter 85. Oi, are you alright? Ha, what does he have that he could compete with me? Meng Tianyue, hearing Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan's words, spoke dismissively. Does he really think his male-led halo system does not exist? Yes, he has a system. This is something he has never disclosed to anyone, and the purpose of this system is simple. He can elevate others' fondness for him at will, which is why upon returning to the Meng family, everyone tends to favor him. Even if those individuals might inherently dislike him, as long as he is present and applies his male-led halo skill, they will uncontrollably develop affection for him, he thought, grinning with increasing pride. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Song Zhezhi, his brow furrowed once more. He had attempted to enhance Song Zhezhi's fondness for him, but the threshold was utterly unyielding, a situation that also extended to those connected to her. Sometimes, even when Lin Yuzhan was with Song Zhezhi, her fondness for him would fluctuate, no longer remaining stable. Could it be that he must win over Song Zhezhi? Is she truly his designated female lead? He pondered, failing to notice Gu Hezhi's increasingly sharp gaze nearby. After all, one cannot conceal their intentions to harm another's heart. Huh, your female lead. Does she regard the others as mere heir? Several? TSK, since when did he start accepting the notion that Song Zhezhi belongs to everyone? No matter, ultimately, she cannot belong to Meng Tianyue. So he has a cheat, does he? Who here doesn't he have their own tricks? He can read hearts, he can manipulate hearts. What is Meng Tianyue worth? As Gu Hezhi contemplated how to disclose Meng Tianyue's system to Song Zhezhi without revealing his own secrets, Meng Tianyue shamelessly inched closer to Song Zhezhi. He flashed what he deemed a charming smile. Ha, if the system cannot elevate fondness, then he shall take matters into his own hands. After all, she is merely a woman. Can she truly resist his allure? With that thought, he grinned even more brightly. The individuals surrounding Miss Song seem quite formidable. Why not add myself to the mix? Wouldn't that throw your little pond into disarray? Gu Hezhi, he had encountered ordinary individuals before, but this level of absurdity was a first for him. Song Zhezhi listened to Meng Tianyue's words, her expression contorting with discomfort. Are you alright? She exclaimed, then swiftly turned to Lin Yuzhan, continuing, Sister, shall we indulge in something better? This kind of fare. Let's opt for something else, shall we? Lin Yuzhan paused momentarily, clearly caught off guard. Meanwhile, Meng Tianyue's smile faltered, yet he remained undeterred, brushing his hair back and then lightly touching his nose before slipping his hands into his pockets, re-engaging. You hardly know me.
How can you say such things?
Perhaps if you got to know me better, you might even fall in love. Song Zhezhi nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment, hastily raising her hand to interject, a firm rejection. I have seen enough to render a poor evaluation. Meng Tianyue, Su Qingxue and Wen Yisin, chuckles. I genuinely laughed. Meng Tianyue, woman, are you attempting to capture my attention? Shaking his head, voice low. Learn this, I have seen enough to render a poor evaluation. Huh? Am I the only one who thinks that moment was incredibly cool? A number of people stood by our sister song Sob Sob. Can this dating show allow for an open format? All 5 together. Sister song truly has it in her. Song Zhezhi, smiling you are quite polite. Indeed, our sister song is such a stunning beauty. What is wrong with giving her 5? Chapter 86. One Mind Reader. 2 Reborns, 3 Systems. For muggles, hehe. Meng Tianyue's lips twitched involuntarily. Lin Yuzan, however, burst into laughter. To Meng Tianyue's ears, her laughter was an excruciating sound, prompting him to look up. In his mind, Lin Yuzan's favorability rating began to fluctuate once more. Are you even capable? He questioned the protagonist Halo system, which fell into silence. It merely wished to convey, you are the worst host I have ever encountered. It was simply an embedded system within a book. There are countless systems far more intelligent than it. What could it possibly do? This wretched job was something it wished to abandon at once. I cannot. Upon completing its electronic response, it activated a brief shielding function against its host, feigning disconnection. You, unable to sense the system's presence. Meng Tianyue felt a surge of panic, further exacerbated by Lin Yuzan's piercing gaze directed at him. Her eyes held a purity and clarity he had never witnessed before. As he remained in a daze, Zhang Yaoyue, who had been overlooked, seized the opportunity, her eyes glimmering with a hint of tears. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, everyone, please stop fighting. She spoke softly, lowering her gaze and gently biting her lower lip. Oh, it has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself, Luo Hanzhong, hearing Zhang Yaoyue's words, hurried to her side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Zhang Yaoyue, momentarily taken aback, shot a disdainful glance at his hand resting on her shoulder, her brow furrowing slightly. Damn it. Her love brain system had recently completed its transformation after playing the role of a competent love-struck fool. Uttering those specific lines about him cooking porridge for her and contacting Jiang Xunye's mother to sabotage Song Zhezhi. Now she was meant to embody the role of a malicious female antagonist from the original story, assisting the plot to unfold, thereby achieving true consciousness awakening and soul freedom. Okay? Who still plays along with your romantic antics, you greasy man, bah. Yet, she could only harbor these thoughts in silence, not daring to voice them, and remained oblivious to Gu Hezhi's brief glance in her direction. Just one look caused Gu Hezhi's brows to furrow. So within this group, we have one mind reader, 2 reborn individuals and 3 systems, right? All cunning minds, not a single pure soul among them. Contemplating this, Gu Hezhi couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue and Wen Yixin, who were watching the spectacle with wide-eyed astonishment, as well as Qin Moyan, who still seemed oblivious to the unfolding drama. Well then, there are still 3 big fools in a muddle. Oh, and if we count Jiang Xunye, that makes 4, perfect for a game of mahjong, and we have by seeing as well. Let them play on. Upon hearing Zhang Yaoyue's pitiful words and Luo Hanzhong's greasy consolation, Lin Yuzan felt utterly exasperated. Her brows instinctively sharpened with a glint of acerbity. How can you not blame yourself, with a pig's brain perched atop your neck, and you? She remarked, arching an eyebrow and directing a scathing glare at Luo Hanzhong. Every day here pretending to be a gentleman. What's this? Seeking a reward from your elder sister? The mention of a reward instantly revived the memories of many present, and the comments began to flood in. Overindulged. Witnessing a goddess cursing. Sister Yuzan, are we joining the ranks of mischief now? Sob sob Lin Yuzan, you little imp. Confess. Are you secretly in love with Song Zhezhi? A grand slap of reward for you. You truly adore her. Lin Yuzan, not just love, but deeply. My sister Lin has stood up. Damn it, let me explode the world, sigh, sigh. I've already taken off my pants, Sister Lin. Do as you will. Look at how astonished Sister Song is. Haha ladies, I'm going to vote for your CP today. All of us are standing up for our Green Forest CP fans to watch the live stream. Song Zhezhi was indeed taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Yuzan's gaze. Not only her, but everyone else was equally astonished, especially Meng Tianyue. Furthermore, he harbored a terrifying thought. That is, the disappearance of his system would truly result in the awakening of those he had previously controlled, meaning the Meng family members. Pondering this, his brows knitted tightly enough to crush several flies. Why was he afraid? It was because he understood all too well that without the system, his abilities paled in comparison to Meng Siyuan's. The Meng family had only recently entrusted him with half of their power, and he had already incurred substantial losses in managing that portion. Strangely enough, theoretically, when old Master Meng reclaimed power from Meng Siyuan and handed it back to him, Meng Siyuan should have been unable to endure the humiliation and retaliated against him. which would then serve as a pretext for him to feign distress and persuade old Master Meng to grant him the other half of the power. Why wasn't he Meng Siyuan angry? Was he truly uninterested in this? Or was there another reason? Chapter 87. Tun Meng Tianyue contemplated, his mood reaching a peak of agitation. Meanwhile, the insulted Luo Hanzhong, spurred by the provocation, shouted back, "What the hell did you just say?" Ever since Jin Shinian exposed his habit of rewarding himself, now anyone who saw him would snicker behind their hands. An unbearable ordeal for someone who was acutely sensitive about his reputation. Now Lin Yuzhan dared to confront him face to face. Was she courting death?
I'm talking about you.
Lin Yuzhan retorted, arching her brow, unreservedly responding, her gaze flicking to Luo Hanzhong's hand resting on Jiang Xunye's shoulder, and then she scoffed. "Oh. What is this? No longer pretending to be a gentleman? Have you latched onto a wealthy benefactor? Have you recognized Erling Shen as your master?" As her words fell, Zhezhi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in surprise. TSK. This was no longer Lin Yuzhan. This was a distinguished graduate of the Mischief Academy.
Haha.
High emotional intelligence. Recognized Erling Shen as your master? Low emotional intelligence. Oh? Have you transformed into a dog again? Sister Lin, your insults are truly sophisticated now. Come on, how long have you secretly practiced behind our backs? Scoring full marks in the mischief exam. Huh?
How infuriating.
Listening to Lin Yuzhan's insinuations, Zhang Yaoyue, who had just been scolded, maintained an air of calmness. She had recently received points from the system, rendering her little more than a passive NPC.
So please do not disturb.
She would wait for the next line task from the system to engage. As she believed in the principle of you get what you pay for, she would not lift a finger for tasks that did not yield points. What should she eat later? Spicy rabbit head? Braised pig trotters? Charcoal grilled lamb chops? Seeing Zhang Yaoyue's lack of reaction, Luo Hanzhong was taken aback. He withdrew his hand from her shoulder and pointed at himself, saying, "Aren't you going to say anything? She scolded me. And she scolded you too. This isn't right." In the past, if anyone insulted him, Zhang Yaoyue would have been the first to retort.
Huh.
Now that she's playing a major role in a big IP, has she grown disdainful of him? Hearing Luo Hanzhong's words, Zhang Yaoyue turned her head slightly to glance at him, her arms still crossed over her chest. After sizing him up, she remarked, "Oh, she deserves to be scolded. How else can she earn points? It's foolish. I don't want to converse with foolish people. It's contagious." Oh? Luo Hanzhong's eyes widened considerably. To him, Zhang Yaoyue's actions only served to validate his earlier thoughts. Indeed, women are ever so capricious. Growing a bit irate, he hastily seized Zhang Yaoyue's arm, furrowing his brow as he said, "I just defended you. And you give me just an O in response." Zhang Yaoyue had intended to quietly remain idle, but Luo Hanzhong's incessant chatter was truly irksome. She lifted her gaze to meet his, forcing a smile. Tune a familiar melody resonated in her ears, and Su Qingxue was the first to burst into laughter. The barrage of comments flooded in with tune.
Wait.
Why has Zhang Yaoyue suddenly changed towards Luo Hanzhong? Wasn't she infatuated with him before? I was wondering the same thing. Has she been possessed? Could it be because she is now on the ranking with Meng Tianyue? After this comment, public opinion began to sway in a particular direction, ultimately trending on social media unbeknownst to Zhezhi and others. With a creak, the makeup room door swung open again, this time admitting two directors, one from the drama and another from a dating reality show. "We need to hurry with the stills for the show." The drama director wore a plastic smile. He was at his wit's end, having waited below for ages without seeing anyone, only to find them trending online. Yet, upon entering, good grief, they hadn't even finished their makeup. Ahem. My apologies, the scene was simply too captivating to forget. Zhezhi coughed lightly and turned back to the makeup mirror, while simultaneously tugging at Lin Yuzhan. Lin Yuzhan blinked a few times, pulled from the previous commotion, and resumed applying foundation. "We kindly ask other guests not from our crew to rest in another lounge," the drama director announced, gesturing for Meng Tianyue and Luo Hanzhong to leave. Meng Tianyue immediately frowned, letting out a cold huff from his nostrils. He shot a glance at Meng Siyuan, then at Lin Yuzhan, who was already styling Zhezhi, before turning on his heel to leave. Once he departed, Su Qingxue gasped, exclaiming, "Wow. Our Yaoyue is trending." TSK. The notorious Zhang in the influencer circle is known for her viciousness. She did not finish her sentence, but cast a meaningful look at Zhang Yaoyue. Naturally, the others were drawn to her words. Through the reflection in the makeup mirror, Song Zhezhi glanced at Zhang Yaoyue. Normally, she would have been on the verge of tears by now, yet she appeared remarkably composed. It was indeed strange. Many people were acting oddly today. Thinking this, Song Zhezhi frowned. Yes, I came to discuss this matter, the dating show director interjected, turning to Zhang Yaoyue and questioning, I need to ask you some questions. The current public opinion is affecting the show. Indeed it's me. I've always been bad. Nothing to explain, Zhang Yaoyue interjected, raising an eyebrow and cutting him off mid-sentence, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with brightness. Hearing her response, Su Qingxue began to scroll through the articles on public opinion. Zhang Yaoyue slapping a 3-star female streamer, Zhang Yaoyue stealing another streamer's boyfriend, White Lotus, Zhang Yaoyue chapter 88. Still, Zhezhi is the best quietly. The more she read, the wider Su Qingxue's eyes grew. Wow, you dare to admit to all this? You are truly my forever sister. The director was clearly taken aback by Zhang Yaoyue's candidness. The unspoken leading questions suddenly felt superfluous. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, Then you must withdraw.
Wait.
There may be extenuating circumstances. The director's words were once again interrupted, this time by both Song Zhezhi and Gu Hezhi. Hearing the voices, both Song Zhezhi and Gu Hezhi shared a moment of surprise, then turned to each other, both catching each other's gaze through the mirror's reflection. The reason they spoke simultaneously was that at the moment Zhang Yaoyue confessed her actions, a message regarding her character information had unexpectedly popped up before Song Zhezhi. Character name, Zhang Yaoyue, 21 years old, hailing from the mountains, an uneducated borderline influencer, one of the rumored vicious female antagonists, but due to a temporal anomaly, her consciousness is gradually awakening. This character is bound to a love-struck system, which will upgrade to a vicious female antagonist system upon task completion. She acquires money through completing tasks to fulfill her promise to her grandmother, supporting the education of girls in the depths of the mountains. Furthermore, through data verification, we have detected that the character holds the highest favorability towards you, the host. As Song Zhezhi listened, she found herself inundated with questions, yet again. Highest favorability?
Why?
Amidst her astonishment, she realized the charming lady was indeed her sister. Because it was you who defended her when she was slandered and encouraged girls to be themselves during every live broadcast. She witnessed all of this, but was focused on her tasks at the time. The more Song Zhezhi listened, the more complex her thoughts became. Stealing a glance at Zhang Yaoyue's serene expression, she couldn't help but exclaim, why is she so calm? As soon as she voiced her thoughts, the system chimed in with a task notification. Assist Zhang Yaoyue in completing her redemption plan. Current task progress. 50 from Gu Hezhi's perspective. He too had read Zhang Yaoyue's unspoken thoughts after her confession. Hey, another profit. The kids can get new uniforms now, darn it. I'll make it 2 sets this time. They can have more meat in their meals. How can they study when they are all so thin and hungry? Zhang Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback, genuinely not expecting Song Zhezhi and Gu Hezhi to. With her brows slightly furrowed, she worried about not receiving system points. Changing her expression, she lifted her chin and thought, whoa, is Emperor Gu speaking up for me? So touching the viewers in the live stream could hardly sit still. Did Sister Song not help you? TSK, no wonder she isn't love-struck anymore. Turns out she just switched her affections. Sister Song. Ultimately, it was a misplaced investment. How despicable. Hurry up and leave the show. Seeing the barrage of insults appearing on the screen, Zhang Yaoyue finally exhaled in relief. However, just as she began to relax, the voice of Song Zhezhi resonated once more. She said, you need not worry. I can assist you. Those around her found her words rather perplexing. Zhezhi? Jin Shinian was the first to voice her confusion, seemingly attempting to pull Song Zhezhi from the depths of her thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Moyan and Meng Siyuan furrowed their brows in observation. Meng Siyuan squinted slightly, pondering. Did Song Zhezhi possess knowledge of something? Was she privy to a narrative line from another realm? Qin Moyan also narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Did Song Zhezhi harbor feelings for Zhang Yaoyue? When did his fiancée develop an affinity for women? Why was he unaware of this? Was he somehow inferior to this woman? Was it merely that she preferred the delicate charm of a white lotus? Oh, the irony of being the one left bewildered. Only Gu Hezhi maintained an expression of calmness, casting a disdainful glance at both Qin Moyan and Meng Siyuan. How noisy they were. Truly, a group brimming with ulterior motives. Zhezhi was undoubtedly the best, serene and composed. Kuo Lu remarked, isn't it because you cannot fathom Zhezhi's heart that you speak so? Gu Hezhi retorted, silence. Threatening, Chapter 89. Damn it, Gu Hezhi, release my hand. Upon hearing Song Zhezhi's words, Zhang Yaoyue's eyes brightened.
Ah, Granny.
Do you believe the divine are aware of our suffering? Of course, dear. I believe that one day the divine will extend their hand to aid us. But how do they know of my plight? Perhaps it is because the divine watches over us from above. Really? Then I shall make a wish. I want to study, to read countless books, and to have you by my side forever. She had never been educated. Her superstitions were genuine. The tender voice of the elder gradually faded from her ears, and Zhang Yaoyue's gaze dimmed further. There were no divine beings in this world, nor would they protect those who suffer. Yet, she glanced at Song Zhezhi, her eyes glimmering with a newfound hope. But did Song Zhezhi know something? She was so remarkably different, akin to a proud sun bestowing her light upon her. Was not the moon's glow derived from the sun? Noticing her daze, Song Zhezhi stood and walked toward her. Upon stopping before Zhang Yaoyue, she slightly tilted her body and leaned closer, whispering in a voice only they could hear. I understand your suffering. Fear not, I will truly lend a hand. It was not merely a matter of duty. Perhaps it was the irresistible allure of her presence that stirred such feelings. Hearing Zhang Yaoyue make a promise to her grandmother was simply unbearable. The scent of lychee soda mingled with a refreshing hint of orange enveloped Song Zhezhi as her words reached Zhang Yaoyue, causing her to tremble involuntarily. By midday, public opinion had entirely shifted. The Zhang Yaoyue's assistance program for mountain girls trended, alongside the complete video of her slapping a woman who had introduced her to the underbelly of the industry. The boyfriend-snatching incident revealed the man to be a scoundrel, and Zhang Yaoyue spoke of revenge. Zhang Yaoyue, I have not had the privilege of education. Hence I wish for all other girls to have the opportunity to learn and thrive. One by one, entries contradicting the morning's narrative soared to the top of the trending list, with the comment section abuzz. I can't believe it. I'm genuinely in tears. All the money I earned from the edge has been donated. Oh, if those children knew she was being scorned so harshly, how heartbroken they would be. At this moment, a woman as fierce as an eagle is in tears. Now that the full story is known, I applaud her. So her previous actions were merely for the sake of gaining attention and profit. I overstepped, Sister Yaoyue. You are indeed in a higher league. Oh, I hope other girls can rise and thrive. Who understands me? In the photography studio for the promotional photo shoot, when Song Zhezhi requested Qin Moyan to investigate Zhang Yaoyue's recent initiatives and promote them, he was somewhat bewildered. Though he did not grasp her motivations, he complied, prioritizing obedience. What else could he do? His fiancée deserved nothing less than his affection. After all, the future would belong to their children, heirs of Xingsheng. So utilizing their resources was only fitting, right? Just as he reveled in the delightful message of thanks from Song Zhezhi, he suddenly erupted in frustration. Damn it, Gu Hezhi. Let go of my hand. Qin Moyan casually tossed his phone aside and stood up, striding toward the studio. Chapter 90. The engagement between the Jiang and Bai families is annulled. The joint celebration ball commences. In the studio, having finalized her makeup and styling, Song Zhezhi first posed for a duet with several male actors, her joy unmistakable, her smile radiant. They varied from the cool and aloof to the reserved and the sun-kissed, each type of man providing her with ample opportunity to showcase her charm. These individuals posed no significant threat to Qin Moyan. However, when the turn came for Gu Hezhi, who portrayed the character, Songjia, a role that rivaled the female lead in intensity, the dynamic shifted. The chemistry required for Gu Hezhi and Song Zhezhi's duet demanded a heightened sexual tension compared to her previous partnerships. A captivating rose, seemingly weeping blood, flourished beside a throne forged from obsidian. Gu Hezhi adorned a robe embroidered with golden patterns, his hair as dark as ink cascading behind him, with a small braid at his temple that fell forward, intertwined with deep red wooden beads. His features appeared more sculpted than usual, imbued with an exotic allure. His lips pressed together slightly, a playful smile gracing his face as he effortlessly pulled Song Zhezhi into his embrace, his broad hand resting possessively at her waist. The veins on the back of his hand subtly pronounced, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance and seduction. As Song Zhezhi settled onto his lap, he gazed down at her, his enchanting phoenix-like eyes brimming with desire. The mole at the outer corner of his left eye only enhanced the allure of his smoldering expression, while his gaze also conveyed a predatory hunger. In contrast, Song Zhezhi raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a defiant smile, refusing to yield, instead boldly engaging in Gu Hezhi's flirtatious advances. Her fingers danced around the braid that fell before him, only to seize the iron collar encircling his neck. Straightening her posture with newfound confidence, the dynamics shifted instantly. Now it was Zhezhi who looked down upon Hezhi, whose eyes followed her every movement. His gaze shimmering with anticipation, the smile on his lips growing even more pronounced. The crew observing the shoot could not suppress their laughter, playfully nudging one another. Nearly bursting with suppressed mirth, yet they managed to contain themselves, the noise still considerable. Qin Moyan, reclining in a nearby chair, had been savoring the message of gratitude from Zhezhi when he glanced up to witness the unfolding scene in the studio. He could no longer contain himself, hurling his phone aside and shouting, "Damn it, Hezhi, let go of my hand." His voice thundered, instantaneously pulling the crew from the enthralling atmosphere crafted by Zhezhi and Hezhi. Approaching them, he looked incredulously at Jin Shinian and Meng Siyuan, his expression one of disbelief. "Aren't you both reacting?" They've embraced. If I hadn't been watching, would they have gone straight to consummation? The director, observing Qin Moyan's reaction, wore an expression of barely concealed disdain. The rumored president of Star Prosperity exudes an air of aloofness.
Now.
Both Jin Shinian and Meng Siyuan cast a complex and unspoken glance at Qin Moyan, silently wishing he would find amusement elsewhere. Meanwhile, Hezhi, who observed this scene with a smirk of satisfaction, swiftly leaned sideways, bringing Zhezhi along with him. Zhezhi, initially distracted by Qin Moyan's incessant chatter, found her attention redirected back to Hezhi, whose sudden movement caused her to instinctively lean against his well-defined chest. Hezhi propped himself up on one arm, grinning at Zhezhi. The open collar of his attire, when captured from the filming angle, resembled a tantalizing flotation. "Is this what they're filming?" Qin Moyan could hardly contain himself, pointing and cursing in disbelief. "How can something like this pass the review? What on earth is that old codger doing?" Jin Shinian and Meng Siyuan followed his gaze, their fists clenched in frustration. But what could they do? The director, shifting his attention between the three, chuckled ingratiatingly. "Oh, come on, it's just acting. It's all fictional, don't take it to heart. People love this sort of thing nowadays, I do too, hehe. If handsome men and beautiful women could push the boundaries further, I'd store hundreds of gigabytes of videos." He added, "And I'm a fan of the Hezhi pairing, sure." Qin Moyan, exasperated, placed his hands on his hips. Who exactly enjoys this kind of nonsense? It's utterly devoid of substance. If I had known, I would have pursued acting too. That night, the promotional photos for the enchanting pillow life swiftly overtook our sweet moments on trending searches. Among them, the images of Zhezhi and Hezhi garnered the most attention, especially after the crew shared live pictures of their duo, propelling the Hezhi couple to the top of the charts. Coincidentally, the latest rankings for the new round of CP popularity in the dating show were released that night. 1. Zhezhi, Hezhi 2. Zhezhi, Meng Siyuan 3. Zhezhi, Jin Shinian 4. Zhezhi, Lin Yuzhan 5. Zhezhi, Zhang Yaoyue. Upon seeing the rankings, Qin Moyan felt a headache coming on. How could Lin Yuzhan and Zhang Yaoyue surpass him in popularity? This world needs to implode. He was not joking. Just as he contemplated having the trending topic removed, a WeChat notification popped up. In the group chat of the noble and elegant family, every message was directed at him. "Heart like still water, grandfather. My grandson is becoming increasingly lackluster, dear. Not as good as I was back in the day, Rose, flowering wealth, grandmother. I take back my previous statement about being better than the old man, TSK. My granddaughter-in-law is beautiful. That young man is handsome too. I'm going to pursue both of them. The Moyan CP breaks my heart, heartbroken, shattered. Heart like still water, grandfather. You like that pairing? They're not that great. My family's top designer and his muse are far more delightful. Aesthetic CP, those who don't understand are in for a rough time. Rose, flowering wealth, grandmother. Old comrade, please don't drag me down, anger. Who will cook porridge for me? Who won't let me emote, cousin Qinlu? Moyan breaks my heart. They are a perfect match and looks cold pants killer Q. I'm still in the group. Heartbroken. True heartbreak ISNT about shouting and making a scene, heartbroken. You say love is simple, Dad. Love is indeed not that simple, sigh, just like back then. Your mother's dimples had no liquor, yet I was drunk like a dog, heartbroken. Not quite understanding this family, Mom. You all make my toes curl with discomfort. Cold pants killer Q. Remember to attend the family gala next week. It's a once in 6 years event. Don't forget, smile, the family gala. Upon reading those 4 words, Qin Moyan raised an eyebrow after he received this message. Various media outlets also broke the latest news. The Jiang and Bai families officially announced the dissolution of their marriage alliance. The family gala, a grand banquet. Chapter 91. Meng Siyuan's system upgrade, mandatory control? As soon as this news broke, Weibo crashed for several minutes. The dissolution of the Jiang and Bai families' marriage alliance was expected to impact their stock markets, but with the announcement of the family gala, its significance seemed trivial. A fun fact, the family gala, held once every 6 years, is publicly described as a ball, but in reality, it is a gathering of various elite families, providing a rare glimpse into the lives of the upper crust for us netizens. Additionally, many celebrities and small businesses are not eligible to attend. Only esteemed families can be invited, and entry requires an invitation. Huh? Can we still watch that gala? Don't get your hopes up. It means the media will capture footage of the event for reporting, but we won't see everything. As netizens fervently debated, another piece of news quietly climbed to the top of the trending list. Are sweet moments to livestream the family gala? In the dating show's livestream room, the cast, having finished their promotional shoot, lay sprawled about in the villa, exhausted. Zhezhi was about to succumb to sleep when Lin Yuzhan pulled her up to apply a face mask. You're officially joining the cast tomorrow. You must take good care of your skin. Although your skin is already quite good, you'll likely be staying up late, so neglecting skincare is not an option. Lin Yuzhan sat beside Zhezhi, chattering incessantly like a Buddhist monk, while encouraging Zhezhi to rest her head on her lap for a massage. Zhezhi barely mustered the energy to lift her eyelids, simply giving a thumbs up to Lin Yuzhan. Sister Zhan has the technique. It's perfect. Lin Yuzhan chuckled lightly. You know, it's quite nice to see you so quiet like this. When Meng Siyuan returned, he found this scene and felt a surge of annoyance. After being expelled from the crew, he had returned to the Meng family's company, where issues had arisen with their shipments in the south, causing even old Master Meng to erupt in anger. At that time, his system had not yet recovered, and he bore the brunt of his first reprimand since returning to the Meng family. Now, returning to find Lin Yuzhan fawning over Zhezhi only fueled his resentment. If it weren't for Zhezhi, would he be in such a dire situation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fortunately, his system had been restored and upgraded with a new skill, mandatory control. Gazing at Lin Yuzhan, Meng Siyuan adjusted the nearly plummeting affection rating and immediately maximized it. However, even at full capacity, it remained unstable. A love triangle scenario. How exciting. Let us get this fight going. I'm rooting for the Zhezhi pairing. Meng Siyuan's gaze is terrifying, like an abuser. Lin Yuzhan, can't you see me? Meng Siyuan scowled angrily. Lin Yuzhan had never smiled so joyfully in his presence. Now, she was laughing animatedly with Zhezhi, looking utterly dismissive, which was infuriating enough. His voice, laced with fury, cut through the air, causing Lin Yuzhan to freeze momentarily. She suddenly felt a surge of electric energy coursing through her, compelling her to stand up uncontrollably. She looked at Meng Siyuan, a sense of fear and guilt washing over her. Zhezhi, caught off guard, nearly toppled from the sofa. She really did it. Rubbing her neck, Zhezhi sat up, her face mask slapping onto the floor with a thud. Glancing down at the dishonored mask, she felt a pang of regret. 3,000 for a single ticket, she thought, and when she raised her gaze once more, a hint of resentment lingered in her eyes. She directed her attention towards Lin Yuzhan, whose complexion had paled significantly, as if steeped in fear. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she then turned to the approaching Meng Siyuan. With one hand thrust deep into his pocket, his brows were knitted tightly together, his visage marred by a fierce scowl. Do you have any idea that because of you, my company faced a crisis today? Zhezhi listened, her expression morphing into one of incredulity. Was this person devoid of reason? Feeling a surge of frustration, she crossed her arms and glanced sideways at Lin Yuzhan, who was now bowing her head in self-reproach. The perplexity on Zhezhi's face deepened. Sister, say something, she thought. And indeed, Lin Yuzhan spoke. Her lips trembled slightly as she uttered, I'm sorry. Zhezhi. What on earth is happening? Not only was she taken aback, but the audience in the live stream also found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Sister, run. He-s, at the KTV. Wasn't he Lin Yuzhan quite fierce this morning? Why is she like this now? Confront him, sister. This is infuriating. What is going on? I can't believe it. How is it that your company's issues are linked to Yuzhan? Meng Siyuan, observing Lin Yuzhan's demeanor, finally felt some satisfaction. He adjusted his tie, loosening his collar a fraction before sitting down beside her, adopting a tone reminiscent of an order. You will accompany me to the upcoming joint celebration ball next week. Pack your things now. We'll undergo a week of training before attending to avoid embarrassment.
You see,
I'm quite benevolent, having chosen you as my partner. One must learn to be content, he added, while in his mind, the system displayed Lin Yuzhan's favorability rating fluctuating. Lin Yuzhan's brow tightened further. She wanted to refuse, but Meng Tianyue's unwavering gaze triggered the system's compulsory mode, locking her favorability rating at 100, eliminating any previous fluctuations. Moments later, Lin Yuzhan, with a smile, replied, "All right." Zhezhi, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief.
What?
Just this morning. He treated you that way, and yet but Lin Yuzhan countered. He did say he chose me as his partner. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 92. When flowers are ready to be picked, they must be plucked. Do not wait until there are no flowers to pluck the branches. I'm so shocked, I almost toppled my coffin lid. Is this the spirit of Zhang Yaoyue having transmigrated into Lin Yuzhan's body? Oh my goodness, how surreal. Can Meng Tianyue manipulate hearts?
I am astounded.
Zhezhi regarded Lin Yuzhan, her brow knitting in contemplation. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Yaoyue's past. It seemed that whenever Meng Tianyue was present, Lin Yuzhan became somewhat unnatural. I aspire to be a designer like Meng Siyuan and desire to explore the world, leaving my footprints in every corner of the earth. Recalling their conversation in the car earlier that day, Lin Yuzhan's face had radiated an unmistakable expectation for freedom.
Why?
Why did everything change when Meng Tianyue arrived? Was this the inevitable bond shared by the male and female leads? How cruel. Previously, she had been blind to Meng Tianyue's true nature and had not understood Lin Yuzhan's yearning for freedom.
Now,
it seemed that a narrative fraught with emotional turmoil could still lead to a happy ending, but for the one enduring the suffering, it truly felt like a calamity. The more she pondered, the more convoluted Zhezhi's emotions became. Casting her gaze towards the comment stating that Meng Tianyue could control hearts, she narrowed her eyes. If Zhang Yaoyue could possess a system, then surely Meng Tianyue, as the male lead, must also have some special abilities, perhaps a protagonist as Halo? Every female character who encountered him would inevitably fall under his spell, initiating a fierce competition among them, wouldn't they? What a nefarious narrative. While she mused, the relaxed Meng Tianyue, thoroughly pleased with Lin Yuzhan's current demeanor, remarked, "Now this is more like it," before shifting his gaze to Zhezhi. With a mischievous smile, he added, "Are you jealous because I didn't choose you as my partner? If you wish, you can accompany me as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzhan's expression darkened instantly, her earlier shyness evaporating as she shot a cold glare at Zhezhi. Their eyes met for a moment, and Zhezhi silently sighed. Diverting her gaze, she cast a cool look at Meng Tianyue. No wonder he belonged to the villainous faction. She genuinely wished to explode him. "It's clear you have an affinity for my sister's sharp tongue. Haven't you had enough? Shall I serve you more? Your face is thick enough to be used for wall repairs. It'd be a pity to waste it." With every word, Meng Tianyue's countenance darkened further, a brooding intensity mingling with a domineering desire in his eyes as he regarded Zhezhi. Free and unrestrained, are we? How fortuitous. For I relish the challenge of subduing such spirits. As he thought this, he tightened his jaw, his tongue brushing against his cheek, before feigning a smile as he rubbed his forehead, declaring, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Do you understand what an honor it is for an artist like you to attend this joint celebration ball? Without me, how could you possibly qualify to enter?" "Of course I can," she retorted. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Simultaneously, the voices of Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan echoed nearby. As soon as Qin Moyan arrived, Zhezhi instinctively curled her toes into the ground. "Your Highness? What kind of nonsense is that?" "Pardon me, I have arrived late," Qin Moyan said, settling himself beside Zhezhi, propping his chin on his hand, his smile radiating warmth towards her. Goodness, with that statement and his dazzling smile. Doesn't it just mesmerize Zhezhi? She mused internally. Oh no, what if she falls too deeply for me? Why do I genuinely find this charming? Am I going insane? It's undeniable that Qin is not only wealthy and captivating but also possesses an enchanting smile. Zhezhi, don't look. It's a beauty trap. Have I truly reached a point where I find no incongruity in his words? This is quite handsome. Laughing to death. How will Sister Zhi navigate this handsome trap? After several seconds of silence, Zhezhi finally revealed a bright smile, exposing her flawless teeth. How to navigate it? Simply smile and endure. However, upon the arrival of the two, Meng Siyuan's expression stiffened, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he raised his chin, warning. Are you intentionally trying to irritate me? Jin Shinian, fidgeting with his prayer beads, moved to sit beside Zhezhi. Upon settling, he glanced at Meng Siyuan. His fox-like eyes calm, contrasting sharply with Meng Siyuan's agitation. With a cool demeanor, he casually remarked, Did you just realize that? Then, shifting his gaze back to Zhezhi, his expression transformed, a gentle smile breaking forth from his eyes. Zhezhi, will you be my partner? I've already sent an invitation. It should be arriving soon. As his words fell, an invitation was promptly presented from behind Zhezhi. She looked up to find Hezhi's captivating phoenix-like eyes meeting hers. In a moment of daze, she lowered her gaze to the invitation. It was adorned with a delicate ink-wash painting of a crane holding a branch, accompanied by 2 lines of elegant calligraphy. When flowers are ready to be picked, they must be plucked. Do not wait until there are no flowers to pluck the branches. That was the origin of Zhezhi's name. Chapter 93. The Awakening of Telepathy and the Resurgence of the Consortium. Representative Qin Moyan and Jin Shinian simultaneously cast their gazes towards Hezhi, both evidently displeased. Alas! They were a moment too late and had been outmaneuvered. In contrast, Hezhi merely raised an eyebrow at the pair, then bent down from behind a sofa, placing the invitation on Zhezhi's lap. Ah Song, this time, I finally didn't lag behind. Hezhi has risen. All members of the Hezhi fan club, let us tune in to the live broadcast. 666 Qin Moyan, are you solely fixated on being non-mainstream? Where is your invitation? I ask you, where is your invitation? Whoa, Jean, what is going on with you? You're falling behind. As the jovial atmosphere unfolded, Meng Siyuan, feeling overlooked, grew increasingly irate. I'm not aware of when artists like you gained the right to invite others to a ball. Is this ball so diminished that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can attend? In response, Hezhi straightened up and cast a sidelong glance at Meng Siyuan, his eyes darkening slightly, the smile on his lips instantly turning frosty. I, too, am unaware of when the Polaris group became mere nobodies. Does Mr. Meng habitually speak without engaging his brain, or is it that he possesses none? With a provocative tilt of his head, Meng Siyuan, now fuming, stood up and glared at Hezhi, his eyes brimming with menace. Do you dare to speak to me like that? Do you believe I could silence you, Hezhi, with a mere word? Hezhi chuckled at this. Oh, I believe it. How could I not? However, while you may indeed silence Hezhi, you cannot silence Representative Gu. Meng Siyuan knitted his brows in confusion. What do you mean? Brother, sometimes it's wise to choose your words carefully to avoid embarrassing the Meng family. Let me reintroduce you. Hezhi, the newly appointed representative of the Polaris Group, who has just signed several contracts with our entertainment sector. So, a ban would not be prudent. Meng Siyuan's voice drifted in from the entrance. The Polaris Group belonged to the H-country consortium, and attaining the role of representative was a testament to the multifaceted interests he had secured behind the group. Upon hearing this, Zhezhi's eyes widened in astonishment, her emotions swirling in complexity. The source of her turmoil was not merely the news itself, but the realization that Hezhi had been secretly amassing wealth behind her back. This felt worse than a death sentence. Why was it that he, both the best actor and the consortium representative, made her seem utterly inept? Just when she was on the verge of securing the Best Supporting Actress award, the system had awakened, and her chance was snatched away due to her own erratic behavior. She felt like giving the world the middle finger. Not only was she taken aback, but the others present and those watching the live stream were equally astonished. This show truly makes me feel out of my league. Whoa, how did I dare to point fingers at them? CEO, consortium representative, young masters, why are you here watching a dating show with me? It seems from now on, I can only point fingers at our sister song. Zhezhi, is that any way to speak? So from now on it's Representative Gu, right? Family, prepare yourselves. We're climbing the ranks. So, do I now have the right to invite whomever I desire to the ball? Or does Mr. Meng still wish to silence us at Polaris? I shall await his response with anticipation. As Hezhi spoke, Meng Siyuan's expression darkened further, to the point of near exasperation. With a cold laugh, he turned to Meng Siyuan. Why didn't my dear brother inform me of this sooner? Was it intentional? My apologies. I intended to publicly announce this at the joint celebration ball, and it indeed bears little relevance to you, Mr. Meng, as I have added a stipulation in our contract with Polaris. Before Meng Siyuan could respond, Hezhi seized control of the conversation once more with an authoritative tone. He paused for effect, then continued with a composed smile. The stipulation states that Polaris will only collaborate with second young Master Meng. If the assets are not managed by second young Master Meng, we will not engage, for after all, in collaboration, the character of the partner is paramount. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Meng? The underlying provocation in his words was clear to all. Zhezhi couldn't help but glance at Hezhi, who was exhibiting a side she had never witnessed before, assertive and domineering, with words as cold and sharp as icicles. The image of the once pitiful boy crouching at her doorstep, lamenting his lack of a home, had transformed into one of remarkable charisma and authority. How wonderful! This meant she had a new treasury. Hehe, when fortune favors, let us thrive together. Meng Siyuan felt as though his very lungs were about to burst from rage. He glared at Hezhi, mentally linking the situation to his system. Meng Siyuan, activate forced affinity mode.
Saw the
Due to the influence of awakened consciousness in the eyes. Unable to enhance affinity for the character Hezhi, Meng Siyuan was left with a big question mark directed at the system. The system shrank back, looking forlorn, and cautiously muttered an apology. Taking a deep breath, Meng Siyuan shifted his gaze to Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan beside him, initiating forced affinity enhancement with the two. Hezhi may be formidable, but if the Jin and Qin families could unite, no matter how many consortiums Meng Siyuan lured to Z country, it would be futile. Yet, apologies, host? Still unable to enforce affinity enhancement with the two individuals. Even enhancing affinity was beyond reach. The system had attempted this multiple times, and each failure drained its energy due to external factors. Meng Siyuan, what use are you? Why can't you enhance their affinity? System, apologies. Character Jin Shinian possesses a time-space displacement shield, and character Qin Moyan's extreme non-mainstream nature places him in a different dimension, rendering control impossible. Meng Siyuan found this utterly absurd. What nonsensical time-space displacement? What nonsense about different dimensions? It was simply the system that was incompetent. Meng Siyuan, can't you upgrade?
fool.
Utterly useless. This group was infuriating him, and the system was equally vexed. They would all pay for this eventually. After an indeterminate time, his gaze finally landed squarely on Zhezhi. Zhezhi, is it? I will remember you, he thought, then turned his attention to Lin Yuzhan. Lin Yuzhan trembled under his fierce gaze, fear evident, yet unable to resist. Move. Why are you standing there? Meng Siyuan barked at Lin Yuzhan, forcefully seizing her wrist and dragging her towards the entrance. Lin Yuzhan had no choice but to follow, glancing back at Zhezhi as they neared the exit. Zhezhi, what a calamity! Just as she was lost in thought watching Lin Yuzhan depart, another invitation landed on her lap. Looking down, she saw it adorned with a cluster of peach blossom branches, a small green snake coiling around the stems, accompanied by a line of delicate text, avec toi l'absurde agitation. With you, I plunge into the absurdity of worldly splendor. At this sight, both Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan could no longer remain seated. What the? How come everyone is so well prepared? This truly made them look foolish. Zhezhi, don't choose yet, my invitation is arriving soon. Jin Shinian hurriedly reminded Zhezhi, fearing she might hastily pick between the two. Mine is on the way too. I've had Su Qingxue retrieve it from the company. Just wait, Qin Moyan added, equally flustered. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jin Shinian and Qin Moyan rose simultaneously, both seemingly pondering whether it would be their respective acquaintances who had arrived to deliver the invitation. However, the moment the door swung open, their expressions froze in unison.